Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story. Justice, Rip and Tear. Chapter 1. Knight, Mercenary Marine. Muffs, 2151. Our time is up. I can't kill you, but I won't have you standing in our way. Doomslayer could only watch as Dr. Samuel Hayden, the head researcher of the UAC on Mars, and the one responsible for Hell's entry to the dead planet, activate the crucible. The relic transformed into a blade, emitting an eerie red light. Until we see each other again. Those were the final words Dr. Hayden said to Doomslayer before he walked away with the crucible in hand. The Slayer was enraged to see the researcher leave with the remaining source of Argent left on Mars, further planning to produce more of it back on Earth. Doomslayer struggled against his restraints as he attempted to grab the doctor and retake the crucible. Too late. The tether system had been reactivated and flung him through dimensions, where time and space began to twist and warp as he was cast off to parts unknown. To where? It was an uncertainty, and it only made the Slayer all the more frustrated. Earth, March 10, 2010. Gotham City, 11:26 p.m. Batman stalked the rooftops as he prowled over Gotham as its protector. His ever-looming presence in the city's criminal underworld struck fear in their hearts as he relentlessly pursued them with his brand of justice. Currently, he was pursuing one such. Near Gotham City's docks, illegal activity had been brewing in disguise as mundane exports. Through wiretaps and hacked communications, the Dark Knight had discovered shipments of weapons being exported off to several criminal hotspots in Byalia. Byalia's rule was brutal in its reign, and the queen that ruled them brought ruin without impunity. And to allow these weapons at the hands of a brutal dictator would result in even more deaths. He wished he could do more for the population, but it was out of his jurisdiction. Even covert ops, destroying the supplies would minimize the destruction at least, much to his frustration. Batman made his way to the docks, using his bat hook to swing and move freely into the night. 5 minutes later, he had arrived. He could already see various shipments in transit. Smugglers were busy loading a range of high-grade armaments onto the container ship. His optics allowed him to spot several pieces of military-grade technology: missiles, chemical weapons, combat suits, venom drugs, and other armaments that would violate all Geneva conventions. These were all red flags for the Dark Knight. Batman descended from the rooftops, landing on the containers. He moved stealthily, taking out the smugglers one by one. The first was incapacitated from above and pulled into the shadows. Another was seized from behind and left unconscious in a narrow alley between containers. The noise drew the attention of a few other criminals nearby. They scoured the area, trying to locate the source of the disturbance. One ventured further in his search while his accomplice hung back. After a few moments, the searcher abandoned his effort, only to turn around and come face to face with a dark figure. He had no time to react before being swiftly knocked out. Batman collected the unconscious men and secured them inside an empty container. Stalking again, he avoided surveillance while routinely taking down anyone in his vicinity. Eventually, he managed to navigate his way to the cargo. The weapons were there, all right. Enough to arm a small force and take over several towns, thought Batman as he investigated the caches. He needed to get rid of them fast. He had brought his own explosives and was prepared to get rid of them. Crack! Batman tensed up as he heard something nearby. He moved to investigate. The noise came from a seemingly empty container. Is someone in there? He surmised, putting extra precautions to avoid alerting his presence. Deep inside, someone was flashing a light, but not directly at Batman. What did reflect, however, was a cluster of claymore beeping instantaneously. In 5 seconds. Instinctively, he grabbed whoever was holding the flashlight and got out immediately. An explosion followed, but Batman managed to escape and rescue the person, who just so happened to be his protege. What are you doing here, Robin? Batman scolded, causing Robin to cringe. You disobeyed my orders. I was just following a lead. Robin responded. Picked up some strange activity here as well. Looks like we were in the right direction. Batman simply stared down at the boy, who shivered under his signature glare in kind. The explosion alerted several nearby smugglers. Batman deployed smoke grenades, creating a diversion as the smugglers fired at empty air. From above, Batman delivered a swift kick, taking down the first two. With precise throws, he disarmed 3 more criminals with his batarangs. As gunfire erupted from another direction, Batman dodged the bullets. Robin leapt into action, knocking out 2 thugs who were preoccupied with the Dark Knight. Together, the Boy Wonder and the Dark Knight systematically disarmed the villains. Robin took particular delight in toying with the criminals. After all, they should know as Gotham was no place for their mischief. Meanwhile, Batman concentrated on intercepting the shipment, determined to prevent it from setting sail and sparing the Bialians from further harm. Robin, we need to destroy the cargo. I'll handle them. You go disable the ship, Batman ordered. On it, Batman. Robin disappeared soon after, his laugh echoing the air. Batman faced off against the smugglers. Surrounded with guns at the ready, Batman simply glared and lunged. Meanwhile, on the ship, Robin sprinted as fast as he could. A smuggler spotted Batman's protege as he opened a door, but was kicked in the chest before he could even react. Robin entered and made his way inside. Already, several of them aimed and sprayed bullets as they collided with Robin. The Boy Wonder simply jumped around with acrobatics and boots to the faces. The adrenaline rush kicked into high gear as he messed around with these amateurs. None of these guys had the chance with their sluggish movement and reaction. Kicking his way up to the ship's controls, Robin immediately punched the helmsman in the throat before sweeping him under the leg. Hostiles now, disarmed and disabled, went for the controls. He took out his batarangs and easily dismantled the controls with just one throw. Thud! Robin dropped to the floor as something hard hit him on the back of his head. He fell to the floor, vision now blurry and body weak. Before his eyes closed, someone stood over him. Looking above, Robin could see the faint outline of a black and orange mask. Well then, looks like my employers won't be so happy about this delay. But don't worry, I'm sure Batman will pay up with his life insurance. The man said before Robin before his vision faded. Back on the docks, Batman knocked out every single smuggler foolish enough to fight him head-on. All of them out cold on the ground with bruises and some broken ribs. Batman pressed his comms and called in Robin. Robin, can you read me? Is a ship disabled? He called. Static came. Robin, do you hear me? Has a ship been disabled? Over. He repeated. No answer. Sorry, Bats, but I'm afraid Boy Wonder isn't exactly on deck. Someone announced on top of one of the crates. Batman looked up and recognized the distinguishable black and orange mask of Deathstroke. Batman tensed up as he saw Robin in a chokehold under the Terminator's arm. Let him go, Deathstroke, Batman demanded. Deathstroke simply remarked, poor choice of words. The Terminator pushed the boy over the ledge, crashing onto a couple of containers. Robin, Batman called out. However, Deathstroke landed a few feet from him before Batman could help the boy. Don't worry, the kid's been through worse. But your business is with me. Deathstroke charged at the Dark Knight in a full sprint. Batman hurled batarangs, which the Terminator shot down with remarkable precision using Glock. As Deathstroke drew his sword, preparing to strike his adversary, Batman countered with his serrated gauntlets, deflecting Deathstroke's blows with ease. Yet, Deathstroke pressed on, relentlessly driving the Dark Knight back with each assault. Alternating between sword and firearm, Deathstroke sought to land a blow on Batman, who skillfully evaded and parried both bullets and blade. Their rivalry was unparalleled, except perhaps by the clown Prince of Crime. For Deathstroke, or Slade Wilson, the excitement lay in proving who was the superior fighter. Victory could only be declared in death. The frustration for him was that his foe always stopped short of full measures. In each clash, he drove Batman to the edge of fatal strike, only for it to conclude in a draw. Batman survived every battle, considering himself the winner each time. However, with each supposed triumph, Deathstroke managed to slip away. And with every getaway, it was inevitable they would confront each other once more. And this day was no different. Come on, Batman, he stated, swinging at his opponent's head before gripping in reverse. We have had this song and dance over and over. It ain't gonna end until one of us is dead. Batman simply kept silent, not giving Slade the satisfaction of an answer. The Dark Knight locked the blade as Gauntlet's blade to throw a punch with his other hand. He landed a perfect uppercut. Slade dropped both of his weapons as he was sent flying, only to roll back safely. Slade smirked under his mask in a superhero landing position. Still holding back? Disappointing. Deathstroke cracked a smile under his helm before adopting a combat stance. Batman mirrored his actions. The Dark Knight's gaze briefly shifted behind the mercenary, noting Robin's faint breaths. Refocusing on Deathstroke, Batman was ready. They were poised to engage once more. However, during the skirmish, something unusual caught the corner of both fighters' eyes. Like a lightning strike, a flash of light came followed by a blue glow. Both men shielded their eyes and looked up to witness a man materializing before them. Crouching upon landing, he rose to reveal his towering stature, an absolute colossus. Yet, that wasn't all. He donned futuristic armor, seemingly beyond Earth's advancements. The man gazed at the duo with confusion. His body language conveyed surprise at their presence rather than hostility. Scanning the masked figures, suspicion crept in, pondering their identities. The confrontation was on the brink of escalating into a three-way standoff. Batman, poised to inquire, was riddled with uncertainty. Was this stranger an ally or an enemy? Hell for the company, Doom, 2016 OSD. However, the skirmish quickly escalated when one of the smugglers seized a rifle and started shooting indiscriminately, mostly hitting the large armored man. Batman attempted to intervene, but the mysterious stranger reached the shooter first. Deathstroke was taken aback, having not seen the man move from his position. The shooter was suddenly disarmed as the Doomslayer crushed the rifle in his grip, the man's hand still attached. The smuggler's screams filled the air as his hand was twisted into unnatural positions, followed by a solid punch to the jaw that silenced him, breaking it instantly. Doomslayer then turned to the remaining two, just as Batman leaped into view. The Doomslayer evaded and caught Batman's cape, spinning him around before hurling the Dark Knight into a crate. Batman hit the wall with such force that it nearly broke his bones. Bullets bounced off his armor harmlessly behind him and turned around to see Deathstroke with a handgun aimed at him. Bulletproof. Wonderful. I wonder how you compare to Batman. Deathstroke declared a challenge aloud. In response, Doomslayer drew his heavy assault rifle, ready to unleash havoc on the mercenary. Shock registered on Deathstroke's face as the weapon materialized from thin air, prompting him to seek immediate cover. Micro-missiles showered down on Deathstroke while he dodged the explosives, taking refuge under a concrete traffic barrier. Doomslayer paused his barrage and switched to regular ammunition. Meanwhile, Deathstroke seized an Uzi, quickly checked the magazine, and found it sufficiently loaded to return fire during his retreat. As bullets ricocheted off, Doomslayer resumed the pursuit, rifle in hand. Robin rose from his feet, startled by the number of gunshots ringing his ear. Now aware and sensing the immediate danger, Robin cautiously looked and saw Batman on the ground. Immediately, he rushed forward and went to the Dark Knight's side. "Batman, are you all right?" he cried. The Caped Crusader groaned as he stood up, resting his head against the wall. "Don't worry about me, Robin. How's your head?" "Felt like I was sleeping on the wrong side of the bed," Robin humored. "But I'm all right." Loud explosions and gunshots followed, enough to wake up the city. "What the heck's going on out there?" Robin spooked. "No time. Robin, I need you to get out of here. I'm calling the Gotham PD. I need you and everyone out of here as soon as possible. This is now a threat you can't handle on your own. Do you understand?" Batman questioned the boy. Robin looked conflicted, but ultimately complied. On it, Robin immediately left and helped the smugglers get out. Batman, still semi-injured, stood up with all his willpower. He felt his shoulder dislocated but popped it back in with one push. He bit his lip hard to not scream, tasting the iron in his mouth after. Finally, back in the action, the Dark Knight chased after the two assailants. Nearby, Deathstroke ducked for cover and returned fire with an AK-74U he had picked up from the ground. Meanwhile, Doomslayer had his combat shotgun primed. He unleashed a barrage of explosive rounds at the elusive mercenary, causing explosions to erupt across the docks like peals of thunder. Alternating between seeking cover and retaliating, Deathstroke's blood surged with adrenaline in the face of his formidable opponent. This adversary was serious, discharging rounds that could be deadly even at a range, a prowess nearly matching that of Deadshot. Immersed in his thoughts, Slade relished the excitement coursing through him. It had been some time since he encountered a fighter of such caliber, with the exception of Batman. This adversary was intent on killing, which Slade found satisfying. He narrowly evaded a bullet aimed at his face while dodging other projectiles. Deathstroke charged forward, unleashing a barrage from his AK directly at his foe, as Doomslayer nonchalantly absorbed the gunfire, simultaneously discharging his shotgun from the hip. Both advanced at equal speeds, each resolved to be the last man standing in their deadly confrontation. A slug struck the mercenary squarely in the chest. Deathstroke was propelled backward, yet the Prometheum armor shielded him from a potentially lethal shot. He swiftly rose and resumed movement. Doomslayer, relentless in pursuit, tracked his quarry with ease. The Marine kept pace, effortlessly homing in on the mercenary's recent trail. Deathstroke dashed, then veered around a corner of stacked containers. Doomslayer, in hot pursuit, rounded the same corner only to discover his target had vanished. Without hesitation, he activated the map on his HUD, surveying the nearby area for any sign of Deathstroke. "You are very relentless. I'll give you that much." Deathstroke echoed. Doomslayer immediately pulled his weapon back and aimed at the sky, ready for a pounce. Deathstroke continued, "I've got to say I was just about ready to give Batman another beatdown. Kill him even, but then you showed up out of the blue. No pun intended. And for what it's worth, you made this fight very interesting." At that moment, Deathstroke reemerged, firing a shot overhead. This merely irritated the Slayer, who swiftly climbed atop the crates. Deathstroke took off, running once more, evidently fascinated by the hidden abilities of his pursuer. "Come on, show me what you got." Deathstroke taunted, vaulting over the crates with ease. Doomslayer drew the super shotgun and began firing buckshot as they pursued each other across the rooftops. Deathstroke looked back and saw Doomslayer leaping over with his boost thrusters engaged. His pursuer was now uncomfortably close. Deathstroke dodged just in time, the buckshot whizzing past him and landed on a lower crate. Doomslayer halted and hoisted the rocket launcher onto his shoulder. Equipping lock-on burst, the Marine aimed his sights on the elusive Deathstroke. Batman descended swiftly and struck the Marine from behind, causing him to drop the launcher. The discarded rocket launcher misfired, sending 3 missiles straight into the ship's cargo. The resulting impact triggered a domino effect as numerous concealed weapons within the cargo detonated, engulfing the ship in a colossal explosion. Horrified, Batman could only gaze upon the chaos he had unleashed. Deathstroke, on the other hand, watched his lucrative opportunity burn with shock and rage. The Doomslayer, undeterred, launched a punch at the Caped Crusader. Batman, caught in the fray, managed to block the blow with his gauntlets just in time. The sheer power of Doomslayer's punch sent Batman tumbling. Regaining his footing, Batman saw Doomslayer aim the shotgun at point-blank range. Closing the distance, Batman seized the barrels, trying to disarm the weapon, only to struggle against the baffled super soldier's strength. Batman's retaliatory punch barely fazed the Marine, who countered with a dismissive backhand. Batman stumbled backwards, spitting out blood as he landed. Immediately, he stood back, no worse for wear. "Who are you?" Batman demanded, but the Marine offered no reply, simply turning his back to him. Unwilling to let an unidentified figure roam free, Batman retrieved 3 explosive batarangs and hurled them at the Marine's back. Each batarang struck its target, making the Slayer stagger slightly. Infuriated by the provocation, the Doomslayer pivoted, appearing poised to retaliate against Batman. "I won't ask again. Who or why dash?" Batman's demand was cut short as he reeled from the sight of Doomslayer, barreling towards him with inhuman speed. Without hesitation, Batman took the unexpected route and charged at Doomslayer, slipping beneath his legs and dodging a powerful haymaker. However, he hadn't anticipated the Doomslayer, seizing his cape and hurling him over the cargo. Batman, acting on instinct, reached for his bat hook and fired it at the Marine. The hook and line caught the Doomslayer around the neck, pulling him along as both plummeted towards the concrete below. Thanks to the hook, Batman was able to soften his descent by hitting a lower crate before tumbling down to the concrete with the Marine. Despite the excruciating pain, Batman steeled himself as he confronted the stranger. The Doomslayer, barely affected, relentlessly pursued the Caped Crusader. Batman narrowly avoided a blow as the Doomslayer's fist smashed through a cargo container, folding the metal as if it were tinfoil. With his fist freed, the Doomslayer continued his onslaught, unleashing his full wrath upon Batman. Batman remained composed, carefully observing his opponent and anticipating his moves. The adversary was relentless, delivering powerful punches at superhuman speeds. Moreover, he exhibited remarkable proficiency in his combat skills. Clad from head to toe in sophisticated technology, Batman acknowledged he was not battling an average man. A possible metahuman, he thought. Realizing the need to end the battle quickly, Batman hurled a smoke bomb straight into the Marine's helmet. Temporarily blinded and engulfed in smoke, Doomslayer was caught off guard. Batman, utilizing the sensors in his mask, navigated through the smoke screen to position himself behind the Marine. As Batman launched an attack, Doomslayer, to the detective's surprise, caught his fist. The Marine seized Batman by the throat, drawing him in close. Batman, struggling in vain against the vice-like grip, found himself at the Slayer's mercy. Attempts to taste the Slayer failed, the electricity ineffective. With dwindling strength, Batman aimed punches at the joints, then flailed in desperation. A profound sense of fear emanated from the Slayer. Batman had encountered formidable foes before, but none like this. This terror immobilized him, as if he were gazing into the face of death itself. Through the visor, he could discern nothing but the dark, merciless eyes peering out from the abyss. In times past, Batman stood as a beacon of fear among criminals. However, this individual may as well have been the definition of primordial terror. As Batman floundered, Doomslayer observed the costumed Crusader. Undoubtedly human, albeit an exasperating one, clad in an absurd outfit. Nevertheless, his instincts assured him that Batman posed no significant threat, and his scanners detected no trace of Argent energy. With reluctance, he cast Batman aside, deeming him a minor nuisance at most. Yet, not without delivering a swift kick to his abdomen, propelling him against the cargo's edge. Doomslayer then consulted his map, intent on finding his launcher. Locate your rocket launcher. The objective was followed by a mark on his map, showing the current location of his weapon. With nothing stopping him, Doomslayer sprinted to the current location, leaving Batman to recover from his injuries. The Dark Knight coughed up, surprised to be alive. That intense struggle rattled him quite a bit. However, he had been through worse and overcame many events like this. But seeing how dire the situation was, he had no other choice but to gather reinforcements. He pressed on his intercom and calling all Justice League. I repeat, calling all Justice League to Gotham City. We have a situation. The Doomslayer quickly reached the location of his rocket launcher. He was met with an expanse filled only with construction machinery. He moved stealthily, anticipating an ambush at any moment. Hey! The shout drew the Doomslayer's attention to Deathstroke, who stood atop a cargo container, the Doomslayer's prized rocket launcher perched on his shoulder. Because of you, I now have nothing to show for when my clients find out about their cargo, so I'll take this as compensation for your mess. Deathstroke aligned his sights with Doomslayer and squeezed the trigger. A rocket soared through the air, heading directly for the unmoving Slayer. Kaboom! The Slayer quickly became shrouded in flames and smoke. Slade, with a smirk, found amusement in the fact that the stranger he deemed challenging bit the dust before. Yet, his sense of triumph was fleeting as the Slayer emerged from the smoke, entirely unharmed by the rocket's blast. Oh shit! Deathstroke exasperated, cursing himself for not foreseeing the Slayer's seeming invulnerability. And from the Marine's grasp, the chain gun emerged, its barrel splitting into three as the mobile turret activated, taking direct aim at Deathstroke. Oh sure dash! Deathstroke immediately dropped the launcher and sprinted across the cargo as the chain gun sprayed tungsten. The slugs ruptured the cargo's metal as it chased the mercenary from rooftop to rooftop. Slade ran for his life until he crashed into the concrete below. Doomslayer released his thumb off the trigger, the barrels now visibly burning under the darkness. Doomslayer set it aside and placed it back into his interdimensional pocket. The Marine quickly went for his rocket launcher, climbing over the cargo's roof before finally snagging his last weapon once more. Again, no damage to it whatsoever. Finally satisfied with all of his weapons returned, Doomslayer pursued the mercenary again. Locating Deathstroke's last landing, Doomslayer's helmet scanned for his footprints and followed a trail leading to another maze of cargo before him. Groaning, he ran to catch up to him. Robin strung up the smugglers as Gotham PD arrived. Commissioner Gordon arrived with his men, followed by a SWAT team and firefighters racing to the scene as the cargo ship's fire grew intense like a raging bonfire. News anchors flooded right after with yellow tape, stopping them from going any further. Robin had no interest in dealing with them, more concerned with Batman still on the docks. Wild gunfire and explosions were heard at Ground Zero, louder with each shot. Everyone, get back. This is not a safe zone. One police officer warned the public. An explosion happened again, being a little too close for comfort. Robin was growing more worried by the minute. His thoughts were snapped out as Commissioner Gordon approached him. Robin, where's Batman? Gotham's turning into chaos, and I receive a call from him. He better has a good explanation for this. Gordon questioned. Don't know where he is. Last I saw, he went straight into the gunfight. Robin answered. Damn it. Gordon called in on his radio. SWAT team, you're clear for action. Proceed with caution. Do not engage with Batman. Locate the source of the gunfire and take them down. Copy that, Commissioner. The other end radioed. Well, kid, looks like your hero won't be Dash. Gordon looked back to speak to Robin, only to find thin air and audible laughter emitting elsewhere. Gordon grumbled in frustration. Shit. A gust of wind gently caressed, and he looked up to find Metropolis Man of Steel making his way towards the burning ship, followed by a multitude of other heroes. The crowd got excited and tried to capture the action on camera. Gordon sighed in relief, hoping the League get things under control now. Deathstroke concealed himself behind one of the lower cargo containers, his heart pounding with adrenaline from the intense violence of this new foe. This adversary had proven to be extraordinarily unique. Any preconceived notions Slade held were discarded, witnessing the Doomslayer's invulnerability firsthand. He was in fact quite pleased. A relentless and skilled predator was hunting him, armed with an arsenal of unknown magnitude. This stranger was no Batman. He posed a threat beyond Deathstroke's usual marks. In a sense, this was favorable. Moreover, the stranger had bested the Dark Knight, indicating a formidable challenge. Quietly, he listened intently, picking up the distant sound of the man's footsteps. Drawing his sword, he readied himself to ambush from his hiding spot. Doomslayer advanced with a super shotgun ready. He followed the trail to a T-junction in the hold. As he rounded the corner, Deathstroke attacked first, but Doomslayer parried with his forearm. The Marine fired 2 rounds at the mercenary. Deathstroke's armor held firm, showing only minor scratches. Doomslayer reloaded for another shot, but Deathstroke disarmed him with a swift kick, causing a misfire. Doomslayer maintained his grip on the weapon, having learned from his encounter with Batman, and raised his free hand to block another strike. He fired again at Deathstroke's chest, but the Prometheum armor absorbed the impact. After repelling the mercenary with a kick, Deathstroke rolled to safety, now under the Marine's gunpoint, before rising once more. The Marine and mercenary circled each other, each step measured, in the spacious hold with a view of the bay nearby. I'll admit, you are full of surprises. Taking a rocket to the face like a champ is enough in my books. Deathstroke spoke in admiration. Got no guns, and I'm out of bullets. So that leaves me one thing. You wouldn't bring a gun to a melee, would you? Doomslayer kept his gun on the mercenary as Slade raised his sword against him. Tense moments passed before Doomslayer finally accepted the challenge. The Marine lowered his weapon and put it aside in his pocket. Good sport, Deathstroke said with surprising patience. Doomslayer pulled out the paintsaw. He revved it up, the chainsaw roaring to life with its teeth going at terrifying speeds. The mercenary was a little unnerved by the Marine's weapon of choice. Of course, it had to be a fucking chainsaw of all things. Slade cursed himself. Doomslayer gave a little pause and dashed toward Slade. Deathstroke managed to pull his sword up and deflected the saw. Doomslayer swung it with full force, yet directing them with planned coordination. Deathstroke parried each strike with great skill, but not underestimating the power behind the hand that wields it. He was tempted to strike back, but Doomslayer proved to be a rather impervious character. Besides his armor, he was a rather excellent duelist despite the bulky weapon in use. Combined with his strength and speed, the Marine outmaneuvered Slade at every turn. Deathstroke was on the defense for a little while until his back hit something solid. Behind him, he pressed against cargo and grabbed each end of his sword as Doomslayer swung overhead. Deathstroke's sword was the only thing keeping him from the edge of death as the chainsaw's serrated teeth ground onto the blade's edge. Slade used all of his strength to survive this fight. The Marine pressed the chainsaw down further, Deathstroke's head getting closer to becoming split-headed. A moment of intellect came to Slade and, in a hasty attempt, allowed himself to submit before swerving his head to the side. The chainsaw buried itself through the cargo's steel wall. Deathstroke moved to the side, narrowly avoiding a knee to the head, and swung his sword. Doomslayer's armor protected him, but raised his arms to block the sword swings. Sparks flew and metal rang the air. Doomslayer stopped further hits by grabbing the blade and delivering a solid punch to the mercenary. He then cast the sword aside, leaving Deathstroke with his bowstaff. Doomslayer simply cracked his knuckles and went into a boxer stance. Deathstroke extended his staff and was on the attack again. Doomslayer blocked with his fists, delivering punches as often as he could as Deathstroke hit him repeatedly in certain joints and presumed weak spots. The Marine had enough and grabbed the staff just as Deathstroke slammed it toward his face. A small twist and the staff's end suddenly opened. Instinctually, Doomslayer swerved his head to the side as the staff shot an energy blast in surprise. The Marine followed with a headbutt, disorienting the mercenary and kicking him in the chest. Doomslayer snapped the staff in half and threw them aside. Deathstroke jumped back up again, raising his fist as well. "All right, fisticuffs it is," Slade remarked. Deathstroke landed the first punch, striking the head. The helmet protected the Marine, but there was definitely force in that punch. Doomslayer was being hit with a barrage of fists thrown at him. Deathstroke could feel his knuckles hurting like hell, but he wasn't going to stop. Doomslayer grabbed him by the head and slammed it against the metal wall. Deathstroke jumped out of the way as a fist slammed into the wall where his head would have been smashed in. Doomslayer pulled out and threw a hook at the mercenary. Deathstroke backed away and launched himself a Superman punch, followed by an uppercut. He threw a roundhouse kick but was caught in midair. Doomslayer swung him around before throwing him back at the wall. Deathstroke could feel a few broken ribs and bleed internally. However, his one eye glanced at his sword close to him. Doomslayer rushed in, preparing to finish off the mercenary. Deathstroke quickly grabbed his sword and aimed it toward the Marine's throat. In a literal leap of faith, Deathstroke plunged his sword deep into the impossibly small gap in Doomslayer's exposed neck. He ducked in time as the Marine's fist passed over his head. The sword reached past the jugular and exited outside the flesh. Blood trickled and stained the blade as it exposed itself to the air. Doomslayer stopped mid-attack, tasting the blood from his mouth. Deathstroke kept his grip on the sword and stood up as he kept his eye on his opponent's movement. A sense of accomplishment, of pride, swelled up in the mercenary's grizzled face, having earned another successful kill. "You kept up the good fight, but this had to end with one of us alive," said Deathstroke in an amicable tone. He loosened his hand, allowing the body to fall. However, that wasn't the case. As soon as he did, Doomslayer grabbed the man's forearm. Deathstroke's pride shattered as he noticed the hand on him. Doomslayer leaned forward and stared into the mercenary's shocked face. He clenched his right hand into a fist and launched it. Why the dash? Bam! Deathstroke was sent flying by a haymaker thrown at him. He landed hard on the concrete ground. Doomslayer landed on one knee with his opponent down and began pulling out the sword from his wound. Deathstroke pulled himself back up sluggishly and took off his helmet. The helm was severely damaged with a fist-sized dent at the mouth. Without it, he would have had a broken jaw for quite some time. Slade spat out some blood and a couple of teeth. His healing factor would replace them eventually. As for the Slayer, pulled out slowly before the blade was finally out. He threw the sword in front of the mercenary and took off his helmet. He vomited up the excess blood from his mouth. His wound began to regenerate on its own, using whatever argent that remained inside him. As he allowed himself a breather, Doomslayer laid eyes on Deathstroke. Slade could see the clear outlines of the Marine's face. He was human, he observed. The man looked to be in his mid-30s, a few minuscule scars riddled on his face. Yet, none were as striking as the eyes. He had seen plenty of it before. The kind of thousand-yard stare only one would see in times of disaster and war. But this one was a different type of stare. This one looked like he went through hell and back. The two men slowly stood up, visibly in pain, but with enough willpower to fight again. Raising their fists together, the fighter charged at each other with brutal intent. Suddenly, something struck the ground, and an explosion of smoke interrupted them. Batman pounced and struck the Marine from behind. Doomslayer was out of breath by this, but pulled out the assault rifle. He shot wildly at the Cape Crusader, but Batman intercepted and deflected his arm. The two struggled as the Marine shot wildly with his assault rifle going off in his hand. Batman headbutted him now that his head was exposed, causing him to drop his gun. Doomslayer retaliated by headbutting him even harder. Batman was dazed as hell, leaving him vulnerable to the Marine's brutal assault. Doomslayer punched him with two powerful blows, putting him on one knee before throwing his in the face. He then grabbed the Crusader by the throat and threw him against a wall. Batman braced himself as the Marine kept slamming his head against the metal exterior. Deathstroke returned and shot the heavy assault rifle behind the Marine's back, halting his brutal beatdown on the Dark Knight. Doomslayer ducked and covered his head as the bullets bounced at his back. Batman pulled out the batarang and threw it at Deathstroke's hand, disarming him. Doomslayer turned and tackled the mercenary, but was immediately stopped by Batman, throwing a punch to the face. Deathstroke kicked Batman in the leg, forcing him to fall on his knee, followed by the Marine punching him back harder. Deathstroke rolled away safely from the Marine's fists. Doomslayer and Batman jumped back up after, and the three were now at a standstill. Eyes moved between them, tension and paranoia rising as all three planned out the next move against the other. Suddenly, something jumped behind Doomslayer, landing on his shoulders and riding him. Deathstroke was the first to make his move, going after Batman instead. The Marine used his strength to grab the fourth assailant and threw them back at the cargo. A loud thud came, and Doomslayer pulled out his shotgun and was ready to pull the trigger until he stared in shock at who it was. A kid, and in a garish costume, no less. Robin used the distraction to his advantage and threw his batarangs. Many of them simply bounced off the Marine's armor, with one grabbed in midair by the Marine. Robin didn't stop, rolling in front of him before launching a dropkick to the face. Doomslayer staggered but was still standing. The boy wonder jumped around and toyed with him, throwing as many hits as he could. Catch me if you can. Robin goaded. I float like a butterfly and sting like a BAGH. Doomslayer ended the boy's play, fighting with a grab at his fist and pulling him to the ground, pressing his head and restraining one of his arms. The Marine made an effort to not harm the boy any further, seeing no enjoyment in harming a minor. Batman took notice and took umbrage while fighting Deathstroke. Robin, Batman yelled, taking out the bathook and shooting it under Slade's feet, pulling him down quickly after. Batman ran towards Doomslayer, both furious at the Marine and fearful for his protege's life. Doomslayer looked up in time and braced for a tackle. Batman was nowhere near the Marine's strength level, simply going for what would be a shove from a bystander's perspective. The Marine simply threw him to the ground, placed his feet on top of his chest, and placed a shotgun over his head. Robin was about to save his mentor when a blur of blue flew past and crashed into the Marine. Doomslayer went soaring in the air, but managed to land perfectly on his feet, sliding across the concrete grounds and leaving a scratch trail on them. Doomslayer was now reaching his limit and was getting completely fed up with more nuisances. He stood up, but not before being slammed against the cargo wall. He glared straight into the eyes of the new opponent before. A blue-eyed Caucasian man with dark hair pressed his forearm against Doomslayer's throat and said, "This fight is over. Stand down." From the side, Robin was ecstatic to see Superman take down another supervillain, only to turn into shock as Doomslayer responded by spitting blood into the man's eyes, causing him to recoil and wipe his eyes. Now free, the Marine threw a punch straight into Superman's face, throwing him back with surprising force. Doomslayer, blinded by anger, Bull rushed towards him. Superman wiped his eyes fast enough to shoot lasers from them. Doomslayer sidestepped and launched another fist. Superman blocked the attack, the contact so strong it produced a shockwave around them, with the earth below cracking under the pressure. Superman was caught off guard once more, now forced to defend as the Marine unleashed a barrage of punches, each landing with the precision of a boxer aiming for a swift knockout. The Marine's relentless assault continued unabated, his stamina seemingly inexhaustible. A final blow shattered Superman's guard, leaving him reeling and providing the Slayer with the opening he sought. As Doomslayer aimed a right hook to end the battle, his arm was suddenly ensnared. Glancing down, he discovered a golden lasso coiled around his limb. Behind him stood a woman clad in a revealing red and blue outfit adorned with gold, a stranger to the Slayer. To Robin, she was Wonder Woman, wielding her lasso of truth. The formidable Amazon tightened her grip on Doomslayer's arm, demanding, "Submit, or face the consequences." Yet, the Marine remained undeterred by her command, or the lasso of truth. If anything, it only incited the Doomslayer further. Seizing the lasso with astonishing force, he yanked the caught-off-guard Wonder Woman toward him, causing her to collide with Superman. Robin quickly stood up from his injuries, now panicking as two of Earth's mightiest heroes were easily taken down by a crazed future soldier. Suddenly, a hand was placated on his shoulder. He looked up to find his mentor standing beside him. "Get to safety. This isn't a fight you can win," Batman ordered, walking up to the Marine for another showdown. Robin was reluctant, however, as his legs were glued to the ground, wanting to watch the fight unfold. Conveniently, both Superman and Wonder Woman recovered quickly and stood back, standing alongside their comrade. On the opposite end, Doomslayer stood alone, yet cracked his neck and spat leftover blood on the ground, readying himself for another fight. "Be careful," Batman warned his friends. "He is a possible metahuman with an unknown amount of deadly weapons at his disposal. Be advised." Understood, both heroes acknowledged. Wonder Woman leaped into action first, drawing her sword and shield. Superman took flight beside her, while Batman disappeared amidst his smoke grenades. The Doomslayer was swift to counter, adeptly blocking and dodging the attacks from the Kryptonian and the Amazon. With only his face uncovered, his armor functioned as an unyielding bastion, enabling him to concentrate on offense and predict their maneuvers. The Marine, surprising them with a rocket launcher, caught the heroes off guard. He fired at Wonder Woman from close quarters. She brought up her shield in defense, but the blast sent her reeling back, rendering her unconscious as she skidded along the ground. "Diana!" Superman cried out, soaring towards his injured comrade. Doomslayer lowered his weapon, trying to discern the whereabouts of the third adversary. Abruptly, he sensed a slight push against his back and a weight on his shoulder. Batman had stealthily approached and thrust a smoke bomb into the Marine's throat. The gas burst forth, causing the Slayer to cough violently. He quickly removed the bomb from his mouth and crushed it in his hand. Batman, slightly disheartened, yet anticipatory of such an event, watched as the Slayer once again brandished his shotgun. But before he could act, Batman vanished in a crimson streak. On high alert, Doomslayer felt a minor impact on his face, a weak slap, really, as the red blur zipped by him. "Why so green, chum?" It spoke, revealing itself as a man in a red suit with a lightning bolt on his chest. He leaned against a wall with arms crossed and sporting a cocky grin on him that really ticked off the Slayer. Doomslayer unloaded his shotgun, only to hit nothing in that same spot. "Too slow," the speedster said in Doomslayer's ear. The Marine tried a backhand only for the speedster to disappear. "Gotta keep up." The speedster ran circles around Doomslayer. Surrounded by his opponent, the Marine stayed calm, closing his eyes and breathing slowly and deeply amidst the speedster's cacophony. Batman, observing from a distance, was frustrated by Flash's antics and needed him to approach the situation with seriousness. The Marine's stillness only added to the tension, signaling a potentially dire outcome. "Flash, stop messing around. This is not an enemy to be underestimated," he said through the intercom. "Come on, Bats. This tank got nothing on me," Flash boasted, preparing to strike another time. "What's the RU dash?" Closing the gap, Flash realized too late as Doomslayer delivered a solid punch to his solar plexus, matching Superman's speed. The force of the impact was so strong that the speedster skidded across the waters of Gotham Bay. With no time to savor the moment, Doomslayer caught a red glimmer in his peripheral vision and raised his left forearm just as Superman unleashed his heat vision. Batman, observing from a distance, was astonished to see the Marine's armor withstand the Kryptonian's assault. Spotting his helmet nearby, Doomslayer advanced, using it to block Superman's relentless heat vision. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked the helmet into Superman's face, causing the latter to stagger. Doomslayer then charged, sliding to grab Superman's waist and executing a suplex that shattered the ground beneath them. Rising, he indirectly kicked him towards Robin, who evaded and took cover. Meanwhile, Deathstroke, having escaped his binds, was inadvertently subdued by Superman's collision. Doomslayer retrieved his helmet, donning it once again. A sudden splash diverted his attention. Emerging from the water, a new adversary appeared, carrying Flash on his shoulder. Doomslayer eyed the blonde, bearded figure clad in orange fish scales and black pants, trident in hand. The man gently placed his coughing companion down. Aquaman scrutinized the armored warrior, recognizing the threat he posed. In the distance, Batman watched the unfolding conflict, with Robin now safely out of harm's way, following his mentor's lead. Batman stoically looked at his protégé's state, conveniently hiding his concerns as he asked, "Are you all right?" "I am fine," Robin dismissed, nursing a pain on his shoulder. "Been through worse." "Go and seek medical attention," Batman ordered bluntly. "This is beyond your capabilities." "I'm fine," Robin insisted, only to receive a stern glare from his mentor, causing the boy Wonder to sheepishly bow his head. "Now," Batman commanded. The man planted his trident with a loud metallic noise to announce his intent. "Stop where you are," he announced. "By order of the Justice League, you will cease violence and be taken into custody. Surrender now. That's an order." Hearing that, Doomslayer scoffed and walked to where his gun was. Furrowing his brow, Aquaman held his trident in a throwing position. "I said surrender." Aquaman hurled the trident at the Slayer's back. To his astonishment and Batman's grim situation, the man spun around, seizing the trident mid-flight. Moreover, he whipped out a weapon the size of a pistol and took aim in return. Bang! Aquaman felt a sharp sting on the side of his head, clutching it as he dropped to one knee. After checking for blood and finding none, he still felt a searing pain, akin to a third-degree burn, likely to leave a permanent scar. Looking up, Aquaman saw the armored man, with his pistol now pointed downward. He observed the Slayer returning the trident to the earth before departing. The Atlantean king was left in confusion over the events. On the sidelines, Batman's observation continued, his stern gaze mixed with unexpected surprise. He hadn't anticipated the anomaly declining a battle, unlike his other three counterparts. Even after discharging his weapon, the man had only managed a grazing shot. The Dark Knight's initial assessments were becoming clouded with new information. However, his contemplation was cut short by the start of another skirmish as he detected a whistling sound go past his head. The armored man caught the arrow mid-flight, only for it to emit a series of beeps. Boom! On high alert, Batman turned to witness Star City's Green Arrow and Black Canary landing on the same cargo platform he occupied. "Sorry for the wait," Green Arrow spoke first. "Just saw Boy Wonder and told us where you were." "It seems you got trouble," Black Canary alerted. As the dust cleared, the armored man was unharmed by the explosion. The Doomslayer looked in the direction of the arrow's origins, finding the culprit and two others. "Of course he had to be one of those Stonewall types," remarked Arrow, knocking another arrow. "Wait, Arrow." Batman jumped. "There's something you should know." The warning was too late as Doomslayer pulled out the rocket launcher, quickly changing mods and squeezing the trigger. Seeing this, Aquaman rushed forth and tackled him successfully. The launcher went off, missing all three street-level heroes by a couple of feet away from them. He counted on the Atlantean to interrupt them, though, as he detonated the rocket remotely. The rocket was still off, but the force of the explosion was enough to knock them off the cargo. Batman glided safely, while Oliver shot an arrow with a rope attached at the highest vantage and held Canary tight to him, slamming against a wall before falling safely to the ground. Still rolling with Aquaman, Doomslayer kicked him off into a cargo, picking up his launcher after. Arrow looked at Canary in concern. "You okay?" "I'm fine, Ollie." Canary breaking a smile. "Just a bruising is all." Oliver smiled, but Batman soon interrupted their moment. "Both of you might want to stay sharp. This fight isn't over." Hearing this, Arrow and Canary stood behind Batman as they prepared to face the Doomslayer. The Marine had grown more and more irritable with their distractions. By then, Superman and Wonder Woman had finally recovered, followed by Aquaman. Flash was still down, still recovering from the blow to the chest. Confronted by 6 heroes, Doomslayer quickly assessed the situation. He needed to end the fight fast. He had no intent to harm the heroes, yet their interference in his quest for his final weapon left him little choice. Bracing himself, he cracked his knuckles and awaited the right moment. Superman attacked with his heat vision, distracting Doomslayer as Wonder Woman charged at him. Aquaman and Black Canary joined in to assist her, while Green Arrow and Batman readied their weapons from a distance. Anticipating Wonder Woman's attack, Doomslayer deflected her strike towards Aquaman. Taking advantage of her disrupted balance, he hurled her towards the Atlantean king. Black Canary's aerial kick was intercepted, and she was tossed into Superman's path. Batman launched an explosive batarang, and Green Arrow fired an explosive arrow. The batarangs detonated on impact with Doomslayer's armor, shrouding him in smoke. The arrow, however, did not explode on impact. Emerging from the smoke, Doomslayer wielded the plasma rifle, relentlessly firing at the street-level heroes. Just how many guns does this guy have? Green Arrow exclaimed to Batman, narrowly dodging the hot rounds. I counted 5. Batman answered in the heat of the battle. Possibly more. With the Doomslayer focused on the 2, Wonder Woman burst from the smoke and pounced with her sword in hand. She struck true, only to phase through the Marine himself. Sorcery. Wonder Woman looked dumbfounded as she doubled back and waved her hand into the hologram. The real Doomslayer instead made a run for his missing weapon. Found him. Superman alerted the rest of his team. Black Canary tapped his shoulder to get his focus. If you can do the honor, she suggested, her eyes gesturing him towards the Slayer. Don't blame me for agreeing to this, Superman quipped before reluctantly heaving her at the escaping Marine. Canary landed a drop kick in the back of the Slayer's head. The force was not enough to drop him, but he did stumble in surprise. Canary landed in a dramatic pose on the ground. The female hero unleashed her famous canary cry to stop the Slayer in his tracks. Many of the heroes just behind him moved out of the way to avoid the deadly sonic blast. Even so, this only delayed the Slayer as he pushed his way forward to the heroine. Anyone who stood in the canary cry would have had their eardrums bursting, but the Slayer's inhuman physique made him invulnerable to the blast. Oh, it hurt. Yes, but he had been through worse. Canary gradually increased her scream to slow him down, but the Marine was undeterred. Behind her, Deathstroke had recovered from being a cushion for the Kryptonian. Grabbing the heavy assault rifle, the mercenary was able to figure out the weapon systems with ease. Let's see what this baby can do. Deathstroke muttered to himself, activating the gun's micro-missiles and aiming at Canary's back. In a split second, Superman saw the Terminator's action and swooped down to shield his ally from the explosive onslaught. His landing was enough to distract her. As the chaos subsided, Doomslayer charged, with Canary narrowly evading. Doomslayer leaped onto Superman's back and lunged at the Terminator. Deathstroke, seeing this, dropped the gun and evaded Doomslayer's impactful descent. With the gun back in hand, he fired several rounds before Superman slammed him into a wall. He quickly stowed his weapon and exchanged blows. Superman's punches were formidable, but Doomslayer skillfully parried them, seizing his head after 4 solid hits to his face and chest and thrusting him into the metallic wall, which buckled under the combined force of their strength and resilience before the Slayer tossed Superman back at the others. The top cargo slid, but hadn't gone by much. Aquaman, wielding his trident, charged, but Doomslayer sidestepped, seized the pole, and delivered an elbow strike to his face. The Marine wrested the trident from the Sea King and delivered a forceful kick to his chest. He then clashed with the Amazon and her sword. The trident's reach gave Doomslayer an edge, alternating between thrusts and swings to drive her back. She matched his vigor and skill with fluid movements against his direct but potent strikes. Wonder Woman maintained her distance, analyzing her adversary's tactics. She had not encountered such a fierce foe since Ares and Cheetah. The Marine was clearly skilled, relying on brute force and swiftness. His armor compensated for any defensive shortcomings, enabling him to advance without fear of injury. What astonished her more was his inexhaustible stamina. He never showed signs of fatigue, even when battling 6 members of the League, including 3 of the strongest, all at once. The stranger's resilience was unyielding. She had glimpsed his face, confirming his humanity, at least outwardly. He was certainly not a robot. His scent during the fight and his expressions exceeded what any automaton could offer. Green Arrow and Batman provided cover fire, but Doomslayer deftly countered with a broad swing, sending them harmlessly into the sea or sky. Witnessing this, the Amazon seized her opportunity and lunged forward. Only too late did she recognize the feint, as the trident was slammed down onto the asphalt, expecting a shower of small debris. Instead, the stranger tore a large slab from the pavement itself, catching Diana off guard and prompting her to draw her sword and cleave through it. The debris split apart just as the trident's end hurtled towards her. Diana sidestepped to avoid the impact before ducking and sliding under her foe's legs. Doomslayer spun around for a close-quarters confrontation. On the sidelines, Green Arrow and Batman were still acting as support. However, the latter had analyzed and realized there wasn't much either could. Green Arrow, on the other hand, primed an explosive arrow. Seeing this, Batman reached out to him. Not yet, Batman ordered, no friendly fire. The archer silently nodded, straining to keep the arrow ready. Meanwhile, Robin, despite his mentor's warnings, disobeyed orders and watched from the sidelines. hanging on a crane with the cargo still hoisted. Fear and awe ran in the back of his mind as he watched the fight continue on. 6 of the Justice League's heaviest hitters against one guy. Back at the fight, both Slayer and Amazon traded blows, evenly matched in their respective fighting styles. Diana was more graceful and swift in her movement, dodging and parrying his blows. Doomslayer, meanwhile, was more robust but calculating in trajectory. The fact his armor compensated for his lack of defense made him quite challenging. Eventually, Doomslayer gained the upper hand and caught her blade, shattering it to pieces. Diana wasn't so vulnerable, however. When the Slayer tried to slug her, Diana crossed her gauntlets together, hoping the impact would throw him off. Instead, the combination of his strength and her gauntlets caused an explosive chain reaction. Diana fell backwards while Doomslayer skid across the ground. The surrounding area was blown back from the shockwave as well, throwing the other heroes off their feet as well. Nearby cargo tipped over from the blast. Thankfully, no one was hurt and neither did the heroes. Robin, affected by the blast, held on for dear life as the cargo shook on the crane, clinging over the edge. By inexplicable chance, Green Arrow fell backwards and lost his grip, accidentally shooting his explosive arrow indirectly at the crane's hoist. The arrow exploded upon impact, causing the cargo to fall along with Robin on it. The sidekick managed to shoot from his hook gun and grapple with what was left of the crane. The cargo below slammed into another, causing the highest one to angle dangerously. Robin's descent did not stop, however, as he slammed into the cargo's wall, though the fall wasn't too high either. Robin groaned as he hit the ground, but survived miraculously. Still, the cargo above was beginning to tip over, and Robin hadn't yet recovered. Batman, having recovered quickly, noticed his protege prone on the ground and panicked to see the cargo about to fall over. "Robin!" cried Batman. Alerted by the urgent call, Doomslayer noticed the cargo and the boy beneath it. The other heroes had recovered, but were too late to intervene. Then, an extraordinary event unfolded. Without a moment's delay, the Slayer dashed at superhuman speeds towards the Boy Wonder. Robin shut his eyes, bracing for impact. A sound like metal being crushed to pulp filled the air, yet nothing ensued. Gradually, Robin opened his eyes to find Doomslayer towering over him, using his formidable strength to hold the crate aloft. The Marine pressed against the metal crate and then hurled it aside. Robin gazed in awe at the heroic deed performed by the enigmatic figure before him. The others too saw, but were quick to aid. Superman flew beside the Slayer and helped lift the cargo. "No worries," Superman reassured, taking much of the weight off the armored man's shoulders. "I got you covered." Doomslayer didn't react violently whatsoever. Instead, nodding in understanding, standing upright once more, he raised a hand towards Robin, surprising the boy even further. The Boy Wonder hesitated before taking his hand and standing up with his help. Batman, in awe and relieved to see his protege alive, let go of any perceptions of the anomaly. He was still a dangerous element, of course, but for now, he seemed to show no signs of hostility. The other heroes gathered, which the Slayer almost reacted standoffish, but quickly calmed down once they saw they meant no harm. Suddenly, more heroes joined overheard. Green Lantern's Hal Jordan and John Stewart were the first on the scene, followed by Martian Manhunter, Captain Marvel, Red Tornado, Giovanni Zatara, and the Thanagarian heroes, Catter Hole and Shara Thal. "Got the survivors out safely. Managed to contain the fire as well," John reported. "You're a great help," Superman said gratefully. "Who's the walking tank, Bats?" Hal quipped. Batman, as usual, kept stoic. "We'll soon find out, Hal," Batman replied. Suddenly, Captain Marvel walked up to the Slayer with an almost childlike enthusiasm, much to everyone else's bewilderment. "Oh cool. Is it Master Chief?" he gushed, which raised plenty of eyebrows and caused some eye rolls as well. Suddenly, a helicopter flew over the heroes. Nearby, SWAT teams swarmed in, though calmed down once they saw the League. Commissioner Gordon was among the police unit as well. "I see you got everything under control, Bats." "As usual, Commissioner," Batman replied to Gordon. "It's League business now. You know how this goes." "Obviously," Gordon quipped. "At least save me on the paperwork. The boys will be handling everything else now." Gordon whistled his entire unit, giving them the clear to clean up. The forensics team came in, establishing yellow tapes and photographing the damages. One pair caught Doomslayer's eyes as they got near his chainsaw, stomping his way toward them while moving through the heroes. The Lanterns were quick to act, but Superman was also quick to intervene. "Hang on." Superman stepped in. "He means no harm." Seeing the Slayer march toward them, the forensics pair quickly moved away as grabbed the chainsaw and pulled it out with ease. Before the heroes could raise questions, the chainsaw suddenly vanished out of thin air. "Where does he even store it?" Oliver asked his wife, only receiving a shrug from her. "Looks to be a dimensional technology of sorts," Batman surmised, causing Green Arrow to jolt in surprise. Question is, can we trust him? Martian Manhunter asked with concern, right as Doomslayer returned. The man's stature towered many of the League, with few ever reaching his shoulders. His silent nature made him rather unnerving. Yet, Batman was the first to acknowledge and address him accordingly. I don't know your story, and neither does the League, he began, but you saved my protege, and that's more enough for me to know. Batman sidestepped and said, come with us peacefully, and maybe we can piece the puzzles of your arrival together. Finishing, Batman scrutinized the Slayer's next moves. He stood motionless, simply staring down at the Dark Knight. The others must have sensed the tension as a few were prepared to fight again. Thankfully, it didn't, and the Slayers simply walked peacefully alongside the League, who soon escorted him off the docks. Moments of small talk between the League came until news reporters flooded to them, the police being the only ones to hold them off. Cameras were now on Doomslayer as he passed by them. Batman, what can you tell us, Abu Dash? Is this a new member of the Just Dash? What was all that explosive Dash? Is he a dangerous criminal Dash? Already, the reporters flooded them with questions. Some of the JL members answered their questions, while Doomslayer remained quiet and simply kept to himself. He wasn't much interested in their prodding. Yet, he had questions of his own. How the hell was he going to get out of here? And is it possible to even return to his Earth? And how exactly would he fare in a world of superheroes and villains? So many questions, so few answers. As Doomslayer was escorted out, none had noticed the lone mercenary in the distance. Slade had managed to evade justice. Once again, tonight had not go to plan accordingly. However, with the transported goods now destroyed, this would put a setback on his employer's part, and he'll get the blame for it. Thankfully, it's never an issue when a backup plan is in hand. Literally in this case. Slade looked down at his sword, now concealed in his scabbard. Hopefully, he can scrounge something out of this disaster. Looking back up and seeing the stranger get lifted off by the lanterns, the mercenary disappeared into the shadows, making his way back to report. Until next time, Chapter 2, First Contact, Justice League Watchtower. Superman walked into the room behind the one-way mirror. Batman was there staring at the strange man, sitting arms crossed in his seat. He hadn't been the most cooperative individual ever since he had been transferred on the ship. It did not help much when Batman was the first to question him. Instantly, everyone on the other side took notice of the atmosphere getting cold as hostility grew. The other Leaguers made a unanimous decision to remove Batman from interrogation. Still, Batman had detailed the event as very unexpected. He had come out of the blue and showed instant hostility. The medical reports on one of the smugglers were rather graphic. Injuries to the jaw and hand were beyond mangled to the point he was taken to the ICU for an emergency. There were also Batman's injuries, though his were relatively minor in comparison. He was patched up, of course, but hid his emotions quite well. But the fact remained, this stranger was unknown and proved to be potentially dangerous if let loose. Anything on our new friend? Superman started. No, replied Batman. At least not a lot. He can still communicate, but only through body language and the pen and whiteboard we gave him. Straightforward, but not much to tell us. I'm not surprised. Superman grimaced. Not the first we had to deal with a difficult suspect. How are the others? Batman inquired. They're recovering, Superman reassured. Flash seems to. Who's asking the questions this time? Batman continued to stay silent, not answering the other man and causing him to frown. All right, keep your secrets then, Superman said while folding his arms, causing Batman to grunt. The Cape Crusader almost seemed annoyed as he glanced at the grinning Kryptonian. Right now, we have Canary in there trying to talk to him. Her and Captain Marvel. Batman responded, causing Superman to nod appreciatively. Right before he blinked in slight confusion, turning back to Batman with a curled lip. What's Shazam doing in there? He asked, a slight tinge of worry in his voice as he turned to look back in the room. True to the other hero's words, Black Canary seemed to be trying to communicate with a mysterious stranger, along with a fidgeting Captain Marvel sitting next to them. Batman didn't respond, instead simply staring at the undergoing interrogation silently and still like the gargoyles in Gotham. Superman felt exasperated as he sighed, turning back to gaze at what was going on. Why were you in the area? Canary asked sternly, clutching her clipboard and staring at DaneNagai with a suspicious but calm gaze. She was a staunch contrast to Captain Marvel nearby, who looked like he was torn between waiting patiently for a response and blurting out the next question, obviously impatient. The hero was practically bouncing on his seat while DaneNagai simply sat silently. He pondered on what to say and how to go about it. Doomslayer began to write down the next words on his board. Canary eyed the man cautiously, but kept her gaze focused as he scribbled down. He turned the board over. Not by choice. Thrown over to Earth. Earth? She asked, curious of what he meant. You were elsewhere? From where? Doomslayer pulled away the board and erased, scribbling again. Mars? Before Canary could ask, Shazam jumped in and asked away. Mars? You were on Mars? Were there aliens? Was the Covenant there? Are they invading Earth? What was it like fighting them? Both Canary and Slayer looked at him with wide-eyed expressions. Canary's face was clear, while Doomslayer was taken aback through body language. Behind the window, Superman placated a hand over his face in exasperation, while Batman remained stoic as usual. The Slayer went back to his board. This time, he responded with sardonic humor. Not from Halo, idiot. Shazam sat back in his seat after reading that, both embarrassed and disappointed by the answer. Canary shook her dismissively, but continued her interrogation. Apologies for my colleague. He can be rather impulsive. She started. However, that does lead to an interesting question. Why were you on Mars? Stop invasion. He wrote. An invasion? Canary asked, now invested by it. By who? All the JL members within that interrogation were now fully invested. Neither of them had heard of an invasion coming from the Martians. So to hear this suddenly had fully put them on high alert. If that indeed was the case, then the Justice League would put a stop to it. The answer he had written, however, sent an unearthly chill down their spines. In full uppercase, he had written a word in 4 simple letters. Hell. Hell. Captain Marvel blurted out in disbelief. You fought demons? Like actual demons. Black Canary shot her colleague a sharp, if half-hearted glare, one that had the embarrassed hero sit back sheepishly. When you refer to hell, do you truly mean hell? Canary asked, turning to face him with an expression of curiosity. Yes. The two stepped back for a moment in disbelief, with Captain Marvel looking pale and Black Canary confused. But wait, how? Did you fight like just demons or big demons, oh dash? Shazam. Canary sighed, causing the hero to once again sheepishly rub his head. Canary gave him a sympathetic look, but went back to the task at hand. Can you verify that you fought hell? To our knowledge, there's nothing like a demonic invasion happening at Mars at this moment. Canary asked in concern, dreading what Doomslayer would respond. It felt surreal. How could someone fight hell? And on Mars of all places as well. There was nothing like that going on currently. Behind the window, Superman and Batman glanced at each other. I have a really bad feeling about this. Clark muttered. Batman responded, we'll get around to that. As the Leaguers were reeling back, Canary's question actually brought up something. Doomslayer realized he still had a backup of Vega in his personal storage. Doomslayer took his eyes off of the two heroes and went through his belongings. Their stupor was broken as soon as he pulled out the backup drive. Is that? Asked Canary, to which Doomslayer nodded. As soon as Canary reached out for it. However, the Marine pulled it away before she could take it. This raised some confusion before Doomslayer wrote again. One condition, everyone watches. Everyone, she murmured, now even more concerned. Batman and Superman in the back were similarly worried, both of them looking agitated and worried respectively. Canary seemed to glance back at them, staring at the blank window. A beat of silence where Captain Marvel whistled awkwardly as they waited for a response. Bats? Superman asked. The caped crusader pondered silently until he spoke. Gather everyone into the main hall. Main hall. Doomslayer placed his back on the wall as he waited for every single member within the watchtower to meet in the hall. It had taken only 10 minutes before Batman reappeared. His eyes scrutinized his appearance, suspicion and skepticism crawling in the latter's head. Doomslayer silently scoffed at the detective, but said nothing of it. It's time, Batman stated. Doomslayer pulled himself up and followed the man. The main doors to the hall opened, revealing several superheroes turning as both men entered. A mix of curiosity and suspicion flooded the room. Some, like Superman and Canary, were welcoming, seeing the good aspects of the new arrival in the aftermath. Others, like Aquaman and the Lanterns, were wary of the foreign element in the League. Aquaman, especially, after he received a new scar on the side of his head courtesy of the Slayer. Batman. Wonder Woman was the first to address. Is our new friend willing to comply? The Amazonian eyed the Doomslayer with a critical look. Despite everything settled, she was unnerved by the intensity he excluded, and she could practically smell the gore and blood wafting from him. Whoever this man was, he has killed many people, or many things. It is, Batman said gruffly. This is the Doomslayer, as he calls himself. The Leaguers were all silent, an awkward moment where everyone glanced at each other. Green Arrow stifled a chuckle, but a swift glare from Batman, and the Archer was back to sitting at attention. But he wasn't the only one. Doomslayer was a peculiar name. Batman stayed silent, his face as still as stone, however, as everyone continued to murmur. The Doomslayer stood in silence, arms crossed, unaffected by the many stares directed his way. Parallels were drawn between the two quietly brooding figures, yet no one ventured to remark about it. On March 10th, at the Gotham City docks, Robin and I were in the midst of breaking up an arms deal supplying Bialia when we were intercepted by Deathstroke. Batman stated, causing everyone to quiet down and listen. Robin was incapacitated. His tone became as cold as ice, making those listening shiver slightly. Deathstroke and I fought hand-to-hand combat when we were interrupted by our anomaly, the Doomslayer. They all turned to the Marine in question, heavily armed, armored, and with no qualms of using excessive violence at all. The Justice League had already known that. And you're letting him free? Without handcuffs? Flash brought up, exasperated by Batman's decision. The others were in agreement. However, some waited for Batman's explanation. Superman came forward, calmed the crowd. We understand your concerns, Flash. The same goes for all of you, he assured. However, we have discovered recent evidence that may show a different perspective. More murmurs followed. There was doubt on everyone's minds. We have reviewed his behavior and are willing to present such evidence, he said. A sense of unease followed. Though I should warn you, it's not pretty. With Superman done, Doomslayer was cued in and presented the hard drive. The drive was nothing that Batman hadn't seen before. It certainly looked sleek, but otherwise inordinary. The Slayer went to the main computer before him. He inserted the hard drive, and the screen lit up. Shortly thereafter, the file upload commenced. Everyone leaned forward to watch a mixture of curiosity and dread coming to mind. Doomslayer simply waited for the file to load, already anticipating their reactions. The screen showed the simple bar filling up as the drive uploaded itself into the Watchtower systems. Much later, a loading symbol was on display, followed by more files being downloaded. Finally came a voice that only Doomslayer found relief in. Greetings. I am Vega, Ascension Intelligence assigned to the Union Aerospace Corporation, or the UAC, on Mars. Diagnostics indicate that I have been transferred to a different system. Although I am not yet familiar with this system and cannot assist, due to compatibility issues, it is sufficiently advanced for me to navigate through the servers with relatively minor issues. Many of the heroes were surprised by the voice, noting how user-friendly its tone was. The Marine, though, felt a wave of relief to see Vega alive and well. A beeping noise followed as Vega turned his attention to a familiar face in the room. Greetings, Doomslayer. Designation: DM1-5 on UAC records. How may I be of assistance? Doomslayer smiled under his helmet, seeing the AI fully functioning again. Batman, however, cut off and interrupted the short reunion. Vega, I require archival footage of the Mars invasion, he stated, getting straight to the point. Doomslayer tensed at Batman's tone. His fist clenched, and the atmosphere grew tense. The League had taken notice and was on high alert. Green Lanterns, John Stewart, and Hal Jordan had their rings at the ready in case a fight broke out. A hush fell as Vega recognized the Caped Crusader. Identified, Batman. Designation: 02 on Justice League archives. Permission granted. The AI soon uploaded and replayed footage of a Mars invasion. Everyone watched as soon as the videos began. It starts mundane and innocent, with no signs of any demonic presence. Many within the League were suspicious of the innocuous scene, and only then were they proven right as a few seconds pass did the carnage erupt. The calm was a deception, one that lulled them into a false sense of peace. In moments it was anything but that, as demons suddenly flooded into existence. Horrific creatures born for wickedness and malevolence. They had no love in their hearts, no empathy, no understanding for anything but bloodshed. The various demon breeds massacred the inhabitants in but mere moments. Gone were curious stares or uneasy looks of concern. Now everyone had a mirrored look of disgust and horror as they watched the slaughter. They watched as imps tore screaming scientists one limb at a time until they were disembodied torsos. Others were disemboweled by the bigger breeds of demons or incinerated by hellraisers. The soldiers guarding the facility were slaughtered, having not been trained adequately enough to deal with a situation such as this. Some, however, began to go even beyond that, twisting and molding into horrific amalgamations of metal and flesh. They became possessed, joining in on the slaughter as their weapons and armor fused with their bodies, and they became enslaved. Captain Marvel and Canary seemed sickened, while Batman's expression became even more grave. Superman stood to the side, looking on with faint unease. Behind them, the rest had varying degrees of horror. Wonder Woman had seen plenty of horrific acts committed by man in her longevity, but nothing so depraved as to what happened to these people. Hal Jordan and John Stewart had that same opinion, having served as a combat pilot and Marine respectively, and seeing the dark side of humanity. Martian Manhunter, Flash, Green Arrow, Aquaman, and many others watched it all in dread and disgust. I think I'm gonna... Shazam slurred before fainting. This drew his colleague's attention away from the video. Vega, and the video. Batman ordered. Affirmative. The AI stopped immediately while the Leaguers attended to their friend. Doomslayer simply scoffed beneath his helmet. Pussy, he thought. Batman spared a glance back at the others. Someone get a chair and grab some water, Canary called out. On it. Be in a flash, said Flash, running out and back into the hall at high speeds. The others were deeply concerned for the hero's save, for a few others watching the screen. What the hell happened? Wonder Woman asked, still reeling from horror. Identified. Wonder Woman. Designation 03. The footage you are seeing takes place in the UAC Lazarus facility. In context, a demonic invasion had occurred within the facility. All of its staff members were slaughtered within. And then on, so were the other facilities. Much of the footage was recorded prior to the containment. Hold up a moment. Flash interrupted. Demonic invasion? You're telling me demons were involved? As in demons from literal hell? Like in a holy Bible? Identified. The Flash. Designation 04. That is correct, despite disputes of its authenticity within the UAC's scientific community. Vega answered. Most of the heroes watching were in a complete uproar as the existence of hell became known. Superman, Canary, Red Tornado, and Martian Manhunter tried to calm the rest in vain. Only Batman and Doomslayer kept quiet during the commotion. The former keeping his nerves in check despite the atrocities he had just witnessed, the latter having grown accustomed to the sheer magnitude of violence, but also sympathetic to these superheroes. Batman finally decided enough was enough and cleared his voice. Everyone, stunt, down, he ordered. The rest instantly shut up and backed down. Doomslayer blinked in surprise, now knowing who had the most authority within the group. He made a mental note of that for future references. The scowling superhero quickly turned to a more calm voice. I understand that this is a lot to take in. I really do, Batman reassured. But with the evidence now shown, we may be able to use it for future encounters. And this is used to prove our current anomaly's position in all of this. If anyone would like to leave, then by all means, you have every right to do so. The entire hall was deafened with deathly silence. Not one hero argued, bickered, let alone grumbled as they listened to the grim night. Only the sound of Shazam groaning as he reawakened from his faint did the others help him up. What happened? Shazam mumbled. Captain Marvel. Batman called to him. Do you wish to remain here and watch the rest of the footage? Or would you rather leave? No one is stopping you. The rather dim hero looked up and saw his friend surrounding him. Gone was the innocence and optimism in his eyes. Now, only despair and fear replaced them. I can't stomach this, Shazam admitted. No one, not even Batman, refused his decision. Very well, Shazam. You may go, Batman calmly said. The League allowed the lightning-costumed hero to go on his own, making his way out. The doors closed as he exited, leaving the rest to now continue assessing the footage. Vega, Batman stated. Give me a full report on the casualties. Any signs of direct sabotage? Affirmative. 61,337 UAC members deceased within 24 hours. 64% of which transformed into the possessed as a result of a hell wave activated from within the facility. The rest were killed by the demons released from their holding cells by Olivia Pierce. Audible gasps and frantic whispers within the League were heard as they digested the horrific aftermath. Oh God, John murmured in horror. So many souls. Gone. Just like that. Unfortunately. Yes. Vega answered. The clinical, clear-cut mechanical voice had a tinge of genuine apology in it as he spoke. However, with the combined intervention of both Dr. Samuel Hayden, Doomslayer, and myself, we were able to properly contain the hell invasion on Mars. Okay, you're just throwing names like we're supposed to know them. Flash roared. Batman stepped in and hushed him. Flash. Stunt. Down. He stated. The red-suited hero instantly shut up and stood quiet. Batman looked up at the screen. Vega, do you have any footage on the Slayer's entrance to this event when all of this happened? Affirmative. Uploading now. Vega then switched footage into a rather dark room. The camera was of poor quality, warped in a corner and full of static. But as the video went on, the image got clearer. That's when the Leaguers got to see the Slayer before he woke up. Many of them began murmuring as the feed showed the dark, desolate chamber that was housing the naked Slayer. The man was shackled to a table, one that seemed ornate and almost sacrificial. A slab of some sort of stone in a dark, unsettling environment. He was without his armor, yet he did not look any less deadly. Despite his face being obscured at a different angle, his muscles were absolutely massive, bulging with strength and vigor, even as he was seemingly asleep. The shackles were wrapped tight and massive, but they seemed puny to the man. Only then came a sudden flash and shudder, the camera blacking out momentarily before turning on again. The Leaguers watched on anxiously and with disgust as they now saw the various possessed shambling around, moaning, twisted, wretched beings of corruption and mindless hunger. They were all drawn towards the only living, pure being left, the Doom Slayer, who was naked and shackled to the table. But to their astonishment, they watched as he woke up and without any hesitation began to growl angrily like an animal. With titanic effort, he tore his shackles free, grabbed a nearby possessed head, and crushed it against the slab he laid upon. The feed was grainy, but there was no mistaking the brutal act. Flash and Green Arrow alike had green faces and made gagging noises while the rest had expressions of utter disgust. They observed the Doom Slayer tearing off the remaining chain, leaping from the slab, and seizing an energy pistol. Each shot drilled into the possessed in the room with unerring accuracy. The entire sequence unfolded in what might have been less than 5 seconds. With the threats dealt with, they then saw the Marine inspect the pistol with an analytical eye. Besides that, he looked around and saw a panel to another room. Pressing on the screen, something happened. A hologram appeared around the slab the Marine was prior, showing UAC staff members kneeling and chanting something inaudible, with one walking in the room, circling the tomb. Doomslayer recognized her as Olivia Pierce. Though dead, he held nothing but disgust for that woman, second only to Hayden, even after putting a BFG round to the face. "We have to contain this," she said in the video, the hologram shutting before any of the Leaguers could ask. The scene was then cut to Doomslayer heading to the other room, where the JL recognized its formidable appearance. The Predator's suit. Grabbing onto it, the camera feed then went out before any of them could glimpse the suit up. Moments later, the feed returned. Doomslayer was now decked out in his armor and looked at his helm, gently swiping a thumb over on that red mark of his before putting it on. The camera now transferred itself within his helm, giving a full first-person view from his viewpoint. They see him at another panel displaying Demonic Invasion in Progress in all uppercase. That was ignored as he clicked on Status Report, only to show an error with only one satellite down at the time. It directly pinpointed him to a power node, however, citing the issue from there. A notification suddenly came up on screen, and only then was Dr. Hayden properly introduced. "Welcome. I'm Dr. Samuel Hayden. I'm the head of this facility. I think we can work together and resolve this problem in a way that benefits us both." The voice was distinctly cold and almost robotic as Hayden spoke, so it's no surprise that the panel was thrown and smashed against a wall, audibly breaking. "Not a big fan, I take it," Canary remarked, prompting Doomslayer to scribble his answer. "Asshole." The Leaguers were intrigued by that. The Doomslayer only scribbled one word, but his fury was palpable. His body hummed and shook with anger at the name. "What exactly did he do to make your day?" Flash asked the Marine, slightly nervous. A quick scribble followed. "Keep watching." As the Leaguers sat back, Batman frowned as he stared at what the Slayer had written down. This seemed to be a touchy subject for him, and the Cape Crusader was determined to figure out what it was. The man was the strangest anomaly that he has ever seen, and with all his equipment and technology, not to mention his armaments dash, he was a dangerous adversary, one that absolutely must be watched. The rest of the Leaguers continued to watch the replay, this time from the helmet feed of the Doomslayer, as Vega switched it to the Marine. Having a first-person view of all the carnage was sobering to the heroes. Wonder Woman had fought and killed before, but the other Leaguers, they were queasy. None of them looked comfortable with the amount of killing that the Doomslayer was doing when he awoke, nor how enthusiastic he was about it, as well when he started going for glory kills, slaying demons in extravagant ways. The closest person she could think of was perhaps Artemis Back in Themyscira, but even she was nowhere near the bloodthirsty Slayer's body count and hatred for these monsters. They watched Doomslayer pick up another weapon, the combat shotgun, from corpse. Any other instance would have brought disapproval over his head, but the League understood the necessity given what happened. Footage followed him rampaging his way through the facility he was currently escaping, greeted by demonic grunts known only as imps, before stopping at perhaps the most disgusting thing they saw. In the center of one big room, surrounded by possessed, was an effigy made of flesh, glowing with demonic energy. "What the hell is that?" Green Arrow asked with a mortified look, Flash even sharing that reaction after. Identified, Green Arrow. Designation, 08. That is a Gorn nest. It is a demonic beacon that transfers other demonic creatures, acting as a gateway for them. Be advised, however, to stay away from them, for it will alert other demons to it should it be endangered. As if to go the opposite direction, they then watched the Slayer pull out an organ out of that thing, much to their disgust, with exceptions present. Following this, they saw the Slayer hop around and killing the bastards like some horror film slasher. The whole thing ended rather quickly, unsurprisingly, and saw another hologram of the woman before. It almost made the Flash jump in surprise, causing a bit of snicker from the others despite the grim footage shown. He cannot be allowed to leave this place. He would ruin everything. The way Olivia said those words brought plenty of red flags from the League, but kept quiet until they understood the context more. Doomslayer headed to the elevator, pressing the touchpad to leave. This time, Hayden reappeared in the telecom. "I'm willing to take full responsibilities for the horrible events of the last 24 hours, but you must understand, our interest in their world was purely for the betterment of mankind." As Hayden continued, the League could see from the Slayer's perspective glancing at a corpse beneath the touchpad. Everyone understood the Slayer's animosity for the Doctor. Hayden continued monologuing more about his reasons, with Doomslayer cracking his knuckles with the glove still on, getting angrier with each word coming from Hayden. "Everything clearly has gotten out of hand now. Yes, but it was worth the risk. Yes, you. The touchpad was then smashed instantly by Doomslayer with such anger in that force directed into it. The League was a bit unnerved by his attitude and strength. Many of them felt like he was a moment away from going berserk, but when they turned to look at Doomslayer in question, he was deathly still. Not even a twitch of the muscle. Somehow, it was even more unnerving as they watched the contrast between the one before them and the one they were looking through the eyes of. The rest of his journey wasn't much better, being fraught with further bloodshed and mayhem. Still, as a bit of a reprieve from it all, Wonder Woman spoke up. "So, you were definitely telling the truth. Hell, the demons, and the invasion of Mars. All of it." A somber look was etched on the proud Amazonian, many of them sharing the same look as her. Doomslayer's only answer was a simple nod. "It appears to be the case." Superman spoke up, having kept to himself, as he watched the slaughter with utmost apprehension by the senseless gore displayed on the screen. "What we are seeing now proves the existence of hell and the invasion that followed, one that has yet been set in stone. But we still don't know who's who and what their MOS were." Hal voiced his opinion. "We've got names and footage, but that's about it." Vega, Batman added, "What can you tell us about the suspects we have just witnessed? Both Dr. Hayden and the woman?" Affirmative. "Uploading data now." Instantly, images flashed on the screen, providing reports and biographies of the two. Batman observed and memorized every single word that was filled in. The rest of the League, meanwhile, stared blankly as they simply saw scribbles and notes with a couple of images thrown in. What really stood out, however, was that Hayden was a 10-foot-tall cyclopean cyborg, but said nothing of it. "I have collected the data, as per request, Batman." Vega, "What can you tell us about them?" Dr. Samuel Hayden was the chairman of the UAC and head researcher of its Mars division. Prior to the invasion, he had spearheaded many of the corporation's many innovations during its colonization of Mars, the most famous of which was the discovery of Argent Energy in 2095. 2095? Argent Energy? Asked Superman, surprised by the year gap it took for Earth to colonize the Red Planet. A type of renewable energy found during the event known as the Argent Fracture, during a geological survey mission in the Prometheus Terra region of Mars, somewhere in a narrow trench. From then on, it was discovered to have valuable resources needed on Earth, primarily for medicine, fuel, technology, and other necessities after oil, nuclear, and solar energies were deemed obsolete. From then on, Dr. Hayden would create the Argent Tower, a monument that capitalized on the UAC's crowning success and primarily used to harness Argent plasma into usable energy. During this time, however, Dr. Hayden was diagnosed with stage 4 incurable brain cancer, with only 6 months to live. Fortunately, the doctor had worked around this grave health matter by investing in cybernetic transference. With what little time he had left, Dr. Hayden was able to transfer what was left of his brain, cancer-free, and into the cybernetic framework he had personally designed, becoming the first cyborg in Earth's history. The AI again showed the image of the doctor in his titanic, cybernetic form proudly stand amongst possibly high-profile scientists. Many of the heroes within were impressed by the technological feat. The Flash whistled in admiration of the doctor's bona fide cybernetic body replacement. "Wow, that is impressive," Flash complimented. "But what does this have to do with the invasion?" Correction. "It has everything to do with the Hell invasion," Vega corrected, causing much of the League to froze and anticipate a dark revelation. After the successful transplant, he would be appointed project director of the Argent facility for the next 2 decades, revolutionizing human society as it met the requirements needed to thrive during an energy crisis. During that time, however, it was discovered that the source of this energy was found in another dimension known ubiquitously as Hell. The mere mention of Hell caused an uproar within the League, even more so than before, quickly devolving into outrage and disgust. Doomslayer couldn't fault the reactions, understanding how bad of an idea the UAC decided on to begin. "You knew about the existence of Hell on Mars, and knowingly mined it for resources. What the hell?" cried Hal, infuriated by the incompetent decision. "All those people died because of your greed," roared Flash, "and you let them continue despite the dangers of it. Blasphemy." You are dabbling in powers that are beyond your abilities. Zatara yelled in anger. Some members like Superman, Canary, John, and Martian Manhunter, however, remained calm and collected made the best out of the situation. Vega, meanwhile, continued. It is understandable how upsetting this matter is. However, under strict protocols and conditions mandated by Dr. Hayden, regulations on Argent energy were kept a secret due to the necessities needed for Earth to survive. All other natural resources have been depleted and expired, leaving much of Earth's governments deprived of valuable energy. And the good doctor decided this was a good option. Wonder Woman growled in an accusative tone. Doomslayer was instinctively ready to start a throwdown with the Amazon. Even if Vega had been a part of the UAC since his creation, he was merely a program and had no say in it. And the Marine would protect him. Batman noted the hostility in the Slayer by Wonder Woman's tone, but saw that he was protecting the AI. He kept quiet and focused on what Vega had to say. Unfortunately, yes. Given the circumstances, Dr. Hayden had no other choice but to continue the production of Argent energy, even if it meant endangering his staff at the time, both during incidents and several other projects. Disapproval and disgust were written all over the league. Even Superman could not help but feel disappointed in the clairvoyance. Batman began to speak up once again. While I and many of my colleagues do not approve of the blatant disregard for human safety condoned by the UAC, there is still a matter of how this invasion had occurred. And that leads us to Person B, Olivia Pierce. Vega beeped before registering the Caped Crusaders analysis. Images of Dr. Hayden were now replaced with images of an elderly woman in critical health. Doomslayer snorted in disgust as he saw the one directly responsible for the invasion. You're correct, Batman. The one responsible for the invasion was Olivia Pierce. Dr. Pierce was the head of biochemical research at the Argent facility and was a former protege of Dr. Samuel Hayden for the Lazarus Project. Sponsoring her as received high honors in biomechanics and genetics at the top of her class at Strasbourg. A few months after arriving, Dr. Pierce was diagnosed with acute idiopathic scoliosis, but had undergone experimental cybernetic augmentation. Several months in seclusion after, she returned fully augmented with an exoskeleton grafted into her spinal column and continued her research within the UAC Mars division. However, sometime in the late years since her induction, it became clear that Dr. Pierce was growing unstable and lead to some rather horrific behaviors, such as a cult of personality, human sacrifices, and illegal experiments within the UAC staff. The AI immediately pulled up images of some horrific projects within the Lazarus facility. One instance was the Revenant Project. A video detailed a man undergoing the process, specifically having his flesh removed and organs exposed, all while screaming, presumably without anesthesia. This was enough to have most of the heroes running out of the hall, screaming and vomiting ceaselessly from watching. Few even fainted from the shocking footage. Batman, in a rare moment of shock, broke his composure and panicked. Vega, turn it off. Now, Batman yelled. The video immediately closed and the rest gathered their bearings. Many had grown sickened by the UAC's immoral and depraved projects and wished to leave. The Slayer understood how disgusted and traumatized they were from watching it. Even he can't help but pity their reactions. Yet, it was quite clear from said reactions that they were not wholly prepared for such an existential threat. Even the one called Batman broke fast watching the footage. The Dark Knight quickly regained his senses, albeit troubled from the videos. Recess, Batman said quietly. None of the heroes hesitated and quickly removed themselves from the entire hall. Only Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Doomslayer remained. This is much more dire than we thought. Dire, Wonder Woman retorted. We just saw an entire facility get massacred on tape. Thousands of lives were slaughtered senselessly by those demons. We need to take action. Diana, please. Superman stepped in. I'm just as shocked as you are. Horrified even. But if Vega's words are to go by, the crisis had been averted. For now, Batman added. Which brings us to another topic at hand. All three instinctively turned to the other person in the room. Doomslayer had stared back at them as he listened to them. His visor was shrouded in darkness, causing great disturbance and unsettling shivers on the three. I can hear you, he wrote. This greatly distressed the three as they read that scribble. Superman was the one to approach. I don't know who you exactly are, save for the videos. He started, uneased after witnessing the Slayer's brutal methods. But the Justice League and I are grateful for your actions. What he received was a shrug from the Marine. There was a sense of indifference vibing off of him, causing raised eyebrows from the rest. Not a people person, Superman said audibly. Got it. No surprises there, Wonder Woman remarked. He's a soldier. Complimenting unfazes him. I've met warriors like him who care about what happens in the moment of battle than it is in peaceful times, which still makes him a suspect. Batman grimaced, causing the other three to look back. This time, Batman braced his nerves as he faced the Slayer. There is still much to be reviewed. And until then, you are under surveillance. Both of his colleagues were mortified at the statement he had given out. Slayer, on the other hand, scribbled, "Don't care. Stay out of my way." Batman narrowed his eyes in kind. The animosity was beginning to grow between the two. Superman stepped forward, breaking tensions. "Okay, let's keep it down," Superman coolly said. "Let's just wait this out until everyone is back and ready." Mostly. Before any could respond, Doomslayer approached the main computer and tapped onto the keyboard. Vega was immediately transferred back into his hard drive. "What do you think you're doing?" Batman questioned. Another scribble came. "Vega's safe with me. Don't trust you." The three were stunned by the distrust directed at them. "Whoa, let's be friends here," Superman reassured. "No one here is harming you." Instead of another scribble, the Slayer simply pointed directly at Batman. Both of the latter's colleagues saw what he meant, but completely understand why. Batman bristled inward, but kept a stoic face. "You are withholding evidence from us." "For now," the Slayer wrote. Before Batman could respond, Superman quickly interjected. "All right, you can keep a drive. But once everyone's back, you'll have to share again." "Deal," Superman proposed. Doomslayer nodded in agreement. After which, Wonder Woman walked him to his cell, while the other two continued back and forth. "You should have taken that hard drive from him," Batman growled. Superman shook his head in disapproval. He seemed trustworthy enough. Antagonizing him would be breaking his trust. He is a violent anomaly and seems to know how to work around a computer. Superman responded, "For now, let's just take a break. As you said, recess." The Dark Knight simply glowered as his thoughts were now occupied with the potential threat walking among them. Unknown. Deathstroke was not someone to be called nervous. Calling him that would have you be buried more than 6 feet under if he catches it in the wind. He was far more removed from that kind of feeling, even when he's now under scrutiny by 7 obscured faces behind equally numbered big TV screens. "Well, Deathstroke, what do you have to say for yourself?" spoke the distorted voice of one of the 7. "What do you want me to say?" One of the deadliest men on the planet retorted snappily. Facing a hulking man armed and armored with heavy ordnance was not something foreseeable. "You are the best of the best, aren't you? This man directly impacted my shipment of arms." "This is a travesty," another voice said in anger, causing Deathstroke to sigh inwardly. Another voice, however, spoke up, cold and calculating. "Tell me, Deathstroke, who is this adversary of yours?" The man in question simply folded his arms, shrugging them slightly. "He was superhuman, armed to the teeth with numerous cutting-edge weaponry I have never seen before. His armor was nigh impregnable. My weapons barely got through to him," Deathstroke reported, though he took out a broken sword, still stained with blood. "Though I have something that might interest everyone back home," the man said sardonically. "And what is this you bring on the table?" A fourth voice entered, intrigued and slightly amused. "The blood of the man responsible for the damage in the fight. As I've said, his armor was impregnable. His flesh, however, did not reflect it, it seems. Yet he still lives." The second voice added, anger barely constrained under that feminine voice. A mirth chuckle escaped the mercenary's voice. "Even I agree with the frustration. Aim for his neck, even. And yet, not even that could put him down." An eerie silence deafened the room. Deathstroke could tell that there were questions floating around in their heads. Understandable, given the current situation. The third voice erupted. "Do we have any other information on this particular anomaly? Sources? Try the news channels." Deathstroke sardonically replied. He had half expected to be lectured, but thankfully they went through his suggestions. Instantly, the TV channels were flooded with images of the event not long ago. News reporters swarmed in on the scene in the Docking Bay area. Many waited until a figure appeared. It was not a member of the Justice League that appeared, but the man held responsible for the destruction of the cargo. His suit of armor and intimidating figure practically attracted the reporters like fish bait as they got up close and personal. Several of the Lights members dropped whatever disappointment they had for Deathstroke, as all were intrigued by this new entity. Yeah. Well, almost everyone. The sudden screaming from one of the Light caught the rest by surprise and disoriented them briefly before his channel turned static. "What was that?" one of them asked. "I believe our resident trickster has decided to take immediate leave from our current meeting. Shall we retrieve him? I think it's best we just let him leave to his own devices. Let him have a breather." The fourth answered, having an ever-so calming voice to hide that slimy personality of his to alleviate tensions. "However, it appears Deathstroke was right about his new playmate. Seems we have a wild card among us, and a face I'll remember to burn." The second snapped. "We will settle that dispute for another time." One of them replied, "L1, do you have any course of action regarding this man?" There was only a lengthy, dead silence from the third voice. For many of the Light, this seemed rather uncharacteristic of L1 to go silent, which drew a lot of suspicion on him. "L1, I ask what is the next step in countering this individual. Nothing. There was a beat of silence as everyone stopped to ponder on his vague orders. There was a range of confusion, but before they can continue, L1 elaborated. We will do strictly nothing at this point. Is that understood? The voice said, nothing will be done without my say-so. This is a delicate situation that needs to be handled with utmost expertise. There was some bickering and grumbling, but none of them seemed intent on antagonizing their fellow. Instead, they watched as his silhouette seemed to struggle with himself. Deathstroke, bring me this blade immediately. I shall consider the job partially completed, and you will get half your pay. Nothing more, nothing less. L1 stated finally, returning back to his calm manner. Deathstroke bristled at the implied insult, but did stay stoic outwardly. Instead, he sheathed his broken blade and grumbled as the rest of the light began bickering all over again. The council's arguments eventually subsided to other plans and schemes before ending without much fanfare. Besides the sudden outburst by one of the board, the meeting was anticlimactic at best for the assassin. The mercenary's burner phone went off as he exited the building. He pulled out the handheld device and read the text. A simple address and time displayed on screen. Sighing, he readied his bike and drove off. With all said and done, there was one constant thing that kept him up. A new target, heavily armed to the teeth and full of killing intent. The new player was a beast on the field, and the mercenary would need all the resources that money could buy. Deathstroke smirked to meet a new challenge, finally. Chapter 3, Final Verdict. Watchtower. The entire league had returned after a 30-minute break. Many were still reeling and distressed by the imagery gathered by Vegas files. Batman remained stoic, though disturbed like everyone else. All around him, signs of distress were hanging on people's faces. He'll have to pay the janitor cleaning up the hall outside after this. Beside him, Superman looked uneased and empathized with the others. And just behind them, Wonder Woman kept an eye on the Slayer as he leaned back against the wall, arms crossed. Vega was booted back up in the mainframe, clearly present to answer questions from the heroes. Batman cleared his throat as he made his announcement. Before we begin, I am glad many of you are holding up in spite of the gruesome evidence. If you wish to leave, then by all means. Only silence echoed after a solid minute. Doomslayer noted the conflicted emotions visible on everyone's face. He had already suspected these people weren't ready to see how terrible the Mars incident was. Eventually, many of them had determined looks on them and decided to stay. Batman nodded in understanding. Very well, he answered, turning back to the AI. Vega. Thank you, Batman. Vega began. I fully acknowledge that much of the recordings at the time are disturbing. However, what you see is entirely accurate of what had happened in the Mars facility. Then why? The speedster cried out. What was the exact purpose for all those experiments? Clearly, those bastards were doing it for kicks. There was leveled anger growing in his voice, and many others were in total agreement. Vega, as usual, tried his best to answer. At the time, the UAC had proposed several projects leaning towards warfare and combat purposes. In hindsight, however, it appears that this was a ruse to prepare an invasion. Let me guess, Dr. Hayden let it grow? Like every other decision made within the UAC. Canary sarcastically remarked, having grown disdain for the doctor. Unfortunately, that was the case. Vega answered. A collective groan was heard amongst the superheroes. However, Dr. Hayden had reservations about Olivia Pierce's malpractices and was prepared to resign her until she started the invasion. So what? She made a deal with the devil. Flash asked, to which Vega responded, to everyone's shock, correct. Seriously? Just like that? Flash noted in surprise. Doomslayer pulled out his board and scribbled. Power drives people. The Justice League had a collective facepalm as they went down the UAC rabbit hole. Okay, Superman started, absolutely repulsed by the UAC, like everyone else present. So let's review the whole thing. So, in the future, humanity is going through an energy crisis, and they resort to mining a new energy supply that is discovered on Mars. Except said energy supply also comes from a dimension that is literally hell, but continued excavations despite the risks to its staff, which lead to some parts of said staff committing heinous acts of human sacrifice and illegal experimentations, which finally resulted in a demonic invasion on Mars, leading to the death of several of the company's staff. A rather compressed version of the story, but yes. Vega agreed. As Batman was prepared to ask more, Martian Manhunter raised his hand. Identified. Martian Manhunter. Designation 08. What is your question? Please, Vega, just Martian Manhunter is enough. No need for the formalities. The Martian spoke. And my question is regarding the whereabouts of my people. Given what information was offered, there is no mere mention of Martians. And, out of concern, my people were not wiped out, were they? Having brought this up, it had now occurred to the Justice League that none of the Martians causing much fear and concern. Vega, meanwhile, briefly stopped and collected data from the Justice League archives. The AI returned with new information. After collecting data from your archives and cross-referencing your account, I can safely say that this is not the same Mars I am speaking of. Rather, a different version of it. Martian Manhunter felt relieved to know that his people were not in danger, though a little depressed to know there was a planet without Martians. This, however, led to another question brought up by Flash. Wait, you're saying this is a different Mars? As in from an alternate timeline? Correction. The proper term would be alternate dimension. Vega corrected. As I was gathering data from UAC archives, I've also collected your Earth's history and noticed peculiarities that do not match up with the version of Earth that I originated from. So, I'm not a time traveler, as in literally someone from another universe? Like Doctor Who, Green Lantern said in exasperation. This prompted another colorful response from the Slayer's scribbles. With guns, yes. More murmurs followed, astonished at the information now given. At the back of Superman's mind, he had given thought to perhaps meeting someone who was in a similar situation. Correct. It appears that the Slayer and I have jumped across dimensions and stranded in your version of Earth. Speaking of, the Robin Hood-esque hero mentioned, pointing directly at the Marine. What's this guy's story? Everyone looked at Doomslayer as he had now become the main attraction again. What do you mean? His wife asked, not understanding his question. We just saw footage of him. Well, yeah, but that's just it. Green Arrow replied. All we know is that the dude woke up buck naked from a sarcophagus, smashed a zombie's head with his bare hands like some alarm clock, and has a rather unhealthy manner of killing demons like some horror movie slasher. And we still have no idea why he was there to begin with. Green Arrow's explanation dawned upon everyone just the absurdity of Doomslayer's existence, prompting Batman to investigate further. Vega, can you pull up existing files of Doomslayer? We need all the information provided. Instead of answering the hero, Vega instead began conjuring up pictures and data regarding the Doomslayer. Doomslayer, Doom Marine, DM1-5, Scourge of Hell, Hellwalker, Unchained Predator, and numerous other epithets. Wait, Doom Marine? John puzzled. This man is a Marine? From what we uncovered, correct. Many had a rather noted look of surprise as they turned to the Marine. Dishonorably discharged. He scribbled. The League wondered what had gotten him a dishonorable discharge, but his recorded martial abilities were proof enough to dissuade any skepticism. John scratched his chin and considered perhaps speaking with him later. Having that cleared, slides began being pulled up, with images of Doomslayer facing ferocious-looking demons. As Vega sent in images and texts found from the archaeological digs, the Leaguers were shocked by how old most of them were. Batman and Wonder Woman, especially, were instantly absorbed in the details provided by the AI, curious by the plateau of information despite the limited sources the AI uploaded. These are way older than I thought. Even before our time, Wonder Woman critiqued. Batman himself was deeply invested but kept the knowledge to himself. Batman spied them instantly, while the other Leaguers only caught on after a few moments. But that's impossible. How come Doomslayer is here when all these pictures show him in the exact image of himself? Flash pointed out, raising the ire of the Leaguers as they gazed at Doomslayer more suspiciously and in confusion. The Doomslayer's origins are shrouded for a lack of better words. There is not much known about him other than the collection we have gathered. Attempts to gather from the source have been less than satisfactory. Only records that existed at the time were found in the excavations on Mars. What is consistent, however, is that the texts accurately detail the exploits of the Slayer, presumably dating back even before the first humans had existed. Perhaps older than that, even. So we got ourselves a living fossil with us? Green Arrow spoke in astonishment. Correct. The Justice League looked back at the armored man. He didn't seem at all aged and was practically in physical peak. So, he's got to be a bajillion years old beneath that helmet, right? Flash assumed. He could be immortal. Wonder Woman pointed out. No one is able to kill those demons without being in his prime. Possibly a metahuman. Batman added. His speed and strength seem enhanced. If that's the case, Superman dawned. Maybe he could show his face. Everyone looked in unison as they turned to Doomslayer. With detailed observance, Batman noted some hesitation in the Slayer's body language. Complete silence was brewing within as everyone watched uncomfortably. Superman broke the ice and spoke. Look, Slayer, you don't have to dash. He was immediately interrupted as the Slayer raised both hands and reached for his helmet. Steams and clicks followed as he took off his helm, revealing what was underneath. Laying in front of their eyes was a man in his prime. A face with sharp features and prominent chin, dark brown hair shortened to a crew cut, and olive green eyes that pierced into everyone's souls in a fixed glare. The final gaze was particularly haunting, capturing everyone's attention more than anything else in the world. It was a 1,000-yard stare that bore witness to a lifetime of conflict and carnage. To seasoned warriors like Wonder Woman and John Stewart, It confirmed their suspicions, yet they never fully grasped the intensity of his look. For pacifists like Superman and Canary, it was the sight of a man shattered and reshaped into something far more unpredictable. And for Batman, it was the look of a man who had endured loss and suffering for far too long. A man who had nothing left to lose. Okay, Flash spoke up. He is human, after all, and somehow a lot scarier without the helmet. Green Arrow added, followed by Canary elbowing him. Ow. Regardless of your opinions, it's now clear to us that he is human. Metahuman, possibly, Batman deduced. Okay, but how do we know if he really is old? Flash added. No offense, but he could be exactly the same age, just like everyone else. Wonder Woman and Martian Manhunter gave slightly offended looks back at the Flash, to which he added, present company notwithstanding. If I may, Martian Manhunter stepped in. I could go into his mind and link to see if that is the truth. Granted, if he is willing to comply. Everyone turned their eyes to Doomslayer's response. Bad idea, he wrote. The League felt a foreboding chill as he wrote that answer in vague terms. What? Afraid we might find some secrets you don't want us looking? Flash asked sarcastically. The answer he got deflated him. Afraid for you, he wrote, then pointing at the alien hero. The whole League was in total silence as they tried to grasp that knowledge. Just how bad was it that he'd be afraid to share his memories? If it's that bad, maybe we shouldn't dive into it then. Green Arrow suggested, quite worried for his friend. John, you don't have to do it. Superman added. What we have now is sufficient. I agree. Batman followed up. Some things are better off remain hidden. Though innately the Dark Knight wanted to. He needed more information out of this anomaly. However, seeing firsthand the Slayer's methods and approach to demons, he immediately thought best not to know what sort of madness was in his mind. In the end, his moral compass won out. The Martian contemplated his decision. It seemed just about everyone protested the decision. Staring back at the Slayer, he could see the man was shaking his head in protest. Yet, even with that grim scowl, his eyes spoke of someone pleading not to, that this was a burden he alone must carry. That was enough to turn against it. In that case, it is for the best. John stepped down. The others were relieved to hear it. Even Doomslayer simply gave a nod. Batman spoke to the AI once more. Vega, do you have any other information on the Slayer's exploits? Indeed, there are also audio records. Vega answered. Play the recordings, then? Batman ordered. Very well. Accessing audio recordings, said Vega. Immediately, the Justice League's ears were invaded by the sound of a demonic and malevolent voice erupting from the speakers, startling them. In the first age, in the first battle, when the shadows first lengthened, one stood. Burned by the embers of Armageddon, his soul blistered by the fires of hell and tainted beyond ascension. He chose the path of perpetual torment. In his ravenous hatred, he found no peace, and with boiling blood, he scoured the umbral plains, seeking vengeance against the dark lords who had wronged him. He wore the crown of the Night's Sentinels, and those that tasted the bite of his sword named the Doomslayer. The entire room felt cold as the League listened closely. Dread was the word to describe the effect the voice had. Several questions were on their minds, but kept quiet to listen to the recordings. The voice continued to narrate the story of the Slayer, retelling the man's legend like some apocryphal epic. It regaled angelic beings called Seraphim, and how they blessed the man with unimaginable power in his crusade against hell, and an unknown individual known only as the Wretch, who had forged the armor the Slayer was now wearing. The more it spoke, the more it became clear to everyone that this wasn't just some legend being retold to mortals. It was a warning to the demons that stood in his path. It wasn't about a man who fought alone against the legions of hell. It was a story of hell keeping him away from them. With each word, the voice detailed some ridiculous lengths no sane man could have gone. One instance came in the form of a demon called the Great One, a champion of sorts that fought the Doomslayer in an unknown battle. And with great despair, it spoke of the Slayer's victory over it. Many would have scoffed at the tales were it not for the proof they witnessed, and hearing it destroyed any doubts they had of the Slayer. Eventually, the story concluded with an entire mountain dropped on Doomslayer. Many were stunned that the demons, in their desperation, decided to just drop a mountain over the man in order to stop him was rather overkill. They dropped a freaking mountain on you? Flash floored, his colleagues in equal amounts of shock. Didn't stop me. Doomslayer scribbled. The League had to take a moment and mumbled amongst themselves, trying to piece together the Slayer's feats. End of recording. Vega announced. Vega, is there any more of Doomslayer's exploits? Batman asked. I'm afraid not. The only proof as of now is the video recordings during his mission on Mars and files documenting his unknown origins. Send the files to me. I will look into them. Batman requested. As for the videos, the Dark Knight looked to his League. Many of them dreaded the thought of watching the Slayer's onslaught, and Batman, could see they weren't as prepared. If any of you wish to leave, feel free. I will not keep you here to watch the rest of the footage, Batman suggested. Many looked to each other. Doomslayer observed, again, the conflicted thoughts on their faces but ultimately steeled themselves. If it means to understand a possible existential threat, I will watch if only to inform the Green Lantern Corps. So will I, Hal Jordan and John Stewart stated. My sisters in Themyscira must know of this threat. They must be prepared, said Diana. And Atlantis will stand on guard, added Aquaman. My people on Mars will investigate and monitor any signs of a demon incursion. John lastly said. Following this, more of the Leaguers agreed. With the League in unanimous agreement, Vega resumed. Hours later, it took some time to get used to the gore put on display. However, the League was a bit more prepared. At best, many of them cringed in distaste at the number of glory kills in such creative manners. They never thought it would be possible for a zombie to have his head stomped with his own leg attached. It was like watching from the perspective of a superpowered serial killer. The only reason they didn't prosecute the Slayer was that all of his victims were demons. And given how the latter committed full-on slaughter on the facility, there were no tears shed. Doomslayer, meanwhile, was completely unfazed by his own perspective. And while he wouldn't call himself a vain man, he did appreciate his own work. From right where the last video left off, not a single moment was spent with the Slayer rampaging his way throughout the facility. Everywhere, the Slayer's perspective was fraught with action and suspense. About everyone was on the edge of their seat watching the recordings like an action film. It was definitely not out of place in a summer blockbuster film. The Doomslayer even had the hallmarks of a stereotypical action hero. Add some one-liners, and he would be up there with Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger. Few of the heroes even got a kick into the clips, though not admitting it in morbid fascination. The only parts that weren't so horrifying were surprisingly the little figurines scattered throughout the facility and collected. This threw the Leaguers off the loop, with some like Green Arrow and Flash snickering before the Slayer's baleful gaze turned to them. As it is, they remained silent, observing the recordings. Dr. Hayden, the CEO of UAC, made his presence sporadically. Though the impression he had made upon the League was dampened by the fact that he had knowingly allowed Hell to invade Mars in order to mine Argent energy, the reasoning behind his actions spread a lot of doubt and reluctance in denying the importance of Earth's survival. Hearing the anguish the cyborg was giving just as Doomslayer smashed the Argent filters was not as satisfying as most would have expected. On the other hand, they couldn't really blame the Slayer's actions for doing so. Who was right and who was wrong, despite the apparent pointing to the Slayer's direction. In this event was a debate for another time. Still, Hayden was naturally a far better person compared to Dr. Pierce. The moment she appeared on screen, the woman was absolutely insane. Delusions of godhood and talks of sacrifice. Said sacrifice being obviously humans, while also blatantly committing human rights violations in the name of power by throwing her lot with Hell. No one in the room was sane enough to side with her. And for good reasons. For all of his faults, Hayden was at least somewhat justified and understood. Pierce was not. Yet, there was a sense that the recordings had more to offer at the moment. All that mattered was how it ended. Certain heroes, however, had a much different view of the videos. Batman watched with analytical observation, face impassive as he studied the Slayer's combat capabilities. There was no holding back in the man's punches. Brutal was a complete understatement in his fighting skills. No time was wasted in ending the demonic forces on Mars. And with each passing moment, escalated with various demonic subspecies, each worse than the last demon before it. Yet there was a layer of efficiency and practicality in his methods, even with their morbidly twisted. Had they been done on another human being, which had already happened with one Jorge Benoit sent to the ICU in critical conditions, there could be enough to push for an arrest and imprisonment with a specialized metahuman cell. However, the demons were in no way human and the man was still alive. With enough time, Benoit would be drinking from straw while also serving his sentence. Focusing again on what was happening, the footage was still rolling, flipping between Mars and Hell locations. Many of the League cast looks of dread and horror at the landscapes caught on tape. Many wondered how many worlds had been ravaged and conquered by Hell. Giovanni Zatara signed a cross on his chest and prayed for the souls that met their grisly ends. Only the Slayer's presence, despite qualms and objects, brought ease to many. Throughout, many observed the weaponry and abilities collected on the Slayer's journey. From the weapons side, they were blown away by the wide range of weapons the Slayer had at his disposal. Some are as simple as a regular double-barreled shotgun, dubbed the Super Shotgun for whatever reason, to the most devastating of weapons, Bioforce Gun. For Doomslayer, he just nicknamed it the Big Fucking Gun. Of course, nothing was as grisly as the chainsaw, seeing far more use in the footage than it should be. It probably would have made Leatherface feel proud if he were real. Really, Just about everyone in the room, barring Doomslayer and Batman, flinched and cringed as they saw the Slayer just mow demons down with an apparently illegal black market weapon. Throughout it all, however, Batman simply watched stone-faced as ever. Though he did seem intrigued with some of the technology shown and was no doubt planning on how to acquire some for research. On the abilities side, however, were some rather peculiar anomalies. Throughout, the Justice League observed the first instances of Argent spheres absorbed and utilized by the Slayer himself. The first and most devastating of his power-ups was Berserk. Literally, the orb simply just made him absolutely angry and balls-to-the-walls insane by killing demons with his bare hands. They watched him literally wipe out an entire battlefield of demons just by ripping limbs and tearing guts on the fly. One can only wonder if the Slayer really needed to use guns. The second ability, Haste, was more or less akin to that of a speedster. Doomslayer was zipping across entire rooms and just hopped on Haste, with bullets even fired at a faster than normal rate. Just blinking alone was enough to lose track of where the Slayer was. The third, Invulnerability, was a rather obvious ability that anyone could have figured out just by the namesake. All it did was make the Slayer simply invincible just for a brief period as the demons tried to claw at his armor. Not that he wasn't already, just fast and agile on the battlefield. The final one, Quad Damage, was rather unique amongst the Argent orbs. It boosted the Slayer's damage by fourfold, allowing him to annihilate his enemies in quick succession and giving him added firepower to his already deadly arsenal. Batman mentally took note of this, theorizing that the Slayer is beyond a metahuman and perhaps something else akin to something supernatural perhaps. A god isn't out of the question considering the existence of Diana as proof that magic existed, though confidential for the most part. Still, he would have to bring this up in the next assembly. As the video progressed, a few of the Leaguers got up and requested to leave temporarily for a break. There was only so much blood and gore and sheer mayhem they could handle. Some were left with queasy stomachs and green faces. Others with thoughtful faces and minds clouded with worry and fear. Some, however, stayed still and watched on. This was a threat, a massive one that could become apocalyptic. If there was a chance this reality would follow the Doomslayer, the Leaguers would need every advantage necessary to defend the world. As the few who stayed all the way, a poignant scene had come up. Before it, they had gained knowledge of an artifact known as the Crucible, a strangely demonic-looking key, presumably, that had an impact throughout the Slayer's adventure. Now, though, just right after executing the last of the Hell Guardians, the third and final having its parasite torn apart with bare hands dash, Doomslayer retrieved it, and a peculiar sight appeared on the screen. 5 ghostly apparitions appeared before the Slayer. They had worn armor unknown to any of the League, yet bore striking resemblance to that of some sort of medieval knights and crusaders. Before the Slayer was teleported, the center apparition gave a warrior salute, a sign of respect that most of the League had not expected. Who were they? Wonder Woman inquired. Night Sentinels, an ancient warrior caste of Argent, informed the AI, much to everyone's astonishment. Sentinels? Argent, these names aren't familiar to us. Superman pointed out. Data is limited, but from what we have excavated, they were an ancient race presumably before Earth's time. Indications reveal that they have fought the demons before an unknown betrayal had occurred. What is consistent is that the Doomslayer was a part of this caste, even hailed as King of the Night Sentinel. The King of the Sentinels? Superman continued to question. Wonder Woman looked intrigued as she narrowed her eyes. You're a warrior king then, Doomslayer? How did this come about? She asked the Marine. Stranded, he wrote. Started as a slave. Fought my way up. Sounds like a plot to Gladiator. Flash remarked, earning Doomslayer's baleful glare, not amused by his comment. Barry shut up quickly, but Wonder Woman took notice and immediately stepped in front of Flash. You'll have to forgive his behavior, said Wonder Woman. He does that sometimes. But back to you. It must have been brutal, though perhaps well-earned. For a time, he wrote. Became one of them later on. And what were they to you? John spoke up. There was a pause in Doomslayer's movement. Many wondered if they had pushed his buttons too hard. Silence was interrupted as Doomslayer wrote the next words down. Brothers, comrades in arms, Superman said with a smile. A friendship forged in fire, died with swords in hand. Doomslayer wrote. Superman hadn't expected a grim answer and felt sorry for putting a bit of humor in that dark episode. For a brief moment, Diana saw the loss and lamentation in the Slayer's eyes. A bond shattered by tragedy, a language even she understood. Batman continued to stew in silence, contemplating this new influx of information, especially this order. It was a powerful military order, one with potent weaponry and armor, and from a strange world known as Argent. Where is this Argent? And these Sentinels? Are they still active? Batman questioned. Far away. Only ones left serve hell now. Doomslayer wrote. That left everyone dismayed. What? What happened? Wonder Woman inquired. The following words didn't make anything better. Civil War. Slave to hell now. So that means Superman dawning on the situation. We're too late. No, Doomslayer added. Not too late. Still alive. Just hard to find. Which means our options are limited to just us. Batman spoke up. Still, some contingencies should be discussed for another time. However, I do believe there's still some footage left. Correct, Batman. Vegas said. The Leaguers were eager to get this wrapped up, most of them having returned now. Captain Marvel remained outside, the hero wiping his forehead damp with sweat. Superman ventured out and sat out there for a moment, talking softly to the other hero. The rest of the Leaguers watched the footage with rapt attention. Eventually, Superman and Captain Marvel returned to their seats as the footage was being wrapped up. The footage, of course, had a lot of demon killing. However, the setting now took place where Vega was being secured. This is my primary facility. A recorded version of Vega said, it is where I was created and where my core processing unit is maintained. It takes 2.4 terawatts of power to sustain my operational capabilities, but it has been decided that we can use that power to send you to the source of that portal. The Flash was just about ready to make an impressed comment before Vega's next words threw off everyone. I will not survive the procedure, nor am able to self-terminate. So I will walk you through the process. You what? Flash exclaimed. Most if not everyone was thrown off by this scene. Even Batman, stoic as he was, found it unexpected. Calm down, Flash. Just remember that Vega is still present with us. Superman eased. Right, Vega? Correct, Superman. Said Vega, though much of my operational faculties are limited, I am still able to perform a small range of duties and assignments throughout as of this moment. Despite the reassurance, the looks of everyone, however, were full of anxiety and anger as they looked back at Doomslayer. Deeply, though, even the Slayer himself was uncomfortable at sacrificing Vega. Thankfully, the footage still rolled to include his saving. Barring the fight with more demons, they watched the Doomslayer get to work by terminating the neural networks. After that, it was the coolant system that accelerated Vega's destabilization. The entire sequence felt like watching someone assisting another suicide. It was rather painful to witness, especially when Vega began to lose his voice after an intense demonic fight. After Hayden started explaining the final process, those final moments were spent watching Vega die for the sake of the Slayer's quest. The whole scene was reminiscent of that of a brain cancer nearing its final stages. Thankfully, at the last moment, they watched the Slayer make a backup drive before he initiated the self-destruct sequence. Even Hayden, it seems, sounded remorseful in Vega's destruction. Whether out of the fact he had lost a valuable asset or out of sincere regret, it was agreed that Vega had been a great ally throughout the footage. Even with Vega still present, that didn't stop him from ushering his final words. I have many regrets, Dr. Hayden. And with it, followed the portal and into what is presumably the final recordings of the last battle. A pause came, however, as soon as Batman raised his voice to stop. Silence was what followed, next, as the Leaguers took a moment to collect themselves and process what they had gone through. One particular hero, Red Tornado, pondered the last words of the recorded Vega. Was it possible for an artificial life form, such as Vega, to feel regret? Perhaps other emotions? If so, could an android, such as Tornado, feel emotions as well? That was something. Green Arrow commented, more to himself than anything, but everyone shared his sentiment. Indeed, this ordeal was full of bloodshed and horrific monstrosities. Wonder Woman added in, looking at the projection with vague disgust. The idea of the demons being on Earth was as horrifying as it was enraging. Immediately the room became loud with the rest of the heroes making their own comments or questions about the horrifying exposition provided to them. What are the chances these demons will follow you here, Doomslayer? Batman spoke up, his question piercing through the commentary. Many thought of that question and collectively turned to Doomslayer with increased anxiety and fear. The next words the Slayer himself wrote did not help at all. Anytime, Marvel repeated. You're telling us there's a chance that the demons might end up here anytime? When? Next year? A month? A day? Only a nonchalant shrug was given by the Slayer himself. Captain Marvel looked frustrated and was ready to burst. Enough, Cap, Batman ordered. The extent of the teleportation is unknown. As far as anyone knows, it seems the demons have not yet come. Still, we will be on alert. For now, I believe there's still some footage going. Hopefully, it's just the end of it. This is disconcerting. If these demons can truly invade at any time, I must warn my sisters of this threat. And I must warn my people. Aquaman chimed in, his face turning grim. This is crazy. Crazy. Just the other day, I was beating up crooks in silly costumes, and now, at any moment, I could be fighting literal demons from hell. Green Arrow grouched. This is just fantastic. Enough. Batman interrupted before the rest of the Leaguers could groan further. "We will prepare. That is a guarantee," the Caped Crusader said with finality. The Leaguers nodded, moving their gazes back to the videos with uneasy but steady resolve. They will not fail. They couldn't fail. The recording continued, possibly for the final time. Now, it took place somewhere in Argent Nur, or what lands that once belonged to Argent Nur from the Doomslayer's memories. And it is where the source of Hell's powers, the Well, resided. A great demonic voice boomed across the lands as Doomslayer arrived. He must not be allowed to free them. It spoke. Who was them? It spoke of was in everyone's minds now. Them? What does it mean by them? Superman inquired. The elemental wraiths. Doomslayer wrote. You'll see. The vague answer didn't leave a lot of satisfaction, but everyone just went by the Slayer's words. The Justice League observed the footage of Doomslayer's final battle with the demons as he came close to shutting down the Well. Hell, it seemed, was throwing everything they could against the human. Desperation drove them to throw their best champions and foot soldiers, as many of Earth's heroes observed, who by this point now understand the fear that inspired these creatures. Once the Slayer had cleared the entire field, he came upon these indescribable things the League was looking at. They seemed like something straight out of H.P. Lovecraft, resembling a cross between a manta ray and a bat. The imagery of how they were created had some of the semi-serious heroes shuddered, but none dared to raise a remark or comment about them. What mattered most was that the Slayer used the crucible to kill them, severing their ties to the Well and releasing their souls from torment. This happened only 3 times, each being proven difficult to carry out with the plethora of powerful demons blocking the Slayer's path in futility. As all 3 wraiths had been laid to rest, it was time that this nightmare had ended. Finishing off the 3rd wraith, the League watched as the Slayer stumbled upon more of the Night Sentinel apparitions, standing stalwart and vigilant before a visible open-mouthed entrance just behind them. It was one final hurrah and a final goodbye to the ghost the Slayer once remembered as his brothers. He made a great descent into the sanctum down below, a great, big, unholy symbol appearing just on the surface as he landed. Standing upwards, the Justice League was greeted again by Olivia Pierce. This time, though, her appearance was off. Disturbing even. Her exoskeleton was caked in blood, as were half her head and hands. Her eyes were now milky white, possibly blind. Her face, now void of ambition and cruelty, had a sense of pitiful loss and contemplation. Many, however, understood something was about to happen. They promised me so much, were the last things she uttered before some unknown power that manifested itself and struck the mad scientist with unholy power. She screamed in agony at the sudden energy before dropping to the floor, prostrating in pain until she melted into the floor. The liquid started to bubble as she disappeared, growing more and more volatile before a huge mechanical appendage exploded upwards. And then another, revealing what used to be Dr. Pierce in her unholy transformation. "Holy shit!" screamed both Flash and Green Arrow. "Oh, Father in thy heaven," muttered a horrified Zatara as he signed a cross over his chest. "By the gods," Diana followed, horror etched on her face, as well as everyone else, as they saw Olivia mutate into a giant brain with giant mechanical spider legs to support her. An unholy fusion of flesh and metal made real. Even Batman and Superman felt unease in this horrific transformation. Only Doomslayer was ever remotely emoted, save for a bemused smirk on everyone's reaction and a mix of contempt and satisfaction for the final fight against the mastermind of the Hell Invasion. What happened to her? Superman asked worriedly. In the final stages of her ascension, Dr. Olivia Pierce was granted, in simple terms, divinity by the Lords of Hell and gained the title, Urania Imperatrix. The name itself was intimidating, and Olivia's new form backed it up for certain. A battle ensued, visceral and fraught with heavy weaponry. The extent of Olivia's new form brought about deadly weaponry to match the Slayer. A plasma cannon underslung from Olivia's belly blasted away, targeting the Slayer as he moved across the blood-soaked grounds. Other times, lasers unleashed from her body, as well generating electricity, swept across the dome, searching and damaging its sole target with the intent to kill. Doomslayer, meanwhile, was throwing all he had. Every single one of his weapons had been upgraded and outfitted with several mods to even the odds of his fight. The Justice League watched on with morbid joy, rooting for the Slayer to win. As time passed on, it was clear that the transformed Doctor was taking too much damage in the fight, failing to even beat the Slayer in spite of her efforts. So much that even her legs had given up on supporting her weight, dragging her across the floor while the plasma cannon kept misfiring as Doomslayer got close and personal and delivered the punishment while she was vulnerable. Not long after, the supposedly divine being glitched out as her circuitry and controls malfunctioned upon near death. The mad goddess had been defeated, much to everyone's relief. However, rather than simply let her die in her own throes, the League watched as Doomslayer pulled out the BFG once more and stick it in her mouth. Olivia's final moments were that of silently accepting her death before her brains got blown from the back, causing everyone to cringe in disgust. No sympathy was given due to Olivia's heinous acts against humanity, though several members denied that they found grim satisfaction in the wake of her death. This was the end, it seemed. Everyone initially had taken a breather before they watched Doomslayer suddenly get pulled away and teleported into a dark room. Approaching the Slayer under the darkness was Samuel Hayden. Finally, was the truth revealed. "You've won. It's over," Hayden began. "You stopped the invasion and closed the portal. But it's come at a price. Argent, Vega, this entire operation. You see, I watch you work, come to understand your motivation. You think the only way is to kill them all, leave nothing behind, and you may be right. But we can't just shut it all down. Without Argent energy, it will be worse. I don't expect you to agree." The League, at this point, now understood the context and the Slayer's animosity to Dr. Hayden. The man was still desperate to gather Argent energy even after what had happened. Many were prepared to speak, but watched in silence as Hayden grabbed the crucible and continued his monologue. "But with this," Hayden said as he held the crucible, "we can continue our work. I'm not the villain of this story. I do what I do because there is no choice." The facility's voice command briefly interrupted Hayden, saying out loud, "Rerouting tether coordinates. Complete. Son of a bitch." Green Arrow yelled out, anger leveled by the cyborg's double cross, as did the rest in varying degrees. The more emotional of them, like Captain Marvel and Flash, were rather vocal, while the calm and collected individuals like Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman expressed disappointment. Doomslayer, however, felt only silent umbrage, watching a repeat of his own mistake. His anger was felt in the room, quieting everyone as they almost heard a thunderous roar crashing into their very minds. "Our time is up," Hayden continued. "I can't kill you, but I won't have you standing in our way." In wake of this, the League watched in shock as the crucible suddenly transformed into an energy sword. Many were thrown off and astonished to see it come to life, with Captain Marvel having a wondrous gaze. But with wonder came horror as they saw the cyborg doctor walk away with the crucible. "Until we see each other again," Hayden finished. The Mars recordings ended abruptly as the Slayer was pulled away. Instead, it switched to the events on Earth, featuring Batman and Deathstroke in the midst of a fight. Most of it involved Doomslayer and Deathstroke duking it out between gunfights and close-quarter combat, but Batman's appearance drawn everyone's attention as they found one of their most esteemed friends getting kicked to the curb in a one-sided fight. None spoke of it, and kept it for the better for Batman's sake. "So that's how you came to Earth," Superman noted to the Slayer. "You didn't come here by accident. Hayden sent you off so that you wouldn't tamper with his work, and that he would need a contingency in case of another invasion." Batman added, "Dr. Hayden, in spite of his illegal experiments and procedures, knew full well of the threat that hell imposes. And given the amount of data revolving around the Doomslayer, it's safe to say that our primary anomaly has proven to be Earth's last line of defense." "Meaning?" Wonder Woman asked. "He's a nuclear option," Batman answered. The League began to whisper among themselves, giving glances back at the Slayer. The opinions were slightly positive now, recognizing the Slayer's effort to avert an apocalyptic scenario. Some perhaps a little more enthusiastic than others. "You had a lightsaber this whole time," Captain Marvel exclaimed up close to the unfazed Slayer, much to everyone's embarrassment. The terror that gripped the captain had been replaced entirely with enthusiasm. "Like, that was the coolest thing to see. I mean, after all that blood and gore, which was gross, but that was the coolest thing, but man, IT could have been so cooler if you used it on Dash." "Okay, Kay, that's enough, Cap." Superman stepped in and dragged Marvel away by the collar, so as to not aggravate the Slayer. Batman continued on, "As I was saying, with the evidence now open on the table, it's time we begin a review. Doomslayer, you are to be escorted and sent back immediately to your cell." Doomslayer's glare was a little bit more intense, but shrugged, being equally distrustful. Doomslayer approached the computer and prepared to uninstall Vega, eliciting Batman to stop only for Wonder Woman to place a hand on his brooding friend's shoulder. "We'll earn his trust first," Diana said. Batman looked back at Doomslayer, retrieving Vega back into his suit before he was escorted Red Tornado. "Later, I favor in allowing the Doomslayer to join the Justice League." Superman spoke up. "From what was shown in the footage, the man has proven himself to be a valuable hero and friend to all of Earth. Or Earth's for what we have gathered." "I'm in favor as well, Superman," Diana agreed. "The Slayer has proven his mantle as humanity's protector. Without him, we may neither stand a chance against this grave threat nor become aware of it, perhaps spanning even before our time." I for one am open to accepting Doomslayer in our circle. Zatara followed. After completing the videos recorded on Mars, the Justice League was convinced to initiate a review of the events, though not before dismissing Doomslayer. The consensus was divided, though, with many still reeling on the gruesome. Of course, almost half of the assembly voted to accept a potential recruit in Doomslayer. Some, however, were not convinced. Guys, I agree that we are all glad that this guy saved our asses single-handedly, but aren't we jumping on the bandwagon a little too quick? Flash further pointed out. I mean, do we all forget that the dude might not be in the right mind? We just saw him beating the crap out of a 20-foot-tall demon with nothing but his own bare hands. Not to mention the number of ways he can kill a demon. That's a slasher's wet dream we just saw. Barring the language, what Flash speaks of does bring concerns to the table. Aquaman added, even if the Slayer is on humanity's side, there's a matter of his methods that should be concerning. And given what had happened at the Gotham docks, it's telling that he cares little for his surroundings. I speak from experience if this scar is to go by. He pointed at the new scar he had on the side of his head before continuing. And if this were to happen in daylight and with civilians in the area, the consequences would be grave. Silence deafened upon hearing Aquaman's judgment, citing the destruction of the cargo ship. Were it not for the League's quick-time response, a lot of lives would have been lost that night. It was only until John Stewart finally spoke up. While it is true that the damage at the docks was serious enough to go through an investigation, we should remember that we have also gone through a history of property damage ourselves. Yet, it is the very threats that have the potential to wipe out an entire populace that leave us no choice but to detain them, while also taking into account the possibilities of destruction. But you forget the most important and serious issue that needs to be brought up: his arsenal. Batman stepped in. Just from what was recorded, the Slayer carries some of the deadliest weapons in a presumably interdimensional pocket, just ready to be pulled out and used at any moment. And even then, he is capable of killing with just his powers alone. And he will not hesitate to do so, it seems. Not to mention, he is also withholding the most highly advanced artificial intelligence known to man and is actively keeping it with him in his cell currently. My say in this is to put him in a specialized cell where he wouldn't create potential hazards and endanger lives. Perhaps somewhere that's more isolated from society. Many were stunned by Batman's logical conclusion to take extreme measures. Yet, none could argue the logic of it, nor could they fault the Dark Knight's issue with the Marine. The discovered recordings of Batman facing the Slayer himself in the docks left a lot of them cringing. The Doomslayer was, in no way to defend, violent and downright ruthless to his ends. John Stewart, however, was not one to relent. I know he may seem like a gun nut, and to be frank, carrying that many weapons on him would probably put him in a court case. However, given what sort of threats he was dealing with, it's not hard to see why he has them. Still, I believe at best we should consider further talks with the Slayer. He is armed, yes, but he is a soldier. And given that he could communicate, albeit non-verbally, it's not a stretch to try to reason with him. He's got a point. Hal, another Green Lantern, spoke up. I get the paranoia of this guy going postal and all, but he's pretty much risked everything to save this version of Earth from literal hell. Of course, if it helps, we could tell him to relinquish certain weapons like the BFG whatever number it was to minimize the damage. Certain weapons? Flash asked, why not the entire armory? I'd say that, but that's probably just going to anger him further. And he's more likely to be very resistant to that notion. For now, we'll just have to have him put down certain weapons. With the others, he can simply replace the ammunition with rubber bullets and non-lethal. And to further John's notion, we can also put him on probation, observe his activities, and see if there's any change in his behavior, be it good or bad. The assembly looked to themselves, still finding a consensus, half doubted that they could let someone like the Slayer walk freely, while the others desired a way to help the man in some way. Batman, however, knew Stewart's route would be in his favor, and it was Canary who was the first to support the latter. I stand by John's approach to reason with the Slayer. Dinah said, he has so far behaved reasonably and possibly of sound mind, seeing he stood to witness to his own recordings. After all, we always take the simplest and most peaceful approach before resorting to other alternatives. Speaking of which, don't you have a cousin in a similar situation? Superman smiled knowingly at what she meant. Yes, Dinah. In fact, I was actually about to bring her up. I think the Slayer would get along with her if it goes well. Then I vote for Doomslayer's entry into the Justice League. Dinah replied, I concur. Red Tornado agreed. Logically, to deny such an individual would mean losing a valuable ally in a future invasion. His expertise in fighting demons could bring us knowledge unknown to us until now, and perhaps provide counters and defenses against dire straits. Moreover, Vega can also provide additional information and even aid us in some capacity. Following this, Superman, Wonder Woman, Zatara, and even Captain Marvel, as well as the rest of the heroes, slowly raised their hands in John's favor. Batman, dour as he was, relented if only to see such a thought worked. Very well, Batman conceded. But if it doesn't turn out good, we try my way. The Dark Knight's tone was made clear by everyone. Hopefully, the peaceful approach worked in their favor. Hopefully. Elsewhere in the Watchtower, Doomslayer sat still in the cell he was temporarily placed in, his helmet kept hidden in his interdimensional pocket. The cell itself was protected with some sort of energy shield to keep powerful fugitives from getting out, provided that they weren't the Slayer himself. If he wanted to, he would have break the shield with a few simple hits with his fist and simply walk out with zero effort. The only reason he didn't was the fact the people who ran this base were a rather compassionate group and sympathized with his crash landing. Perhaps a little too much, but that's probably because he hadn't had any human contact in a long while. Going to hell and back, literally, could do that to you. Still, kindness itself is what stopped him from escaping. That and there were no demons running around. Doomslayer raised his head as the shield deactivated. This time, it was Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, John Stewart, and Black Canary that came in. The Marine stood up, waiting attentively upon his hearing. Greetings, Slayer. Superman started, still trying to get used to a very unconventional name. After some time assessing your skills and status, the League and I have decided to welcome you to our organization, as well as helping you integrate with Earth. The Slayer quirked an eyebrow. He found that statement a little too trusting, probably a little too good to be true. But Superman's tone seemed rather sincere of the offer. Following this, it was Black Canary's turn to speak. What Superman speaks is true. The Justice League will provide you with a new life to start over. We have the resources necessary to get you a head start. And you'll also have friends to support you if you are confident to speak your mind. John Stewart added, before correcting himself. Nonverbal or otherwise. The Justice League provides heroes with the support and resources regardless of their origins. Doomslayer thought for a moment at the offer. He considered their helpfulness, and nothing sounded untrustworthy to their words. And while these three seemed genuinely encouraging to aid him, there was still one other man in the room. Batman locked eyes with the Slayer with trepid paranoia, hidden underneath a stoic portrait. That was convincing enough for the Slayer to reconsider the offer. Scribbling down, he wrote the catch. Barring Batman, the four heroes' smiles slowly started to drop as they now found themselves hitting a curb. Superman scratched his head as he conveyed the words. Well, Slayer, in order for you to integrate back on Earth, there's just some rules and protocols you need to fall dash. We're going to keep you under surveillance. Otherwise, you'll be working under Justice League jurisdiction. Batman jumped in. Superman winced in embarrassment as his closest friend decided to ruin the moment. The other three felt the same, mentally sighing in defeat. Doomslayer's response was to cross his arms dismissively. Batman's famous glare had no sway over the Marine, who had already seen a lot worse. Like a certain commanding officer from his past, Stewart was the one to break the ice and step forward. What Bats means is that we have certain lines we do not cross. After reviewing, much of the League have questioned about your methods, for lack of a better term, and we were wondering if you could take an alternative approach. Meaning? Slayer wrote, not getting the hint, but not liking where this was going. Black Canary spoke up and said that Justice League has a no-kill policy implemented throughout the organization. And since we are inducting you into the League, we thought perhaps we can talk you out of going for the more violent approaches. Or tone it down to acceptable levels, perhaps. Furrowing his brow further, Doomslayer wrote, a joke? The four heroes, excluding Batman, looked at each other with growing discomfort, now forced to acknowledge that this was going to be a very difficult process. And it was certainly not helped that their brooding friend stepped in. No, Batman said. In fact, this is serious business. And we mean it. You are a danger to everyone on Earth. You will obey and follow protocols that we give you. You step out of line, and we will force our hand. Do you understand? The other heroes grew pale upon seeing Batman, threatening a futuristic super soldier who was very capable of throwing the gauntlet. Before any of them could pull Batman outside, they heard a deep and terrible sound that made their spines chill. Why, you can talk? Superman asked, still taken by surprise. Doomslayer simply nodded in understanding. As the heroes regained their composure by their own shock, Batman was able to do so quickly and made his point across. Then clearly you seem to misinterpret my words. That was an order, not a request. Not my problem, said Doomslayer, his anger roaring silently, but felt by everyone. Both men maintained eye contact, never once flinching nor blinking as they wrestled it through intimidation. You're carrying weapons that could potentially be classified as WMD. If any are in use, you can endanger civilians in a crossfire. You're not leaving on our watch until you comply. Hand them over. Doomslayer stared defiantly and replied, Go ahead, take them from me. Neither man moved a muscle, standing as still as statues with their eyes locked in an intimidating standoff. No one blinked or diverted their gaze. The onlookers displayed concern and wariness, anticipating a conflict. Batman, while one of their strongest allies, was still only human. In contrast, the Doomslayer was a relentless demon hunter, prone to unpredictable violence. In a head-to-head battle, the odds were not in Batman's favor. Fortunately, John intervened before tensions escalated. "That's enough. Both of you." John chewed out and looked to Batman. "Bats, this is not going to work if you escalate the situation. Let me talk to him and get him to see how we do things. You get out of the room along with everyone here. Let me handle this." The Dark Knight made no response, but John knew he was listening, contemplating the Green Lantern's words. Batman spoke up after an intense minute of silence passed and said, "You have 7 minutes." Batman walked away, the hangar opening. The other heroes had concerned looks on their faces. "Are you sure you want to do this, John?" asked Dinah, with John answering, "I'll be fine. 7 minutes is all I need." Uncertain by their friend's decision, but no less trusting him to his words, Superman, Diana, and Dinah left out of respect. The door closed behind them, leaving John alone with the Slayer. The Green Lantern's ring then projected an hourglass, the sand now pouring down. "We don't have a lot of time, so let's get to the point." John started. "Let me start off by saying that I'm deeply sorry for Bat's way of interrogation. He does that with every newbie that comes to the League, willingly or not, but he has a point regarding protocols. So did the others. We don't kill, but not without reason, many of which are legitimate. The policy is there so as to avoid legal troubles with the law. And by law, I mean the government's. Down on Earth, the only threats you'll find are criminals and supervillains. No demons, obviously, but when we are handling criminals, we apprehend them and let the government decide their sentences. That's it. Drop them in the courthouse and let the rest do their work." "Bullshit." Doomslayer scoffed dismissively. "Perhaps, but it's better than playing judge, jury, and executioner." John argued, not backing down. "It's not that killing equals bad. If we go down that path, we'll just give the bureaucrats another good reason to not trust us. Believe me, this is not the first incident we went through. By taking the lawful approach, we at least maintain a good public image and have more freedom to do the good work. It may not matter to you, but for everyone else, we are walking on thin ice. One misstep, we'll be drowning in red tape, and there'll be no one left to keep the bad guys in check. At best, the governments will try to find some way to make us work for them with frugal results. At worst, superheroism is outlawed and we get disbanded." Doomslayer maintained his silent stoicism. John couldn't tell if the Slayer was impressed or still dismissive. He continued, "Look, I get it. Those monsters you've killed, I respect that. I'd do the same if it means protecting Earth. But on this Earth, we have none of that. The Justice League, many of them have never killed before, and I can't blame them for not doing it. But you and I both know how terrible the first kill can be." Doomslayer's eyebrow raised a bit with piqued interest. "Marine, yes, toured the Middle East once. Got court-martialed after a fallout with my CO at the time. Ordered to kill civilians, and I disobeyed. Thankfully, got an honorable discharge after some public support reached out." Doomslayer pounded his chest out of respect. Birds of a feather. John took a mental note of it, one worth bringing up in the near future. But let's not get sidetracked. Protocols are protocols. No killing unless we have a say in this. Which is rarely. Look, I can vouch for you if you get into some trouble. Anything but killing. Unless there is another invasion, you gotta play by the rules with very few exceptions. Are we clear?" John finished. The Green Lantern knew that the Slayer wasn't dumb. He was beyond just a killing machine in a suit of armor and muscles. It's a matter of convincing someone full of anger issues to stand down and cooperate. The hourglass by now was nearing its end. The sand was emptying and reaching the bottom. John hoped the man made the right decision, or else Bats was going to get a really good excuse to lock up someone. "Phoenix." Doomslayer finally spoke. By that point, the hourglass reached its course. John sighed in relief. "Come on," John issued. "The others are expecting results. Don't want to get them willy-nilly." Grunted Doomslayer, though John could have sworn it was a chuckle. Unknown. Deathstroke awaited at the drop site. It was a large warehouse long abandoned when the Great Recession came. Only rats and pigeons have made it their residence since. A perfect place for drop-offs and trades hidden from the authorities. The mercenary crossed his arms as he patiently waited for his employer. He could hear the footsteps reaching his spot. Not a single trace of fear was found on the mercenary's face. Deathstroke turned to the man he was to meet. Appearing from the shadows was a man of equal stature, strong and burly beneath a dark long coat, with long dark hair reaching down his shoulders. His face would be akin to a Neanderthal of the Stone Age, but Slade kept that to himself to avoid pissing off his employer. Regardless, his employer was none other than Vandal Savage, the most powerful man to exist on Earth and the de facto leader of the Light. "Deathstroke," Vandal stated. "Do you have what was requested?" Slade silently pulled out the still bloody blade from its sheath. Even with a stoic face, the man's eyes lit up with great interest, as if he had anticipated this moment beforehand. As requested, Lord Savage. Excellent, stated Vandal. Now for your payment. Suddenly, Slade's burner phone instantly beeped in the midst of the trade-off. Pulling it out, his eye blinked in surprise at the digits he was seeing. This is triple the payment I was supposed to receive today, Deathstroke pointed out. Indeed, Vandal agreed. While the incident from the docks was irreparable and costly, the blood you have gathered is extremely valuable, and to give meager payment to a man of your caliber would be an insult. You'll have to forgive my decision earlier, but the secrecy of it was out of necessity. Deathstroke scrutinized the man's motive behind a rash decision. You're hiding something, and I will keep it that way. Wouldn't you agree, Slade? Vandal coldly responded. The reply was no doubt a subtle threat. Agreed, Deathstroke said evenly. I have no intentions of prying those secrets. It's just that everything has been unraveling in rather interesting ways, especially with a new piece on the chessboard, something I can look forward to in future endeavors. Then it is settled, Vandal replied. It is fortunate you have brought this to my attention, not to mention return in one piece. But my statement is clear. There will be no engagement with this man. For now, only surveillance. Understood, Lord Savage. Deathstroke noted. As the mercenary gave away the blade, Vandal placed his hand on Slade's wrist. The man briefly glanced down before meeting the eyes of the primeval man. I should warn you, if there comes a time when you're on your last legs, make sure to keep one bullet for yourself. Vandal warned. There was almost a sense of fear coming out of the man's voice. Realizing what kind of threat this new stranger was, Deathstroke nodded and took a mental note of it. After which, the drop-off had ended, leaving both parties satisfied. To be continued. Chapter 4, Maladjusting. Washington, D.C., March 11th, 12:22 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Are you sure this is a good plan? Dinah whispered. I voted against it, John replied. Before them, a conference had assembled outside the Hall of Justice. News crews and reporters swarmed the area as the Justice League prepared to announce a new inductee. The event stirred excitement and drew major media attention to the hall. Superman addressed the crowd from the podium, flanked by the Justice League members, who stood as paragons of justice. Meanwhile, behind the two heroes, John and Dinah, Doomslayer lingered on the sidelines, eager for the charade to end. Thank you all for gathering at the Hall of Justice, Superman declared. It is with immense honor that we induct a new member into the Justice League. After extensive review and consideration, we, the Justice League, are proud to welcome the newest hero to our ranks, Doom Marine. Promptly, the Doomslayer, now referred to as the Doom Marine, advanced toward the podium. John and Dinah cleared a path for him, with John offering a reassuring pat on the shoulder. As the Doom Marine neared, the onlookers cast cautious looks and offered tentative applause, witnessing the imposing figure stride forward. This is a bad idea, whispered Oliver to his wife and John. It wasn't our decision, his wife stated, forcing a smile for the cameras as the press captured the moment. While the couple engaged in a subdued disagreement over the event, Dinah momentarily tuned out the world around her, reflecting on the past few hours. Earlier ago, outside, the four heroes waited patiently for John to return with the results, the favorable kind, they hoped. Superman and Dinah harbored some uncertainty, yet their faith in John buoyed their spirits. Batman, however, harbored no such trust. His experiences had taught him enough. Wonder Woman found herself in the middle ground. Although she had voted for John, she was neither fully trusting of his solo mission nor as skeptical as the Dark Knight. For the moment, they were all suspended in time, waiting. I hope John is doing all right, Superman hoped, because I don't see any other way except possibly detaining the Marine. John has always been an invaluable friend to us, Clark. Dinah placated a hand on his shoulder. I know he'll get through to him, but expect the worst of it, interrupted Batman. His distrust was quite apparent with everyone present. Bruce, Superman exhaled. I understand we got off on the wrong foot, but the rest of us can see a potential ally in the Doom Slayer. Batman countered. However, we had a narrow escape. It appears we've greatly underestimated the Slayer. Half of the League struggled to make him stand down, and that was him being restrained. The assessment was as uncomforting as it was accurate. The Slayer was far stronger than they had anticipated, perhaps beyond a metahuman, let alone a Kryptonian, than Batman had assessed. Dinah, however, countered the detective's analysis. While you're right in that regard, you forget one thing. He stopped when he needed to and actually showed restraint. Dinah finished. He seems quite capable of when to draw the line and is capable of understanding us. I don't need to remind you about our first encounter. Batman reminded. You're right, but you were escalating. Dinah countered. And we have had heroes with similar behavior. I am considering perhaps evaluating his psyche, going through some therapy sessions. Superman quirked an eyebrow. You want to become his therapist, Dinah? If it involves connecting with him on a deeper level to ensure he remains stable, then yes, I am more than willing to volunteer. I seriously question the effectiveness of that approach, Diana interjected. Gazing into his eyes, I've only perceived war and death. Such traits could even stir inspiration in Ares himself. Do you not approve, Diana? Asked the concerned Dinah. Wonder Woman shook her head and answered, I never said I disapprove. My only issue is that for him to make recovery would mean a lengthy amount of time, and that would go way beyond your passing. I've seen my fair share of warriors and veterans who have never truly let go of their past. The Slayer treats his own as if it were endless. Clark and Dinah's frowns deepened, prompting a clarification from Diana. It's evident that his allegiance lies staunchly with humanity. Yet, for him to recalibrate would require additional steps, one of which is maintaining a considerable distance from Batman. Batman crossed his arms disapprovingly, his stern gaze fixed on the Amazon with little effect. Dinah and Clark smirked at their friend's escalating pettiness. Their ranks swelled with the arrival of Green Arrow, Hal Jordan, Flash, and Captain Marvel. Oliver encircled Dinah's waist with his arms and planted a kiss on her cheek. So, how did it go? Oliver inquired. I'm guessing Batman won this round? Not exactly, Clark responded. John's in there with the Slayer. By himself. Wait, what? Flash interjected, his exclamation followed by astonished looks from Marvel and Oliver. You left him alone with the incredible Punisher. He insisted on reasoning with him, Diana replied. It's better than letting Batman handle it. Okay, yeah, but what about John? Oliver asked. Hal Jordan responded. Ollie, don't jump to the wrong conclusions, but I've known John long enough to be confident that he can handle situations like this. He's a Green Lantern, like me, and we're pretty cool under pressure. Plus, with John's background in the Marine Corps, he's practically an ideal source of help, Dinah added. I get that he's capable, but are we certain he can keep the Doomslayer well on a leash? Marvel questioned. Dinah, Clark, and Diana had no reassuring answer. Batman redirected the conversation and checked the time. 7 minutes are up. Heading in. Superman was on the verge of objecting when John emerged from the room with the Doomslayer following. Oliver, Flash, and Marvel stood anxiously as they watched the imposing figure loom over the heroes, while the others remained serene, anticipating outcomes. John. Superman waited. Any luck? He says he'll agree, John replied. It took a bit of convincing, but I got him to consider minimizing the damage. Everyone looked at the Slayer, who gave a non-committal shrug. It was something at least. Batman was the one to speak. Did he agree to relinquish his weapons? I haven't gotten a rude dash. Then he'll have to agree that as well. Batman interrupted John, causing Doomslayer to say, piss off. John extended his hand to halt the Slayer's advance. Superman and Diana positioned themselves before Batman as a shield, while the rest retreated. Except for Dinah. The group was taken aback by the Slayer's voice. Bats, your tough guy act isn't helping, John chided. Batman stayed mute, which did nothing to alleviate the tension. Superman intervened. Bruce, why don't you cool off? We'll take it from here. We can manage. Batman glared one last time before walking away. Marvel broke out of his shocked trance and asked, He can talk? All right, you guys weren't here. Dinah realized, yeah, he does talk. John turned to the Slayer. Say, I know Bats can be quite a hard ass and all, but he kind of does have a point about your weapons. Certain ones, at least. Think you could drop the BFG from your arsenal? No, said the Slayer, earning some uneased looks from the group. Look, we're not going to use it anyway, John contended. We just don't want the public to believe you've been carrying a WMD this entire time. Speaking of which, you might want to consider changing those bullets. They're all uranium-coated, and we definitely don't want any nuclear weapon allegations. Lead, the Marine stated bluntly, suggesting the alternative. John considered another option. There's rubber as well. Pass. The Doomslayer refused, much to John's frustration, who let out a sigh of exasperation. Dinah approached John and whispered in his ear, He's not going to budge. Hang on, John replied. Gotta word it out a little better. Doomslayer looked expectantly at John, seemingly unfazed by the subdued conversation between him and Canary. I'm gonna hate saying this, but as long as you don't kill anyone, we'll overlook it if you aim for non-vital areas. Better yet, just detain using non-lethal methods. This statement was met with stunned expressions from a few, with Marvel being the first to voice his shock. What? Marvel exclaimed, the words fueling a surge of anger in the godlike superhero. Are you serious? You're actually going to let him use live ammunition? That's madness. I'd like to see you try to talk him out of it. Boy wonder. It was hard enough getting him to see our point of view. So I'm all ears, John retorted. Marvel attempted to formulate an argument. Well, no offense to your efforts, but don't we generally condemn killing? I've already explained this to him, John said. For the record, I have killed before during my time in the Marine Corps. Hal and Wonder Woman have also killed when they serve in the Air Force and fought in World War II, respectively. Doomslayer was taken aback to learn that the latter had participated in the Second World War. He wondered if his ancestor was still alive at this time. His reflections were interrupted by another voice. They were necessary at the time. Wonder Woman agreed with John. We adhere to those rules not only for moral reasons, but also to prevent public backlash. The reality is much more complex, Captain. Captain Marvel found it difficult to accept the idea of a superhero committing murder, as it contradicted his core values. Sensing his allies' turmoil, Superman offered reassurance. Cap, don't dwell on it. The Justice League has always upheld the sanctity of life. And true to our name, we ensure that criminals face justice in court. Still unsure, Captain Marvel scratched his head. Well, that does make sense, I suppose. But is this guy reliable enough to, capture the villains? They're not exactly demons. Oliver interjected, hesitating before adding, well, most of them aren't, I hope. All eyes turned to the Slayer, who responded with another non-committal shrug, a gesture better than outright denial. And you'll refrain from using any firearms like the BFG or other heavy weaponry? Dinah pressed. Keep. Not use. Wasteful, the Slayer muttered. Everyone had a rough idea of his meaning. But you will still aid us in defending Earth when the Hell invasion comes, Slayer? Diana inquired, to which the Marine gave a firm nod. It was not as if he would have declined anyway. Good. Not that we didn't expect it, John said, clearing his throat. Now, since we've resolved most of the issues, we need to establish a new identity and residence for you. It may take a few days to sort everything out, but it shouldn't take too long. Do you have a name other than Doomslayer? The Slayer remained silent before reaching into his pocket. The group observed as he retrieved a dog tag. He tossed it to John, who caught it. The tag appeared old and worn, nearly corroded by time. Most of the inscription was scratched and illegible, except for the name etched onto it. Taggart Flynn. So, Flynn Taggart. John spoke loudly, ensuring everyone could hear. That should work. Fake. Good enough. The individual known as Slayer confessed, now going by Flynn, catching everyone slightly off guard. Fake or not, we can work with that, John agreed. Flash chimed in, wait, now that we've settled on the name, what about his superhero identity? I'm not sure Doomslayer will sit well with the public. I remember Doom Marine was mentioned by Vega. Hal Contret. That one is pretty tame compared to the others. Plus, it's marketable enough. I don't know, it doesn't roll off the tongue quite a bit. Oliver complained. Sergeant Doom sounds badass. Or how about Lieutenant Doom? No, wait, Captain Doom. Hey, whine Captain Marvel. I should be the one with Captain in the name. Plus, that's pretty stupid. Captain Doom. Inane, Flynn concurred, taking Marvel by surprise. Diana interjected. Maybe Flynn would like to weigh in? Perhaps he has a name he prefers. Everyone stared at Flynn expectantly if he had any word. Doom Guy, Flynn suggested. It raised a few eyebrows considering the simplicity of the name. Doom Guy. Superman echoed, clearly amused. Not bad. Sound quite nice, actually. But Doom Marine seems more fitting. A more mature name indeed, Diana chimed in. A name should inspire hope and remembrance, but also reflect character and moderation to be a paragon before the public. Although, Doom is somewhat ambiguous as a hopeful moniker, depending on the context. I believe we've speculated and questioned enough, Dinah interjected. Let's give our large friend a warm welcome on Earth. Flynn deserves a welcome party. Wait, Flash interjected, halting everyone in their tracks. Just one question. Can we see the figurines? A hush fell over the hall at Flash's unexpected request. Flynn regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before producing a small figure, its armor matching his own. The group was visibly impressed, finding the miniature's design endearing. Marvel, most astonished, exclaimed, Hold on, he's had a figurine all this time? Figurines, Oliver pointed out. What? Since when? He has been collecting them for a while in the recordings. You had already departed, Hal clarified. Aman, Marvel complained. We can manufacture more of these models and sell them at a profit. It might be a good beginning for Flynn once we return to Earth. Also, would you be comfortable with donating a portion of the earnings to charity? Superman proposed, to which Flynn nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the conversation shifted to basic planning and minor issues. The topic of Vega arose, with the team planning to activate and incorporate the UAC AI into the Watchtower, despite Flynn's insistence to keep the AI to himself for protection. Present. When I said a welcome party, I never meant this. Dinah thought before she was snapped out of it, as she remained present to the Slayer's, Flynn's inauguration. The crowd had quieted down as Flynn made his presence. There was a level of nervousness going through everyone's mind as Flynn spoke. Hello, he said, a simple word to start. Not impressive, but easy enough to get the press going. A reporter raised her hand, and Flynn pointed in response. Vicky Vale from the Gotham Gazette. Doom Marine, in the events of last night in Gotham, Were you responsible for the destruction of the cargo ship in Gotham's docks, in which at least 14 casualties were confirmed and all of whom are now seeking medical attention? No, Flynn answered, prompting the reporter to ask, "If not you, then who?" Flynn turned away from the audience and looked back at the League. Many looked confused before the Marine pointed at Batman without hesitation. The Dark Knight grumbled, though not so loudly to voice displeasure. Wonder Woman placated a hand over his shoulder. This seemed to stir up a bit of controversy amongst the crowd, and the reporter went further. "And how did he do that?" "He kicked me," Flynn bluntly answered. Despite the simplicity, it was a rather cryptic answer to boot, with little hint as to how that came about. In fact, it was more perplexing and seemed more like a childish response than anything. Another raised a hand, prompting Flynn to proceed. Superman, with his enhanced vision, observed that it was his colleague and significant other, Lois Lane. Her presence for a major story was anticipated, and it was not something the Man of Steel would object to. "Doom Marine, I'm Lois Lane from the Daily Planet. Forgive my ignorance, but do you consider yourself a military man? Your moniker suggests a military background, and your suit appears similar to the camouflage uniforms worn by the U.S. Armed Forces," inquired the reporter. "None taken," Flynn answered. "And yes, formerly. And the branch you're referring to is the Marine Corps, correct?" "Yes," replied Flynn. In the background, John Stewart nodded subtly, a gesture of respect and admiration. The response reignited the interest of those present. "So, this means that the Justice League is incorporating more military figures. This includes John Stewart and Hal Jordan from the Green Lantern Corps, along with Wonder Woman, who served in World War II, and Captain Atom, a Vietnam War veteran, all of whom are here today, right?" "I guess," Flynn replied, not sure what to make of that question. "I see," noted Lane. Then, shifting to an unrelated topic, why include Doom in the name? What does it signify? Doom can have different meanings for everyone, especially with its negative connotations. Superman felt a bead of sweat trickle down his face as Lois pressed on with her probing questions. Flynn, however, remained unfazed by her boldness. Like Batman, Flynn had encountered tougher adversaries before. Lane was no exception. "Classified," Flynn responded succinctly. Lane accepted this with grace. Instinctively, she understood the Marine would be as unyielding as his armor, a tough nut to crack. No further questions, Lane concluded, allowing the other reporters to seize their opportunities. In the back, Dinah and John exhaled in relief. "So far, so good," John remarked. "He needs to work on his vocabulary, but that's fixable." "Let's just hope it stays smooth for a bit longer," Dinah added. Oliver tempered their optimism, cautioning, "Wait for it." The next individual to step forward carried an air of unpleasantness. Some of the heroes groaned as the man made a spectacle of himself. Even at this initial encounter, Flynn felt a wave of revulsion upon gazing at the plain-looking, bald man with a crooked nose. "Bart Annis from the Super Zeros show," the reporter stated, speaking with a vaguely Irish accent. "Just gotta ask, when are Microsoft and Bungie gonna start suing you?" "What?" Flynn replied, his voice tinged with disdain. There was an almost smarmy grin on this ball sack of garbage as Flynn observed. "I asked, when will Microsoft and Bungie sue you for copying their costume? While this tribute to Halo might appear cool, don't you think you're going too far with the gimmick?" The heroes exchanged numerous anxious looks. To their astonishment, Flynn maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "When they have proof." "All right," said Bart, a look of near disappointment on his face. "Next question, related to Lois Lane's earlier one. How do we even know you were in the Army? Is there any proof or records of your service? Or is this a case of stolen valor?" This query piqued the interest of every reporter nearby and visibly displeased the League, particularly those who had served in the armed forces. "Sir, please avoid unnecessary vitriol," Clark would have interjected had Doomslayer not raised his hand. "Speak with John," Flynn interjected, bringing relief and surprise to everyone. Stewart, notably, nodded in approval of Flynn's trust in him. Yet, it wasn't enough to deter the persistent reporter. Instead of adopting a more nuanced approach, Bart went for the jugular. "So, you're just going to keep deflecting questions and rely on others? What's with all the secrecy?" Every superhero was filled with indignation and disappointment. This wasn't the first instance of them facing slander and libel for their methods of combating crime, with Bart being just one among numerous critics, whether professional or otherwise. Critics like Bart tended to be unrestrained and blunt in their journalistic approach. However, as though reaching a tipping point, it appeared that the Doomslayer had yet another ace up his sleeve. "Perhaps I can speak up for the Doom Marine instead." "Who said that?" Bart asked, perplexed. Similarly, everyone was taken aback by the sudden emergence of a foreign voice. Doomslayer's smirk was hidden behind his visor as Vega responded. The League members were all caught off guard, not expecting the AI to be activated so abruptly. Green Arrow was the first to express their confusion. What? How'd he get back on? Dinah and Stewart exchanged glances before shrugging, evidently as bewildered as he and the rest of the League were. Greetings. I am Vega, sentient intelligence and personal companion to the Doom Marine. Apologies for the interruption, but I had just rerouted myself into the Doom Marine's Predator suit. Due to occurrences from a previous mission, I am limited to simply speaking through the sound systems. As for your question, Mr. Annis, I am afraid Doom Marine has issues with verbal communication. I, on the other hand, will more than take on your questions. Okay, Bart said, stumped by Vega's presence. Then tell me, what were you doing in Gotham City's docks? Stealing Batman's turf? Not quite. Our arrival to your Earth was completely accidental. My Earth? What do you mean my Earth? Are you saying you're both from a different universe? Correct, Mr. Annis. Though the Marine has been through more dimensions than I have. Vega's response sparked a huge surge of interest in the Doomslayer's history. Some people raised their microphones to ask for clear answers, while others feverishly took notes on the unfolding developments. Superman stepped forward and said, "Please, one question at a time. I'm certain there are enough answers for everyone, but let's proceed orderly." "Thank you, Superman," said Vega once the crowd calmed down. "As I mentioned, I cannot divulge the precise details of the Doom Marine's mission. Nevertheless, I can confirm that it was successfully contained, though it resulted in us being marooned in your world." "And what exactly did this mission entail?" Bart inquired, his voice still tinged with a perpetual cynicism. Vega proceeded to respond. "An invasion by transdimensional aliens spreading across numerous worlds, both familiar and mysterious. The onslaught was ultimately thwarted by the valiant efforts of the Doom Marine. The duration of this reprieve remains a matter of speculation." "So Half-Life, huh?" Bart chuckled, feigning the air of a shrewd intellectual. "Very original. I bet Gabe Newell could sue over this." The Justice League members, upon hearing such a scornful comment, felt nothing but contempt and disapproval for the reporter's immature jab. "Every time this guy appears, he aims for the cheap shots. Makes me want to pull out the boxing gloves," Green Arrow muttered under his breath. "Enough, Ollie," Dinah chided. "I'm just saying," he whispered back to his wife. "The guy's an absolute jerk." "We shouldn't act on those impulses," John countered. "After all, he's not our main problem. It's the other one I'm concerned about." Dinah and Oliver exchanged knowing looks as they realized whom the Green Lantern was referring to, their eyes shifting back to the Doomslayer. Despite being mocked, the Space Marine remained motionless and unresponsive to the scornful reactions. He appeared idle, seemingly more at ease letting Vega do the talking. "Mr. Annis, although it may appear unlikely, the tales of the Doom Marine's feats are indeed factual." "Yeah? And where's the footage?" "I will not provide that. Given the sensitive nature of the subject matter, any evidence will be withheld from the public." "Right. So I guess this means we all have to believe your word for it." "Consequently, yes." "Gotcha. So I guess I'll have to believe you're not some guy behind a microphone, speaking into discount Master Chief speakers or something while you're elsewhere in the city. Probably in your mom's basement," Bart insinuated. Although the public remained unaware, Superman's acute hearing detected the sound of the podium fracturing under Doomslayer's grasp. The Man of Steel grew increasingly worried and discreetly communicated his concern to the others via Martian Manhunter's telepathy. "Stand by, League. I can already hear Flynn going full nuclear." "Roger that, Superman. I'll handle this," John replied, his ring emitting a faint glow as he readied himself to subdue the Space Marine. However, that did not come to pass, as Vega delivered an intriguing response. "I completely understand your skepticism, Mr. Annis. There is no credibility for me to provide you with evidence besides my current presence. Though, you are welcome to speculate, just as I could speculate your credibility as a journalist seriously." Upon hearing Vega's statement, the majority of the attendees, including reporters and members of the Justice League, were taken aback, their jaws dropping in surprise. A handful, such as Oliver and Barry, started snickering or laughing outright. Others, like John and Dinah, merely smirked or smiled in amusement. Only Batman remained the exception, and even then, he stayed his hand from the belt. The Doom Marine, previously motionless, now shook with silent laughter at Bart Annis's expense, who, after smugly conducting himself throughout the interview, was now seething with anger at the remark. "So, this is how it's going to be? You're going to resort to insulting a professional?" "Incorrect. I am not insulting a professional, merely responding to an amateur's questions," Vega said, dealing another blow to Bart's fragile ego, further riling him into a defensive mode as the crowd laughed. "This is an insult to my integrity. I have done news coverage for the past decade. I have no doubt about that. However, your report on the confrontation between Superman and Metallo in Metropolis last month was lacking. You condemned Superman for property damage and endangering civilians before he subdued the cyborg. Yet, video evidence has revealed that Metallo was the one endangering civilians and using them as leverage, which prompted Superman to step in. Meanwhile, Justice League members Martian Manhunter, John Stewart, and Batman successfully rescued the hostages without any casualties, a detail later verified by the Daily Planet's Lois Lane, who was among those held captive. Bart blinked in surprise at Vega's rapid summary of his last month's report, yet he maintained his composure, ready to explain his rationale. Nearby, Lois Lane exhibited a look of satisfaction, crossing her arms as she listened to Vega's analysis. That's because Lois Lane is known for being rescued by Superman, and it's well known that she and Superman are kind of thing. I mean, come on, why else does she keep falling into his arms every time she's in danger? Bart excused. Superman experienced a surge of irritable disgust upon hearing Bart's remark. Lois appeared unaffected by the sleazy reporter's words, leaving one to wonder if she was adept at concealing her emotions or simply accustomed to such behavior. The others, meanwhile, looked upon the man with disrespect and disdain for his lack of professionalism. Vega continued, "It is indeed a peculiar set of coincidences that she has been present at every event and disaster linked to Superman. However, her willingness to risk her life and remain steadfast in peril is worthy of admiration. In contrast, your journal entries are penned from a chain cafe in Manhattan you often visit. Therefore, Mr. Annis, attempting to raise your status by defamation is not commendable. As a self-described professional, you ought to be aware of this." Bart was now clenching his fists in annoyance, with Lois Lane smiling on. "In a previous report from September 14th of last year, you published an article accusing Wonder Woman of racial profiling following her intervention in an armed robbery at a convenience store in Washington, D.C. during daylight hours. However, the two apprehended suspects had known public criminal records, including charges of domestic battery, assault with a loaded weapon, and attempted murder." This, Bart tried to pass off. "Well, it's a fact that violence on black people by pig with badges has been documented over the ages. No matter how you see it, victims of police brutality will always be ignored in favor of the Blue Boys." "Fuck you," John spoke up, loud enough for his comrades to overhear, his voice dripping with disdain at this asshat's poor excuse. While it is truly regrettable that injustices against the black community are frequently ignored or even treated with bias, the individual in question is a superhero, not a law enforcement officer. Supported by eyewitness accounts and testimonies, Wonder Woman acted within the law, minimizing escalation while disarming and detaining the suspect with the police present. Moreover, she, along with her fellow heroes from the Justice League and beyond, has contributed to the community far beyond what one can achieve from behind a laptop screen. And pardon my language, but please refrain from jumping into conclusions. You will win not any favors with any person of color. John Stewart seems to think so. The heroes quickly looked at John, who didn't protest at all, merely crossing his arms with a contemptuous glare at the journalist. The crowd laughing at Bart's expense only fueled his infuriated contempt and resentment towards the artificial intelligence. It seemed to work as hard at undermining his dedication as it did at insulting him at every opportunity. "So you're saying that superheroes are above the law, above cops and the government?" "No, Mr. Annis, you've indeed raised an interesting point. At first glance, the Justice League might operate outside the law, performing feats beyond the capabilities of the police and government. However, they actually work within the justice system as much as any governmental entity. By adhering to the law, they've not only earned recognition and popularity as peacekeepers and paragons of Earth among the populace, but they've also been granted permission by the UN to operate with full jurisdiction beyond U.S. borders. Over the past 7 years, the Justice League has undertaken more humanitarian and peacekeeping efforts than crime fighting and defending Earth from hostile invasions. Meanwhile, you have devoted more time to slandering the Justice League with libel and disseminating misinformation for the sake of sensationalism and notoriety via a laptop than to supporting any local charity." Bart was at his limit. He will not stand by as this self-proclaimed AI beats him down with falsehood that he lovingly preached in the past 10 minutes that he had sat through. But before he could say another word, Vega had more than one thing to say. "Regarding your comment on race, my response is as follows. Crime is blind to color, gender, status, and orientation. It only sees victims, those who are vulnerable and defenseless against danger, preyed upon by those who consider themselves superior and strong enough to exploit others. However, justice is also blind in this way. Heroes of all kinds, whether they belong to the Justice League, the police force, or operate outside the law to protect their community, can make a significant impact. They lead by example and uphold the law by bringing criminals to justice." Upon hearing Vega's statement, both the crowd and the Justice League gave applause for a commendable speech. Even Batman was a tad bit touched by the AI's sincere speech. "Still doesn't mean I won't be giving the Slayer some lack," Batman stated, clapping his fellow heroes, causing Diana to roll her eyes and say, "Let's drop the topic for now and give him a warm welcome to the league." Back in the crowd, Bart felt his entire confidence brought down to a peg by an artifice, a phony speaking somewhere in this jolly green jackass suit, all while hiding somewhere in his godforsaken earth. But now, he lost any sort of pride to continue his report crusade. "Mr. Annis, is there anything you have to say?" asked Vega. Bart, having nothing to say or react to, simply walked away in a huff, weaving through the shifting crowd of other tenacious journalists and reporters. As he vanished from sight, Vega continued on and commented, "That's a shame. I had figured he would have blown a vein if we were to discuss further into his reports." Next, upon hearing the question, reporters began to raise their hands and mics, eager to get an answer to quench the burning enigma that was the Doom Marine and his AI companion. Flynn was carefully deciding on who to pick next before settling on the blonde woman closest to the front. Cat Grant from GBS. She stated with slight enthusiasm, "With your arrival to our Earth, tell us, what do you bring to the table as a superhero?" "Guns," Flynn answered without hesitation, prompting looks of shock on every reporter's faces and winces on most of the heroes. "I beg your pardon?" asked a very bewildered Cat. Before Flynn could pull out a gun from his suit, Vega spoke up and said, "What the Doom Marine meant to say was that he has a vast collection of arsenals at his disposal, Ms. Grant. And due to the situation of the aforementioned invasion, the methods used to combat the aliens were dealt with extreme prejudice." The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves in regard to the last statement, causing suspicion and wariness about the Doom Marine's method. And then the questions began to pop up. Does this mean the Justice League is now allowing lethal force? Is Doom Marine a supporter of the Second Amendment dash? How do you approach Crimin dash? Are we expecting a judge, jur dash? "I'll take over from here," Superman interjected, stepping forward as Flynn moved aside. "I recognize the concerns regarding the Doom Marine's arsenal. Nevertheless, after thorough discussions and agreements, the Doom Marine has consented to adhere to Justice League protocols and will set an example akin to my peers. Concurrently, we will compile data and disclose it to the public concerning his other capabilities." Doomslayer folded his arms, displaying a hint of irritation. Although humans were distinct from the demonic entities of hell, their innocence was questionable. He remembered witnessing humanity's darkest aspects even before the Hell invasions. Coupled with his recent insights into the UAC's corrupt cult-like nature, he was prepared to intervene personally if it meant safeguarding Earth from its own follies. For the moment, he would wait and undertake what was essential for a brighter future. As the Man of Steel pacified the audience with his rousing speech, Vega appeared on his display. "Hello, Slayer. While Superman garners much attention, I have taken the time to run a diagnostic on your suit and found that your previous encounter with Olivia Pierce has fully restored its functions. Even after your battle with the mercenary known as Deathstroke, the suit has sustained no damage. However, it is important to note that without a source of hell or argent energy, you cannot recharge the suit upon taking damage. This means you must seek alternative methods for ammunition retrieval and, should you encounter threats on par with demons, suit repair. Nevertheless, in the absence of hell, the Predator suit remains impervious to all conventional weaponry." Flynn nodded. On the one hand, hell had not yet come, meaning he'll use his time on Earth to prepare for another invasion. On the other hand, he was absolutely screwed. With nothing but the suit on his back and battling the forces of hell for God knows how long, he'll need to adapt and find allies to his cause. The Justice League was already backing him, but he'll need people far more willing to take drastic measures. He hadn't bothered listening to Superman's speech until he heard his name called. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it to Doom Marine as the newest member of the Justice League." Superman clamored, raising his hand, to which Flynn shook in kind. Both looked into the flashing cameras for pictures while reporters gave heaps of praises for the welcoming ceremony. "Once this is all over, then we'll put you through the initiation," Superman whispered. "Nothing complicated. Just need to scan your prints and issue your membership." Grunted Flynn. With cameras dying out and the crowd dispersing, the first to greet his invitation would be John, Black Canary, Diana, and then the rest of the League. "Welcome to the League, big guy. LexCorp, Tower, Metropolis. March 11th, 11:52 a.m. And there you have it, folks. The blonde GBS reporter stated in that familiar chipper tone. The newest member of the Justice League, known only as the Doom Marine, along with his AI partner, Vega, revealed to the world. And surely the finest addition to the League. I'm sure is excited to see what he will bring to the table. This is Cat Grant, signing off. As soon as the man diverted his gaze, the monitor abruptly turned off. Lex exhaled a sigh of disappointment and set the remote on his table. The Justice League had acquired a new ally, granting the Boy Scout an opportunity to flaunt even more power and divinity. This development troubled the astute billionaire even further, relieved only by the fact that this new ally was not another Kryptonian. Having two on Earth was troublesome enough. Nevertheless, Lex collected whatever scan intelligence he could from the news report. The so-called Doom Marine was more than he appeared, and Deathstroke's description seemed quite precise. The newcomer was a veritable bastion, judging by his stature and presence alone. Moreover, this Doom Marine was assisted by an AI companion capable of rapid information gathering. While Lex found it amusing to witness a journalist being put in place by Vega, the speed at which the AI operated was a cause for concern. The only comparable artificial intelligence known to him was the League's Red Tornado, who was, to his knowledge, confined to his suit. Vega was intriguing, but the Space Marine was Lex's primary concern. Merely observing him invoked a sense of fear in Lex, a sentiment he did not feel towards other heroes like Batman or the Alien. This Marine was different. It seemed prudent to heed Vandal's directive for the group to refrain from action for now. Patience was key until an opportune moment presented itself. Yet, what remained unmentioned in the mercenaries' report were the weapons. It was plausible to infer that the Marine, hailing from another dimension, possessed advanced technology to stow his arsenal securely. Time would tell if the Doom Marine would reveal his armaments. A knock on his door was brought to his attention, and Lex called, "You may come in." The door to his office opened as his assistant came into full view. A tall brunette carrying an ordinary but unknown suitcase. "Ah, merci," he greeted kindly. "I take it this is a gift for me." His assistant only gave a silent nod, her voice stolen from a previous injury, and set the suitcase down, but not before giving her boss a small note to read. "Call me VS." Lex arched an eyebrow, but remained nonchalant. Clandestine dealings hardly came as a shock in relation to his business associates. With ample resources and financial backing, skirting the law tends to become somewhat more feasible. "Thank you, Mercy. You may leave." His assistant took her leave, closing the door behind. Immediately, Lex went for the case and opened it. It was the sword belonging to Mr. Wilson, still coated in the Marine's blood. Intrigued, Lex went for his phone and contacted his partner, the phone ringing on the other line. "Luther, von Schache." Lex greeted Vandal in his alias. "I received your package. I presume this has something to do with last night, yes?" "Indeed," Vandal answered. "You could say this will provide an ample opportunity to use for the project." "How far are you in it?" "Already in its final stages. The fact we managed to get a feasible strand from the other donor means the process turned out smoothly." "Why do you ask?" "I want you to delay its release." Lex paused in his seat, processing the words he just heard. "Come again." "Delay the prototype for the time being," Vandal further explained. "I want you to splice the new strand with the stronger of the two." Lex's eyes were blinking rapidly upon hearing what he was being told. "Mr. Sage." Lex was walking on eggshells now. "Apologies if I'm being hesitant, but how will this make it any stronger than what we already have? We've taken months to get this project to yield any success. Not to mention, what you're asking is dash." "Luther," Vandal cleared his voice, "I admire your intellect and ambitions. Not to mention, your fortitude to break the impossible. It is why you're on the board, to begin with. But do understand that what I'm giving is an opportunity of a lifetime. And perhaps down the line, it may come to fruition. Plus, you've overcome plenty of obstacles before. This will only be a minor adjustment." Lex's mouth was open, yet was speechless. As if sensing the myriad of questions forming in Lex, Vandal quailed his thoughts. "I understand that you have several questions flooding your mind right now, and I am certain you have many doubts about it. All I can say is I will provide extra funding to your foundation. Will that satisfy you enough?" Lex quickly adjusted himself. "That is very generous of you, Sage. I suppose we can reuse the setup of the original project into this new one." "Good," Vandal spoke. "Until I am prepared to spill more details to the rest of the board, this must be under lock and key, of which I am grateful that you have shared this information. I presume Deathstroke was also informed of this." "Only the bare minimum," Vandal assured. "Men like him do keep their lips sealed with the bill in between." Skipping the innuendos, Lex moved on. "Would this also have anything to do with Clarion a few days ago?" "Yes," Vandal spoke tersely. "And that is all I can say to you, Luther. Is there anything else you want to know more about?" Hearing Vandal's tone becoming dangerously threatening, Lex was quick on his feet. "Well, back to the new project." Lex changed topics. "You are certain this will yield even greater results?" "With absolute certainty," Vandal firmly said, voice now calming down. "You can withhold the prototype, for now." "I see. Can't say the boys at the lab won't be disappointed. Then again, they probably wouldn't mind another pet project." Luther detailed. "Undoubtedly." Vandal understood. "Regardless, take this as another testing field. If all else fails, we still have the prototype for backup. Still, I have full confidence in this project. Not that I have anything against Match. With your patronage, getting personal is beneath Lex Luthor. Luthor sighed. Thank you again, Mr. Sage. I'll be sure to send in the reports in the following months. Understood. Take care. The call ended immediately. Lex set the phone aside and looked at the case. The man that would bring the Man of Steel to rust and ruin smirked to himself, intrigued as to see what would come about in this experiment. One way or another, you'll come into the light just fine. Suddenly, the intercom on his desk rang. Lex reached out to answer it. Who is it? Hi, Mr. Luthor. One of his employees answered. There's a man who wants to see you. Says he has an interview with you. Shall I send him up? Digesting the knowledge lay before him, Lex was both intrigued and amused to hear. The news. Seems today was getting stranger by the minute, he thought. Sure, let him in. Luthor ended the call after. Moments later, the doors opened with Mercy entering. Just behind her, Lex presumed was the aforementioned man from downstairs. Oddly enough, he reminded the billionaire of the one-eyed mercenary. Tall, well-built, and reaching roughly in his 60s or 70s. A strange cocktail, but a deadly one, Lex hoped. Sans the eye patch and beard, he was practically a twin. Thank you, Mercy. So what can I help you with, Mr. Rock? Said the man, Franklin Rock. Chapter 5, Bad Taste. Upper Manhattan, New York. March 13th, 10:38 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The door clicked open, revealing the refurbished interior of the new house. A townhouse, to be precise. The decor was not unique or extravagant, but simply homely, welcoming tenants to their new dwellings. The tenant, however, did not seem like a particularly peaceful man. His friends ensured he felt well at home. Here we are, John observed, scanning the house. Dinah entered behind him, her face alight with enthusiasm. Both were in civilian clothes, off-duty due to the low crime rates in their cities. The house, funded by the League, was a boon, and their companion stood to gain much from it. Certainly a good start for coming home. What do you think? Dinah looked back. The third person entered the house, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the interior design details. The intimidating Predator suit he had worn for so long had been replaced by casual attire, with the former stored in a container nearby. Flynn tugged at his new clothes, feeling a sense of discomfort as he adjusted to them. There was nothing inherently wrong with the clothes. They suited him well and accentuated his formidable physique. Yet, he felt exposed without his armor, a sentiment John could discern from Flynn's constant adjusting of the fabric over his shoulder. The item that garnered attention was a pair of fingerless gloves. For the League, it was revealed that the Slayer bore two scarred symbols on his palms. Notably, one was a pentagram, which stirred quite a fuss. The other symbol was unknown to the League, except for Flynn, who identified it as Maker Design. Regardless, the Slayer had the foresight to wear gloves, both to prevent disturbances and to elude detection. As Flynn became acquainted with his surroundings, John and Dinah awaited his response with anticipation. It will take some time to adjust, Dinah said. Transitioning to civilian life is challenging, but with patience and our support, we'll provide the best assistance we can. We'll make an effort to visit weekly when possible. Besides us, Hal, Diana, Zatara, and Clark will also drop in if we're tied up with work, John chimed in. Flynn continued to examine the furniture. The townhouse comes with the standard furnishings, plus you have 3 additional rooms to use as bedrooms or for any other purpose, and 2 bathrooms. One upstairs and another on the main floor. There's also a basement for laundry and a surprise we'll show you soon. John concluded his remarks and observed Flynn's meticulous inspection of every surface in the house. The Slayer took his time before finally turning to face them. Bugged. What? Dinah asked, still adjusting to Flynn's deep voice. Even unmasked, his voice resembled a volcano's rumble, poised to erupt. Instead of repeating himself, Flynn chose nonverbal communication with John. He lifted his middle finger casually, then gestured with his other hand. It took a moment for John to understand Flynn's method of communication. You suspect the house is bugged, John said aloud. And you want me to locate hidden cameras with my ring? Flynn nodded in response. John sighed before pulling his ring out. This will be quick, declared John, striding away as he surveyed the house, his ring casting a bright green glow. Left alone, Dinah broke the silence. I understand it's tough to engage more in conversation, but I'm confident you will adjust to everything here. Being back on Earth should feel comforting and familiar to you. However, I must admit, I'm not certain this is the same era you once knew. Flynn made a SOSO gesture, to which Dinah responded with a smile. I'll consider that close enough, she said. Suddenly, Dinah had a realization and reached for her bag. Oh, this reminds me. Flynn watched as she pulled a book from her bag. The cover displayed American Sign Language Dictionary 3rd edition, adorned with 3 hand signs symbolizing the language's initials. It may take a while to master, but this will enable you to communicate with most of us. And once we have Vega functioning outside the suit, we'll figure out a way for you to communicate more easily. Perhaps even find something that can translate for you, she explained. Hmm. He grunted. Dinah smiled warmly. After a while, John came down from upstairs, holding something in his hand. He opened his hand to show several small devices. You were right, John observed. The house was bugged. Who would do such a thing? Dinah questioned, incredulous. Who else? John replied sarcastically. Dinah sighed heavily. Bats. We'll have to have a serious discussion about boundaries with him later, John suggested, glancing at a contemplative Flynn. I'm sorry about this. We didn't anticipate it happening at all. Flynn simply shrugged, feeling there was little he could do. However, lodging a complaint was an option, he thought. Surprise? Flynn asked. Right, Dinah, show him downstairs. I'll get his stuff from the moving truck, John said, leaving the house to retrieve Flynn's belongings. On it. Come on, Flynn, Dinah commanded, beckoning him to follow. They descended to the basement, unveiling a spacious room with washing machines and dryers to the north. Aside from that, it was barren except for Dinah, who approached a brick wall and pressed a brick deeper in. With the press, the wall slid away, revealing a large structure within. And voila! Dinah exclaimed playfully. Your very own teleporter. But that's not all. In response to your request, we've acquired a lair where you can operate covertly and store your gear. Ready to blitz over there? Flynn's smirk was one of eager anticipation. Hudson Bay, New York, March 13th, 10:57 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The teleporter activated and in came Dinah and Flynn. As he observed, Flynn was in an empty warehouse save for the essential state-of-the-art computer with several screens in one corner. Outside of that, the warehouse was completely empty and all the windows were blocked from allowing any viewing by outsiders. I'll admit, the specifics in your request did kind of throw the league off, though it probably should be no surprise since you seem to know how to handle weapons. So it wouldn't be far off to assume you know how to use a computer. Still, regarding Vega, we, unfortunately, don't have the room or the coverage to pay the electricity bills. So we're going to have to move Vega to Superman's hideout, the Fortress of Solitude. Flynn groaned with slight annoyance, much to Dinah's lament. Flynn, I understand how frustrating that is, but in order to keep your identity a secret, we're going to have to keep things incognito. Besides, you can count on Soups to not poke Vega around. It was either that or Batman. Flynn kept his glare, but relaxed his shoulders. The teleporter activated once again to reveal John rolling with a large box on a stroller. All right, John set the box down. Your suit in one piece. Flynn approached the box and opened it. The Predator suit stood on its own 2 feet after laying horizontally in the truck for some time. While not pristine, the suit was still in excellent condition. He was not dumb enough to leave the suit on its own, especially when he spotted Batman a couple of times in the corner of his eye a couple of times. The mutual distrust was no secret amongst the League, and it was agreed both would be separated on multiple occasions barring important meetings and emergencies. For now, the Slayer seemed content with the solitary he was now given. Well, with everything out of the way, we just have one other thing to talk about. Enjoy your stay, John said, pulling out the keys to Flynn. One for his flat and the other for his base. As the trio was just prepared to have a small celebration, John picked up a call from his phone, revealing Batman. Answering, he put the phone on speaker. John Stewart answering. John, it's Batman. Spoke the Dark Knight. Have you and Canary finished helping Doomarine? Yeah, Bats. We're just celebrating for a bit. John answered. What's happening? Turn on the news channels. There's a situation closest to you. Hearing that, the lantern turned on the screen to see NYPD and SWAT teams surrounding a strange purple creature causing havoc with Superman battling it, with news reporters gathering and getting a big scoop. Flynn recognized Kat Grant from the press conference making her report. This is Kat Grant reporting live from Times Square where Superman is in mid-battle with the supervillain known as Parasite, who had recently escaped from Stryker's Island 4 days ago. And though there are casualties in the initial rampage, all 12 of Parasite's victims have been rescued and transported to local hospitals. As of now, Superman is containing the situation. The scene was followed by Parasite throwing an empty bus in Kat Grant's direction. The woman and her cameraman ducked in a panic, but were thankfully saved as Superman flew quickly, holding the bus in the air in full view. From his observation, Flynn noted the Man of Steel's hands were fully covered with red gloves. Before, he hadn't worn them any other time except this moment. His thoughts were interrupted as Batman spoke up again. Superman requests for backup. You two are the closest to his location. If Parasite gets so much as a single touch on Superman, then we'll have a problem on our hands. On it, Bats. John answered. We'll be taking Flynn as well. Overwhelming silence followed until Batman spoke up. Can I trust that he'll keep the damage at the minimum? John and Dinah glanced back at Flynn, now crossing his arms in disapproval. I'll be sure to keep an eye on him. So be it. Batman out. The call ended immediately. John looked at Flynn, looking prepared to start his new life. Suit Up Flynn. Times Square, New York. March 13th, 11:15 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Superman crashed into a nearby store with a SWAT van on top of him. Superman managed to push it out of the way and dodged in time, just as Parasite crashed onto his spot. The purple-skinned mutant stood with an unnerving smile of his. "What's wrong, Supes?" He spoke mockingly. "Can't handle the touch?" Superman ignored the question. "This needs to end, Raymond. Why even attack New York? These people have done nothing to earn your wrath." "'Cause I'm hungry, Supes," Parasite coldly answered. "And when I'm hungry, I need a little snack before I get to the main course. Ain't no way I'm gonna go on an empty stomach." Parasite began closing in on Superman, with the latter simply putting distance between himself and the mutant. Using his freezing breath, Superman froze Parasite on the spot. The mutant struggled to move as the ice began to form around him until he was unable to escape his icy predicament. This wouldn't last, he knew, but enough time to call in for backup. "League to Superman," he called. "I have Parasite temporarily contained, requesting for immediate support." Batman to Superman. Batman answered. "Stewart, Canary and Marine are on their way. They're not far from your location. Copy that." Superman said. Superman out. Closing his comms, Superman heard the ice cracking behind him. The Man of Steel slowly backed away as Parasite began to crack through his frozen prison. Behind him, both civilians and police took cover as the ice exploded in multiple directions. Upon release, a look of sheer outrage was written all over Parasite's face. "That was damn cold of you to do that, Supes." Parasite snarled. "But nothing like good old soup to keep me warm." Parasite lunged forward, hands extended towards the Man of Steel. Abruptly, a beam of green light struck Parasite in the chest, propelling him into a storefront window. Superman glanced upward to see Green Lantern John alongside Black Canary and Doom Marine. The crowd and journalists cheered as familiar heroes joined the fray, though some were cautious of the latest hero to emerge. "This is Cat Grant, reporting live from Times Square," Cat confidently reported to her cameraman. "As the battle rages here, the Green Lantern known as John Stewart and Black Canary have arrived on the scene along with the debut of the Doom Marine. As you can hear behind me, the crowd is going wild to see heroes helping out the Man of Steel, and I have a feeling this battle will end shortly. However, some are wondering what the mysterious Doom Marine could bring to the table. Thankfully, we'll be having an exclusive first look at our live coverage." As John descended, Canary and the Marine leapt off the Conjure platform as soon as they were close to the ground, with Doomslayer pulling out his combat shotgun. "You called for help?" John inquired. "Greatly." Superman looked with relief. "John, I need you to set up a barrier around here. I don't want Parasite getting near the civilians. Canary, get these people out of here. I don't want them risking their lives being this close for a scoop." "Way ahead of you," John replied, elevating towards the sky while Black Canary approached the nearest officer and got the rest to move further away. Doomslayer stood expectantly, looking to Superman if he had any orders to give. "I'm glad you could join us, DaneNagai." Superman spoke lightly. "While I have some reservations about how you'll manage this, I trust you'll keep the damage to minimum. Besides, superheroics could suit you. Just await my orders." Doomslayer simply shrugged. Even through his X-ray vision, Superman could only discern a neutral expression on Flynn's face regarding the statement. Nevertheless, he sensed that the Slayer was not fully on board. Indeed, he was partially correct. Flynn was not entirely comfortable with the idea of sparing a credible threat with a significant history of offenses. Neutralizing Parasite seemed, for obvious reasons, the most logical and practical course of action. Yet, despite his qualms, he was bound to adhere to the Justice League's protocols, albeit reluctantly, if only to work around in his position. While Superman and the Doomslayer engaged in conversation, with John Stewart high above and Canary rejoining, Parasite emerged once more, seething with fury at the sight of his previous assailant. As he entered, a wall of bright green energy began to rise around Times Square, towering as high as Madison Square Garden behind him. Parasite snarled. "You think that ring's going to keep you safe from me, Lantern? Just wait until I get my hands on you." "No thanks," John scoffed. "I'm committed to the law." "Not for long you will." Parasite took his stand against the heroes who now numbered 4. "The more of you there are, the merrier, I say. Gonna enjoy the buffet for sure." The 4 heroes ignored the villain's creepy monologue, with only Canary giving a slightly disgusted look upon hearing it. While everyone was prepared, Vega entered Flynn's comms again. "Slayer, I have obtained comprehensive information on the adversary known as Parasite," Vega reported. "His real name is Raymond Maxwell Jensen. After exposure to an unidentified toxic substance at Star Labs in Pittsburgh circa 2006, Jensen gained the ability to siphon life energy from living beings through skin contact. Thankfully, the Predator suit renders you immune to Parasite's powers. While utilizing your arsenal remains optional, it could prove advantageous." With a confident smirk, The Doomslayer advanced towards Parasite, striding past and alert Superman. Just as the Man of Steel was poised to intervene, Vega interceded. Superman, while I understand your concerns with Doomslayer's method, let it be known that he's already aware of Justice League protocols. Superman, albeit with some hesitation, ultimately refrained from intervening as he, along with the others, observed the Doomslayer confront Parasite. Let's hope damage control is on our side, he murmured to Dinah, who stood beside him and gave a hesitant nod in response. Above them, John observed with a neutral expression, yet his investment was as deep as the rest. Doomslayer advanced until he was merely 10 steps away from Parasite's grasp. The parasitic adversary regarded the armored Marine with a blend of amusement and caution. Indeed, he was enormous. Incredibly so. He stood taller than Parasite himself, and the heft of his suit lent an even more daunting presence. Yet, it paled in comparison to the ominous dark visor in place of a face. The Doom Marine's vacant gaze seemed to emit unsettling vibes. Nonetheless, Parasite felt assured in his ability to confront him directly. What did it matter if this newcomer was a mystery to all? He might just be a grounded Superman. Brimming with confidence, Parasite was swift to boast. You think some Tin Man is going to stop me from prying you open? You ain't nothing but lobster. A few cracks are all I need to dash. Abruptly, the Doomslayer swapped his shotgun for a rocket launcher and targeted his foe. Parasite gaped in shock as 3 rockets struck him squarely in the chest. The metahuman howled, propelled into the sky by the force. The Doomslayer, swift and decisive, dashed forward. Grasping Parasite's leg, he hurled him down, the impact shaking the street and creating a crater. Realizing the metahuman could still battle, the Doomslayer didn't hesitate to assault him, bombarding Parasite with a flurry of punches. The initial strike was potent enough to inflict severe concussion and bruising. A second blow would have shattered the nose and jaw, while a third would have collapsed the skull and obliterated the remaining brain tissue. Any ordinary human would have perished instantly, but not Parasite, who was forced to withstand the agony. His ability to absorb life force from his victims was both a gift and a curse. Despite his resilience, Parasite experienced agonizing pain as the punches rained down on him, akin to being struck by a barrage of rockets in the face. In fact, the punches hurt more than the actual rockets themselves. Beneath them, the concrete started to fracture under the force of the Slayer's punches. Everyone clung to something for dear life, as the man-made tremors from the Marine showed no mercy to his adversary. Superman grasped Black Canary and hoisted her up just as the ground split beneath her. Both Canary and Superman stared, dumbfounded, at the savage spectacle the Doomslayer was unleashing. It was, to put it mildly, sheer overkill. Above them, John's reaction was more subdued, yet he was deeply troubled by the ferocity of the display, not to mention the sheer insanity of the Slayer's merciless brutality. Outside the barrier, the crowd was going wild over the intense battle unfolding. Some were already cheering for their newfound hero, while others, more reserved, were justifiably concerned about the Slayer's powers. Cat Grant asked her cameraman, Steve Lombard, if he had managed to capture the entire fight on camera. Raising both fists, the Doomslayer struck down with such force that both superhumans crashed through the ground and into the depths of the New York subway system. Witnessing this, Superman became distressed and decided to set Canary down at a safer distance. I have to stop this, Superman shouted as he dove into the hole to rescue the pair. John and Dinah held their ground, with Dinah cautiously approaching the opening. As she drew closer, Canary could only discern sounds of conflict and destruction from below, punctuated by fleeting flashes of light within the tunnel. Peering into the depths, Canary's instincts urged her to leap aside. She jumped out of the way in time as Parasite burst from the hole into the sky. John targeted his ring to ensnare him, just as the enclosing walls began to fade. Following this was the sight of Doom Marine wrestling to free himself from Superman's grasp as they emerged into the open. DaneNagai, it's me, Superman implored as he was getting pummeled by the Doom Marine's elbow. You won. Parasite is knocked out. Stop fighting. Observing their struggle, John dropped Parasite on the ground and directed his ring to separate the two. Superman appeared relieved at the separation, nursing his face afterwards, and Doom Marine began to calm down as he observed the ring's efforts to restrain him. Both heroes were positioned on the ground, but the Doomslayer, still discontent, brushed off the restraints. Seeing Parasite dropped not too far from them, Flynn advanced towards the metahuman, only to be halted as Superman seized his pauldron. Doomslayer returned the gaze, meeting the Man of Steel's resolute expression with his own. You've done enough, Superman said in a stern voice. There's no need to perpetuate the violence. What's done is done. We have what we need. We're putting Raymond back to Stryker's Island, and that's final. Despite the helmet's enclosure, Superman could discern Flynn's seething anger beneath it. Clark found no fault in him. Acknowledging his rage was the initial step towards healing. The Marine appeared poised to strike the Kryptonian hero, if not for John's timely intervention. "Easy, big guy." John reassured him. "You did well. Could have minimized property damage, but I can take it from here. It's my expertise. Just walk it off." The Marine's expression remained stern, yet gradually softened. Retreating to his personal space, Flynn began to inhale, mentally counting to 4. He exhaled on the same count, employing a technique he was taught in his youth. When he had Flynn shut his mind off of it. That life was gone now. All he had was a cause to wipe evil from the face of reality. And that was all he needed. With John and Superman engaged in conversation and Doomslayer calming his nerves, Canary approached to inspect Parasite's crumpled form. Upon closer examination, the extent of his injuries wasn't as catastrophic as she had anticipated, yet certain wounds were enough to make Dinah shudder. Several bones protruded from the left side of his body, particularly his arm and leg. The fingers on that side were bent and crushed at odd angles. It was evident he had attempted to fend off Doomslayer, who in turn had seized his limb and flung it aside. His chest bore a visible indentation at the center, even amidst the purple tendrils that sprawled across his skin. His face had sustained the worst damage. His jaw was shattered, leaving half his teeth missing and his mouth bleeding profusely. The side of his left eye, now hanging by its optic nerve, made Dinah wince. Somehow, the metahuman formerly known as Raymond Jensen was still clinging to life. Dinah could hear his labored breathing from just a few inches away. She couldn't decide whether it was luck or his absorption abilities that saved him. It certainly didn't seem like salvation was the right word for his situation. What's more, it appeared that Doomslayer was restraining himself, perhaps to inflict maximum suffering on Parasite. This mercy seemed far crueler than the fate he bestowed upon the demons. And Dinah, who is generally opposed to taking lives, found this deeply troubling. "Canary," Dinah heard Clark calling her. "How is Raymond's state?" "He definitely needs medical attention." Dinah answered. "We should get him to a facility with beefed-up security. Better if he dash." Dinah immediately saw the fear in Superman's eyes, as well as John's. Meanwhile, Doomslayer sprang into action, heading her way. Time seemed to slow down around her, causing the hairs on her neck to stand on end. A shiver coursed down her spine just before she spun around to see the formerly incapacitated Parasite now upright, extending his sole remaining hand towards her face. Despite his battered state, Parasite's zombie-like visage, with his hand closing in like a scene from a horror movie. "Pretty little bird," he said in his raspy voice, his one eye showing determination. "Time to fill my belly." With little time to evade, Canary was helpless on the spot. Feeling the heat radiating from his hand at such proximity, a white blur suddenly collided with Parasite, sending him crashing into a storefront. The male trio halted abruptly at the sight of the newcomer. As the dust cleared, the heroes and spectators alike were welcomed by the arrival of another hero. "How about you try the knuckles sandwich first?" the heroine quipped, a smirk playing on her lips as she cooled her blue glove with a puff of breath. "And mind your manners at the table when you're approaching a woman." From top to bottom, she was gorgeous to the eyes. Her golden blonde hair was styled into a pixie cut, framing her delicate face and baby blue eyes. She was topped in a leotard with her legs and chest exposed. The chest especially, as it was practically a hole at the center with quite the ample cleavage for the entire world to see. Over one shoulder draped a short red cape, fastened with a gold thread and medallion, complemented by blue gloves and knee-high boots. Her femininity was unmistakable, complemented by a well-defined and toned physique. It was clear that she exercised regularly, which, far from diminishing her beauty, actually accentuated it. Like her cousin, she was a Kryptonian, one of the 2 surviving ones, in fact. For Clark, he knew her as Kara Zor-El or Karen Starr. To the rest of the world, she was Power Girl. Turning to Black Canary, she sported a flashy smile. "Glad to see me? Glad to be alive. Gotta work on your corny one-liners, though," Black Canary quipped. "Still, thanks for the help." "Anytime." Power Girl smiled. Seeing her cousin closing in, along with 2 of his teammates dash, Kara fixed her posture more confidently. Even then, she couldn't help but break a smile. "Hey, cuz." She beamed up. "Was just around the city when I heard the commotion. Heard you were in the area, so I figured I'd stop by." "Hey, Kara," Clark greeted. "That's really nice of you. And thanks for the help." "Well, it's what heroes do," Kara quipped, before quickly looking at John. "Oh, hey, John. How are things with you?" "Good as usual," John responded casually. Kara, nodding in approval, then caught the gaze of the League's newest member. "So, you must be the new guy my cousin told me about? Doom Marine, right?" Kara floated towards Doom Marine, reaching out for a handshake. "Name's Power Girl." "Well, not really. That's my superhero identity. It's Kara, but I also have a human name that's probably better off not saying in public. You know, secret identity and all." After completing her introduction, Kara awaited a response, curious to discover the nature of the Doom Marine. He remained silent. She had to admit that there was something off about his demeanor, akin to a black hole drawing in curiosity. Still, Kara found herself oddly captivated by his enigmatic presence. "Okay," she simply said, slowly lowering her hand. "I guess you're the strong, silent type kind of guy. Huh? It's cool." The silence lingered, adding to the awkwardness. She leaned toward her cousin and whispered, "So, you weren't kidding about his personality." "Give him time, Kara," Clark reassured. "He's only been here for a couple of days now." As the cousins conversed, Doomslayer was assimilating new information before him. Power Girl's attire was notably provocative, more so than Wonder Woman or Black Canary, who had some justification for their exposure, such as combat mobility and flexibility. This was in stark contrast to Hawkwoman, who, despite being a stranger to him, clearly wore gear that protected her vital areas. He considered Kara's costume impractical, yet he reasoned that invulnerability as a superhero probably rendered fashion concerns moot. But looking at her now, Flynn was oddly entranced by her. It certainly wasn't the obvious pair that was in front of him. No, it was something else. She seemed pleasant, familiar. She reminded him of, "Are you staring at my boobs?" Flynn Taggart's eyes widened as he returned to reality, his gaze lifting to meet the disdainful eyes of Power Girl. "Because if you are, I'm going to report you, creep. I can file a complaint to the League for sexual harassment. And you can bet your ass that I'm going to share this with the press. And believe me when I tell you they're very good at spreading the news." Exclamation point. The Marine was thrown off by the heroine's words. Unable to process the unfolding events, he was overwhelmed by a pervasive sense of worry. Emotionally stunted, his response was to stare blankly. Observing the other three heroes, he noted their varied reactions. Superman looked down, biting his lip. John gestured in protest before turning away. Dinah seemed to be restraining a smile. Flynn's attention was drawn to the last one, signaling red flags, and suddenly, Kara erupted into laughter. "Oh my God, you should have seen the look on your face." Kara joked, no longer serious and returning to her chipper attitude. "I certainly can. I mean, I have X-ray vision just like my little cousin here, so I can see everything behind that helmet. Oh man, it never gets old." The Doomslayer groaned at his expense. He was not amused by the joke, frowning all the way through. "Very funny," he said in a flat tone. Seeing how unamused he was, Kara calmed herself and said, "Oh, lighten up. I was just messing with you. I figured a little humor wouldn't hurt. Plus, you're not the only guy in the League who fell for it." Flynn's eyes lit up and quickly looked at the male heroes. Superman held his hands and protested. "I'm her cousin, man." Understanding Superman, Flynn then turned his attention to John, who was now scratching the back of his head, which did nothing to hide the look of shame on his face. John fumbled his words. "She got me pretty good. Batman and Hawkman were my favorite moments." Kara proudly stated. "I still remember how fast Bat's heartbeat was going, though I did a little too good of a job with Hawkman. Man, what a mess I made on him." "Yeah, it was." Black Canary spoke up, now looking unamused. "In fact, it took 3 months of couples therapy and sleeping at the Watchtower for Catter and Shayera to finally get back together." "Hey, it's not my fault I was gifted with these sweater puppies," Kara defended, grabbing her breasts as if to make a point. John and Superman swiftly turned their heads, with Doomslayer's eyebrows shooting up in surprise, and Dinah rolling her eyes dismissively. "Hey, Kara, don't do that." "Oh, sorry, cuz." Apologized Kara, seeing how Clark was covering his eyes in embarrassment before addressing Canary. "But back to you. Didn't you used to wear fishnet leggings? They looked pretty good on you the last time." "Why dash?" It was now Canary's turn to feel offended. However, before she could voice her objections, the heroes were interrupted by a distressing noise. "Hey, monster, run!" The screams were coming from a store where Parasite had crashed. Soon, civilians were pouring out, fleeing for safety. The heroes were so caught up with introductions, they had forgotten the villain earlier. "Oh crap, Parasite, I'll handle this. Be right back." Power Girl rushed into the store. "Kara, wait up." Superman went after his cousin, knowing how dangerous Parasite was. Doomslayer followed suit, brandishing the super shotgun in hand. Only John and Dinah were left behind, both maintaining a perimeter and keeping silent in preparation. That was until Canary screamed, "I'm trying to be a better role model for the impressionable youth." "It still needs a lot of work," John commented, with Dinah pouting beside him and mumbling, "It's a start at least." Deep within, the Kryptonians and the Slayer proceeded with caution. The store was completely vacant, eliminating any risk of casualties. However, the confines of the building posed a risk of hidden assailants. They moved past the area where Parasite was thought to have landed. Shattered furniture and heaps of clothing lay scattered about. Then there was the blood. Although not the typical unsettling shade of red, The copious amount of purple blood left a discernible trail. Be on the lookout, Superman warned. Parasite could be anywhere. He'll use the environment to his advantage. Doomslayer grunted in agreement, walking past the two heroes. The three followed the trail. The Marine's eyes were scanning all over the floor, so focused on his work that he didn't pay attention to either Kryptonian behind him. Kara levitated toward her cousin and whispered, I can see he is very much into the Second Amendment. And quite the focus guy. Yeah, Clark searched for the proper wording. He's not exactly from a nice place. Clearly, Power Girl stated, though it's nice to meet a new face around here, especially another wayward soul. Clark glanced at her cousin with empathy. He gently laid his hand on her shoulder and said, I'm sure you and DaneNagai will get along well. Kara looked thoughtfully to his words, before giving a mischievous smile. Is my baby cousin now playing matchmaker all of a sudden? Power Girl teased, eliciting shock and embarrassment once more. That wasn't th. Clark stopped mid-sentence when he saw Doomslayer signaled to stop. The air around them turned serious, and both heroes checked what the Marine was looking at. The blood trail had ceased, leaving the three at the escalators. So this is where it ends, huh? Kara thought out loud. I guess it means we'll have to follow the horror movie rules and split up then? Not necessary, Power Girl. Vega spoke up, spooking the female Kryptonian as he spoke through the Doomslayer's armor. Forgive my interruption. I am Vega. I'm sure you are aware of my existence. Even so, I am the personal assistant AI for the Doom Marine. Nice to meet you, Vega. Kara greeted back, quickly composing herself. And may I ask why it's not necessary? Simple. Vega started. To answer your question, one of these floors requires only 2 individuals to investigate. The other requires only Doom Marine. Wait, you want to go alone? Kara raised a brow. You sure you don't need help? Because I've seen enough horror flicks to know it's a bad idea to split. Unnecessary, though your concerns are appreciated. Vega complimented. In fact, the Doom Marine's armor will protect him from Parasite's touch. To prove Vega's point, Flynn proceeded to pound lightly on his chest. Kara looked at her cousin with concerned eyes. It's all right, Kara. Superman comforted. I've seen how he handles. Sort of. Not one to stay idle. Doomslayer headed downstairs before Kara could even respond. Superman laid a hand on her shoulder and gestured for her to head upstairs together. Reluctant at first, Kara ultimately relented and followed her cousin. The two heroes were now in the furniture section, ranging from kitchen appliances to sofas to bed frames. The size of them made for good covers to hide behind. Luckily, both Kryptonians used X-rays which negated Parasite's stealth impossible. Found him, Kara. Not under my radar, Kara answered. You? No, I'm afraid. Superman followed, keeping his stern gaze on the surroundings as he pressed on his ear. Doom Marine, Vega, do you copy? This is Vega. How may I help you, Superman? Vega. Any signs of Parasite on DaneNagai's end? Still searching. Negative, Vega answered. Doom Marine, and I will return with a follow-up. Be careful on your search, Superman. Thanks, Vega. Superman disconnected. Kara smiled and said, Man, that Vega is just gosh darn polite. It's like if Mr. Rogers took over as HAL 9000. I also wonder if that's what golden retrievers sound like if they had a voice. Yeah, Superman somewhat agreed. He's starting to grow on the league. Except, Batman. Batman, Superman answered, receiving a nod from her. Awkward silence followed, which then drifted to intense silence as they searched for Parasite, while also looking out for surprise attacks. With just the two of them alone, Kara felt something in the back of her mind. With the intrusive thoughts beckoning, she spoke up. So what's his story? Superman turned to his cousin. What's up with DaneNagai? Kara specified. You didn't say much when you told me about him the first time. And meeting him now, he seems pretty tense. Like he's always on the edge or something. Well, Kara, her cousin tried to form the best words out of his mouth. There wasn't a lot I could reveal to you. And to be honest, I'm not even certain if you could take the reveal well. What? That he's a super soldier from another dimension. Kara summarized. I don't see how I can't take that well. Come on, cuz, there's got to be more to his story. Maybe not now. Superman dismissed. Now when we got a bad guy to dash. Superman heard a disturbance. And so did Power Girl. With their keen sense of hearing, the noise was growing clearer. They could make out a woman nearby. She was crying. Narrowing her location from theirs, both heroes found her in the break room. I'll get her. Power Girl stated her intent, flying past Superman with the latter staying behind. Vega and Doom Marine, we have a wounded civilian. Possible hostage. Be on standby. Copy that. Vega out. Superman soon followed after his cousin. Not too long after, Kara was the first to enter. The room was completely dark save for the light coming from the halls. It didn't take long before she spotted a woman on the ground. Not wasting a second thought, Kara rushed to her side. Are you okay? She asked calmly. The woman wasn't looking at her, but Kara could see her long dark hair covering her face. "See that monster?" The woman stuttered. "He's still around here." "Relax." Kara laid her hand on her shoulder. Behind her, Kara sensed her cousin entering the room with his shadow over her. "Superman, I need your help." Kara turned to her cousin. "We need to get her out before Dash." Ka wasn't registering his cousin's words. Instead, his gaze was fixed to the left side of the room. He stood frozen, a look of shock etched on his face. Following his gaze, Kara's heart leapt at the sight before her. A woman lay on the floor not far from them, her breathing ragged as well. She also returned their stare with a vacant gaze. But what truly shook Kara's core was the woman's hair. It was the same dark color. Kara looked down at the kneeling woman, only to find herself staring at Parasite's grotesque face, hideously smiling back at her. Kara didn't register her cousin's cries before the woman suddenly grabbed her face. Immediately, her life force was suddenly draining out of her. Superman rushed to save her, but was blasted into a wall by Parasite, suddenly developing laser vision. Kryptonian. Parasite moaned, absorbing all the energy out of Kara while his body reverted to its grotesque form. "My favorite." Kara struggled out of Parasite's grip with futile strength left in her. The purple creep continued to leer at his praised body. "Thank for the service, Toots. Usually, I have never had such fine dining before, but you do make yourself look appetizing." Power Girl felt nothing but disgust and revulsion at his comments, which were further emphasized by a long tongue that licked her face. Her power continued to fade and fade. Suddenly, the floor beneath their feet exploded. Parasite lost his grip on her, with both now being flung in different directions. Superman, quickly recovering from Parasite's attack, caught his cousin in the air. "I got you." He held her in his arms, weak but very much alive. Kara, with little strength, spoke raggedly, "The girl save her." Superman understood as he quickly grabbed the woman out. Power Girl was now hanging over his shoulder while the unconscious woman was carried in his arms. Coincidentally, another figure erupted from the blasted hole. Doom Marine popped in and wasted no time bombarding Parasite with micromissiles from the assault rifle. "Do you require medical assistance, Superman?" Vega cordially spoke, much to Superman's elation. "I'm fine, Vega." He hoarsely spoke. Parasite sapped Power Girl. "Watch out." "Understood." Vega accessed the information. The Doomslayer didn't need to be reminded. He heard enough. Storing his weapon back, Doomslayer was blasted with Parasite's heat vision. The mutated villain now looked angrier than before. "Rafa, what's a guy gotta do to eat in peace?" he roared, before tackling the Marine at super speed. Superman escaped with both women in hand, never once looking back as he flew to the exit. Behind, he could hear the two battling it out, with Parasite faring better than the initial battle. Outside of the building, Superman caught up with John and Canary, both looking pale at seeing Power Girl incapacitated. "No time to explain." He yelled, "Move." Not wasting a second, John's ring glowed again and formed a sphere around them, quickly leaving for the safe zone. Not too long after, a window shattered loudly and Doomslayer was catapulted across the battered streets of Times Square, planting his feet upon landing and skidding across the street with visible sparks flying. Seeing the purple blur come straight for him, Doomslayer braced himself and managed to catch Parasite in a brawler lock. Their feet cracked the concrete below them as the two struggled in a match of dominance in the center of Times Square. John, seeing the whole square was going to collapse from the sidelines, quickly dived down to the hole earlier and conjured several support beams and machinery from his ring all over the subterranean level. Back on the surface, the two were locked into a struggle. Meeting the maniacal eyes of his opponent, Doomslayer could see his jaw cracking back into place and forming a hideous smile. Parasite was on a power trip and was using every ounce of his strength to overwhelm the Slayer. "I'm going to enjoy cracking you open and eating your corpse," he proudly announced. Doomslayer responded by pulling him forward and headbutting him. Seemingly stunned and stumbling backward, Doomslayer moved in for a finisher and was prepared to throw a left hook only for Parasite to quickly balance himself and catch the fist. Smirking, Parasite countered with a powerful uppercut, throwing the Doomslayer backward. The Marine was about to readjust his landing when he suddenly felt someone holding him. He glanced to his shoulder to find Superman cushioning his landing. "I got you," Superman said, putting him down to the ground. That moment of relief was shortly interrupted when Parasite blitzed towards them. Superman stood between him and the Slayer, but the latter shoved him aside with that familiar strength. Doomslayer prepared a haymaker to the scum's face, only to realize that his left hand was exposed. Too late, Parasite caught it, and the Marine suddenly felt weakened by the touch, going down on one knee. He tried to punch with his other hand, but noticed how weak the hit was. Looking for this? Parasite waved the gauntlet around Doomslayer's face mockingly, casting it aside carelessly as he siphoned the power. Not far away, Superman saw what was happening and screamed, "And no!" The Man of Steel lunged forth, but Parasite reached his other hand out and gripped him by the throat, taking his energy in the meantime. Black Canary tried to help and used her infamous canary cry, but Parasite was quick to throw Superman her direction. With Green Lantern trying to keep the integrity of the subway in place and Power Girl incapacitated, Parasite finally relished in his victory. The supervillain laughed maniacally as he finally caught his prey. "All this power, where have you been my whole life?" He yelled ecstatically, absorbing the power of the new hero. "Looks like I hit the jackpot." DaneNagai kept on punching as hard as he could with each hit, trying to escape the empowered Parasite's grip. On the sideline, lying on a stretcher, Power Girl regained conscience and witnessed what was going on. Not one to lie down, got off the stretcher, dazed but determined a fellow hero. "Hey, you're not all right to get up," cried the paramedic as Power Girl flew away, picking up as much speed to save Doomslayer. But while the Kryptonians struggled to reach them, Parasite continued to gloat before his victim. "So much power," he gloated. "I can't wait to squeeze all that juice out of yo dash." Suddenly, Parasite cried out as he felt a sharp pain course through his arm, losing his grip on Doomslayer after. The latter finally felt release and steadied himself. Power Girl, noticing Parasite suddenly backing away, stopped just a few feet away from them. Not far from them, Kat Grant and her cameraman, Steve Lombardi, were close to the event, filming Parasite's strange behavior. What the hell? Parasite observed his hand trembling. Suddenly, it began to twist on its own. Bones cracked and bent against his will, causing Parasite to scream in agony. The twisting soon reached to his arm, bending horrifically much to Parasite's horror. What's happening? He screamed out, falling as one of his legs bent backward. Soon his body began to shift and twist visibly. His screams started to tear apart before he turned quiet. Suddenly, he was vomiting all over the floor. At first, food that he seemingly ate. Then came the purple liquid, which could have either been blood or bile. And then the organs. He vomited his literal heart and lungs and intestines out before his throat began to swell uncontrollably. And so did his stomach, bloated as something tried to dig its way out from the inside. To the horror of many watching the live broadcast, hands burst out of Parasite's mouth and stomach, his head obliterated as the limbs tore his mouth wide open like a tree. Erupting from these hands were multitudes of his head, each of them screaming in agony at what was happening. His body continued to mutate into grotesque forms. Teeth and eyes grew in places that were never meant to be. Walls of faces screaming and crying for help. Heads and hands started to tear each other apart with appalling violence. The world watched what was supposed to be a classic battle of good and evil into a horror show that reached their most primal fears. Power Girl froze in absolute terror, her mind blanking out from the incomprehensible and visceral image she was looking upon. Superman and Canary woke up in time to witness the sheer horror they were looking at, their minds unable to find rationality to what concluded in front of them. Steve's camera continued to film the entire transformation. Its owner was too fixed to move from it. The entire world was watching, too stunned and frozen to remove their eyes away from their screens. And yet, through it all, the very thing that could make men go mad with terror was the least traumatic thing that the Slayer had to witness. And as the transformation continued, somewhere inside of that tree, what little sentience that once belonged to Raymond Jensen, there was only a face and voice that did not belong to him. Their eyes penetrated his mind with pure hatred, and his voice echoed with one single word, UNORTHY. And before long, Raymond was gone. His tree, bursting like a cyst right before the people of New York, staining nearby buildings with caked blood. Blood and organs rained down on fleeing onlookers, limbs flopping to the ground and nearby debris harmlessly. As the turmoil subsided and the rain ceased, police and fire crews rapidly converged on the scene. Amidst it all, the heroes who witnessed Parasite's fall sat in shocked silence. All but Doomslayer, who remained detached as if unaffected. He felt a surge of vitality as his remaining gauntlet absorbed the reclaimed essence. Cleaning his visor of blood, the Slayer sought the location of his other gauntlet. Vega promptly detected its signal, leading him to its resting place beneath a mound of lifeless purple flesh. Digging through the foul-smelling guts, the Slayer pulled out the gauntlet, wrenching it off without struggle. What the hell? Doomslayer turned around to find John, now grounded to the bloody pavement, looking at the resulting carnage surrounding him, then the blood-splattered heroes before finally turning his attention to the debut hero. Wordlessly expressing outrage with widened arms, Doomslayer stayed quiet before answering with a proper response. Food poisoning. In Central City, Robin, who had been recounting the tale of the Marine who rescued him to his friends Wally, Speedy, and Calder, found himself watching the news at Wally's house, their shock equally evident. "So this is the same guy you were talking about, right?" Wally asked, his appetite now gone after witnessing the live event. Robin couldn't answer the speedster properly, too fixated on the screen. Back at the square, Kat Grant, news reporter for GBS, looked at the camera with a clear shaken look and in blood-drenched clothes, no less. "This is Kat Grant," she said with visible horror, reporting for GBS. Upon that, Kat was splattered with guts over her head, causing her to shriek in fright. Justice League Watchtower, March 13th, 3:27 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Batman watched the news footage intently. For an hour straight, he kept rewinding to the scene where Parasite grabbed the Slayer's hand. Just that one physical contact, and it all went to hell afterwards. Pinching his brows, he watched not only the brutal demise of a villain, but also the brutality prior. And it was not the only monitor that was on. Several others were documenting other news outlets. Could this be the start of the superhero dark age? Justice League doomed? Massive uproar across the U.S. nation dash. Justice? Or vigilantism? Right now, he turned his chair to the only individual in the room, his arms crossed opposite of Batman. His armor was now cleaned after a quick run to the Watchtower showers. Even then, he was not yet clean to the incident. "Do you have anything to say about this?" Batman questioned. Doomslayer, with an apathetic response, simply gestured his arms that screamed, "I don't know." Batman sighed, his head hanging in resignment. "Please step out and take a seat." Upon hearing that, the Doomslayer stood and left the room. As he reached the door and opened it, he saw the veteran heroes who had accompanied him. Canary and Superman were cleaning off the blood and guts from the fight, with John being the exception. Dinah's hair was slightly damp, having washed away as much blood and debris as possible. All three exchanged brief but friendly glances before their expressions turned to cringes upon facing Batman. With the door closing behind him, the Slayer was left to his thoughts. Initially, it appeared he was alone. Occasionally, other heroes passed by, either turning their backs or giving him disdainful looks, likely due to the recent incident. Nonetheless, he seemed unaffected. Meanwhile, he could hear voices inside growing louder, though not escalating into a full argument. Flynn didn't need to eavesdrop to know the subject. It was all too predictable at this point. He could also faintly hear Vega's voice, a slight vibration through the walls that lifted his spirits. "Oh hey, you're here." Flynn's thoughts were broken as a voice addressed him. Looking up, he saw Power Girl approaching him. She was levitating in air with her feet dangling just a few inches above the floor. She greeted him with a slightly apprehensive smile. "I guess we're both gonna have to see the principal, eh?" She cracked a joke to break the tension, rubbing her arm as she briefly turned her gaze away from him. Sensing her awkwardness, Flynn didn't fault her for feeling scared. He may have been gone without contact for God knows how long, but he wasn't blind to what people thought of him. Kara being no exception here. An awkward silence followed until Kara spoke up. "Mind if I?" She gestured towards the seat next to Flynn. He responded by placing his hand over and patting it. With permission granted, she sat beside him. So, she tried to start up some small talk. Today was something. Doomslayer swiveled his head a bit to her in acknowledgement and nodded. Power Girl broke a faint smile, which then quickly turned to a cringed look. As she settled, she overheard the room inside being a little loud. She could hear her cousin and John defending the Marine, arguing with Batman in the room. She didn't need X-ray to figure out who was in there. "Boy, my cousin's sure doing his best to bail you out," she continued. "I mean, it's no surprise considering that this is your first superhero gig. Although it's not often something Cal does for greenhorns. Though, I guess you're a pretty special case. Especially with how things ended, which I can never unsee and forget and sleep through." Kara's gaze was empty as memories of Parasite's gruesome demise flooded her mind. Doomslayer gave her a fleeting look of concern, but Kara swiftly recovered, returning to her cheerful demeanor. "But it's part of the superhero business," Kara smiled. "Stuff happens." Doomslayer groaned slightly. Kara lightly tapped her knees as she tried to spin on another subject. "So," Kara spoke up, "about that joke earlier, sorry about that. I don't want to give the wrong impression that I'm some bimbo preaching about how men are horrible beings this, and the patriarchy that. I just thought I'd brighten the room with some meta-dash humor. You know? Kind of like breaking the fourth wall stuff." "None taken," Doomslayer replied, vaguely appreciating her efforts to apologize. Kara, despite being unsettled by his blunt response, smiled a little. "Well, I'm glad things are clear, Doom Guy," Kara sighed in relief. "Wait, is it okay if I called you Doom Guy? Or do you go by Doomarine?" "Doom Guy. Fine," he replied, shrugging with casual apathy. Kara nodded in acknowledgement. Awkward silence followed, which ended quite quickly as the Slayer took off his helmet, unexpectedly, and that got her blushing real mad. Now, Kara had already seen what he looked like through her X-ray vision. But looking at him now, well, she couldn't help but feel like a high school, or the Kryptonian equivalent of one, girl all over again. He had that rugged action hero look to him. Sharp jawline, clean-shaven, with a dark brown crew cut and green eyes to complete the look. He was handsome, to say the least. Without warning, he raised his hand and said, "Flynn." "Oh," Kara said, before giving an appreciative smile. "Nice to meet you, Flynn," said Kara, shaking his hand in kind. The door next to them opened. Power Girl stood instinctively whilst Doom Slayer remained sitting. Superman revealed himself, beaming up as he saw Kara. "Hey guys," he greeted. "I see you two are getting acquainted, but both of you are needed inside." Hearing that, both prepared themselves in their own way. Power Girl was the first to go in, taking a deep breath and preparing for the heat to come. Flynn, meanwhile, rose up from his seat in a passive manner, his only concern being how long he will have to endure the ass-chewing. Inside, the other heroes were stationed in various spots. Batman was at his desk, embodying his usual Batman-wide demeanor. John stood next to the desk, his face neutral but otherwise passive. Dinah was seated comfortably on the couch. It was quite unusual to find such a piece of furniture in a room meant to exude Batman, yet one might argue it was essential to have at least one. Nevertheless, the canary settled in with ease, sitting upright with her hands on her lap, smiling at the two heroes entering. Superman closed the door behind them and stood near it. In front of the rookie heroes, two seats were faced towards the desk. The Dark Knight motioned them to sit. As the two sat, with Flynn propping his helmet on his lap, Kara suddenly spoke up. "See, can I say something?" She interjected, jumping out of her seat. Kel tried to step in and defend her, but Batman silently gestured him to let his cousin speak her mind, much to the former's reluctance. Flynn, meanwhile, sighed in resignation. He knew where this was going, just when he thought made a new friend. Power Girl continued. "I know things turned south not too long ago, and I'm sure everyone's out for Flynn. I mean, Doom Guy's blood, but here it comes," he thought. "You didn't murder that creep." Flynn froze in place. Was he hearing that correctly? Was she defending him? "It was an accident," she continued. "I know he probably seems like a gung-ho sci-fi space marine, but I was with him when it happened. But still, he never killed because I saw with my own two dash." "Ms. Zor-El," Batman interrupted her. "I am well aware of the situation. I actually looked through video evidence courtesy of Vega's assistance. With that said, since you came forward as a witness, that which was immediate, your statement matches up with what has already been made evident." "Oh," Kara said dumbfoundedly. "That's good, right?" "Yes, Kara," Canary answered. "You're not in trouble." "Oh, okay." Kara sat back in her seat, before leaning over Flynn and whispering, "How do I say thank you to your robot friend?" "Greetings, Power Girl." "Hey, Vegas," she said, misnaming him amid excitement before adding, "Thanks for proving Flynn innocent." "My privilege, Power Girl," said Vega. She bounced giddily on her seat like an excited child. The Lantern Corpsman looked away and pretended to scratch his throat, clearing it as well. Flynn understood him and unintentionally made a quick glance at her slightly jiggling cleavage. He felt a kick on his leg and looked at Canary with a half-hearted, disapproving look. All Flynn could do was express what? With his hand gestures. "Are you done, Ms. Zor-El?" questioned Batman, stoic as always, "Because I am not. And we have a whole lot to unpack as we speak." "Sorry," Kara meekly apologized, lowering her head in embarrassment. Batman breathed a deep sigh, before turning his attention to the Slayer. "Although you are cleared of any wrongdoing, Doom Marine," he addressed, "you are not cleared of the consequences of your own making. Starting off, you disobeyed protocols by using a deadly arsenal. It is bad enough that we the League allow you to keep your arsenal. But the fact that you used your rocket launcher has now sparked a chain reaction of controversy down on the League. Had that weapon been used on a regular human, or was fired in the direct path of civilian life, the ramifications would have been far more severe, and the League would have to answer because of your association." Kara was about to stand in protest before sitting back down once Batman turned his gaze to her, shutting her mouth entirely. Flynn, however, was not all fazed. He met Batman's glare with one of his own, matching the intensity with equal animosity. Moving forward, Batman continued, "Your approach in handling Parasite went beyond what was necessary in containing him. Even though the League has faced threats of a similar level, you threw him to the ground and proceeded to go ballistic." Kara, being more mindful but still pervasive, raised her hand respectfully. "I don't want to be a bother body, but..." Kara gingerly spoke. "How exactly did Doom Guy go ballistic? I mean, from what I remember, he did a number on Purple Rain, but I don't think it's any different to what other heroes apply to criminals." Batman just stared at her with his usual self and said, "Vega, bring up the subway clip." "Affirmative." Vega pulled up the video as ordered and played it. And boy, did Kara regret her words. Immediately, it showed Doom Guy and Parasite falling into the subway before crashing into a vacant station. Doom Guy stood. Parasite didn't. Seeing this, Kara had to watch Flynn beat the purple freak like no tomorrow. No holds barred, in fact. Parasite didn't stand a chance. He was eating up those fists over and over. Teeth and blood were flying everywhere. More than excessive, actually. Parasite seemed to gain consciousness and try to fight back, only to get his arm bent horribly in return. Kara felt sickened at that scene, wincing especially when the creep screamed. She winced every second. Can see why that should raise concerns. It gets better, Batman flatly remarked. The scene quickly changed as DaneNagai ceased the beating and held Parasite up, before smashing his face against a passing train on one line. Everyone but Batman and DaneNagai cringed as the clip showed him smashing Parasite's head against the windows, blood smearing across the sides of the carriages of the speeding train. DaneNagai took the clip with amusement, giving a slight smirk which didn't go unnoticed. Though horrified, Kara could not help but ask, "Why was that train still moving?" "We're investigating into that, but that is not our concern," Batman stated. What's concerning, however, was the fact that Doom Marine used excessive force against a criminal who had already been put into submission, something that even the League would not abide by. Upon hearing this, Flynn quickly retorted with a single word. "Rich," he shot back. John was quick to respond to the remark. "Flynn," John addressed, "stand down." Flynn snorted dismissively but leaned back against his seat. Batman, without looking, called Vega once more. "Vega, please," in the records. Affirmative. The clips closed afterwards as Batman continued on. "With those two issues addressed, I will now go into our last one. That being the manner in which Parasite was killed." Kara gulped upon hearing that, with Flynn not much phased on his end. As if reading his mind, Vega brought up the image of Parasite's final form. The massive tree that used to be Raymond Jensen mere moments before his demise was on display. It really unnerved most of the group as they looked at the contorted faces of Parasite in his agony. Batman, however, proceeded. Though what happened to Parasite was an anomaly, Batman detailed, "Admittedly, even I cannot explain what had happened, even with evidence especially. However, since you were at the scene of Parasite's unfortunate end, speculations will now be running across the world, especially with the advent of the internet becoming widespread and accessible to everyone." "Oomph," Flynn scoffed. Batman was now getting tetchy, his tone reflecting such. "You think this is amusing?" He raised his voice, causing the League veterans to flinch in sight. "This affects everyone, the entire Justice League. I entrusted John to take you in as his handler, but it seems he didn't hammer into your thick skull hard enough. So allow me to reiterate, you screwed us. And because of you, we now have to answer to the Pentagon." The last one seemed to get everyone but Flynn to turn their heads in surprise. "What?" Kara was the first to speak. "I don't understand. After 10 years of cleaning up the street guys of bad guys, they're now doubling down because of this one incident?" "That's an oversimplification," Batman stated. "But to further simplify it, they now possess the necessary leverage against us." "Wait a sec," Cal stepped in. "By law, that would just be circumstantial evidence to them. The one we have is physical evidence. Evidence that can prove DaneNagai was not guilty of Raymond's death. If you show them a copy, I'm sure they'll stand down." Batman's eyes squinted further as he glared dreadfully at the Man of Steel. "If you had given me a month's notice to explain why that will never happen, it still wouldn't be enough." "He's right, Clark," John reluctantly agreed. "That's not how they play. In fact, they're more than happy to get their hands dirty if they can." "Indeed," Batman said. "However, Superman is correct about delivering it to the Pentagon, which is I will be in contact with them after this meeting is adjourned." Batman directed his attention to Flynn once again. "You don't know how lucky you are," Batman retorted, "because there are plenty of people worse than me who want your head over this. But I'll be damned if I sit on my hands and let this pass over as head of the League." After completing his assessment, Batman gave the Marine one final look. Flynn appeared largely unmoved, yet there was a slight softening in his demeanor. He showed no scorn or condescension. Instead, he had the look of someone deep in thought, as if gears were turning in his mind. The detective couldn't tell if it was regret or a newfound wariness of his own strength that was affecting Flynn. What was clear, however, was that the encounter had impacted him in some way. With no words to add, Batman ended with, "You're all dismissed." With that, the heroes exited the room. The Slayer lingered briefly, casting a final glance at the Caped Crusader before donning his helmet, the door closing behind him. Now free, Flynn strode his way to the teleporters alongside his group. John walked beside him and spoke to him. "Say what you want about Batman," John started, "but he's not wrong in his observations. You really are lucky. I know that seemed all like nothing to you, but that was 1 in a million, hell, a billion chances you just brushed with. I already said it before, and I hope you remembered it before. But don't step on the League's toes again." Flynn made only one side glance back at the lantern, but made no retort after. Along the way, the Man of Steel departed amicably with the others to deal with paperwork. Initially, it would have been just Flynn, Dinah, and John making their way. However, Kara had surprisingly decided to join them. Well, that wasn't too bad, Kara remarked. I mean, it really sucks to watch the big guy get crapped on by Batman. That's only because you were in the crossfire, John stated. Bats did his homework, and you were cleared of misconduct. Oh, that's a relief, Kara relaxed. So watch a guy's doing later? I'm surprised you're interested, Kara, Dinah said, amused by the Kryptonian's sudden attention. But John and I are to head back and help Flint out finish his moving. Ooh, where does he live now? New York, Dinah said casually. Manhattan area? Oh, lucky, Kara squealed, flying next to the Slayer. And the best part is I live in New York as well. So it'll be great being neighbors with you. Yay, Flint expressed. Kara leaned over to Dinah and whispered, Is he always like this? Don't worry, Car, Dinah reassured. He's been without contact for a while. He'll get over it, eventually. Ah, Kara understood. Well, good to meet new some neighbors. Even after horrible first impressions, it's going to be all okay. Plus, back on the whole government thing, I have serious doubts they'll pull the rug under us. I mean, who in their right mind would have it in us? With the entire office cleared, the detective took a breather, gathering his thoughts and preparing himself for the inevitable. Vega, Batman commanded, open the terminals. Commence meeting. The former UAC AI did as expected, opening up a window on the screen. A window popped up, revealing a heavy-set black woman appeared on screen. Waller, Batman grimaced as he addressed her. Batman, she replied, I hope you know exactly what I'm here for. We'll cut to the chase, he bluntly stated. I have other matters beyond this debriefing. As long as you play your cards right, playboy, she snarked. And Uncle Sam won't have to raid you in your crony's little clubhouse. Batman held his retort. Noticing his acquiescence, Amanda allowed a small smirk to form. So, Amanda started, let's talk about your new friend's debut, shall we? Justice, Rip and Tear. Chapter 6, Big Break. Unknown. March 13th, 8 p.m. Easter Daylight Time. The video footage early today had spread like wildfire. All across forums, people were debating on the gruesome scene. Some approved of the situation, citing that the League was finally letting loose and that Parasite had it coming for a long time. Others weren't so receptive. But this wasn't about the internet. What mattered was the debriefing for the conspiracy that took place. The discussion of which being, of course, the video that surfaced. Not a week in and already, the subject of the Doom Marine had become a trending topic in everyone else's mind. Not unlike many viewers, the conspiracy had become fascinated by the event, minus the disgust. Well then, L2 spoke first. Few things have surprised me as of late. Given we're in the age of heroes, I had not thought something as grisly as this would happen. And from a hero no less. The fact this Doom Marine is infuriating enough, L4 added. First, the failed shipment. Now this. It seems the League are willing to employ a brute to do such dirty works. I highly doubt the League would do such a rash action, L3 countered. As much as I find the existence of the League to be an affront to the world, this seems more like an isolated incident on the League's part. Isolated? L4 scoffed, almost as if balking. The entire event was recorded live, in front of everyone. I hardly think the League would get away so easily. You're not looking at the big picture, Your Highness. L3 cleared up, though. L4 sounded unamused by the title. Excuse me. Enough. Both of you. L1 spoke up, his authority pronounced here. His two co-conspirators were quick to settle before he finally continued. L3 is correct on this. He sided with L3. The League has always been the pillar of the community. Even Gotham's Dark Knight wouldn't go so low as to eliminate his targets. Which means Parasite's death was done independently by the new arrival. This Doom, Marine as he calls himself. What this entails, however, could play to our advantage. Already, there are people now up in arms against the League's actions. Maybe not for long, but it gives us a glimpse of what the plan would bear. So you think that, given what happened, this Doom Marine could benefit us? L2 speculated. In a manner of speaking, yes, L1 answered. However, do not mistake him as a potential ally. His actions do not reflect the League's image, yes. But that doesn't mean he would align with us if given the opportunity. At best, he's a rogue element, and we can't afford to have such to our number. For now, we steer clear of his path. You seem to know more than you let on, L4 assumed, almost accusatory, as does L7, given his absence. L1, rather than answer the only woman in the group directly, simply said, I understand that the shipment a few nights ago had ended in disaster. It is unfortunate what had transpired, and I, no doubt, understand the grievances. Even so, any evidence tracing back to us was burned on the ship. I would be more concerned about that than anything else. As for L7, he will be dealt with. Nothing you should be concerned with. L1's tone remained steady, yet a more astute observer might perceive a hint of threat in it. Upon detecting this, L4 was quick to suppress her anger. However, deep down, she seethed with fury over the casual rejection she had received. A deeply humiliating experience. Moving on, L1 change topics. L3, I hear you have begun the groundwork of the new project. You heard correctly, L3 enlightened. In fact, L6 has taken up my offer to oversee the results of our new investment, and I am truly honored to partake in such. L6 spoke with some enthusiasm in his voice. The samples de Mercenaire brought readjacent parfaitement à la fusion. In due time, the project will only take less than a quarter of a year. Excellent, L1 commended. Send any new findings when you can, Doctor. Le plaisir est pour moi. L6 finished. Manhattan, New York, March 16th, 8:59 a.m. At this time, most New Yorkers were wide awake, getting up to the sound of traffic and a sip of coffee. For most, it's the start of every day. For Flynn Taggart, or DaneNagai, his day didn't start, nor did it end. Last night was the first time he felt lying on a bed. Soft, warm, and difficult to sleep on. In fact, he had not slept since he had arrived. Not even on board the watchtower when he was offered quarters to rest in. Despite the welcoming presentation, he was restless, and he didn't feel the effects of insomnia kicking in. He operated without issue. Didn't eat, didn't drink, didn't sleep. Hell, he didn't shit either. Harnessing so much argent energy had rendered the Slayer impervious to basic human needs. He ran on nothing but the energy inside him. Sleepless throughout the night, Flynn instead took to reading the sign language book Dinah had given him. Page after page, he had digested through the reading material and absorbed all that he read. Well, not really. He knew how sign language worked, somehow, but he read it anyway, both to keep him and to distract himself from the conversation a couple of days ago. March 14th. So Flynn, John started gently, maybe you should stay low at this time. Flynn looked bewildered at the lantern. What? Well, Flynn, John broke the news calmly. After the thing with Parasite, me and the rest back at the Bat's office been talking and thought, maybe you should stay away from the public. Let the storm settle before you take off. Seriously? Flynn expressed exasperation. Look, Flynn, Dinah stepped in. It'll only just be temporary. For now, maybe you should just sit back and wait until everything is fine. Flynn couldn't believe what he was hearing. Fuming with anger, the Slayer kicked the box that stored his armor so hard it reached the other side of the warehouse. Flynn, Dinah tried to calm him. Easy. No one likes it, but you have to understand. What is? He roared. But they don't know what happened, okay? Dinah detailed further. Listen, I don't know if the internet exists from where you're from. It probably does, and you should know that stuff like this spreads like wildfire. And I know you and Batman don't see eye to eye, but he's doing his best to resolve this. Now focused, Flynn directed his attention at the canary. He growled, how? He's got connections, she sighed. I don't know how he does it, but he's adept at politics. It's how we stay in business. How anyone stays in business, really. Can't do any good work without the Pentagon breathing down on our necks. Again, he scoffed. He shook his head in outrage. Pout all you want, Flynn. John supported Dinah. But you know that deep down, this is your only way to do any real good in the world. It may not be full of demons to kill, and it especially doesn't allow you to kill recklessly, but you can still do some good. Not everything has to involve killing. Once this whole thing dies down, maybe you should as well. As John finished, Flynn turned still. There was still an intense radiance around before he sighed, a sign of calming down. There was no question as to what he was thinking next. As tensions were dying, Power Girl, who had remained quiet throughout, awkwardly broke it down further. I see everyone's making progress here, she said, causing the other three to realize her presence was still here, which is great, by the way. I think it was time to let emotions ride it out and let common sense kick in afterwards. They all stared at her with dead silence. I realize I made it awkward, she added, but in fairness, it was already awkward as I watched you guys in complete silence. So yeah, there's that. Sorry, Kara, Canary apologized. We have to rein in Flynn's bad habits. I'm kind of noticing the pattern there. Kara lightly jested, only to change tune once she saw the Slayer turning his head to her. Sorry, she apologized. Anyway, what's your house like? The memory still stuck with him since. Soon the alarm next to him went off as it hit 9 o'clock. Quick on his reflex, Flynn pressed the shut off, only to accidentally smash it to pieces by accident. Sighing irritably, Flynn bookmarked the page he was on and stood up, walking off to the showers to clear his mind. Later, the TV set was blaring in the background as the coffee machine went off. Flynn pulled the pot out and poured it into his cup. Taking in the aroma before deeply drinking into it, Flynn sighed with relief. Even if it was of a cheap variety, the Slayer did kind of miss drinking coffee. Sipping another, Flynn brought his coffee with him and sat on the couch. On the screen, Clint Eastwood held a rifle against El Indio just as he gave Mortimer his holster for a proper duel. Now we start, said Eastwood. Flynn sat back, paying no mind to the TV as he focused on the book. For 3 days now, he had been kind of homebody. It was a rather forced break imposed on him. Given what's happened, he had to stay quiet. So instead, he decided to use his time to explore other things. Given his proactive lifestyle, he took to running across the city, in civilian clothes, on the rooftops. Occasionally, he came across a crime in the middle of the day, or night, and he usually responded by breaking some arms and legs before vanishing. The League probably wouldn't like hearing that, but given he wasn't allowed to stay in. Just then, Vega spoke through the speakers. "Morning, Slayer," Vega greeted. "I have received word from the League to change to the channel. There is an update in regard to Sunday's incident." Curious, Flynn changed the channel. The screen then revealed a red-headed woman, Iris something, covering today's topic, DaneNagai. After the horrifying events unfolding this weekend at Times Square, New York, in which supervillain Parasite was killed in a battle with Superman, Black Canary, Green Lantern John Stewart, and new hero, the DaneNagai. Also, arriving at the scene was Superman's cousin, Power Girl. During the ensuing fight, Parasite, in an unexpected turn, transformed into what many eyewitnesses described as a tree of bodies. What you are about to see may disturb viewers. The news quickly changed to footage of Parasite transforming. While any viewer would react with disgust, Flynn simply took a sip of his coffee with a look of apathy across his face. It'd get him thinking, though. Having a wealth of knowledge on Argent energy, this was the first time he ever saw it get volatile upon exposure. For a moment, there was a bit of concern, wondering about future problems. Then none, as he quickly chalked it up and thought to himself to not lose sleep over it. Fucking Grimace had it coming. Anyway, after the incident, massive outrage has erupted across the nation, with many questioning the Justice League's handling of the situation. The news quickly switched to many civilians in plain view. That was gross as hell. Disgusting if you ask me. I don't know what the Justice League was thinking of bringing that animal in. A travesty to see our heroes go down this path. Flynn didn't care what these people thought. What's done was done. Move on, he thought. However, not everyone seems to share the same sentiment. Iris continued, with some in fact endorsing the method. "About time the League had the guts to kill the bad guys," said one overly enthusiastic bystander. "If this is where our heroes are going to go down, then I'm kind of liking this approach. Too long. I've been watching criminals get away with the system. So if the League is deciding to throw the gloves down, then I'm all for it." Hearing those statements, Flynn couldn't help but wonder just how sanitized the world was. Have humans become so sensitive to the act of killing up until now? It somewhat irked him to know that this much ignorance had existed. As the footage ended and Iris continued to blabber, Flynn noticed her hand reaching to her ear before she spoke up. "We now have word from the White House that the President of the United States will make a statement in light of yesterday. Starting now." The cameras quickly changed to the front of the White House, where a podium was set up. On stage, the 44th president was accompanied by Superman and a stout black woman who had quite a mean-looking mug on her, both individuals standing beside him. "Hello, my fellow Americans," greeted the president. "I understand that many of you have questions about the incident that occurred on Sunday. Before we begin, I just want to thank Superman for joining us today as a representative of the Justice League." Clearing his throat, the president continued. "In light of Sunday's incident, the death of the supervillain known as Parasite was, simply put, horrific and disastrous. As many of you have guessed, the Justice League is under fair scrutiny over this. However, thanks to the Justice League cooperating with investigations, we have thoroughly reviewed the matters and made our final assessment." Flynn kept himself laid back, already predicting the answer. "After a short period of reviewing, we, the United States Congress, have acquitted the DaneNagai of all charges in the death of a known supervillain." Flynn merely smirked. Outside his window, he could hear some cheering. He raised a brow from the noise, but paid no mind to it. A knock soon came, getting Flynn to stand up. Walking to the door, he opened to find Canary, smiling warmly. "Hey, big guy," Dinah greeted, hugging Flynn. "Hope you've been well. Mind if I come in?" Flynn invited her, closing the door behind him as she entered. Dinah entered the living room and turned to see the news. "Looks like you're officially on business. How does it feel?" Flynn simply shrugged before signing. "Not a big deal." Dinah was taken by surprise. "You're a quick learner." Dinah sounded impressed. "Didn't think you would do it on such short notice." "Been keeping busy," signed Flynn. Dinah nodded approvingly. "That's good," she said, "and also good you're back to doing work. Just remember the code." "I can't make promises," he signed, "but I will try." "You gotta keep it down, Flynn," Dinah sighed. "Can't help you if you break the code. Same goes for everyone on the League." Flynn grimaced but shrugged. Dinah nodded and said, "Now enough talk. About time we get you patrolling. Park my bike at your place. Want to go for a joy ride while we're at it?" Now that Flynn was grinning eagerly. "Home. Reza Sophinia. Later." Rafa nervously tapped on ATM screen. Didn't help that there was a gun pressing against his temple. "Come on, bitch," said the robber. "I ain't got all day. Hurry up. Pee, please," begged Rafa. "I'm doing quickly as I can act." "Keep your fucking voice down," threatened the robber, pressing the barrel further to his skull. Or you're gonna dash. The robber suddenly felt his hand pulled away. Turning over his shoulder, he met face to face with a man in a dark green helm. What the foo dash? The robber didn't finish a word before DaneNagai bent the arm unnaturally. The man screamed, releasing his hostage. DaneNagai wasn't finished as he grabbed the robber's head and slammed him against the screen. After a couple of smashes, the Marine threw him aside. Black Canary ran up to check on the knocked out man. His face was blood, but he was still breathing. Almost had me worried there, she admonished, grabbing a zip tie and putting it around his ankles. Breaking his arm was a little too far. No killing, DaneNagai signed, that's the deal. Nothing about breaking. Smart ass, she sniped. Later, Lizzie hid behind Canary as they watched DaneNagai beat the absolute shit out of her attackers. He was throwing them around like rag dolls, giving them swift hooks and jabs, his strength doing much of the work to knock them out. Teeth were flying, and so were the thugs. One tried to throw in a kick, but DaneNagai intercepted it. Seeing an opening, DaneNagai punched him in the nuts before breaking his leg after. The man screamed with a shrill voice, feeling two different sensations of pain simultaneously. Dinah winced at the sight before he was thrown back at his cohorts. With all of them down, DaneNagai proceeded to walk over them. Seeing where it was going, Dinah tried to stop him just as grabbed one of their legs. Whoa, that's enough, she protested. No need to go extreme. Enough, Lizzie spoke indignantly. They tried to attack me, and you're protecting them? What kind of hero are you? Now, it was Dinah's turn to be offended. But before she could answer, a blood-curdling scream interrupted her. Dinah could only cringe, not having to look at what happened. Much, much later, move your asses. Rodney screamed out to his partners, hauling ass as he fled from the jeweler's store. His cohorts followed as well. Already, police cruisers arrived. Rodney shot at them, blowing some tires and wounding several cops in the heat. His partners did the same, though some shot wild in the air like idiots. Quickly, he jumped into the van and onto the driver's seat. The others followed, dropping duffel bags full of jewelry into the back. The ignition kicked in and Rodney stepped on the pedal. The van went full speed, hitting a couple of cruisers on the way, but narrowly avoiding the cops. Finally hitting the road, Rodney couldn't help but chuckle a little, adrenaline kicking in. Step on it, Rod. Pete screamed from the back, holding on for dear life. Rodney kept his eyes on the road, not aware of the green man crashing into the van's side at full speed. The van swerved before losing balance, tumbling and rolling across the street. Everyone in the van was getting tossed around, accidentally hitting each other before the van landed on its side. Rodney was knocked out real good, head spinning from the hit. Hearing the sirens getting louder, Rodney tried to force the door open. When it finally did, he fell to the ground, completely off balance. As he tried to stand, he noticed a giant green man approaching him. Not getting the chance to figure out who it was, the assailant knocked him out with a single punch. DaneNagai returned to the van, going to the back and ripping the doors open, before pummeling the absolute tar out of the remaining robbers inside. The Black Canary arrived on scene on her motorcycle, along with the police, watching the robbers getting tossed out of the vehicle. DaneNagai came out, carrying all the duffel bags in hand and dropping them at his foot. I suppose this is a little better than the last two we've done, Dinah flatly noted, leaning over the front of her back. Hudson Bay, New York, March 16th, 9:08 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Dinah sat on her bike next to the computer setup. She moved her neck around, feeling a satisfying crack. Suddenly, the teleporter activated. Dinah turned and smiled to see Flynn come back with some soda. Flynn tossed her one, catching it perfectly in her hand before tapping the top of the can a couple of times. She opened and quickly drank it down. The cool, dark liquid was the stuff she needed to soak her throat. Ah, she gasped. That's the stuff. Flynn sat on his computer chair, taking his helmet off and opening his can, taking a large gulp before covering his mouth to burp after. Dinah felt one too and covered her mouth as well. I gotta admit, she started the conversation, today was not so bad. I mean, you have a rather rough way of putting bad guys down, but if this were a test, I'd say you passed roughly 70%. A passing grade, really. Flynn looked displeased and signed. You rough bad guys too. Yes, but not break a leg rough. She countered. Just 2 black eyes and some cracked nuts are enough for me. What's the difference? He signed, questioning her logic. Dinah opened her mouth, but silence followed. Instead, she sighed and moved on. Whatever, Dinah ignored. As far as today goes, I'd say you managed to pass most qualifications to being part of the league. I can't say I, or anyone in the league, would approve of your methods. But it's certainly short of killing for sure. What's wrong with killing? He asked. It's not murder if you're defending yourself. Better yet, killing criminals in general. No point in keeping them alive. Dinah looked at him uncomfortably. Again, she thought. She tried to be understanding and did her best. Well, killing in self-defense is not wrong, Dinah conceded. But killing without justification is. Killing a bad person is no better than killing an innocent. Not bad people, Flynn argued, evil people. What good is there to keep them around at the cost of innocent lives? Most police and armies do that. Why not us? Dinah sighed in frustration. This was getting more complex. Because that's not what heroes do, Dinah countered. Heroes save lives, not hand out death to criminals. If we do that, we would be no better than the villains we fight, and the whole world would look at us differently, as you have already glimpsed at these past few days. Flynn fumed in frustration, but didn't refute. Dinah sighed in reluctance. Flynn, she started, I know how difficult it is for you to accept it, and I get you mean to do good. But when you have people looking up to you, you'd understand. Flynn, upon hearing that, had a darkened look about him that worried her. I did have people, he signed, and they're dead while I live. Hearing that made Dinah realize her mistake. Flynn, I'm so sorry, she apologized. I didn't mean to dash. He raised an open palm to stop her further. Don't be, he signed. I've made peace with that, and there's nothing to do about it. The atmosphere in the warehouse grew silent. Dinah, realizing that too much had been said, decided now was the time to leave. It's getting dark, she excused. Ollie is probably wondering where I am. Flynn nodded in agreement, standing up and getting the teleporter ready. Nearing it, Vega came to life once more. Activating teleporter, coordinates have been set. Vega announced, the teleporting roaring to life. Seeing it actively glowing, Dinah finished her drink and started up her bike to life, slowly drove towards it. You did great today, regardless, Dinah addressed Flynn. And by the way, you may have a house, but the place doesn't pay for itself. League membership doesn't cover rent. Flynn nodded, giving her a simple thumbs to her. Smiling, Dinah waved goodbye to him. The bike roared to life, with Vega giving his farewells. Drive safely, Black Canary. Thanks, Vega, Dinah replied. Take care of the big guy for me. As always, Black Canary. Dinah then rode off, vanishing into the teleporter and presumably riding off. Now it was just Flynn alone at his base. There was Vega, too, but he wasn't physically there with the Slayer. Sitting back on his chair, Flynn stared blankly into the empty space. For a moment, he sat unmoving before going into one of his suit's pouches. Gently, he pulled out a torn photograph from it. Even after years of combat, the picture remained completely pristine. Looking at it, he stared emotionlessly at the two people who were in it, a young blonde woman and a child in her arms, both with smiles full of innocence and joy. Next to them was another person whose face was torn out from the picture. Flynn hung his head low in shame, because he'll never get a smile with the two people he loved ever again. Chapter 7, Common Ground. A week later, Brooklyn, New York, March 23rd, 12:47 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Manny sprinted as fast as he could, pushing a guy on his phone to the ground as he continued his escape. His flight instincts were kicking into overdrive. Quickly glancing over his shoulder, he could have sworn he saw a green blur on the rooftops. Sweating with fear, he ran into traffic, nearly getting hit by a moving taxi that honked. In his hands was a purse along with a gun in his pocket. Sorry, he hastily apologized, clumsily escaping to the other side of the road. Running for his life, Manny eventually turned to an alleyway to make a shortcut, only to stop before a wooden fence. Frantically looking around, he saw a pair of trash cans and jumped on them. Climbing up the fence, the thief struggled to get over them. About halfway, though, he was ceremoniously grabbed from behind. No. He rapidly screamed before he was pulled away and thrown to the ground. Groaning in pain, he nursed the back of his head. His vision cleared up and soon met face-to-face with New York's new hero. The bulk of his armor made him one hell of an intimidating hero. Clumsily, he pulled out a snub-nosed .38, only to be swatted away predictably. Act, he cried out, now helpless. Raising hands in protest, the thief's actions did nothing as DaneNagai pulled him. Manny pleaded, please, man. I only took a purse. Nothing persona. He was thrown against a wall, crashing into a garbage pile. Scrambling to get up, Manny felt a heavy weight against his back, pinning him down to the ground. Come on, man. Compared to all the other assholes, stealing a purse is nothing but pennies compared to the shit you hear in Gotham. Manny cried out. DaneNagai, of course, had no such patience. Instead, he went for his arm. WWO, what the hell are you doing? Manny was panicking. As if on cue, Vega stepped in to answer the poor thief. Greetings, sir. Vega politely greeted. And from my understanding, the Doom Marine is about to dislocate your arm. What? No. DaneNagai ignored his protests, getting his arm to his back while the guy struggled against his grip. I have called medical assistance and police to your whereabouts. Upon arrival, please inform them that you have a spiral fracture on your right radius. No. Deep breaths. Vega finished, with DaneNagai hearing a pop as he broke the man's arm. Manny screamed and cried, like a little girl just as the hero stood up, patting him on the shoulder before walking away. But not before taking the .38. And the purse with him. I have located the owner of the purse. I will mark it on your map. Vega informed, updating the Slayer's objectives, with DaneNagai firmly nodding. Later. Thank you so much, sir. The old woman gushed. That man was horrible, pointing a gun at my face. Thank you again. DaneNagai simply nodded, waving a hand before leaving. Walking away, the Marine was ambushed by some bystanders taking photos on their phones. Yo, DaneNagai, one guy shouted. Any chance we'll get a face reveal soon? Brother wants to know, is Vega with you? Got time for a photo? DaneNagai, having not grown to crowds such as this for a long time, simply left and continued his work. Climbing to the rooftops with great strength, the Slayer quickly settled down and scoured for further activity. Vega proved to be valuable as he hacked into police radio, which allowed the Slayer to be efficient and active on the job. So far, most of the crime was tame. An armed robbery here and an angry drunk in another. Occasionally, he'll come across an assault in an alley during his run and break some legs. And arms. And spines. Whatever the case, it had earned him more than plenty of praise from the people. I have surveyed many of the reports coming in. So far, most of them have been contained, and the rest are misdemeanors. Perhaps it's best to take the day off. DaneNagai frowned, but took heed of his companion's words. Recognized, Marine, 1 to 7. The teleporter activated as DaneNagai returned to his base. The warehouse hadn't changed much save for a couple of pieces of furniture. The couch and TV from the house were now moved here, due to the Slayer spending more time here than over at the house. Frankly, he was more comfortable in a largely abandoned area than one full of nosy neighbors. Besides a couple of members from the League, he didn't feel the need to cozy up with anyone outside his zone. Taking his helmet off, Flynn set it down on the couch before going to one of the crates. A lot of it was empty, simply there for display. The few that weren't were full of stuff he got from the local furniture or hardware store. There was only one, however, that he hid his stash. After some navigating, he went to a crate hidden from view and opened it. Inside was a stash of guns he had taken during confrontations and shootouts. Mostly SMGs and pistols inside. Along with ammunition, he managed to slip away. He figured since the police wouldn't notice some of it missing, he might as well confiscate them for his own personal use. Not that he had much use in them due to the restrictions in place. Flynn furrowed in annoyance that the League was doubling down on this. Then sighed in resignation and decided to play along, if only because some of them showed any decency towards him. Flynn stored the .38 and sealed the crate shut. Having some free time to himself, Flynn just sat down on his computer chair and faced towards the computer monitor. Vega activated the computer before Flynn's tired eyes. What game shall we be picking today? Flynn gathered his choices on the page. Due to a little bit of mischief, Flynn had Vega hack into some bank accounts and use the money to buy off a couple of games on the internet. Not a lot to cause an alert, just a few that not many would bat an eye to. He gave a quick rundown of the games he bought. BioShock, Fear, Unreal Tournament 2004, Max Payne, The Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion, Hexen. Moving his mouse, he decided to go one for a relatively brisk pace. The Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion. Excellent choice, Slayer. Vega commended. The game booted up, and Flynn waited for the menu to pop. Clicking on New Game, the Marine went to work customizing his character. Orc Male Knight. Simplicity at its finest. Finishing up, he sat through the intro before Sir Patrick Stewart's character popped in and gave his usual monologue. After that, he went to work and began his escape from the dungeon. It took him about half an hour before his character finally got outside. As he played, Flynn pondered if Vega could be useful in helping develop the next game in advance. Anonymously, of course, and with additional content cut due to time limits. Slayer, you have a guest coming. Vega alerted. Superman would like to speak with you. Flynn nodded and gave his permission. Vega activated the portal, followed by a bright yellow glow. Recognized, Superman. 0 to 1. The portal flashed briefly before Superman appeared. The Man of Steel was in costume and had a smile on his face as he greeted him. Hey, Flynn. Superman greeted him, earning a waving gesture from the Slayer. How are things? So. Flynn signed, work is slow. Taking break. That's good. Superman spoke supportively. Can't be a superhero 24/7. On break because nothing exciting happens. Flynn signed, his expressions flat with boredom. Superman frowned slightly, but kept his attitude up. Well, superhero work isn't always exciting. Superman conceded. But keeping the people safe is rewarding in itself. Flynn, in his own sarcastic way, signed. Got that from Fortune Cookie? Superman chuckled at the light joke. Just something I learned from experience. Anyway, you got time? Yeah. Flynn signed. What do you need? Got those additional materials you needed for Vega. Superman answered. Just so I need experience hands from you. You interested? As Superman waited, he noticed Flynn squinting his eyes. The Slayer then signed. What's the catch? Superman, looking a little guilty, answered, those materials were straight out of Batman's pockets. Flynn, having predicted that answer, simply sighed but accepted the offer. Fortress of Solitude, North Pole. March 23rd, 7:30 p.m. Universal Time Coordinated. Clark watched as Flynn went to work on the hardware of his suit covered. Only his hands and face were exposed. Flynn was deep into his work, pulling and assembling the hardware into Vega's new core system. Clark would occasionally provide some help, here and there, with Vega guiding the intricacies of the new additions. Of course, the Kryptonian would have done the work himself, but he wanted to gain Flynn's trust. Seeing how laser-focused he was in his work gave the Man of Steel some insight into how Flynn worked. His selective mutism was apparent, and he didn't seem to have much in the way of socializing, if any. Still, Clark, and the rest who wanted to help, was undeterred and worked to help him integrate back to society. At the same time, though, he was fully aware of the Marine's past. Facing the literal forces of hell has completely eroded away what was left of the man's restraints, especially when it became abundantly clear that the Slayer no stranger to violence. In fact, he seemed to relish in the act when he could. Just from Black Canary's assessment, the man was tiptoeing the lines of what was acceptable in the League. It was only a matter of time before the Slayer decided to let loose and cause untold amounts of damage to the world. That said, the Man of Steel also knew he had very good intentions. Destructive, yes, but the enemies he faced were undoubtedly worse. Footage of the Mars incident made it clear that hell was real, and they were an absolute cancer to the known universe. If the chances of them coming to Earth ever came, then Superman and the Justice League must never hold back against such an overwhelming threat. Clark shook those grim thoughts and decided to think of other things. Luckily, the Fortress robot servant arrived and returned with some hot beverages in hand. Superman, Kellex addressed, "Your drinks, as per request." "Thanks, Kellex," Superman expressed as he took the drinks off the robot's hand. "Off you go now." "Very well." The robot departed soon after. Superman turned and offered Flynn his drink. "Hot cocoa?" Clark asked, earning a nod before Flynn took the drink off his hands. Both drank the hot beverage and sighed afterward. "Really good drinks in a place like this," Clark commented offhandedly. "It must have been a while since you drank something like this." Flynn grunted. A rare instance of the Slayer's verbal communication. Clark continued the conversation. "Still, right." Clark changed the subject. "Anyway, remember my cousin, Kara? Power Girl?" Flynn looked at him for a moment before setting his drink on a nearby table and, in a rather obscene gesture, opened and closed his hands near his chest. Clark could only look incredulous and stammered. First of all, bad. Second of all, EW, that's my cousin." The embarrassed reaction seemed to have gotten a response from the Marine. A small smirk was forming on the man's face before signing. "Yeah, what about her?" Superman quickly calmed down and explained, "Well, Kara was asking about you recently. She heard about your current living situation and offered you a job at her workplace, Star Labs." Flynn raised a brow at the surprising news. "Really?" "Yeah," Clark answered. "Believe it or not, she spoke with her colleagues, and they opened up a position for you if you're interested. Just know that she goes by Karen Starr. Kara is her Kryptonian name." Flynn blinked in surprise and signed. "She owns a company?" "Oh, no. Clark corrected himself. Star Labs is a non-profit organization focused on research and development. Star was just a coincidence when Kara adopted it. Anyway, they have several locations where they conduct all sorts of tech development. Nothing on the scale of mad science work, but their inventions have been used around the world for beneficial purposes." Flynn's shoulders slacked a bit, having a look of skepticism mixed with reluctance. "I get you're not a people person, per se." Clark leaned on Flynn's sense of goodness. "But it would help you to at least have a normal life. At least something close to it. Oh, and a job to pay the bills." That last bit seemed to trigger a response, Clark noted. Flynn soon signed. "How much?" "Enough to pay the rent, I suppose." Clark guessed. "The offer's open, but I have a feeling you won't say no to a monthly paycheck." Having put the suggestions through Flynn's mind, Clark watched as the Marine pondered for a moment. Manhattan, New York. March 24th, 9:58 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Karen hurried to the elevator as she tried to make it on time. The constant paperwork and software and coding had taken so much of her focus that she nearly forgot about the meeting. And here she was running towards the closing elevators. "Hey, hold the doors," she cried out, jumping in just as the doors were closing shut. She almost crashed into some of her colleagues who, thankfully, moved out of the way. At the same time, she controlled her momentum quite well just as she crashed into the elevator wall. "Don't want to leave a dent on impact." Sorry. She apologized as she caught her breath before pressing one of the buttons. The elevator soon moved, and Karen used the time to tap her foot impatiently. "Come on, Karen," she thought. "Don't blow your chances. Your cousin entrusted you with this meeting." After a couple of moments and a few stops along the way, the elevator finally reached the floor and slid open. By then, though, Karen slipped past through and lightly jogged towards the front desk. Scanning her surroundings, she smiled to find a newcomer sitting on one of the sofas near the entrance. "Flynn," she called out, earning his attention just as he stood up. Even without the suit, the man was humongous to the point he stood out like a pineapple in a tomato field. He wore a simple gray long-sleeve shirt and jeans over high-cut Converse. Not that it did anything to conceal his physique, which was, in Karen's private words, well-defined. Nonetheless, she greeted him warmly and said, "Welcome. So glad you joined. I was beginning to believe you wouldn't accept the application." "Your cousin told me about the job offer," Flynn signed. Kara paused for a moment and realized she had forgotten something. Time quickly slowed down, and Kara blitzed back up to her office. Scrounging through her messy desk, the Kryptonian found a sign language book and quickly scrolled through its pages in nanoseconds before putting it down and rushing back downstairs. Time resumed without issue, and Kara quickly signed, glad he did some convincing. "Not deaf," he muttered in sparse words. Kara realized and said, "Oh, right. Silly me. I forgot you haven't been here for a while, but I prepared myself just for the occasion." Kara cleared her voice and straightened her posture. "But where are my manners? My name is Karen Starr. And yes, I know, everyone makes jokes about my name, sometimes calling me the poster girl of Star Labs or Pistar Girl. Kinda lame if you ask me." Flynn listened intently, simply nodding to get by. "But where was I?" Kara briefly looked off. "All right. Welcome to Star Labs, which stands for Science and Technology Advanced Research Laboratories. Now if you follow me, we can start a little tour around the place." Kara turned around and gestured for him to follow. Flynn hadn't really expected much entering the building. Sure, it was a fancy dome with attachments, but nothing to give much thought about. Even walking in to find the decor to be something Apple would blush about didn't faze him in the slightest. Well, almost. Taking a seat in the waiting area, it only took a few moments before Superman's cousin appeared and greeted him. Despite the rather paper-thin disguise, she was surprisingly easy to spot. Wearing a blue sweater with a button shirt and a black knee-high skirt to fit the scientist look, complete with a tied-up bun and glasses. After a short, if quirky, introduction, he followed her inside where Kara, or Karen as she calls herself, toured him around Star Labs facilities. Walking down the hall, Flynn looked both sides to find scientists occupied with their research behind glass surfaces. Bits and baubles were being experimented here and there. Occasionally, a scientist or two would pass by, greeting Kara until they were unnerved by Flynn's presence. Flynn simply ignored them, with few things ever really catching the Slayer's attention, as he simply shut off and followed the blonde heroine in disguise. Hell, he wasn't paying attention to what Karen was saying as he simply stared at her. Strange, he thought, as every time she would turn to face him, he felt relaxed, calm around her. "So hearing about from my only source of your credentials," Karen continued on, "you're pretty good with a wrench. Am I hearing right?" "Machines, yes." Flynn signed. Karen smiled in acknowledgement. "That's great. We actually have an engineering division around here, which includes moi, software in my case." As they continued, one of the researchers almost crashed into them with his back, opening the door. The dark-skinned man was currently carrying some stacked boxes when he appeared. Despite his load, he was well-built and accustomed to heavy lifting. Kara was quick to move out of the way before the man stumbled. Flynn, meanwhile, moved in as he noticed the man losing his balance. "Whoa," the man hollered, surprised by Flynn grabbing him. "Sorry about that. Didn't mean to bump into you." "Hey, Henry." Kara reached out to help her colleague. "Let me help you out." Flynn helped likewise. Both removed the boxes stacked at the top from her colleague, known as Henry. With the weight lifted, Henry looked relieved before looking surprised. "Whoa," Henry said as he looked at Flynn's imposing stature. "Where they been feeding you?" "Texas." Flynn remained mute by the response, which almost unnerved the man until Kara stepped in. "Sorry, Henry." Kara apologized in Flynn's stead. "This is Flynn. He's something of an intern. I'm just giving him a tour around the place." "Flynn, this is John Henry Irons, a fellow engineer." "Nice." Henry set the remaining to the side of his hip and reached out a hand. "Could use an extra hand around here." Flynn set his box aside as well and shook his hand, signing, "You too." Flynn says he looks forward as well. Henry. "Oh," Henry said, "sorry. I didn't know you were deaf." "I'm not." Flynn spoke in halting words. Henry quickly looked at Kara, who said, "Sorry. Flynn has a disability. He could talk. Just nonverbal at the moment." "Trying." Flynn blurted in an attempt to act normal. Kara faked a cough to try and keep things cool. Thankfully, Henry took it well and said, "No worries, man. I get it. I know a guy whose kid has similar problems. Smart kid, though." Flynn simply nodded before Henry looked down at his wristwatch. "Oof." Henry sighed. "If you guys don't mind walking with me, I've got to bring these parts to Dr. Stone." "Yeah, sure." Kara agreed, following Henry behind while prompting Flynn to follow. "Guess we're going to see the VIP." Kara whispered to him. Don't worry, Dr. Stone is a pretty chill guy. He'll be excited to see you. Further walking down the hall, the trio were soon joined by another colleague. He was a 20-something man of Asian descent with short black hair and thick glasses. Unlike his other two colleagues, he was shorter. As he got closer, he raised a hand while smiling. "What up, Iron Man?" he exclaimed, with Henry high-fiving him and replying, still reaching for the skies. "How you doing, Ryan?" "I'm good myself." "Haha." The shorter scientist, now Ryan, said, "Still, Dr. Palmer's busting my chops. Making breakthroughs with our project, though. Always breaking boundaries. And you're still at a short notice." Kara spoke up, prompting a chuckle from Ryan. "Oh, always stabbing with me the puns." Ryan joked back. "How about you, poster girl?" "Ugh." Kara feigned disgust. "I'll feel better if I can squash you like a bug." Ryan. Not as good as the first one, Karen." Ryan teased. Quickly, he soon realized Flynn's presence and backed away a little in surprise. "Say," Ryan nervously spoke. "Who's the guy?" "Ryan," Kara started introductions. "This is Flynn. I'm giving a tour around the place." "Oh." Ryan looked surprised. "Is he a company agent?" "No, he's a new hire," Kara answered. Ryan's eyes widened and said, "Really?" "Yep. And before you ask, he knows his way around machines." "Oh, we got ourselves a little hunting here," Ryan joked. "At least you skipped the janitor duty, big guy." Flynn simply stared at the smaller man with apathy, actually causing discomfort as Ryan's cheerful laugh died a bit. "Heh, nice to meet you, Flynn." Ryan awkwardly introduced. "Name's Ryan Choi. Physicist. Working as an assistant for Dr. Ray Palmer. Technically. Experimenting on dwarf star matter tech dash." "I don't think he knows, Ryan." Henry hijacked the conversation. "Shrinking technology." That was all Ryan could say, which earned him a simple nod of acknowledgement from Flynn. Finally, the group made their way towards a big door, which had a clear window, leaving little for the imagination. Opening, the four found themselves joining with other scientists. Lots of lab coats and name tags, with the occasional security on standby. A pretty standard procedure, all things considered. His presence, however, did get some researchers looking in his direction. A few scientists couldn't help but gawk at the man's size, while the nearby security looked at him suspiciously. Again, not something he's a stranger to. Irons took the lead and went to another scientist. He was a man of dark complexion and slightly taller than average height. He had a pair of thick rectangular glasses on him, and he seemed more focused on the clipboard he carried. "Dr. Stone," Henry addressed while setting down the box. "Here are the materials you requested for the project. Anything I could do to help out?" "Yes." Dr. Stone looked up. "Thank you, Mr. Irons. Your help is always appreciated. But that will be all for the day." "Understood, sir," Henry said right before departing. He gave the others a farewell look before leaving. The rest soon dropped off the boxes right where Irons placed down. Ryan took leave after and joined with another scientist nearby. Ray Palmer, presumably. Now it was just Karen and Flynn. The former introduced the new member of the labs. "Hi, Dr. Stone," Karen addressed. "I'm here with a new intern seeking interest in our research. He's a promising one." "Ah, Karen. Thank you." Dr. Stone took his eyes off his notes to face Kara, only to look directly at Flynn. Surprise was an understatement. "Oh, okay, wow." Dr. Stone was stunned. "I had expected someone of normal stature. Forgive me, I'm quite stunned to see you, Mr. Taggart, sir." Kara stepped in. "Mr. Taggart was actually appointed to me by a very outstanding individual, and I figured such a promising individual would fit right in with our team." "I see," said Dr. Stone. "I'll admit appearance is not what I usually expected, but I guess you can't judge a book by its cover. Tell me, Mr. Taggart, do you have any credentials? And sort of area of expertise are you in?" Before Flynn could answer, Kara, like before, added, "I almost forgot to answer, but Mr. Taggart here is unable to speak. Currently, for now, he's only able to communicate through sign language." "Oh," Dr. Stone spoke with sympathy. "I'm terribly sorry to hear." "Thank you." He says thank you for understanding. Kara translated. Dr. Stone nodded and continued. "Still, do you have any experience in some area?" Flynn signed, which Kara translated to engineering. "Hardware." Dr. Stone hummed. "Interesting. Wouldn't mind another engineer to the team. Where did you get your skills, by the way?" Before Flynn could answer, Kara told him to wait nearby before talking to her boss. About that, Dr. Stone, Kara stepped, gently breaking the news. His credentials are non-existent. The head scientist lifted a brow when he heard Kara's reveal. "I'm sorry." Dr. Stone blinked twice. "He's what?" "He doesn't have credentials." Kara winced at the answer she gave him. Dr. Stone looked at her as if she had gone insane. "Ms. Starr," he said her name, "I appreciate your honesty and integrity to the labs, but you brought in a dropout in a restricted area? I know how that sounds, but Mr. Taggart displayed some remarkable skills." "Really?" Dr. Stone skeptically spoke. Do you have proof? Kara's mouth was open, but little words escaped. We could. She tried to make up something. Give him a test to run. The look on Dr. Stone's face said it all. Karen, he sighed, there's only so much I can tolerate a small joke or two. But you can't just have someone waltz in and dash. Dr. Stone's eyes drifted away from Kara's face as his face expressed a look of surprise. Kara turned to where he was looking and saw Flynn working on one of the machines. Said machine was the huge scanner used for identifying extraterrestrial objects. Hey, Dr. Stone exclaimed, walking towards the tall man. Sir, you can't be tampering with that machine. Flynn said nothing, not even glancing back at the researcher. Excuse me. Dr. Stone made his way towards him, with Kara following behind. I don't know where Dr. Starr found you, but you cannot dash. Dr. Stone didn't finish before the machine booted up without trouble. Dash, tamper. The head researcher froze in surprise to find the machine working properly. Flynn stood up, wiping his hands with a rag nearby. Dr. Stone stared up at the giant before looking down to where Flynn was fixing. How did you? Dr. Stone muttered. Flynn then began signing. He says the wires were mixed up in the wrong places, Karen answered. They weren't properly checked, and your processor cores were placed in the wrong way. Dr. Stone blinked twice before mustering up some words. I see, he replied before sighing. Apologies. It seems Dr. Starr was correct in giving you the tour. If I may, perhaps we can test your skills. Flynn simply shrugged, causing Dr. Stone to be somewhat miffed by his nonchalant attitude. He then looked at Kara. The woman smiled awkwardly as Dr. Stone gave her the clear. 6:42 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Karen finally stretched her legs as she and Flynn got out of the office. The Kryptonian rubbed her neck while stretching. Gotta admit, she yawned. Not bad for a first impression. Kind of funny seeing Dr. Stone spooked by your good while hunting act. Can't get that image out of my head. Huh. So I'm hired? Signed Flynn. Pretty much, she answered in a light tone. Congratulations, big guy. You're officially inducted to Star Labs. Flynn smirked, causing Kara to blow a raspberry. Ugh, so lame. She whined. You should be celebrating. You're back on Earth, working for the good guys. And now you got a job. Shouldn't that excite you? Flynn expressed a look of uncertainty before signing. Not many phases me, honestly. Karen sighed. Oh, all right. She pouted. Maybe we can find something to do. Kara then had a eureka. Maybe we should celebrate tonight. How about dinner? Treat is on me, she suggested. Flynn raised a brow. Any good food? No, a place that sells ramen. Answered Kara. Not that instant crap you find in Walmart. I'm talking about the real deal. Up in the East Village. You'll love it. Though, hope you're not afraid of heights. Flynn raised a brow. East Village, Manhattan. 6:48 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The two landed in the area Kara spoke of. Flynn half expected the flying, but he didn't expect how smooth the flight would go. Currently, they were in an alley. It was void, allowing them to land without worry of being caught. As they exited, they arrived at the place she spoke of. Entering, they were greeted by the receptionist at the front. Table for two, please. Kara requested the receptionist at the front. The young server allowed them in and led them to their table. Flynn took in the interior of the restaurant. This Momofuku place had a similar aesthetic to the labs, albeit with some rustic elements such as wood and carved rock. The place was getting busy, but there were still some seats left. You guys don't mind sitting at the bar counter? Asked the receptionist. Not much at all, Kara politely answered. Flynn signed in turn. Same, he says. Kara answered for him. The smaller woman smiled and said, all right, please have a seat. The two took their seats as they settled down. Here are your menus. The young woman handed the flimsy booklets in front of them. Let us know when you guys are ready, she said. Otherwise, would either of you like some beverages? Kara waited expectantly for Flynn. Anything you like? Flynn paused and looked at the menu. He noted the picture of alcohol on the menu. Pointing it, Kara turned and said, 2 beers, thanks. The server acknowledged and left. Now that they were alone, the two get to watch the staff cook in full view. So, Kara mustered up the words. Feels nice to be back on Earth? I mean, you seem to be settling here quite well. You have friends now, get to eat good food, and finally got a well-paying job. What's not to love? SOSO. He signed. Kara pouted in disappointment. Well, at least appreciate a free meal out of my wallet. She huffed, crossing her arms. Eventually, the server returned with the drinks. Huge glass mugs were placed in front of them. Ready to order, miss? Asked the server. Yes, said Kara, looking at the menu. We'll start with gyoza. I'll be having the chicken ramen. For my friend. She turned to Flynn, who pointed out his choice. He'll have the pork ramen. Excellent choice, said the server. I'll have your orders ready. As the waitress left, Kara grabbed her mug and raised it. Here's to your first day on the job, she announced. Flynn brought up his drink, hand almost wrapped around the glass. Both clinked their glasses together and downed their alcohol. Kara gave a side eye as she watched Flynn effortlessly drink his to the bottom. Both set their mugs down, now empty. Ah, she sighed, refreshing. Looks like you really got the tolerance, big guy. Nice to have some beer. Signed Flynn, haven't gotten around since returning. Well, I'm glad to be of good company for moments like these. Kara smirked. Savor the moment, am I right? I guess. Flynn's eyes scanned the floor. Everyone was mingling, casually chatting about their day. It was the sort of environment that one could take for granted. For Flynn, returning to a land so familiar to him, yet alien at the same time, left him feeling unwelcomed. Hey, Flynn turned to Kara's voice. You okay, big guy? The heroine had a look of concern in her eyes. Briefly, his eyes were drawn to Kara's face. The heroine, for a moment, could see how lost he was simply by staring into them. And those eyes told her enough. It took a fire in the kitchen to break eye contact. Thankfully, a controlled one, but enough to break focus. Recovering, Flynn signed, I'm fine. Just looking around. Kara didn't look convinced. She sighed but put up a smile. I guess you've been gone for a long time, huh? She remarked, like a really long time? You're back home, but it's not the same one. Everything looks the same, but there are just some things missing around here. I get it. I've been where you were at. Flynn quirked a brow, prompting Kara to continue. I get where you're coming, said Kara. I'm a refugee. Like you. Except my home wasn't the only planet I lost. Kara looked down with a sad smile. I came from another Earth. She revealed, a different one with different heroes. Same costumes, but not the same faces underneath. Even with the few I recognize, they're not the ones I remember. She sighed, reflecting on her past. As much as I like to think I'm home again, being surrounded by people I know, I'm still alone. Kara's eyes stared into the empty mug in front of her. By that point, Flynn never set his eyes off her, showing that little bit of concern emerging from his brutish shell. His hand reached her shoulder, yet hovered over it. He struggled to show that connection, but ultimately kept his hand to himself. Kara sighed, but straightened her back. Her cute smile returned, as did her bubbly demeanor. Not that there's much I can do, she expressed. For what it's worth, I would look forward to what the future holds. Flynn was caught off guard a little bit. Ultimately, though, he had enough insight from Power Girl's honesty. Soon, the food arrived. Kara beamed with happiness as she saw the dumplings and ramen come. The food smelled wonderful as it was placed down. Just the whiff of it was enough to Flynn at least indulge in moments like this. Would you like some refills? Asked the server. Yes. Flynn. Kara addressed Flynn, to which he nodded. Of course. Enjoy. The server left with the empty mugs. Both prepared their utensils. You're home, big guy, she quietly said, holding onto his hand on the table, safe and sound. Appreciate it. 7:46 p.m. Flynn and Kara finally left the restaurant, feeling fulfilled. Kara belched out much to her embarrassment. Covering her mouth, Kara looked at Flynn only to find him smirking at her expense before burping loudly. That caused her to snicker. Heh, she chuckled, like minds think alike. Flynn nodded. The two walked back home. Looking up, daylight was nearing its end. Everyone was still out and about at this time, though some were already heading home. That was fun, Kara commented. We should try this again. Next time, though, you're paying. Scratch mine. Scratch yours. Flynn signed. Can do a bit more than scratching, said Kara, only to immediately blush and regret what she said. But I will hold to your word, mister. A promise is a promise. Flynn quirked a brow at her sudden flustering, but thought none of it. The two made their way, walking in awkward silence. Kara, to her understanding, realized Flynn wasn't much of a talker. Well, not verbally per se, but even his sign language was limited to a few simple phrases. So, Kara spoke up. I'm glad you're living in Manhattan. We're practically neighbors. My place isn't too far, actually. Need help walking back? He signed. How nightly of you to do, she teased, though. I wouldn't mind some company, unless you're in a rush to go home. Don't have much to do. He replied. Might patrol later. Sounds like a great plan. She said, I'd love to join, but I'm feeling a little buzzed. And there's also work, so I gotta balance things out. Maybe we can catch up on patrol another day. Sure. Great. Kara held his hand and ran into another alley. The two flew into the sky, with Flynn clinging onto Kara's back. It looked rather comical if anyone saw these two in the sky. Luckily, no one knew nor realized they were even there. Flynn looked down at the city that never sleeps. The lights began to switch on, becoming brighter as nighttime entered. Time passed, and eventually, the two arrived at their destination. Landing into another alley, the couple walked out. Here it is. Kara revealed her home. Her place was a 5-story apartment building. It was ordinary looking compared to Flynn's own townhouse. It looked nice, of course. This is my place, she said. It's not much, but living on lab salary keeps the landlord away. Nice place. Sure is, Kara replied, scratching the side of her head. That's the end of my tour. If you like, I can fly you back to your place. That's all right. He signed, "Need to stretch legs. Thanks for the dinner." "Anytime, big guy," she said before going up the steps to her apartment. "So, another time?" "Yeah," he said before waving off. Kara lingered a little while, watching him disappear into the distance before heading in. Flynn wandered around for a bit, getting a better grasp on New York's geography on foot. Going through his pockets, he pulled out a small earpiece. Putting it on, the Bluetooth turned on immediately. "Greetings, Slayer," greeted Vega. "I hope today went well. Very little has erupted while you were away. Shall I guide you back to your home?" "Yes," said Flynn. "Very well. Turn right at your destination." Vega pointed. Flynn proceeded, turning right into another alley and hopping to the side of one building. Once at the roof, the Marine spent his evening running across the rooftops whilst Vega guided him. Cadmus Labs, 11:09 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Dr. Desmond looked at the reports of the new test subject. So far, the growth has been going steady. Not much different from Project Match. It did irk they had to shelf the ladder in favor of this. Of course, he knew damn well as to not question his directors about the sudden change of plans. These people were not to be tested. His predecessor didn't get the memo. The only good about this was that Desmond got promoted. As usual, business continued on without incident. The door to his office opened. Entering was Guardian, the hero assigned to the labs. Currently, he was under the influence of one of their Giganome clones. The small creature on his shoulder rode harmlessly on its host, the latter seemingly unaware of its presence. Desmond groaned in annoyance and said, "What is it?" "Dr. Desmond," Guardian addressed him. "One of our directors wishes to speak to you. He's on the line." The doctor's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't even question it, and he responded immediately. "Leave now. At once." He ordered the brainwashed hero. The Giganome's horns glowed a bright red, and the hero left immediately. Tidying his desk real quick, Desmond turned on the monitors meant for private meetings such as this. The screen flickered on, revealing one of his directors shrouded in white light, leaving only an outline around him. "Dr. Desmond." "Evening, sir," Desmond respectfully greeted. "I was unprepared for your appearance." "Forgive me, sir." The director was unfazed by Desmond's squabbling and went straight to the point. "How goes the project?" "So far, Project KR has been going smoothly." Desmond wiped the sweat on his brow. "The samples given to us yielded great results. The merging of both father genes went without issue, despite the unusual method. But a success, yes?" The director's voice lowered slightly at Desmond's implied questioning. Quickly, Desmond corrected himself. "Why, yes, sir," said Desmond. "Progress has been going smoothly. I believe the batch will come out on time." As Desmond finished, the director remained quiet. The total silence actually caused the researcher's heart to beat rapidly. "I see," the director finally said. "That at least assures me. But it goes without saying that there have been some trials and errors, correct?" Desmond gently broke the news. "Well, we did try to repeat the same process multiple times. In case Project KR needed backups, of course." "You just assured me that the project was a success?" the director questioned. "Am I hearing correctly, or did you retract your statement?" "Mistakes happen, but forgiveness rarely does." "And no," Desmond quickly responded. "The batch was indeed a success. It was only after the first did we attempt to clone more." "Go on." "Well, the first, as I said, went smoothly. The second, for reasons I and my colleagues do not understand, failed to merge despite initial successes. Stranger still, our attempts to clone resulted in, how do I answer this, disintegration. Meaning, the director's tone turned to a low growl. The DNA sample from the doomed Marine disintegrated itself. Rest assured, I was there throughout the whole process. I had all personnel checked, and they all had the same answers. I even have footage of the event." Desmond finished his explanation, and the director, once again, broke no word. Only an intense silence that left the researcher feeling like there was a noose tightening around his neck. "Very well," his superior finally said, much to Desmond's relief. "Send it to me immediately." Desmond sighed and obeyed. "Of course, sir," Desmond answered. "I'll send it right a dash." The director's monitor closed immediately. "Aye," Desmond said before he got cut off. Finally, all by himself, Desmond slumped back on his chair, feeling relieved whilst also checking his pants for any soiling. Quitting Peak, Mongolia. March 24th, 10:19 a.m. Indochina time. Vandal shut off his monitors. Taking a deep breath, the immortal Cro-Magnon digested the information. The Slayer was a strange anomaly. Witnessing the death of Parasite was telling that the Slayer's powers were off-limits. But then, the project showed signs of potential only for Vandal to find out the attempts to create more clones failed. And a rather bizarre one at that. It certainly told him something was up, but there were too many factors he could narrow down. The fact is that Cadmus even managed to create a clone gave him some assurances. Walking away from his computer, Vandal strode through his home, walking past historical relics. His relics. The immortal gave a few glances at some he had in his collection. They were significant to him by way of importance, yet only held stories written in parchments. Now the story he was after had returned unexpectedly. The Doomslayer's arrival spelled a bad omen. Maybe a good one, but his reappearance could potentially throw the balance of the world. Both good and evil. In any case, his blood would give the world a fighting chance in the long run. Combining the power of a Kryptonian? Even better. Dabbling with demonology yielded some interesting insights and wisdom. Arming with that knowledge and combining it with today's scientific breakthroughs meant the world may score another advantage against darker forces. That said, he had no idea how the Slayer would react to seeing an old face. It had been a long time. Ages, in fact. And that long time resulted in the greatest yet untold story. The story mankind was not yet ready. Finding himself outside his secret base, Vandal closed his eyes and took in the cold air of his homeland. And in the darkness, all he saw was blood, violence, rage, the likes of which created mountains from the bodies that were piled at that time. A time when humanity was at its darkest hour, where not even gods could escape the inevitable destruction. And yet, where the gods failed to do, only he remained, standing alongside Earth's ancient defenders. Vandal exhaled and collected himself. This was the right decision. I am certain. Yes, Vandal told himself. This was the right course of action. The time will come, and when it will, there will be blood. Chapter 8. Memories exhumed. The light disturbed him. Opening his eyes, he stood in the middle of a suburban neighborhood. Kids were playing on the streets. Some played hockey, others skipping ropes. Adults were not far away, laughing among themselves over some inside joke or memory. He continued to look around, only to lay eyes on a woman and their son. They were his. He knew it. The blonde woman smiled warmly and waved the little boy's arms back at his daddy. He slowly approached them, only to find a peculiar sight. Under him, he spotted a rabbit playing with his shoes. He tried to grab it, but it ran towards the woman and child. The woman laughed before she gestured for him to come. He did. One step, and they disappeared. Confusion began to kick in before panic reared its ugly head. Another step, and the sky suddenly turned red. Around him, fire and destroyed houses were all that remained. The distant cries and screams were heard, yet no one was in sight. The clouds thickened with smoke and ash. Yet none were as horrifying as what lay in front of him. The house was destroyed, save for the door. That damn door. He felt himself choke in a panic as the door began to open on its own. And with each inch, he screamed his lungs out, knowing what it would lead to. Flynn jumped from his bed, soaked in his sweat. His breathing was erratic. Looking around the room, Flynn came to his senses and realized he was back home. Well, the one he was now living in. Settling his nerves, Flynn rubbed his eyes before finally lying back on his bed. Good morning, Slayer. Vega greeted as always. It is 8 a.m., Saturday the 27th. Star Labs is currently closed as of this day. The weather is seeing a temperate climate. I would highly recommend a light jacket to begin your day. He grumbled. Since he started working at Star Labs, it became clear that sign language wouldn't cut it for the team. So Flynn had Vega begin some sequences to help retrain his verbal communication. Today, I will begin my day. The former UAC AI waited for Flynn's response. Today, Vega repeated, I will begin my day. Wide awake. Flynn filled in. But first I must shower. Then I brush my teeth. Excellent, Slayer. Vega commended him. Now that you're currently on your day off, what shall your schedule be today? Flynn sighed. Watchtower. March 27th, 10:21 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Diana walked down the halls of the asteroid structure. The Watchtower has been a valuable asset since its inception. The Lantern Corps had been quite charitable in parting with it to the League. The Amazonian had come in to spar for a bit in the training deck, seeking to alleviate the boredom from patrolling Washington. As she closed in, however, a faint noise alerted her. Curious, Diana reached towards the door to find the Doomslayer fighting demons. Diana was almost ready to pounce into action, drawing her sword before she noticed the demons vanish in hard light. Quickly picking up on the fact they were holograms, the Amazonian placed her sword back and watched on the sidelines as the Slayer trained rigorously against the holograms. The Slayer finished off the last of the demons, brutally tearing its head from the body in a grisly fashion. Good thing the holograms didn't bleed, or else the League would have to employ a janitor for the Watchtower. Those are some moves, Slayer. She complimented his abilities. You seem to have a knack for slaying monsters. Good morning, Wonder Woman. Greetings, Vega. She greeted the AI back. Don't mind me. I was planning to spar, actually. Mind if I join? Flynn nodded before Vega spoke up. Mr. Taggart. Flynn groaned and finally said, sure. Join. Diana quirked a brow and asked, "What's that about?" The Doomslayer has recently found work at Star Labs. Due to his lack of social skills, the researchers at the labs have felt a sense of unease around him. So in order to mitigate this, the Slayer has programmed me to aid with his vocabulary, to better fit with the populace. Oh, Diana looked with amusement. It's certainly the right direction. Not that being articulate wouldn't suit you, but it does help to at least try to communicate once in a while. I hate it, Flynn bluntly responded, to which Diana sighed. I figured. Diana understood. But if it's less chit-chat, I don't mind watching you fight. Flynn nodded and continued. Soon, a dozen imps and possessed soldiers spawned in the room. Doomslayer charged in with a plasma pistol. Diana used this opportunity to observe the fight. One half rushed at the Slayer, while the other acted as fire support from a distance, with some clinging onto walls out of reach. The Slayer was quick to dodge incoming projectiles, returning fire at a charging imp. The demon lunged, but Flynn grabbed it in a chokehold mid-air. Using it as a shield, Flynn charged up his shots and nailed the closest demons in range as the imp ate up the damage. With its body almost disintegrating, the Slayer lobbed it at a soldier hiding behind its shield, momentarily throwing it off balance. Flynn rushed and body slammed it, twisting the possessed leg and smashing it in its face. Diana winced slightly at the Slayer's merciless execution before he moved on to the next. It was quickly apparent that the Slayer's methods were built on brute force and ruthless precision. Yet, there was a strategy behind them. The same could be said of the demons, it seems. Initially, the demons seemed quite primitive, with simply swarming and attacking with tooth and claw. As it dragged on, it became clear that they were equally cunning, using flanking tactics, and for the possessed, basic melee and range combat. Vega, she addressed. How accurate are the demons in terms of fighting abilities? The demons were based on the combat data record prior to my transference. I see. She acknowledged, watching as Flynn stomped an imp's head. Having had enough of the grisly show, Diana thought it was time to end it. Okay, Vega, in training, she ordered. The training ended, as she requested, with Flynn about to grab a soldier by the neck, only for it to disappear. Confusion and annoyance were soon directed at Diana, who gave back a somewhat apologetic look. Sorry, Flynn, she apologized. While I am relieved you can channel your anger in a somewhat morbid but healthy manner, let's try a different approach. Vega, how about we go for something a little down-to-earth? Understood, Wonder Woman. Vega acknowledged, activating robbery simulation. The holograms reappeared. This time, they took the form of armed robbers in ski masks with machine guns. Beside them, a few holograms appeared as large furniture, such as tables and potted plants. Let's try something that's more conservative, she suggested. I want to see how you handle low-level criminals. I will make my judgment and count the mistakes once it's all over. Flynn nodded and prepared himself. Like before, Diana observed from the sidelines. The simulation went off, and the robbers began basic flanking. Predictably, the Slayer was unfazed by the bullets. In fairness, they weren't real, but the rules still applied, and waded his way through. Instead of rushing in like before, Flynn took a slower and more methodical approach. Using his armor's durability, Doomslayer simply walked forward, calmly unloading his pistol into the armed robbers via headshots and center mass. Strangely, there was an air of boredom in his stride, almost disinterested in what was going on around him. Nonetheless, Diana sighed in disapproval, facepalming as the Slayer still took the fatal approach. Doomslayer approached a nearby table and kicked it towards a trio, clipping them instantly as they lay on the ground prone. He grabbed another robber and, like before, used him as a shield. Diana had to zone out the entire simulation. It would end the same way as before. Once Flynn took out the last of the robbers, the simulation ended, and he turned to find a disappointed Amazon. Flynn, she started, you were supposed to take down the robbers non-lethally, not execute them vigilante style. They're not real. He countered. Diana sighed and said, no, but the whole point was to examine your handling of criminals, not demons. You didn't say that before. He argued. No, I probably should have, but you need to rein in that level of violence before it escalates to something worse. She cautioned him. Doing just fine, Flynn gave assurance. Talk to Dinah. I already have. She confirmed, not the results the League were hoping for, but it is the bare minimum, and only the bare minimum. The Slayer crossed his arms, visibly disagreeing with her assessment. No one said it was easy, she thought, a fact she knew the moment he arrived. The Amazon was undaunted, however, and strived to help him adapt to the world. All right, here's a deal, Wonder Woman devised. I could teach you how to minimize collateral, and maybe you can teach me a thing or two about slaying a baron. Flynn's posture changed slightly, showing his slow reaction to the approach before shrugging. Deal. Their conversation soon ended when two League members entered the training room. Both were identical, barring sex. Great wings draped behind them, giving away their otherworldly qualities. Their armor stood out amongst the League's usual capes and costumes, carrying themselves more like sci-fi warriors than outright superheroes. The Hawks were part of the second wave of heroes that joined the League some time after its founding. Hailing from the planet DaneNagai, the Hawks were originally sent to Earth on behalf of DaneNagai's search for their alien tech. After some debate and diplomatic talks, the Hawk couple were assigned to Earth as their planet's representatives. The two adapted well to Earth's customs and living, blending in as a couple of archaeologists in St. Roch, Louisiana. "Looks like someone's beaten us to the punch," Hawkwoman said. "Hello, Diana." "Catter, Shayera." Diana addressed them in a friendly tone. "So good to see you both. Any luck on your patrols?" "Peace and quiet," Catter smiled. "Means Shayera, and I have time for practice." Both Hawks soon noticed the Slayer behind Diana. A sense of wariness was expressed, though the Hawks did a good job of hiding them. "It seems you have found company with the new recruit," Shayera remarked, cocking a brow. "I hope we did not interrupt anything special." "Well," Diana went on, "we were just about to exchange an agreement. I teach him to soften his methods on bad guys, and he teaches me how to take down a Baron of Hell," Diana answered Shayera. "Sounds like fun," Catter remarked. "But no surprises on softening the enemy. That parasite incident still weighs heavy on everyone's mind." At that, the Slayer slightly bristled. "Complete accident," he rumbled. "Had it coming either way." Catter, taken aback by the response, tensed his shoulders, handled his reaction better. "If this were in DaneNagai, my buddies would have a good time beating you up for that remark." "Ha!" The Slayer chuckled grimly. "Same in Argentner." Judging by his tone, the Slayer was provoking the DaneNagarian. Taking the cue, Catter accepted the challenge with a smirk. "Seems Greenhorn here wants a smackdown." Catter brought his mace over his shoulder. "Was gonna save myself for a practice duel with my wife, but I guess a punching bag suits me just fine." "Easy, you too," Diana warned. "When not out for blood." "Relax, Diana," Shayera waved off. "Let them tire themselves out. Boys will be boys." Diana sighed and said, "It's your husband that I'm worried about." "I've seen Catter survive worse," Shayera quipped. "While those two are scaling each other's feats, care to be my partner for today?" Diana smiled. "I thought you'd never ask." With both parties in agreement, two teams were formed. The Hawks on one end, with Diana and DaneNagai on the other. Both Catter and Shayera had their maces drawn, while Diana herself drew her sword and shield. The Slayer held none in his hands. Carrying nothing but guns to his arsenal, Flynn wisely dismissed them in favor of his fists. Instead, he cracked his knuckles. Catter snorted and sarcastically said, "Scary." Vega addressed the Slayer, Coliseum background. "Affirmative," Vega announced. Activating simulation. The training room soon came to life, surrounding the heroes in a holographic simulation. Imitating a Roman gladiator pit, the seats were filled with a replicated audience, cheering and clamoring for presumable bloodshed. Beneath the heroes, sand was also simulated, almost giving lifelike qualities, save for touch. Catter chuckled in amusement, while the women shook their heads, albeit no less amused. "Isn't this fitting?" Catter amused himself, lowering his mace towards the sand. "Well, then, no time to waste." Catter was the first to leap into action, literally, in this case, as he flew to the sky before diving towards the Slayer with his mace. Shayera soon followed, engaging with Wonder Woman with her mace and a battle cry. DaneNagai sidestepped, then moved out of Hawkman's wide swing. Hawkman followed with a push kick, but DaneNagai countered with a leg grab, swinging him and tossing him into a wall. Hawkman quickly stabilized himself, landing on the wall before diving back and flying straight at the Slayer, tackling him to the ground and leaping off. Hawkman flew to the skies, arms extended, and yelled, "Are you not entertained?" The audience artificially cheered on, as if to indulge the DaneNagarian's inner movie buff. Both Shayera and Diana, amidst combat, rolled their eyes. "Men," Shayera sighed, "they never change." "He's your husband," Diana remarked, raising her shield to block Shayera's mace. Back with DaneNagai, the Slayer quickly recovered. Looking up, Catter was really milking the scenery for all it's worth, paying mind to the artificial crowd, giving a hearty laugh as if he were a true gladiator. "With my wings," Catter continued in a melodramatic tone, "I am the master of the skies, and there's nothing you can dash." Suddenly, with a burst of strength, the Slayer leapt from the ground with impossible distance, closing in on Hawkman's direction. "Dude," Hawkman said with shock, right before he felt the air knocked out of him. Doomslayer tackled him with the force of Cannonball. With Hawkman in his grasp, DaneNagai soon held on to him, his weight throwing the DaneNagarian off balance. Catter was still in the air, but struggled against the Slayer's weight. Once again, both Shayera and Diana stopped to watch as the former's husband was now flying in an erratic pattern. Both women exchanged concerned looks as DaneNagai rode Catter like a bull in a rodeo. "Get off me!" Catter yelled, hitting the Slayer with fist and mace. In chaotic momentum, the Slayer managed to get onto Hawkman's back, quickly blocking his vision with his hands. "I can't see," Catter exclaimed, flying blindly while crashing into the training room's walls several times. He dropped his mace aside, trying to get the Slayer off of him, first priority. DaneNagai held on for dear life, never letting go of Hawkman. Seeing her husband was in serious trouble, Shayera ended her duel with Diana, yelling, "I have to help him." Shayera immediately took flight, leaving Diana behind. DaneNagai continued to ride until Hawkwoman came into view. At the last second, the Slayer leapt off, allowing Catter to see only to crash into his wife within seconds. Both Thanagarians fell to the ground immediately, while DaneNagai landed safely. Standing up, he saw both Hawks lying prone with Diana not far from them. The Amazon expressed disapproval once more at the Slayer's rough play. Both Hawks got back, both expressing anger, with Catter gritting his teeth and Shayera giving only a frown. Slayer almost moved before he felt something touch his boot. Looking down, he saw and picked up Catter's mace. Studying it, Vega spoke to Doomslayer and said, "This mace is made from a unique element known as nth metal. It is native to Thanagar, the homeworld of Hawkman and Hawkwoman." Dabbling with it, the Slayer smiled a bit as he twisted the mace's handle, causing the spike head to spin around at full speed. "Hey," Catter called out, "that's mine." Hearing that, the Slayer simply pointed Catter's mace towards him, goading him once more. "By the gods," Diana muttered under her breath. Catter grumbled, displeased to see his weapon used by someone else. Beside him, Shayera recalled her weapon and passed it to her husband. "Take mine, baby," Shayera offered. "You got this." "Thanks, Shay," Catter rumbled. "I'll make this quick." Catter approached the Slayer, now more serious than before. "Want to play it that way?" Catter flexed his wings. "Let's play." Like before, Catter leapt into action once again, swinging his mace. The Slayer, now armed, brought the mace up to block. Both weapons made contact, causing a booming echo across the room. The Slayer, being the strongest of the two, pushed Catter back and swung at him. Catter parried it and threw in a punch. The hit caught Flynn by surprise, not expecting the strength behind it, but he was only staggered briefly. Recovering, the Slayer saw Catter coming in for a swing. He blocked only to realize too late that it was a feint. Instead of a mace, the Thanagarian slashed at him with his wings. The first one manages to break DaneNagai's block while the other scratches against the Praetor's suit. No cut was found, but it did cause sparks, catching the Slayer by surprise. "Wings aren't just for show, you know," Catter quipped, as if to warn his opponent. With this detail, the Slayer stood alert and brought the mace up. Twisting the handle, the mace roared as it spun with fury. DaneNagai charged, swinging the mace directly in Catter's direction. The Thanagarian's wings moved to form a shield. With great heave, the Slayer slammed the mace against the Hawkman. The force was enough to push Catter back a few meters. Staggered from the blow, Catter barely raised in time before he saw the mace coming. With weapons locked, Catter was forced down to his knees, the Slayer's strength proving superior. The Hawkman was undeterred, however. Instead, he used his strength to push it to his side, jumping away as DaneNagai swung it back in his escape. Using his wings, the Hawkman spun to create a tornado with the artificial sand. It of course did nothing since they were projections, but both the illusion and wind blast really sold the effect. With much distance now, Catter switched gears and charged at the Slayer with wings spread out. Predicting his opponent's attack, DaneNagai ducked under the wing and quickly turned to grab it, dropping the mace. With great heave, he spun him toward a wall close to them. Quick on his feet, Catter kept cool and, instead of crashing, ran up the wall and backflipped. With his wings still gripped, Catter used his momentum to land over the Slayer. Landing safely, Catter put all of his strength into his wing and tossed the Slayer in the air. The Slayer's thrusters activated mid-fall, allowing Flynn to land on his feet back on the ground. Catter fell to his knee, heaving heavy breaths from exhaustion. A smile formed across his face, however, as he recovered. With his mace nearby, Catter grabbed it. By the time the Slayer stood up, he saw Catter carrying not only his mace, but his wife's. Catter expressed between heavy breaths. "You're a tough nut, I'll give you that." The Thanagarian then smashed the maces together, signaling yet another challenge. The Slayer nodded in acknowledgement, vaguely expressing admiration and respect for Catter's tenacity and skill, dropping into a combat stance. The warrior held his and his beloved's mace together. His armor, beaten and battered from the raging battle, still held on. His wings were torn off unevenly, leaving behind bloody stumps on his back. The man's face went from a confident smile to a snarling beast, with blood leaking through the gaps of his teeth. Behind him, a woman lay dead on the wall, her last breath taken long ago. The winged man's eyes contained madness and frenzy. Despite it all, he stood his ground, ready to face the horde as the defending armies living Aquila. Seyouyinthi NXT LIFE. The Slayer backed down immediately. His stance quickly dropped, seeing the figure before him. Blinking rapidly, Flynn saw that he was back in the training room. Looking around, he saw not only Diana, but also the Hawks. Catter, especially, returned to his normal appearance, looking prepared. Ready for round 3? He smirked. Flynn, however, disengaged immediately and hastened towards the door, much to everyone's confusion. Hey, Catter called to him. What gives? I thought we were getting warmed up. As DaneNagai reached the door, Diana stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. Flynn, she expressed worry. Are you okay? Flynn paused and turned his head slightly to her. Diana caught the sound of heavy breathing under his helm. For a moment, he seemed as though he wanted to speak, but quickly brushed her concerns, exiting the training room immediately. Diana looked on, sensing something was wrong. I shall attend to the Marine's necessities, Vega stated. Have a good day, Diana. Catter whole and share a thou. Bye, Vega, Diana reluctantly said. Behind her, the Hawks gathered, wondering what had transpired. That was weird, Shayra remarked. Didn't he think he'd call it quits? That sucks, Catter grumbled. The fight was getting somewhere. Diana stayed silent, still figuring out what happened. Brooklyn, New York, 11:02 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Flynn tried to keep his mind off. Morning's lessons really turned out unexpectedly. One thing, he's sparring with the Hawks. The next, he sees a ghost in front of him. Flynn saw many horrors in his life, and many times, he didn't bat an eye at the universe's nightmarish creations. But this, it was different, almost like a buried memory. Flynn shook his head, keeping focus on high. I detect a large spike in your heartbeat, Marine, Vega assessed. I would suggest remaining still and calm. Your presence is causing a disturbance. Flynn snapped out of his thoughts thanks to Vega. Realizing his surroundings, he noticed several pedestrians keeping their distance from him. Judging by the looks, everyone seemed wary of his stride. Taking pause, the Marine eased his shoulders, slacking to be less intimidating. Following that, he looked for an alley to isolate himself from the people. It didn't take long before he started climbing over the nearest brick wall, all the way to the roof. The Slayer then walked to the edge, resting his leg over it. Slayer, Vega addressed him. While I do not wish to jump to any conclusion based on circumstantial evidence, it appears you have had a panic episode. I detected when your duel with Catter ended at an abrupt halt. Your heavy breathing and clammy hands suggest, as I have stated before, signs of a panic attack. That or the possibilities of post-traumatic stress disorder. Might I suggest dash? No, Flynn interrupted. He knew straight away that the next word would be therapy. Understand, Vega acknowledged. Might suggest other alternative solutions? Flynn grumbled. With that, Vega went through a catalog of therapeutic options. Art, musical, journaling, self-help books, the kind of stuff one would laze about in their spare time. The Slayer considered dismissing them, but he thought some of them might be interesting. Perhaps not now. As if luck would have, Vega brought in some news. Police are reporting an active robbery near our location. Perhaps that would help ease your mind, yes? Flynn, with a smirk on his face, made a beeline for the action. Hudson Bay, New York, 6:12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The teleporter came to life, and in came DaneNagai, returning from his patrol. Never did he think there would be so little action at his station. He figured New York would be more rampant with crime, but it seems New York was cleaning itself. Everywhere he went, the police had managed to get to most of them. All he could scrounge were some muggers and violent thieves. It certainly helped the bloodlust, but not enough to wash away the events from earlier. Seeing that tonight was going to be like that, he decided to take the night for himself. Meticulously taking his suit off, piece by piece, Flynn retrieved his clothes from a couch. Putting his work boots on finally, Flynn just settled for the night on his couch, booting up his custom console, a Frankenstein patchwork that he rigged from the hardware of a PS3 and an Xbox 360 combined, and going through his game library. Darksiders, Halo 3, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, God of War 3, Assassin's Creed, Gears of War, Heavenly Blade. Selecting the first game he saw, he pressed the title and waited for it to load. Darksiders. After some logo spamming and a search through the menu, the game started once he pressed New Game and watched the intro cinematic. After a brief introduction about angels and demons, and the CGI cinematic taking place in New York, Flynn finally got to control the character War. With simple button mashing, the Horseman of War's attacks felt so weighty with motion. Yet, all the more fun. The executions were perhaps the most fun part of the game. God, it reminded him so much of his own finishers. The feeling of demon skulls cracking under his fists. The pulp that came with it. Man, he missed that feeling. Too bad this world didn't allow such pleasantries. Still, he kept his mind off, all right. He continued to game until Vega announced through the comms. Evening, Mr. Taggart, Vega alerted him. Apologies for interrupting your gaming time, but Karen Starr is calling you. Shall I answer? Piqued by the news, Flynn cleared his throat and said, yes. Vega obeyed and proceeded. Hello. Greetings, Miss Starr. Vega politely engaged. To what do I owe the privilege of speaking to you? Oh, hey, Kara excitedly greeted. Listen, could you get the big guy to come by his house? I'm at his front door. Flynn raised a brow, expressing wariness and concern. Is something the matter, Miss Starr? Oh, verily, Kara confirmed, though she seemed more enthusiastic. It's an urgent matter. For his ears only. I see, Vega noted, muting the call and addressing the Marine. Would the Slayer like to join Miss Starr for tonight? Picking between killing his boredom through video games or seeing what sort of dire straits the Power Girl was in, he chose the latter, if only to see what sort of excitement was in store for him. Very well, Vega understood. The Marine will be there shortly, Miss Starr. Great, Power Girl exclaimed. See you on the steps. Karen didn't wait too long until the door to Flynn's home opened. Flynn looked down to see Karen standing up on the steps. Her attire was a blue sweater with a white deer at the center over dark blue jeans. The woman smiled warmly and greeted, hello. Flynn acknowledged and signed, what's up? Need something? Karen smirked before pulling something out of her pocket. I needed someone to join me. She pulled out 2 tickets. And check out How to Train Your Dragon. Flynn frowned slightly, disappointed that it was just an ordinary activity. Kara continued and asked, want to join me? Figured you could do something fun than laze about at the lair. Please, she prompted, slightly pleading for him to come. Okay, he answered finally. 6:36 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. It didn't take long before the two arrived at the theater. Power Girls flying made short work of the traffic. Both of them head inside the theater. The place was bustling with activity. The smell of popcorn filled the air, hot and fresh. Laughter and chatter were abuzz, and the lineups were starting to disperse. It was a good thing that Kara got the tickets ahead of time. Here you go. Kara handed her tickets to the ticket booth. The guy on the podium ripped the tags and directed them to which theater aisle. Soon, the couple was making their way to the theater. Making their way in, they found the theater was at half capacity now. There were kids alongside adults, definitely parents. And a lot of them were eager to see some dragons on the big screen. Kara led the way, finally spotting their seats. Settling down, Kara said, I'm going to get us some popcorn. Mind holding the fort? Flynn nodded. Before she left, she turned to him again and whispered, I also bought some sodas. They're in the purse. Keep an eye out for me. Flynn nodded again. Kara disappeared for real, leaving him alone to his devices. The Slayer relaxed, sitting back in the cushy seat. Some of the children around him were a little rowdy, but he paid no heed to them. They were just kids. Only natural for them to have no restraints. In front of him, just one row apart from his, a little girl faced towards him. She looked at him curiously. Not once did she show a hint of fear on her face. Instead, I looked at Flynn with a blank stare. Next to her, her mother was distracted by something else. Do you like dragons? She asked. Beside her, her mother looked at who she was asking. She wanted to keep her daughter from bothering Flynn further. Amused, Flynn decided to entertain the girl a bit. I do, he said, his tone a little lighter than his usual gruffness. Have you seen one before? I have, he answered. Many times. The girl gasped in excitement. Did you ride one? No, he said. I rode 3. The girl's face widened into a smile. Do they have names? Only one, he answered. His name was Surrat. The girl giggled. Who names their dragon Surrat? Flynn smiled. With surprising patience, he replied, not Surrat, Surrat. S-E-R-R-A-T. It's short for Surratula, a name for a flower, kind of like daisies. The girl nodded. Silly to name a dragon after a flower. But Surrat sounds cool. Remember that when you're in school. The girl smiled before her mother interrupted. I'm sorry for my daughter for bothering you, sir. She smiled apologetically. She's just really into dragons. Dinosaurs as well. I love dinosaurs too, Flynn answered. The 2 greatest things in the world. The mother chuckled. I concur. Again, I'm sorry for bothering you. It's all right, he politely dismissed. I know from experience. Oh, she spoke in surprise, looking around. Do you have children yourself? The question hit him harder than a mountain dropped on him. Not anymore, sadly. He spoke hesitantly. The mother, initially confused, finally got the hint and said, I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't mean to pry. My deepest condolences. Flynn nodded respectfully, muttering, thank you, under his breath. The mother turned to her daughter. Sadie, she addressed. What do we say? Thank you, mister, she said before sitting back in her seat. On time, Kara returned with some popcorn in her hand. Hey, she greeted. What did I miss? Not much, signed Flynn. Kara smiled and sat down with him, passing him her popcorn. The two rested in their chairs, finally. As the trailers began, Flynn relaxed as he sat through the cinematic picture. Years ago, Argentner, Sentinel Command Station. The cold metallic halls brimmed with life as alchemists and engineers worked tirelessly to bring their defenses to stability. The war against the demons was at a stalemate. Were it not for the Outlanders' intervention, they might not have been able to counter the infernal creatures' overwhelming numbers. Now, however, the Outlander was brought to the station. Since the aftermath of the Black Pyres, Thera had the Sentinels working on saving a dear friend of the hero. The Outlander, or the Slayer as he was called now, was brought into the station. Led by a couple of engineers and a pair of Wraith Guards, the Slayer strode with equal worry and restrained fury. The silver-coated elites remained wary of the man's wrath, but kept their weapons low to the ground. Although the extensive damage to his body was extreme, one engineer detailed, we were able to repair him with the best technology at our disposal. Commander Thera was very adamant on the beast's reconstruction, another stated. None can find better engineering than the Argenta's own craftsmanship. The Slayer said nothing, as it was a common occurrence these days. Instead, he focused on the large door ahead of them. Sensing what was within, the Slayer hastened his pace, walking past the two engineers. The door sensors went off, opening the door as he approached. Inside the room was an empty void, completely shrouded in darkness. Silence grew intense each second before a slit of red light erupted from the darkness. A bestial growl followed, and the light grew closer. Massive footsteps stomped loudly in front of the group. The Slayer stood his ground while the engineers hid behind their silver protectors. Emerging from the darkness, a great steel face greeted them with a perpetual grin. More and more of his body emerged, revealing a reptilian form melded with steel forelimbs and cybernetic wings. On its back, a great turret and jet propulsion were integrated, along with a cockpit for the pilot to control it. The dragon hissed as he drew closer to the Slayer. The lone warrior could feel the beast's hot breath hiss against his armor. The dragon then raised its head and let out a mighty roar, extending its wings to reveal argent energy as its flaps. While the Argenta stepped away in awe of the beast, the Slayer waited patiently as his friend finished letting out his anger. The dragon lowered his head, sniffing the Slayer after. Recognizing his partner, the dragon reached closer, allowing the Slayer to reach out his hand and place it on his faceplate, earning a metallic purr from the beast. Leaning his head closer, the doomed Slayer all but whispered Surat. Surat, the dragon, lowered his head, allowing the Slayer to climb onto his back and reach the cockpit. Adjusting to the new setup, the Slayer quickly checked the controls and went to work. Thrusters activated, stated his suit's AI. With ignition starting, the Argenta moved out of the way immediately, allowing the Slayer to take flight. Flynn opened his eyes, returning to the present, and watched the film's hero, Hiccup, hold his hand out while looking away with great hesitation. The Night Fury, now named Toothless, came closer and allowed him to touch his head, marking their bond as rider and mount. That moment made Flynn relive an old memory, one of the few that he dearly cherished during his eternal crusade. He faintly smiled before frowning, knowing it's all in the past now. He turned to look at Kara, only to find her in tears watching the scene. What? Kara turned to him, wiping away her tears quickly. You okay? He signed, slightly concerned. Kara nodded and answered, I'm fine. The dust on the roof is making my eyes watery, is all. Sure. Someone in the audience silently hushed her, causing her to stay silent. Both continued to watch the rest of the movie in total silence right after. 8:40 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Kara and Flynn finally left the theater. It was nighttime when they got out. Of course, that didn't mean everyone was in bed by now. Cars were still driving along the road, and pedestrians seemed unbothered as they moved along the sidewalks. New York wasn't called the city that never sleeps for nothing. The two walked side by side, feeling content with their night. Man, Kara chuckled, that was fun. For a kid's film, DreamWorks production really elevated themselves. What with the dragons and the flying sequences? Man, felt like I was actually riding along with Hiccup. Flynn cocked a brow and signed, you fly every day. Well, yeah, Kara shrugged, but not on a dragon, of course. I mean, it's not like you get to ride a dragon every day. Well, not yet, but still. One day, Flynn signed while shrugging. If it happens, I'll be there to guide you. Kara's eyes widened slightly. Wait, she tried to comprehend. You actually rode on a dragon? Flynn raised 3 of his fingers up in response. Kara's flummoxed expression said it all. I thought you were from a sci-fi dimension. Dragons are alien enough where I'm from, sighed Flynn. Kara went silent for a moment, then choked into laughter. Man, you're just screwing with me. Kara chuckled. I mean, no offense, but fantasy and sci-fi don't mix. It happened, yes? Also, Star Wars counts as both, replied Flynn, bewildering her further. How is Star Wars part fantasy? Kara exclaimed. It has wizards who use swords disguised as laser blades and magic disguised as psychic powers to duel each other. He voiced out loud. Also, crate dragon. Kara opened her mouth, yet no word escaped. She opened it again, only to stop before giving up with a pout. Ugh, you win, I guess. Kara fumed. Flynn refrained from responding, simply smiling in humor. Eventually, Kara broke into a smile as well. Star Wars aside, Kara continued. Tonight was something alright. Alleviates the boredom. Never thought New York would be such a bore. I always heard how bad it was back in the decades. Now it's sunshine and rainbows. Except, of course, the subway rats, the occasional street weirdos, and a bodega robbery. Ever find something to fix that? He signed. Kara shrugged and said, nothing video games and coding can't solve. Flynn acknowledged and nodded. Want to come by my place and game for a bit? Immediately, hearing that, Kara's eyes lit up, followed by her face flushing. What? No. Kara realized her mistake, coughing up a little. I mean, not right now. I got some papers that need to be done. For Dr. Stone with his project. We'll plan another day. Flynn, perplexed by her response, took her word without issue. Kara blew a breath and said, wow, it's starting to get dark. Let's hit the alley, yeah? Flynn didn't get a say in anything before she dragged him on the dark route, grabbing his hand. Although he had held her hand before, it was mostly to hold on to when she made flight. Now, he felt something different this time. He couldn't pin what it was, but it sure as hell felt nice. Later, not even 5 minutes, and the two had already landed on the street where Flynn was staying. Almost home, they stopped at the staircase. Thanks, Flynn muttered, for the movie and trip. My pleasure, Kara replied. So happy to guide you around New York's labyrinth. The two went silent, leaving an awkward pause before Flynn looked down for Kara to follow. Kara looked and realized their hands were still together. Oh, Kara blushed as she let go. Sorry, it's fine. Flynn waved off, gently letting go as well. Both exchanged awkward looks before Kara broke the ice. So, Kara drew her words out. See you back at the labs? Flynn nodded in agreement. Soon, the two departed. Flynn unlocked the door to his flat while Kara slowly circled and left, trying not to think too hard. Suddenly, not even a few steps, Kara turned to hear Flynn's front door open, and the man yelled, I was asking if you wanted to play games. Yeah, Kara replied. I figured that's what you meant. Mixed signals. Happens to everyone. Flynn nodded and awkwardly closed the door, waving his hand out as he did. Kara relaxed and blew a breath. This time, she felt a little relieved right now. Better than most first dates, she told herself, flying off in the alley she came from. Chapter 9. In Brightest Day. The Baddest Man Alive, The Black Keys. Chinatown, Manhattan. March 29th, 7:02 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Chinatown, a district in Manhattan with the largest Asian population. In fact, Manhattan's Chinatown is one of many Chinatowns. It just so happens that the Manhattan neighborhood happened to be the most concentrated. The streets were abuzz with activity. Markets were crowded as customers traded and exchanged goods on the fly. The smell of food wafted in the air, attracting potential regulars nearby. Like the rest of New York, Chinatown preferred to remain in the bliss of its ignorance, which came as no surprise when the Slayer dropped in and stirred the hornet's nest by dropping in on a Tong hideout. Gunshots were heard inside an illegal gambling den, causing civilians inside to rush out of the exit for safety. Seconds later, a Tong gangster was defenestrated through a window. Further inside, several Tong men were on the floor, lying in varying degrees of pain and consciousness. From a second floor, a Tong fell onto a table, crashing and splitting it in two on impact. More gunshots rattled upstairs, followed by screams and chairs being smashed. A Tong was sent into a wall, breaking the cheap drywall with his head. Down further, more screaming followed as several Tongs felt bones crack and flesh bruise as the Slayer stomped his way to the last room down the hall. Holding a heavy-set Tong member in his hands, he heaved and threw the gang member against the door, causing it to break under the man's weight. Inside, the head of the Tong was ducking under his desk, carrying an SMG with shaky hands. Hearing the footsteps like thunder, the Tong boss lost his cool and jumped out of his hiding spot, screaming bloody murder while spraying bullets at his attacker. Unsurprisingly, the bullets bounced harmlessly against the Preater's suit, with the Slayer simply standing there as his target helplessly emptied his weapon. The weapon clicked as its magazine was emptied completely. The Tong boss awkwardly looked at his gun, then his attacker, completely unscathed, dash, then back at his gun, before frantically attempting to reload with another mag. Doomslayer abruptly slapped the man's weapon out of his hand before dragging him by the collar over the table. The man yelped as he felt the Slayer grip his hair before being dragged out of his office. Freddie Bok Choy. Vega's voice coolly advised despite the carnage. Remain calm for questioning. Please do not resist. This is a violation of my rights. The man cried out, trying not to trip over his unconscious henchman. Dragging him further, the Slayer stopped before the staircase. Pulling the Tong head up to his face, the Slayer allowed Vega to begin interrogation. Do you know the whereabouts of Su Meiying? Fuck if I know, Freddy said in exasperation before he was thrown down the stairs. The boss groaned in pain as he felt his ribs crack. Weakly, he tried to stand up, only to be pulled up and tossed into another flight of stairs. Groaning again, the crime boss was dragged into the kitchen. He weakly attempted to fight back, but the bruises on his body made it difficult to do so. The Slayer soon pulled him towards a table. Grabbing his hand, the Slayer eyed the wall of tools and picked the meat tenderizer. I will repeat, Su Meiying. I don't know who that is, cried the Tong boss. It only earned him a hammer strike to his fingers, screaming as he felt them crack from the blow. Fuck. The man tried not to scream. Vega continued on without interruption. A girl named Su Meiying was reported missing a couple of days ago, Vega detailed. Her last whereabouts were at this location on the night she disappeared. When did you last see her? I told you already. I don't know anything. I swear to God, he pleaded. She could be at her boyfriend's house, or some other relatives. The man cried out again as he felt another strike to the fingers. By now, a couple of them had been bent and warped from the hammer. The Tong boss was now in tears, trying to bite down on his lip from the pain. Undaunted, the Slayer placed the hammer on the table. Instead, he picked off the cleaver on the wall. Last chance, sir, Vega warned him, with the Slayer raising the cleaver over his head. Before he did, his target turned his eyes and suddenly screamed, H-E-Y. Hey, help me. The Slayer whipped around to face the intruder, only to relax once he saw John Stewart standing near the entrance. The Green Lantern's expression was equal parts disappointment and exasperation. Is this a bad time? John questioned in exasperation, lowering his ring hand. Greetings, Green Lantern, Vega greeted. To what do we owe the pleasure? For one, you can drop the cleaver. Order John. We're in the middle of an interrogation, Green Lantern. Said Vega. We'll discuss shortly. Seriously, cried Freddy, who then turned to the Green Lantern. Listen, you gotta arrest me. Take me to jail. I don't know nothing. Just get this psycho off me. Rather than take action as expected of him, John simply sat back and said, I don't know, man. He's already difficult to control. I doubt he'll listen to me. So you're gonna have to spill the beans. What? Exclaimed Freddy. The Tong boss looked up, seeing the Marine raise the cleaver up high once again. Wait. Freddy frantically screamed. I might know who did it. The Slayer paused his attack, allowing the man to speak. John listened in as well, approaching the two. Freddy slowed his breath as he gave his answer. Words on the street, there's a new gang. No one knows the name, but people call them Night Owls or some shit. Sound a little too on the nose, John dismissively remarked. Whatever, all I know is they kidnap people in the night. One of our intel managed to catch a glimpse of them, however, trailed them to a shipping port outside of New York. Where exactly? John stepped in. In New Jersey, Freddy answered. Gotham City. Ah, damn. John cursed, which the Slayer agreed. Gotham City was Batman's base of operation. In other words, his territory. While it wasn't uncommon for the League to sometimes enter another hero's jurisdiction under the right circumstances, Batman was the most touchy about other heroes entering his turf, something along the lines of being the most suited to fighting Gotham's rogues gallery. What else do you know? John questioned further. Nothing, Freddy answered, other than the fact that our intel had his tongue cut out, throat slit, and hanged above Chinatown. That was 2 months ago. That's all I know. Are you certain of this? Vega questioned, with Doom Slayer raising the cleaver again. Wait, Freddy panicked. I remember a name. The ship they travel on. Tron. T-Troy. Wait, Trojan. Trojan's a name. Trojan, John sighed. Like the Trojan horse. As something like that. Freddy exclaimed. John then tapped DaneNagai's shoulder. Come on, he told him. We got what we needed. Doom Slayer looked at John, then back at the Tong boss. John repeated himself once again. Let's go, he said. Reluctantly, DaneNagai set the cleaver down, much to Freddy's relief. DaneNagai, however, settled with clocking the Tong boss in the face. Freddy was soon knocked out, dropping like a sack of potatoes on the floor. Thank you for your cooperation, Vega said, though, almost in a dry tone. John looked on disapprovingly as the Slayer walked past him. That wasn't necessary, John lightly admonished. The man is a well-documented criminal. His operation includes protection rackets, heroin distribution, illegal gambling, and money laundering, Vega countered. Necessary force was required. John sighed. Whatever the case, it sounds like you could use the help. Gotham City is Batman's turf, and not many heroes tend to step in there. So I'll have to smooth things out with him. Probably the best course of action, Mr. Stewart, Vega agreed, with the Slayer grumbling irritably. John smirked and said, I know, big guy. And considering you're about the last time, I don't think Batman would be happy to see you either. Not at all. Flynn grunted. John blinked in surprise and said, Oh, so is true. You were talking a bit more. Job requires talking, Flynn replied, with John giving an ah in response. Both of them soon reached the exit and found the police waiting outside. One officer had a megaphone and shouted, "Is it all clear?" "Affirmative," Vega replied. "You may proceed. You might want to check the walls as well." John added, "The place is lined with drugs." "Understood." The officer took note, signaling the rest of the squad to go in. With the tong neutralized, John took to the air with Flynn in tow. "Since it's just the two of us," John initiated, "how are things with you, Flynn?" The Slayer gave a contemplative look before giving a so-so gesture back. John smiled. Same old, huh?" John replied, "Well, at least you got stuff to keep you busy. Heard about the new job at Star Labs. How's that working for you?" "Pays well," said Flynn. "Kara helps." "Ah, I'm glad Soup's cousin is doing her best to help you," John remarked. "I'm betting you two will probably be an item, sooner or later." DaneNagai craned his head toward John. Even with the obscuring helmet, John could tell Flynn was raising a brow towards him. "Item?" asked Flynn. "Yeah," John replied. "You know, like a couple." Flynn tilted his head, confused. John cleared his throat and said, "I'd assume you two were getting along, judging by the way Soups kept bringing you guys up." "He did." "Not explicitly," John answered. "But it's not inaccurate to say you are, right?" Flynn kept silent for a moment. Even then, John could tell that Flynn's eyes were looking away right as he said, "Maybe." "Sure you are," John returned with a smug smile, before changing the subject. "I should probably call Bats now," John announced. "Gotta alert him before we land in Gotham. Don't want to give him the wrong ideas." Gotham City, New Jersey, 7:32 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The journey to Gotham City wasn't the most exciting. The time travel would have been cut short had John not engaged in back-and-forth conversations with Batman on the call over Gotham City skyline. Still, the two reached a compromise, whatever that was. Right now, the two were standing on one of the rooftops of Gotham City, waiting for the hero of Gotham to show up. While John was standing still, DaneNagai was sitting on top of an AC unit nearby. He tapped his foot rapidly, growing impatient by the minute. The display did not go unnoticed by the Lantern Corpsman, who took a mental note of the Slayer's habit. So, John decided to do small talk. "You doing okay? Fitting with Earth, I mean?" Flynn, unlike before, proceeded with sign language, to which Vega began translating. "It is boring," Vega translated. "Crime is low back home. Got lucky doing this job." "Doesn't sound healthy," John commented. "But I see your point. How did you even get involved with the triads?" "A woman by the name of Sue Bao approached us," Vega answered. "She said she reported her daughter went missing a few days ago to the police. The NYPD said they would try their best, but came up short. She was fortunate to run into us and explained her situation." "And then she told you about the Triad gang from earlier?" "Tong, actually," Vega corrected. "They are called the Kuan Long, a recent criminal organization. But yes, Mrs. Sue said her daughter might have been involved with the Tong recently. She didn't say what exactly, but it involved deliveries of sorts." "Sounds like someone was getting into the wrong crowd," John deduced, to which Flynn replied, "Desperation, more like." "Possibly," John somewhat agreed. "Gotta cover motives. There's more than one angle to this. She might have discovered something that she wasn't supposed to see." A voice erupted from the darkness. It caused Flynn to pull out his plasma pistol and aim it in the direction of the voice. John, however, had him lowering his gun once he saw it was Batman. The Dark Knight remained calm. A gun pointed at him was nothing, and he was completely unfazed by this point. Beside him, the boy Wonder accompanied him. Unlike his mentor, Robin tensed up in shock at the Slayer's quick reaction. "Not a good idea to spook the big guy," John told Batman, indicating DaneNagai next to him. "But I suppose you got all you needed." "Not entirely," Batman cut straight away. "This ship, where would they take this girl?" "Our intel indicated it was called the Trojan. I do not have any more information beyond that." "I see," Batman concluded. "What else did you discover?" "There's a recent gang calling themselves the Night Owls. They were responsible for the—" Batman narrowed his eyes when Vega mentioned investigation. "If that is the case," Batman started, "I would suggest you keep the collateral to a minimum. This time." "Depends," DaneNagai replied, much to John's resignation and Robin's growing concerns. Batman narrowed his eyes further and said, "I don't need to remind you of the last time you were here. You started it," DaneNagai retorted, causing further tension before John stepped in and said, "That's enough. Both of you. I don't care whose fault it is, but right now, we have a missing person or more to find." Both Knight and Marine exchanged glares before both relented. John and Robin sighed in both disappointment and relief before the Lantern Corpsman turned to Batman. "Think you can help us, Bats?" asked John. Batman stood quietly for a moment before answering. "So long as there are no fatalities, follow my lead." DaneNagai snorted dismissively, but an elbow nudge to his arm by John was all it took for him to stay quiet after. As the Green Lantern conjured up a platform underneath them, Robin walked up to the Slayer and greeted, "Hey, DaneNagai, remember me?" The Slayer tilted his head, almost surprised by the boy's eagerness. Flynn did, In fact, remember Robin, despite their first confrontation, the sidekick seemed quite happy to be working alongside him. There were questions about the boy's age, but Flynn decided not to ask about it. For now, Sumang was on his mind. Gotham City docks. 7:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The trip wasn't long. By flight, Gotham's docks took only a couple of minutes to get to. After less than 3 weeks, the Slayer saw that the place had returned to working condition since he arrived here. Cargo containers were neatly stacked, rather than being scattered all over as before. The group soon landed on one of the containers, with John's platform disappearing underneath them. Before them, the shores of Gotham City. "We'll split into pairs," Batman ordered. "Robin and I will go along the north side. John, you take Doom Marine south." On it, John followed orders, flying off with Doomguy in tow. Landing not far, the two began their search. Doomguy soon pulled out a gold-plated Desert Eagle from his stash. It earned him a raised brow from the Green Lantern. "A Desert Eagle? Seriously?" John looked at it with disbelief. "The gun is far less devastating compared to the Slayer's other arsenals," Vega answered. "Not to mention, the weapon's bulk and size make it suitable for the Slayer's hands. And there's plenty of ammunition available for it besides the shotguns. It still won't fly with bats." John shook his head. "Where'd you even get it?" "It was taken off a loan shark in Brooklyn some days ago," Vega casually said, just as Doom Slayer walked away, leaving John to mumble, of course he would pilfer off the bad guys. Why am I not surprised? The Green Lantern soon caught up with the Slayer. With his ring, John used X-ray vision to search through the shipping containers. So far, all of them were filled with anything, ranging from furniture to barrels of assorted liquids. No human blood or bodies, of course, to other miscellaneous items. Still, he was very determined, much like the Slayer. The search continued on until they saw a beam of light emerge from a distance. Hurriedly, Green Lantern dragged Doomguy as they both flew into the air, narrowly avoiding the flashlight coming in their direction. Hiding on the top of the container, John conjured a pair of binoculars and zoomed in on the culprit. "False alarm," he stated, spotting the blue cap and security outfit. "Just a night guard." Putting the binoculars down, John turned only to find the Slayer holding the heavy assault rifle in his hand, scoping in the distance to where all the ships were. Rather than rashly jumping and pulling the gun away from the Slayer, John's discipline and intuition had him leaning over and asking, "What did you find?" Quietly, the Slayer passed the weapon to John. To John's surprise, the weapon really lived up to the heavy in the name. Using his ring, the weighty gun now felt lighter due to the ring's power, allowing the Green Lantern to look through the scope. At first, it was a bunch of inactive ships, but upon closer inspection, one of them remained active, a merchant vessel. Looking closely, he soon spotted the name on the side of the ship, Trojan. "Seems intel was accurate," John remarked, before returning Flynn's gun. "Nice catch." Flynn returned a nod before John went to his earpiece. "Green Lantern to Batman," John called in. "We found the ship." "Copy that," Batman replied. "We'll rendezvous with you. Do not engage." "Over." Soon the call ended. John turned to Doomguy, who was looking expectantly. "Batman will catch up with us," said John. "We'll get closer, but we need to strategize. Can't go in guns blazing." Hearing that, the Slayer expressed his frustration with a heavy breath. "Mr. Stewart," Vega spoke through John's earpiece. "There's no certainty when the ship will take off. We have very limited information so far. Time is running out." John sighed deeply. "I'm aware of that, Vega, but we can't risk another incident caused by you. Besides, if the ship were to set sail, I'm there to stop it." As John finished, Doomguy simply shook his head, but begrudgingly accepted the Lantern's route. With swiftness, the two flew and landed on top of one of the crates once again. Both heroes scoped the area through their respective equipment. John conjured a pair of goggles that not only magnified his vision, but also produced X-ray vision more subtly. Doomguy, meanwhile, brought out the HAR once more. Both men observed the surrounding area. At the moment, they found their culprits. At first, they seemed like ordinary security, much like the one from earlier. However, more people emerged from the ship, wearing dark hoods and robes. One peculiar detail that stood out on all these mysterious figures, however, was the blank white mask they all wore. "I could see why they might be called night owls," John remarked, noticing the small beak-like protrusion on their masks, giving off the appearance of barn owls. The hooded figures soon met with the security detail. With both groups closing in, John conjured a pair of headphones and a radio with a microphone connected. "This delay has taken long enough," the hooded figure said. "Our partners have grown impatient with your recent mishaps." "The docks were closed for a while," the night guard replied. "This could have been easier if we just shipped it from New York." "Nonsense," said the hooded one. "The Big Apple is too noisy. It would have gathered too much attention. As is, do you have a merchandise?" "All loaded up," the security guard pointed at the crane above them. "You got the money?" "Always," said the hooded one. "Along with your orders, as per request. The hooded one then signaled his cohort, who soon brought out a large duffel bag in hand. Digesting the scene, John took note of the orders mentioned. What other cargo did this group have? The security guard then signaled the crane operator who started the machine. It soon began to go over and reach out to one of the crates. John focused on the cargo, quickly alarmed to see people inside it through the X-ray vision. On cue, Batman and Robin arrived. What's the situation? Got a business deal in progress, John answered Batman. And one of the cargo is holding hostages inside. Batman narrowed his eyes in anger. We'll need to think fast. Robin and I will go on the ship and dismantle the controls. John, you and Marine will continue to observe and report any activity. If push comes to shove, use force. Non-lethal. At that last emphasis, the Slayer turned his head slightly in annoyance before going back to his scope. As he continued scouting the terrain, he quickly spotted two peculiar individuals entering the scene. Unlike the security and the owl masks, these two dressed differently. Alarmed, DaneNagai signaled the others. Find something? John inquired. Affirmative, Vega confirmed. It appears that we have two individuals arriving at our location, hiding behind some barrels further away from the deal. They did not appear to be affiliated with either group. Vigilantes, most likely. Alert! John zeroed in on the location and quickly spotted the pair of hooligans. What the hell? John muttered. Seeing them clearly, the two couldn't be more opposite in terms of costume and visuals. The first among them was rather lean in appearance. He wore a concealing dark suit with navy blue and white accents. He was far more tactical looking and wore a ski mask with a V-like visor. The other one, however, was a muscular man dressed garishly in a bright red t-shirt, white pants, and a pair of blue gloves and boots. What's even weirder was the fact that the guy was wearing some toilet seat on his head. It was such a strange choice of costume. At that moment, the two vigilantes were attempting to sneak up on the deal despite the numbers their targets had. Behind John, Batman cleared his throat. What's your visual? Best you see it yourself. Bats, John answered, conjuring up a pair of binoculars fixed in the direction of the two. As soon as Batman saw the pair through the scope, he let out an annoyed groan. Oh, not these two, Batman groaned. You know them? Asked John. Those are Peacemaker and Vigilante, answered Batman. A pair of vigilantes originally from Charlton County, Virginia. Their track record is bloody to say the least. The Slayer, listening in on the conversation, piqued with interest learning about these two. Are they going to be a problem? John looked concerned. Batman shook his head. No, not at all, Batman answered. They usually target criminals. No civilians. Last I heard, they were operating in Chicago. The modern Wild West, John remarked. Absolute hotspot for criminal activity and vigilantes. But I'm guessing they decided to hunt new ground. Verily, Batman agreed. And I intend on apprehending those two after we save the hostages. Better we do it quickly, before they dash. Bang! Batman's assessment was quickly interrupted when a series of popping noises suddenly broke the silence. Looking through their scopes, the heroes found both the masked figures and the crooked security opening fire on the two vigilantes. Ah, damn it, Batman cursed. Change of plans. Robin and I will stop the ship. John, stop that cargo. And Marine, Batman groaned as he began to get past his grievances. Just make sure those two don't get killed. And no fatalities. Seriously, the Slayer voiced his complaint. Vega, however, spoke up and brought up a new solution. If I may, Vega began suggesting. Perhaps the Marine can shoot to wound? Batman opened his mouth, but quickly stamped out and begrudgingly replied. Just keep it to a minimum. Don't make it a habit. DaneNagai nodded before the Dark Knight, and his sidekick leapt into the darkness. Underneath his helmet, Flynn smirked as he finally found a loophole. His thoughts were quickly snuffed as John shook him. Come on, John alerted him. We don't have all night. Bullets flew over their heads as both the dirtbags in security clothes and the creepy cult guys blasted away at their positions. Both Peacemaker and Vigilante remained in cover behind the barrels, with weapons at the ready. Some stealth ops you were. Peacemaker chided his partner, narrowly avoiding a bullet that penetrated the barrel he was hiding behind, tripping a barrel over and giving away our spot. Vigilante retorted by saying, oh yeah, whose idea was to blow our cover by peeking their head over our position? I didn't think they would investigate. Peacemaker excused, blindly firing back at their targets with his custom Desert Eagle. They always investigate. Vigilante angrily replied, leaping out of cover and unloading his dual Glocks at their targets. A few fell from direct shots before Vigilante ducked for cover. Don't you have X-ray vision in that helm or something? Vigilante yelled. His partner's blank face said it all for Vigilante to curse. Motherfucker. Oh, I'm sorry for forgetting that I had all the powers in one helmet. Peacemaker sarcastically yelled over the sound of gunfire. Beats carrying all of them like a dumbass. Vigilante retorted, causing Peacemaker to yell, ACTIVT-CREWDRIVER. Instantly, his body was fully covered in a force field, allowing him to jump out and fire back at several more. Their targets took cover behind several crates and barrels. Next to him, Vigilante brought out a grenade and unpinned it, tossing it over their cover and landing at their target's feet. "Grenade!" one yelled, causing most of them to scatter. A few were caught in the blast and sent hurling into the air. Those few ended up dying from the shrapnel. The result ensued chaos, leaving everyone completely disoriented, with both vigilantes popping out and adding to the body count. Nearby, the duffel bag landed in the middle of the battle, with both leaders firing at each other for the money inside it. Soon after, both groups began fighting each other. "Oh shit, cursed Peacemaker. I think they're going at each other." Soon, Vigilante himself was shot in the chest. Peacemaker cried out, quickly crawling over to Vigilante. He held his partner up, only to find Vigilante raising a thumbs up and grunting, "I'm good." Kevlar. Peacemaker quickly nodded and dragged him back into cover. "Activate X-ray," Peacemaker commanded. His lenses switched to X-ray vision, allowing him to see where his targets were hiding. Aiming over the barrels, Peacemaker shot his pistol, taking direct shots at the bad guys in their hiding spots. Unfortunately, he soon noticed several of them making their way to their spot. Ducking back again, Peacemaker exchanged a look of dread with Vigilante. "I don't think we're going to make it out of this one." Vigilante remained quiet, simply reloading his pistols and preparing for a last stand. Before the gangs could reach them, they suddenly heard a distinct gunshot over the SMGs and automatic rifles. Soon, several of the goons fell in pain, shot in either the shoulder or the knees. "What the hell?" muttered Vigilante, prompting Peacemaker to look at his. "It's not mine," Peacemaker replied. Both of them quickly dispatched the fallen with well-placed headshots before peeking from their cover. Rolling into the firefight, they found the Doom Marine, of all people, blasting away at both the cultists and the security guards. "The fuck?" Peacemaker mumbled. "Is that Doom guy? Why is he here? I thought he was in New York. Beats the hell out of me." Vigilante replied. "I just hope he's on our side." The two watched him kneecap a guy before kicking another into the water, Spartan style. Most of the time, he was aiming at the shoulders, knees, and feet with uncanny ease. The bad guys were spraying bullets at him, which bounced off his armor harmlessly. Some even ricocheted and hit a few guys. Doom Guy continued, seemingly undeterred, shooting and punching his way through with precise movement and tactics. Both sides continued firing until a green glow emanated above them. The cargo above them was suddenly lifted and taken off the moving crane. The container was taken away further from the firefight. Not long after, that glow revealed itself to be none other than Green Lantern. One of them, at least. "Oh, crap," Peacemaker muttered. "It better not be that ginger-haired fuck. I always hated that dude." "Same," Vigilante agreed. Suddenly, two megaphone constructs were conjured as the Green Lantern spoke out loud. "This is the Justice League. Lay down your weapons and surrender. No need for further bloodshed." "Fuck you, pig," one crook yelled out, firing an Uzi at the hero before he was quickly shot in the shoulder by Doom Guy. Thankfully, the Green Lantern shielded himself inside a bubble, quickly firing back with his ring. The fighting returned, with guns blazing everywhere. "Oh, it's the second guy." Peacemaker identified John Stewart. "I thought he was the third one." Vigilante questioned, vaguely recalling the one from the Justice Society. The two soon heard a boy cackling before two of the cultists were suddenly jumped by a kid in a red and black costume. "Oh crap, it's that Robin kid," Peacemaker alerted. "That means..." And before they knew it, the two vigilantes witnessed Batman showing up, throwing his batarangs directly into some bad guys, swatting their weapons before the Dark Knight launched himself with flying kicks. "Crap," muttered Peacemaker, before noticing the cult leader escaping in their direction with the duffel bag in hand. Taking this opportunity, Peacemaker aimed and fired his pistol, shooting the cult leader directly in the ass cheek. The cult leader screamed as he clutched his ass cheek before Peacemaker shoulder-checked him into the ground. Close behind him, Vigilante checked the contents and smiled giddily at the money inside. "We got the goods." Vigilante gave a thumbs up to his partner, who returned a smile. The cult leader groaned, earning Peacemaker's attention. The colorful Vigilante soon brought his deagle out and pointed it at him. "Eat peace, motherfucker." Peacemaker attempted his badass one-liner before he felt a gun barrel at the back of his head. "Please hand over your weapon, Peacemaker." A calm and surprisingly soothing voice erupted from Doom Guy's armor. Peacemaker cringed and cursed himself before handing his weapon over. Vigilante attempted to pull his weapon out before John Stewart arrived with gun battery constructs. "Bad idea, Dirty Harry," warned John. Vigilante sighed with his head down before giving up his weapons and the duffel bag. Behind him, the carnage was subdued. Both the cultists and the security crooks, what's left of them, that is, were detained and restrained. Shortly, Both the Dark Knight and his protege arrived. "You two have caused serious problems tonight," Batman began lecturing. "There are casualties here. Not only that, you recklessly endangered innocent lives. That container held some innocent people inside. It's fortunate none of them got hurt, but this was reckless on your end." Initially, the two just remained quiet throughout Batman's monologue. However, that last sentence stirred up some anger in Peacemaker. Hey, Peacemaker took offense to Batman's accusation. How were we supposed to know they were human traffickers? I mean, thank God, those people are okay, but Jesus, don't throw those kinds of accusations like that. The heroes exchanged confused looks before turning to the duo. "You didn't know they were trafficking humans?" asked John. Peacemaker looked surprised and said, "Well, yeah, me and Vigilante heard that they were dealing in guns." "And where did you get that idea?" John inquired. Peacemaker shrugged and said, "We jumped on some guys with the bird masks. Said there'd be a gun deal here. And they didn't tell you about the human trafficking?" "Nope," Peacemaker answered John. "If we did, we would have shot them in the nuts and then the head." "And what happened to those people?" John inquired. "We shot them in the head," said Peacemaker, "and then dumped their bodies in a dumpster somewhere." At that, Batman was the only one to furrow his brow. "That was completely unnecessary," he admonished, earning an offended look from Peacemaker. "Hey, those assholes were about to jump a girl." Peacemaker defended. "If me and Vigilante weren't there, who knows what those sickos might have done to the girl?" "It's still murder," Batman said. "And your actions here tonight warrant an arrest." "Screw you, man." Peacemaker cursed him. "At least I'm cleaning the streets of scumbags and psychos. What have you done for Gotham lately?" At that, Robin, who had been mostly silent for the duration, finally spoke up and angrily said, "Heroes don't kill. It's what separates us from murderers like you." "Oh, cry me a river." Peacemaker dismissed Robin. "You think the bad guys care about whether you kill or not? They don't give a flying fuck. They'll shoot you dead without a care in the world. And since we're on the topic, kid, they also don't give a shit if you're a kid in a costume. You're fair game, and they'll blow your fucking brains out. Or worse, torture you for shits and giggles." With every cuss and insult thrown at them, Robin became more enraged by the older Vigilante's words. Batman, however, placed his hand on his protege's shoulders, keeping him from lunging at the Vigilante. Behind them, John and DaneNagai watched with mixed reactions. John remained stern-eyed, but deep down, there were hard truths to what Peacemaker said, even if he wasn't the brightest bulb. Still, he wasn't in a position to allow emotions to override his common sense. But the Slayer? Although he wasn't impressed by Peacemaker's IQ, he sure as hell did with the monologue, despite the ham-fist way he went about it. And he humored the Slayer in some way. Back to the present, Peacemaker continued with his rant. "And if you think I'm a bad guy," Peacemaker continued, "how about you ask Batman why he still lets that psycho clown run around the streets throughout his entire career?" At that, it seems Peacemaker managed to strike a nerve in Batman. The Dark Knight balled his fists with suppressed anger, which did not go unnoticed by the others. Both Robin and John looked concerned for their mentor and colleague, respectively. Vigilante, underneath his mask, nervously looked at Peacemaker, both worried and a little agitated that his partner was going to put them in the ICU. DaneNagai, meanwhile, was interested in how this bout was going to end. It did not continue, however, as he quickly spotted the cult leader attempting to crawl. Immediately, he walked towards him, interrupting Batman's interrogation. Nearing him, the Slayer grabbed and pulled the cult leader up to his face. The man's mask was half broken, leaving only the mouth exposed. "Identify yourself," Vega demanded in his usual voice. The man simply cackled before taunting. "Gutless cur, my name is not important, for I am one of many in the Parliament. Kill me, and another will take my PLA dash." The man didn't get to finish his rant, as an arrow was lodged through his mouth. DaneNagai immediately dropped the body, aiming his gun in the direction of the arrow. Soon, a volley of arrows came. Alarmed, John quickly constructed a shield bubble around them, save for the Slayer, whose armor made him completely safe from the flechette. The rest? Not so much. Many of the detained criminals, both the crooked security and cultists, were killed instantly, leaving no survivors. Once the criminals died, the arrows stopped raining. John reluctantly lowered his shield, but remained armed with his ring. Both Batman and Robin drew their weapons, batarangs and eskrima sticks, while Vigilante drew his dual pistols. Peacemaker, meanwhile, exchanged a look at DaneNagai and asked, "Can I have my pistol back?" Flynn returned a blank look before giving Peacemaker back his gaudy Desert Eagle. The group scanned their surroundings, observing for any threats. Their assailant soon came into view, revealing itself to be a lone assassin garbed in concealing gear. Interestingly, it had a horned owl-like appearance mask-wise. Initially, he seemed to be alone, only for a dozen more to appear. All of them stood hunched over, drawing their weapons out immediately. Some carried swords and sayus. Others used clawed gauntlets instead. Either way, These mysterious new foes were not playing around. Batman vs. Shredder, Kevin Reapel, Batman vs. TMNT OSD. Okay, John said out loud. I can definitely see why they're called night owls. Peacemaker groaned and said, why did it have to be ninjas? Immediately, the assassins charged forward in eerie silence. Batman launched his batarangs into the air. The batarangs exploded into smoke, delaying the assassins a little longer. Vigilante, Peacemaker, and the Slayer took fire. Shooting the assassins were distracted. Batman exchanged a glare at all three, but decided it was not the time to lecture them, especially Doomslayer. John, meanwhile, flew into the air and shot the rest with concussive blasts from his ring. A few began to shoot arrows, forcing the lantern to construct a shield, returning fire with a hole in the center. The assassins quickly recovered from the initial attacks and lunged forward. The heroes were forced to disperse. Batman and Robin were quickly separated. The two of them were forced to deal with their respective attackers. Batman had to contend with an owl attacking him with its claws. He was evasive, telegraphically blocking his attacks until the assassin sprouted blades from his boots. Although Batman had years of experience fighting assassins like Deathstroke, his attacker was far more tenacious, forcing him on the defense. Briefly glancing at Robin, the boy was having more difficulty with his own. Quickly, Batman pulled out his bolas, throwing them at the assassin. The bolas immediately electrocuted him, incapacitating him while Batman rushed off to Robin. The boy Wonder, meanwhile, struggled with his opponent, who proved to be relentless with his dual sabers. Even with his Eskrima sticks, which were built to stun with electricity, his opponent didn't seem fazed at all, leaving him overwhelmed by the assailant. His sticks were quickly destroyed, leaving him open to the assassin's blade. Thankfully, Batman's timely arrival left the assailant open to a dropkick. You okay? Batman asked, earning a nod from his protege. Soon, the two stood back to back, with both assassins easily recovering and lunging. Elsewhere, Vigilante fired back as he was forced to move, his attacker keeping a steady push forward. The owl soon sliced the barrels of both guns after. Fuck, cursed Vigilante. He quickly discarded them and pulled out his sword, parrying a slash from the owl's saber. Peacemaker, meanwhile, had to contend with two assassins. He continued to fire his Desert Eagle before he quickly abandoned it. He dodged and blocked their attacks, but was quickly overwhelmed, earning a few cuts and slashes on his arms and chest. One of them managed to slip under him and put him in a chokehold, leaving him open to a bladed boot to the face. The attack never came to pass, however, as the Slayer managed to grab it in time. He then shot the owl holding Peacemaker in the head, before breaking the leg with a hand chop and the other with his boot, before tossing the owl into several other assassins. Thanks, Peacemaker gratefully said. Doomslayer said nothing, simply moving on to the next opponents, while Peacemaker went to help Vigilante. The brightly colored Vigilante tackled his partner's attacker before screaming, ACTIVT FUCKPM. Fuck. A red beam of light erupted from his helm, accompanied by the sound of the word FUCK, followed by the assassin having a burning hole through his head. Standing back up, he looked up to see Vigilante taking breaths, but giving a thumbs up. A couple more assassins came at them, with Vigilante passing Peacemaker's sword to him from his other shoulder. The two leapt into action. Doomslayer calmly walked into the heat of battle, simply clipping the owls at their knees. One managed to slash at his sword, to no avail. Quickly, Flynn grabbed him and held him over his head, snapping his spine over his knee after. Following this, he started using the body as a human flail, swinging it around to catch bodies coming his way. Soon after, the strain of it was too much, and the assassin's leg separated from his owner. Still carrying the leg in his hand, DaneNagai quickly noticed something was off. The leg did not produce any sort of blood. Instead, viscous metallic goo oozed out of the stump. Briefly studying the anomaly, one of the assassins attempted to sneak up and attack him with his sword. Of course, being a 6'8" walking fortress, the Slayer grabbed the assassin by the neck. Even then, the assassin continued to attack him relentlessly with his claws. The Slayer proceeded to snap the man's neck, tossing him into a pair of assassins before unloading the magnum into their heads. Scanning his surroundings, he saw the Gothamite heroes struggling while the two vigilantes were making quick work with theirs, helped by the fact that they had no qualms about killing. Up above, he saw John subduing several inside a force field and throwing them into the waters. Seeing who had the hardest time, DaneNagai rushed to Batman and Robin's aid. With precise aim, he managed to shoot Batman's opponent's sword hand before aiming at the knees. It alerted the last assassin, but was immediately shot by John's ring. With all of the assassins taken down, the heroes regrouped. John descended from his position, whilst Peacemaker and Vigilante returned with guns they had pilfered from the dead bodies. Batman looked displeased to see those two again, but more so when the Slayer approached. I made it clear to be non-lethal, Batman reminded him. Vega, however, proceeded to respond by saying, "With all due respect, Batman, there have been recent developments during the battle." "Like what?" Batman replied, bemused by the news. "For one," Vega further explained, "these bodies appear to produce some sort of metallic liquid. And two, I did not detect any signs of life. Meaning, they are dash. A guys." Vigilante called the rest of the group's attention. All of them quickly saw the assassins standing up, including the ones who were either crippled, maimed, or shot in the head. The assassins unnaturally reassembled themselves without any sign of pain. Bones cracked into place, and limbs reattached as the assassins willed themselves to life. Bullet holes that would have been fatal to a living being quickly regenerated, leaving only the holes on the clothing. From the waters, the assassins John attempted to get rid of returned, no worse for wear. As I was saying, Vega continued, these assailants appeared to be undead. The heroes quickly gather as their undead foes surround them. Of the dozen assassins, only a few remained dead, those being the ones who were decapitated or had their heads completely destroyed. Unfortunately, their numbers were quickly replaced as a dozen more arrived. The group was now fully alarmed. Surrounded, the more lethal members of the group brought their guns up, with Doomslayer switching the Desert Eagle for the super shotgun. As the three took forward, John, Batman, and Robin stood behind. Standing next to him, John asked Batman one question. "Bats," John began, "please tell me your rule doesn't apply to zombies." Batman, to the surprise of many, answered, "I'll make this an exception." The more hardcore members quickly glanced back at Batman, surprised to hear Batman finally throwing the gloves. "Good enough," John answered, creating multiple turret constructs. Soon after, the group blasted away as the assassins lunged at them. Chapter 10. In Blackest Night. Omen Instrumental, The Prodigy. Gotham City Docks, New Jersey. 8:04 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bullets sprayed across the docks as heroes and vigilantes fought against the cloaked assassins. DaneNagai, Vigilante, and Peacemaker blasted at the first wave, with John bringing out gun batteries to even the odds. The sound of explosions and dazzling lights caught the attention of civilians nearby. Some phoned the police before fleeing with the rest. The owls proved to be very tenacious, however. Being riddled with bullets did nothing to stop some of them from trying to skewer the group. Doomslayer blasted away at the approaching assassins. His super shotgun eviscerated the undead killers with supernatural power. Peacemaker and Vigilante carried on with the Benelli M4 and P90, respectively. "Ninjas I can deal with," Vigilante said out loud. "But fuck our zombie ninjas a whole lot of bullshit. Just keep aiming for the heads." Peacemaker replied, managing to take down two as they charged at them. The assassins got closer. Batman pulled out smoke bombs and yelled, "Disperse." The bombs exploded, surrounding the heroes in smoke. The undead hunters leapt into the thick smog, eager to sink blades. The vapor easily covered the surroundings, blinding the owl's vision. Soon, battle erupted once more as the Slayer unleashed hell with his plasma rifle. The owls dashed towards his spot, hooked on him. The closest slashed with his blades, only to pass through it. The real Slayer surprised them with micromissiles, obliterating their bodies like deadly firecrackers. He quickly grappled with another charging towards him, performing an Ippon Sui Nage before stomping his head for good measure. He quickly turned only to see one get his head blasted to bits by Peacemaker, his X-ray vision allowing him to see through the smoke. Vigilante was not far behind, and so was John, with the latter creating a sword construct for the blue coat hero while he shot with his ring. The group continued on without issue, with the Slayer pulling the combat shotgun and triple tapping an incoming assassin with burst shot. Not far, Batman was going full-on lethal, to the surprise of his protege. Robin, who had been trained and taught by his mentor never to sink lower than the villains, was utterly flummoxed by Batman's sheer ruthlessness. Granted, they were fighting zombie ninjas, but Batman snapping an assassin's neck 180 was not on his bingo list. The Dark Knight soon placed a bomb onto the owl before kicking it into another. Both undead exploded into flesh and black blood. "Focus, Robin," yelled Batman, pulling out a sharp batarang and decapitating 3 owls in one stroke. Back to reality, the boy wonder blocked an owl's dual blades before kicking him as he flipped. 2 other owls joined, with all 3 coming at Robin. They did not see the oil that was sprayed underneath them, causing them to slip onto their asses. Not far, Peacemaker, who was responsible for the oil slick, said out loud, "Activate flamethrower." Soon, his helmet transformed into a different form and engulfed the assassins in flames. The owls flailed about as they burned to a crisp. One stumbled towards Robin, his clothes burning away to reveal an emaciated corpse before falling over and mentally scarring Robin forever. "You're welcome," Peacemaker yelled, albeit condescendingly, to which Robin retorted, You're still a murderer. Peacemaker angrily frowned before blocking an owl's blade and screaming, "Activate Ichiban." His helmet quickly launched small shards into the owl's face, causing him to howl in pain. Peacemaker kicked him away, stepping away as the owl flailed his weapon around in an attempt to attack, before an energy round blew his head completely. Doomslayer placed his pistol away and pulled out the chainsaw, messily bisecting an owl from the shoulder. He swung in the direction of another owl's sword, cutting both arms before spinning back and decapitating him. He swung again and bisected two more before finishing off the last of the owls by obliterating it from head to groin completely. As the smoke disappeared, the heroes regrouped in varying states of exhaustion and bloodstains, with the Slayer being no worse for wear, but satisfied at the bloody outcome. Oof, Peacemaker heavily breathed. That was something. Fun, Vigilante remarked. But never doing that again. And you won't, Batman added. Not for a while. Oh, come on, man. Peacemaker protested. We just faced a horde of freaking ninja zombies, and you're still nursing over a few dead assholes? Get your priorities straight. Undead or not, Batman continued, remaining unfazed. It still doesn't make up for your counts of murder and illegal theft of arms. What happened to self-defense? Vigilante brought up, only for Vega to shoot him down and say, excessive force and retaliatory violence are not protected under self-defense laws. Adding to that, you also have a history of violence and racial discrimination. Barring Batman, the rest of the League heroes exchanged shock and disgust, while the Vigilantes exchanged offended looks. Whoa. Peacemaker protested. We're not racist. It says you target ethnic minorities. Vigilante and IV killed a fair amount of white people. Peacemaker weakly defended, as if that helped their image. The ratio is still suspect, Vega factually stated. It says you've been going around lower-class, suburban neighborhoods. Listen, Peacemaker continued, defending, if someone's committing a crime, we're supposed to control their ethnicities? No, I suppose not, Vega actually conceded, something even DaneNagai couldn't disagree on, but you do have a habit of targeting these areas. I would suggest broadening your criminal investigation beyond lower-class areas. John immediately stepped in and said, ignoring Vega's weird suggestion, you two still interfere with League investigations. And it was pretty clear that you came here with malicious intent, regardless of informed altruism or not. Oh, come on, we were here first. Vigilante whined. And on the topic of interference, do you guys even consider yourselves law enforcers? As in registered law enforcers? Both Batman and John exchanged blank looks, while Robin and DaneNagai looked impassively. Like, seriously, Vigilante continued. Do you even consider yourselves civil servants? You guys keep flaunting about justice and law, but you guys are still outside of the government body. I'm a former U.S. Marine turned Green Lantern Corpsman, John answered, which in itself is an organization of intergalactic peacekeepers. Therefore, I'm a law enforcer. Legally speaking, John's statement actually caused Vigilante to think over and say, oh yeah, that's true. You're technically a member of law enforcement, but the rest of you is up for debate. We have an official charter with both the U.S. and the UN, Batman added. We receive public funding and financial support from multiple enterprises. Adding to that, we do work with law enforcement to ensure the arrest of superpowered and metahuman lawbreakers. Okay, yeah, but not under law enforcement, Vigilante countered. DaneNagai rolled his eyes underneath his helmet, sighing in annoyance before gesturing with his hands. The Slayer would like to end this conversation in haste, Vega translated, to which John replied, yeah, this chit-chat has gone long enough. Immediately, John wrapped the two in elaborate restraints to keep them from escaping. Oh, this is bullshit, whined Peacemaker. It is our job to ensure that criminals like you are legally processed. Batman coolly stated, how you feel does not concern us. Peacemaker angrily glared at the caped crusader, glaring further when Robin quietly taunted him with an L gesture on his forehead. Just as John was about to take off, he received a call from his earpiece. John speaking. John, Hal shouted through the call. John, are you there? Hal. John spoke back, alerted. What's going on? Where are you? I'm in Gotham with DaneNagai and Batman, John answered. What's happening? Get out of there. Hal warned. We got multiple anomalies coming your way. With wide eyes, John looked up and saw a bright yellow beam coming his way. John had little time to react before he was blasted into a container. Both Peacemaker and Vigilante backed on their feet, while DaneNagai, Batman, and Robin tensed in a battle as new villains arrived. Slowly descending, the attacker revealed himself in a black and yellow suit similar to a Green Lantern's. His head was completely uncovered, revealing a human-looking face with red skin and pointed ears. His hair was groomed back into a widow's peak with a thin mustache to complete the look. This Yellow Lantern looked down at the heroes with a mix of imperious contempt and gloating. Behind him, two other Yellow Lanterns appeared. One was a large, brutish gray reptilian, and the other was a blue-skinned and scantily clothed woman. It appears that your foresight has led us to the home of these apes, Lissa, the red alien remarked. Are you certain this is our destination? I'm feeling a little annoyed. I am certain, Lord Sinestro, the woman replied, speaking in a seductive and serpentine voice. The one known as Sinestro sneered before looking at the humans. Well, then Sinestro sighed. I suppose I'll vent my anger on these humans. Sinestro shot a beam of light immediately. Most of the heroes took cover, barring Doomslayer, who moved directly into Batman and Robin's path, prepared to take the shot at full blank range. Thankfully, a large shield construct of green energy blocked Sinestro's attack. You're going to have to do better than a cheap shot, Sinestro, John said, quickly recovering from the attack. It actually humored the alien to chuckle slightly before saying, John Stewart. So amusing to see you. You were the last person I would have expected on this backwater sector you call home. Shame Hal isn't here to save you. Whatever it is you're looking for, Sinestro, John replied. I aim to make sure you never set foot on this planet again. Sinestro sighed and said, so predictable. Archillo, kill them all. The gray reptilian obeyed, smiling viciously as he lunged at John. The alien, however, wasn't expecting to receive a hook from the Slayer before his head was grabbed and pulled in for a knee to the face. The Slayer grabbed his suit and tossed him towards his fellow lanterns. Both Sinestro and Lissa moved out of the way before the Slayer shot micro-missile from the HAR. Sinestro was forced to make a shield before him, thinking it would protect him, but the Slayer leapt and threw a punch at the shield. The shield shattered upon contact, sending the lantern back into the container wall, much to Sinestro's surprise. Alarmed, Lissa attempted to help her master, but Batman threw explosive batarangs in her direction. She looked outraged and attempted to attack, only for John Stewart to blast her with his ring. John quickly faced Archillo, who came charging with an axe construct. John clashed with the reptilian lantern immediately after. Turning to Robin, Batman ordered, get out of here, this is beyond your skills. What about Peacemaker and Vigilante? Robin brought to his mentor's attention. Batman exchanged an alarmed look, searching them only to find that both had disappeared. Forget about them, Batman stated. Just keep everyone else out of this. On it, Robin soon fled, while Batman contended with Lissa Drac. The alien woman cackled insidiously and said, the scent is strong here, human. Fear flows in this wretched place. Mayhaps you are the reason why my sight is drawn near. Batman raised an eyebrow before throwing his explosive batarangs once again, but moved swiftly as Lissa threw them back. Despite his lack of powers, Batman used his quick thinking and tactics, running away from the battle and retreating into the darkness, with Lissa following. Back with Sinestro, the Yellow Lantern quickly evaded the Slayer's attacks. Keeping his distance, Sinestro created multiple spear constructs and launched. His opponent was swift as he dodged most of the projectiles. A few hit his armor, but they did nothing to stop his pursuit. The hero returned fire, shooting a rocket in Sinestro's direction. The lantern dodged, but the rocket exploded as it passed him, sending him forward toward the stranger. The Slayer grabbed his neck and slammed his head into the ground. Sinestro gritted his teeth as the Slayer ground his face against the concrete. Were it not for his ring, Sinestro's would have been critical. Thinking fast, Sinestro formed a pile driver and thrust it into the Slayer's chest, pushing him off. Sinestro stood back up, but the human continued, breaking the construct and sending a flurry of blows after. Sinestro quickly weaved in and out of the thrown fists. Preparing himself, Sinestro ignited his ring, throwing it directly into the man's face, hoping for the chance to blast his head off. Such a chance, however, didn't come as Sinestro received a fist to his face, causing him to fly backwards. Landing on the ground, Sinestro stood back up, only to feel his blood pour from his nose and mouth. Startled by the impossible, Sinestro, gritting his teeth, stared deathly towards his foe. You will pay for that, Sinestro promised. His foe, however, stood silent, fists raised towards him. Sinestro was prepared to blitz towards him when a giant hand smashed him into the ground. The Slayer looked up to see two Green Lanterns swooping down. He recognized Hal Jordan as he descended. The other, however, he did not recognize. Like John, his face was uncovered entirely, revealing reddish hair styled in a crew cut. The latter quickly constructed an F-1 Raptor, raining it down on both Lissa and Archillo. The Yellow Lanterns were pushed back, with their leader breaking through Hal's hand construct. Never thought you two chumps would call in good old Guy Gardner. The third lantern humored. The three Green Lanterns, alongside DaneNagai and Batman, stood opposite to their dark counterparts. I looked at John and asked, you good? Glad to see the cavalry. John exchanged a smile with Hal before confronting the rival corpsman. Sinestro and his cohorts stared down in disgust while the Green Lanterns remained calm and collected, except Guy, who smiled smugly while creating a baseball bat in his hand. Behind him, DaneNagai pulled his chain gun, prepared to deliver punishment, while Batman pulled out another batarang from under his cape. Guy was the one to approach, holding his bat over his shoulders, and said, "Looks like this ain't your lucky day, Sinbad. 5 against 3 ain't a fair game. So how about you and your cronies get the hell off our lawn? Or good old Guy's gonna smash." Guy's voice slowed as he and the others noticed a bright red orb from the sky get closer and closer to them before crashing into the earth. Both Lantern Corps were forced to shield against the debris, taking safety in their shield bubbles. As the smoke cleared, the two groups warily lowered their defenses. A bright red glow emanated from the crash site. From it emerged a hulking red body, approaching the confrontation. His body, unlike the others, was covered in a blood-red carapace. Behind him, 2 more of his brethren came. One was a blue-skinned being not unlike Lissa, only partially covered, with her upper legs exposed and burning skeletal wings sprouting from her back. The third of them, curiously, was a dark blue cat, which snarled at the opposing groups. Both Lantern Corps slowly backed away as the third group emerged, with Hal muttering, "Atrocitus." Batman turned to John and whispered, "Mind keeping me up to date?" "Red Lanterns," John answered. "Long story short, bad news for everyone. Powered by rage. The big guy, Atrocitus, is the leader. Stay away from him." Beside them, Doomslayer couldn't help but smirk. They sounded brutal, without mercy, but he's worse. "The Bloodstorm calls US here," Atrocitus roared. "Draws US to a rage brighter than any sun. But it appears that we are drawn to this conflict instead. And through conflict shall we find it." "Oh crap," muttered Guy. Without hesitation, the Red Lantern raised his arm. "DX Star, please, kill them all." Atrocitus' subordinates soon launched into bloody murder, prompting the rest to charge. What came next was a cacophony of violence and explosions. The fighting was vicious and thrown into disorder, with every corpseman fighting for their life. Lantern against lantern. Hal contended with Sinestro, flying into the sky to chase after him. Atrocitus faced off with Arquillo, tackling him and distending his jaw before the Red Lantern pushed back and vomited blood inside his mouth. The Reptilian Lantern coughed and gagged as the red-hot plasma burned his throat before Atrocitus delivered a vicious combo, followed by a liver punch and slamming him into the ground. Atrocitus was soon struck by an exploding baseball, followed by a hail of bullets. Covering his face, he peered through his hand to find Guy, John, and a third and heavily armored man firing upon him with their weapons. Ignoring their combined firepower, Atrocitus leapt into the air to perform a meteor strike, causing the heroes to disperse. All except for DaneNagai, who leapt and tackled him by the waist, mid-air. Both crashed on the highest container, toppling it and the other containers as well. Guy, John, and Batman stood back up immediately, slightly relieved, before danger returned in the form of Lissa flying towards them. The trio were prepared to face a charging Lissa when Bleez lunged at her from the side. The two tumbled on the ground, with Bleez spraying hot plasma into Lissa's face. The Yellow Lantern screamed before guarding herself from Bleez's claws. Lissa quickly summoned ropes to wrap Bleez before tossing her aside and then chased after her. Witnessing the bout, Guy couldn't help but whistle and make a snarky comment. "Girl on girl, am I right?" Guy smirked, elbowing John much to the latter's annoyance, before the Cat Lantern pounced on Guy's face and began scratching. The Redhead Lantern screamed in before attempting to pull it away, with John helping and managing to pull the cat with mittens around his hands. "Fucking cat," swore Guy, his face now full of scratches. The cat hissed angrily as Guy recovered. "Got any more stupid tricks up your sleeve, Dash?" was all Guy managed to spit out before Dexstar vomited plasma blood in his face. "Ah, my face. It burns." Guy fell on the ground, rolling and screaming out curses as he clutched his face. Dexstar soon wrestled out of John's hands, the latter struggling to keep him contained even as the two flew in the air. Batman assisted, using his hook gun to ensnare the cat. Batman braced himself as he, too, was dragged into the air. John let go and used his ring to create a cage around the cat, but was soon tackled by Arquillo. Batman, however, refused to let go, and the cat flew erratically to get him off. Elsewhere, DaneNagai and Atrocitus traded blow for blow. Each fighter stood their ground, never relenting against even the most powerful punches. Atrocitus was giving his all, empowered by both rage and pain, but the Slayer rivaled him in equal measure, enduring the Red Lantern's attacks. He soon caught Atrocitus' ring hand and twisted it. The Red Lantern screamed before being punched with a vicious hook, followed by a series of punches in quick succession. Atrocitus immediately recovered and caught the incoming fist. Quickly, his ring arm sprouted a blade and attempted to skewer the Slayer, only to be caught as well. Both wrestled in strength as one tried to overpower the other. As a last resort, Atrocitus spewed red plasma across the Slayer's helm. Even with the Praetor's protection, the Slayer felt the pain pass through the armor. But instead of kneeling as Atrocitus expected, the Slayer launched a powerful punch that sent the Red Lantern flying into a wall. Briefly, the plasma empowered the Slayer. MIS systems a high energies of magic. Vegas stated despite glitching. PPPURGing is required. As Doomslayer felt the rage flow into him, Atrocitus stood, angrier than before. However, a brief sense of clarity drew his attention as he saw the wave of energy releasing from the Slayer. So much rage. Abundant. Infinite. Eternal. Atrocitus realized. His clarity was short-lived, however, as the Slayer snapped his attention back at the Red Lantern. With boundless energy, DaneNagai charged at Atrocitus with growing rage. The Red Lantern met the Slayer with fury and flew towards him, grabbing him by the waist and crashing through multiple containers, returning to where all the other lanterns continued to battle. The Slayer placed his foot into the concrete to stop the momentum before hammering Atrocitus' spine with his fists. Atrocitus yelled in pain before he was grabbed and thrown into Sinestro, who had nearly defeated Hal with a giant hand construct as revenge. Now by himself, Doomslayer felt a fire in his throat, quickly pulling his helmet out and vomiting blood all over the concrete. The blood boiled at high temperatures, burning away the solid ground beneath it. His eyes turned bright crimson as he searched for new bodies. Not far from him, he soon laid eyes on John, who was forced to his knees as Arkillo overpowered him. Ghost Rider Spirit of Vengeance. Soundtrack Edit 02. Baring his teeth as he growled, his throat began to glow ominously. Before he knew it, his blood ignited into flames. With flame and fury, he breathed fire on the Yellow Lantern. Arkillo screamed in agony as the plasma flames burned his flesh. John looked with surprise and turned, to his horror, to see Flynn succumb to the Red Lantern's blood magic. Like a dragon from hell, Flynn's fire breath continued without end. Hearing Arkillo's screams, John stood up and created a shield around them. Flynn! John screamed the Slayer's name. Flynn, listen to me. The Red Lantern blood is controlling you. Resist it. Hearing John's voice, Flynn forced himself to contain the plasma, albeit briefly. Soon, he breathed fire across the ground, trying to minimize the damage. However, his rage grew stronger, transforming the already deadly plasma breath into an energy beam, cutting through empty containers and the Trojan ship, all while the other lanterns scrambled to dodge the deadly blast. Batman ducked under the incoming laser and observed with horror at the Slayer's new power. How fortunate the Slayer was facing the ocean, for the damage against Gotham's skyscrapers would have been grave. It was no less horrifying for Batman to witness. Thankfully, the Slayer managed to contain the breath with greater control. However, he set his sights on Sinestro. Approaching his prone form, Flynn kicked the alien over before grabbing him by the throat. Sinestro struggled against the Slayer's grip before attempting to use his ring to shock him to no avail. Lissa tried to save her master, only to be backhanded by the Slayer without so much as looking. The Green Lanterns joined as well, only to be struck down by Atrocitus' cohorts. Batman was the only hero left, and there was nothing he could have done to stop Flynn. The Slayer slowly opened his mouth, the plasma recharging and superheating like a nuclear meltdown. This time, the Slayer regained his focus, completely in control of his actions. Sinestro, in his last moments, felt terror like no other, all while Atrocitus looked on with a proud smile. Death did not come to pass, however, as Flynn was struck from behind, not with a powerful blow, but a touch that calmed him to a state of serenity. Crimson Red shifted into serene blue. The energy enveloped the battle, rendering both the Red and Yellow Lanterns powerless, while fully empowering the Green Corpsmen, the latter overpowering the remaining Red Lanterns, all while healing injuries everyone had gained during the fight. Be at ease, brother, a calm voice erupted from the skies. The rage burning inside you will wash away. Flynn, who had succumbed to the Red Lantern rage, felt his body enveloped with serenity and tranquility, no longer feeling the extreme violence which washed away from him. Soon after, Flynn dropped Sinestro and looked up as he turned, seeing another lantern descend. Judging by his clothes and energy color, this one was a blue lantern. His face was far more alien than the rest, having a single tentacle for hair as he got closer. The blue lantern stepped onto the ground, addressing the Slayer with a bow. Behind Flynn, all three human lanterns and Batman stood beside him. You dropped this, said John as he passed Flynn's helmet, the latter taking it off his hands and putting it back on. Vega's voice returned once he settled, his voice normal as he said, "Unknown pathogen fully purged." Flynn sighed in relief before making contact with the alien. "Greetings, Green Lanterns of Earth," the Blue Lantern greeted. "I'm pleased to see you all safe and sound." "Good to see you, Saint Walker," Hal greeted first. "Your help was a blessing. Saved our butts on time." Walker chuckled in amusement. "I see you have not lost your sense of humor, Hal Jordan." "What brings you to Earth?" John inquired, to which Walker answered, "I was led here by an unknown energy, bringing me here of all places. Of course, I did not go alone, not with some help." Soon, 3 more lanterns descended, bearing the symbol and colors of the Green Lantern Corps. All of them were as alien and inhuman-looking as most of the others. The first one resembled a cross between a bird and a fish, nimble and skinny-looking, but a strong one, no doubt. The second was the opposite, bearing pig-like qualities, with a stature and stoutness to further distinguish himself. The third, however, was the most human-looking. Clearly a woman, her magenta pigmentation was the only thing that made her distinguishable from humans. Beautiful yet, somehow, Flynn couldn't shake the feeling that she resembled another. "Greetings, fellow lanterns," the fish alien greeted. "May I say that it is Dash?" "Can it, Tomar? Let's not get so formal." The large one interrupted, pushing him away and reaching out to Hal, embracing him in a hug. It's good to see you boys." "Nice seeing you too, Kilowog." Hal gritted his teeth, both happy to see the large alien and straining not to get crushed in his friend's grip. Guy followed up with a soft punch to the shoulder. "What? No hello to old Gardner." Guy sported that cocky smile once again. Kilowog dropped Hal and snorted with a smirk on his face. "Only for a puzzer that doesn't have a name, Guy." Kilowog snorted before the two of them exchanged some laughs and fist bumps. "Good to see you, Kilowog," said John as he walked past Kilowog and greeted the third. "Katma," John greeted the woman, his voice expressing warmth and familiarity. "It's been a while." "You as well, John," Katma greeted formally, but no less smiling. "Been keeping with your regimen, as usual?" "You know it," John replied, voice slightly tinging on nervousness and fluster. Katma nodded before her face darkened as she eyed the other Lantern Corps. "What are they doing here?" she asked in a lower tone, eyeing daggers at Sinestro. Her question did not go unnoticed, with Tomar and Kilowog exchanging serious looks. "Sinestro Corps is one thing," Kilowog remarked, "but the Red Lanterns? I don't like this." "Best to remain cautious," Tomar advised. Guy scoffed and said, "Nah, I'm pretty sure 6 greenies, a bluey, and 2 other guys are enough to scare these mutts." "2?" Kilowog asked, before John pointed Doom Guy and Batman. I think I remember pointy ears," Kilowog scratched his head. "But who's the other guy?" Batman narrowed his eyes, unamused by the nickname he got. "That's Doom Marine," John introduced, recently joined the League. "Been of good help. Managed to even the odds in our favor." "You can discuss him later." Katma brushed past her fellow corpsman, confronting Sinestro instead. The Yellow Lantern likewise indulged in greeting her, walking in an upright posture, with Arkillo and Lissa in tow, wounds fully healed. "Katmate," Sinestro fully addressed, tone polite and even leveled. "It is a privilege to see you once again. My ring seems to suit you just fine." "Better it be worn by one worthy of the Green Lantern mantle than a traitor," Katma retorted. Sinestro chuckled in amusement before gesturing Arkillo to stand down. "I mean it in the sincerest of compliments," Sinestro replied. "I suppose servitude to the Guardians is better than to our own people. Korugar is sorely in need of more Yellow Lanterns. You're always welcome back home." "Fear is not the way of Korugar," Katma growled. Her ring glowed with menacing light, reflecting her anger. Behind her, her fellow lanterns backed her in support, ready to throw down, as did Sinestro's lieutenants with him. Outside the confrontation, Atrocitus smirked at the scene, slightly eager to see the female Corrigan have a throwdown with her male counterpart and former instructor, with Dexter climbing on his shoulder to watch. Saint Walker, watching the scene unfold, stepped in between the Corrigans and said, "Peace, brethren. There is no need for further conflict." And yet, Atrocitus spoke up as he approached, his voice calm, yet strong enough to shake worlds. "Conflict is the very reason why we are all here. The very reason we are all drawn to this frail planet." "Well, if it's a fight you want, Atrocitus," Kilowog cracked his knuckles, "then it's a fight you'll get. I'm itching for one myself." "Huh?" Atrocitus laughed at the Bull of Axion. "As much as that would please me, my attention is drawn to something else. Tell me, how many of you here have brought a power ring? One made for a new acolyte?" The other Lantern Corps, especially the leaders of their respective expeditions, exchanged surprised looks, confirming Atrocitus' theory. Just as I suspected, Atrocitus presumed. It appears that this gathering was not a mere coincidence. that the recruit we seek is not multiple individuals, but one worthy to bear them all. Atrocitus soon laid his eyes on the Slayer, being the first to realize the newcomer's presence. Walker hummed curiously. Since you brought it up, Atros, I suppose your theory could align with what I'm searching for as well. For I have brought a ring in case of such. While I will not indulge in childish superstitions, said Sinestro, Lyssa sensed a promising recruit residing in this world, more powerful than any in my corps. Against my better judgment, I gave her consent to lead us here. With a ring stowed, of course. That is concerning news, Tomar remarked. The Guardians will be notified as such. Nonetheless, we too carry a ring in hopes of finding this new lantern. Then, for the sake of a temporary truce, Atrocitus concluded, let us put that theory to the test. Soon, Atrocitus summoned his ring, allowing it to float in his hand. Saint Walker and Sinestro soon followed, their rings now levitating. The Green Lanterns were the last to reveal. Despite their reluctance, they showed their untouched ring, with Kilowog releasing it as its safekeeper. Now, all four rings gathered together, circling one another. Suddenly, they picked up unfathomable speed, turning into a bright halo, before jetting off into the sky. All of them watched in complete silence, waiting for the rings to find a new bearer. As seconds passed, some expressed doubt, but a flash of light returned to their eyes. It grew bright as a star, and grew bigger as it came closer. Off to the side, the Slayer stepped back. Through instinct and trust, the Slayer reached out with his right hand and allowed himself to bear his fate. A great light nearly blinded the lanterns as the rings came. They watched still as all four rings found their champion. In Blackcast, Deritist, Nagai Pipipied, from Fissa Souls Dash. The voices all attempt to gain dominance as the rings fought for the Slayer's control. Sparks and electricity cackled and zapped anything that was close. The lanterns and Batman slowly backed away as the light became overwhelming. Something's not right, John yelled. No lantern has ever taken multiple rings before. How many cases has this happened? Batman exclaimed. Just this one. John answered, much to the Dark Knight's horror. The crowd braced as the energy grew erratic, turbulent, violent. The longer the rings fought, the more unstable the area became, so much that many feared the worst. We gotta contain this, Kilowog yelled out. His comrades seemed to agree and brought up their rings. Behind them, Sinestro's group were prepared to retreat. This was no longer in their control. They came, they found, and it was for nothing. Even the Red Lanterns under Atrocitus expressed fear. Only Atrocitus and Saint Walker remained standing, however, and waited for the outcome to pass. Before the Green Lanterns could stop it, Walker reached out and said, no, listen. The Green Lanterns exchanged confused looks until they heard a voice break through the storm. In our darkest day, in our time of doom, let rage and fear burn evil away. Bring courage and hope in bloom. Carry on this fight. Sentinels might. The oath finally ended as the energy dissipated in waves. The group covered their eyes before they peered through the smoke. Flint, John called out. Standing before them, a new lantern was born. In his right hand, for power rings rest on his fingers, each carrying the emotions he wielded in equal measure. His armor's colors shifted and changed based on the respective rings. The Slayer stood with great power in his hand, looking down at what now wielded. By Oe, Tomar muttered, a thought shared by the rest of his corps. Behind them, both the yellow and red lanterns looked on with surprise. And finally, Batman observed and studied this phenomenon. Of the lanterns, John was the first to approach. Flynn, he called him again. Are you all right? Flynn broke from his trance and slowly nodded to John. All is well, John Stewart, said Vega. According to my diagnostics, these rings appear to be integrating with the Predator suit's mainframe without issue. That's the rings working their magic, John remarked. Almost had me worried there. Could have sworn you might not have survived the process. With the Slayer, nothing is impossible, said Vega, followed by DaneNagai crossing his arms. At the back, Kilowog gently elbowed Hal and whispered, where did you say you get this guy? Long story, Hal answered. John and I have been meaning to speak with the Guardians sometime. Better we talk soon, Kilowog suggested. Barring Walker, I get the feeling the other Lantern Corps might have some unsavory ideas. Hal nodded in agreement, glancing over his shoulder as both Lantern Corps leaders looked on, intrigued. Hal couldn't shake the feeling that something wicked would come. Back with John and Flynn, the Lantern watched as the latter continued to dabble and tinker with the rings, as if testing their effectiveness. As a Lantern, your greatest weapon is your mind, John stated, meaning that whatever you imagine becomes real. Most beginners will take time to practice with them. The Slayer quickly summoned a sword construct in his hand, and not just any sword, but a replica of the Crucible, as he had carried in his battle with the Dreadnought Titan. John looked surprised and backed away to give Flynn time to adjust and test his weapon. The only thing concerning was that the sword was made from the red ring. Atrocitus expressed pride as the Slayer chose the red lantern as his first. Not only that, but his suit turned into a malevolent red color. Nonetheless, John could see that Flynn was completely controlling himself, something unheard of for a red lantern. With a weapon in his hand, the Slayer made a few swings with the construct. Strong and fast, but purposeful in his strikes, he ended with a wide arc swing, changing the weapon's appearance into a shield of green light and turning his suit to its respective color, causing great alarm for the Green Lanterns. "Man, this poser's a natural," Kilowog spoke in awe. Back to the demonstration. The edge of the shield was tipped with razor-sharp teeth, made for the express purpose of hacking and sawing through its prey. The shield roared to life with its teeth running at high speeds. He soon tossed it to a nearby wall, letting it bounce all over before it returned to him, where he changed it once again to create a mace made of yellow light, his suit now gold and black, much to Sinestro's approval. He slammed it against concrete and walls a couple of times before ending it by transforming the construct into a spear of blue light, with armor coated in blue, spinning and twirling. Soon, a flag was formed at the tip, bearing his emblem, just as Flynn stabbed it to the ground. And from the ground, Night Sentinel projections of blue and green energy emerged, standing side by side with weapons planted. It was in many ways an awesome display. "All right," John spoke up. "You definitely have control. I'll give you that." Finished with his display, the Slayer reverted to his original colors, rings powering off, with the projections disappearing. The Green Lanterns, along with Walker and Batman, approached. "That was amazing," Kilowog praised. "Rage, hope, fear, willpower. What combo? No other lantern like you has existed until now." "Yes," Kilowog, Tomar sighed. "It's an impressive feat we all witnessed. Still, it's no surprise that this planet lives up to its reputation of producing the most lanterns." Speaking of lanterns, Katma changed subjects. What shall we do with them? The heroes soon gathered their attention towards the core. To their morbid surprise, both Sinestro and Atrocitus were in talks with one another before they noticed the attention they gathered. "Ah, the Green Lanterns finally join our talks," said Sinestro, arms at his back. Katma narrowed her eyes and asked, "What talks?" "That this individual could," Sinestro gingerly picked his words, "mutually benefit all parties." "Considering your rings chose the new guy," Kilowog huffed. When not surprised, Sinestro smirked at his former colleague. Of the heroes, Batman walked up to Sinestro and said, "If it's talk you want, let's take it up at the Watchtower." "Ah," Sinestro understood. "That floating rock orbiting your planet." "Perhaps. Though, how will I know it isn't some trap?" "I don't need traps," Batman answered. "I already have the Green Lanterns on my back." Batman narrowed his eyes, with the lanterns behind him standing firm. Sinestro felt an ambience around the Dark Knight, the hint of fear that he inspired. Sinestro couldn't help but chuckle and said, "So be it, as long as you keep your word that my subordinates and I will be left unharmed, before, during, and after the talks." "I can't make promises," Batman admitted, "but I expect good behavior on your end." Sinestro smirked. Soon, police sirens grew louder as they came. "We'll have to discuss this later," Batman stated. "I have some things to go over." "Need help with fixing the place?" asked John, with Batman answering, "Yes. Gotham's had too many shipping delays as is." "I'll help out." Hal joined. Watchtower, 9:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. After Gotham Harbor was fixed for the most part, all the Lantern Corps came aboard the Watchtower through one of the League's hidden Zeta tubes. Once there, they sat and discussed in a private room on what to do with the Slayer's anomaly. With 4 rings in his hand, the phenomenon was too much to go to waste. How did one human have the power not only to use their rings, but also to have full control of their emotions? Their answer was found in the Mars incident footage. Like before, most of them, save for both red and yellow lanterns, watched in horror at the events unfolding. From beginning to end, they witnessed the carnage of hell and then the Slayer's appearance and the retribution he brought. A brutal and visceral event throughout. By now, the footage had ended, leaving all parties to think through. In all my years, having fought megalomaniacal dictators and tyrants, faced invading armies on several worlds, and containing evil godlike entities that want to destroy the galaxy, a bunch of literal demons from hell wasn't exactly on my bucket list. Kilowog gave his thoughts, a little uneased by the footage. "The Guardians must know about this," Tomar stated, horror still visible on his face. Katma remained quiet, but turned around to see John placing his hand on her shoulder. That small sense of relief, however, was quickly snuffed as Sinestro opened his mouth. "Yes, Tomar Sinestro mockingly spoke. "Go tell the Guardians of this invasion, and they'll talk and meditate afterward, using their supposed wisdom to prevent this apocalypse." "Insult all you want, Sinestro," Hal argued. But the Guardians made the Green Lanterns to stop evil such as this from taking over the galaxy. You? I don't doubt it, Sinestro admitted. This is your home planet, after all. And your core? Well, you were made just for that. And yet, the Guardians won't do so much as lift a finger to cleanse the chaos in the galaxy. It's the very reason I left and formed my own core. One built on fear, no doubt, Katma growled. She was prepared to throw down with him when Atrocitus. The anger in your heart is well placed, Green Lantern. Atrocitus expressed sympathy. As much as I despise him and his ilk, one cannot deny that Sinestro is correct in his assessment. The Guardians will do nothing to cull this threat, as they have with your predecessors, the Manhunters. Times have changed, Atrocitus, John sternly replied. The Manhunters are no more. And because of that, the Guardians created us to atone for their mistakes. And where was that atonement when the Manhunters slaughtered my sector? Atrocitus threw back, standing over the former Marine. Tensions rose once again as opposing corps looked for a reason to fight each other. In the midst of this, Batman and Walker were ready to step in until Night Sentinel projections arose from the ground. Immediately, each carried a weapon of opposing colors. Some carried swords and axes, while others held guns in their hands, all of them in red and yellow light. The projections were quick to draw them out as they surrounded the lanterns, causing great alarm for everyone. Not far, the Slayer, who watched the tension unfold, made his presence known. Play. Nice. The Slayer's tone was clear to them, that he was not someone to be ignored. In just 2 words, the Slayer made the room quiet. In momentary silence, both Sinestro and Atrocitus were the first to relent, with the Green Lanterns following. I think we spent enough time reminiscing about old grudges, said Sinestro. Don't you think? Agreed, Hal replied. Atrocitus said nothing, simply backing away from John. With tensions resolved, the Slayer's projections quickly dissipated as their bearer relaxed. Back on the topic, Sinestro started, tonight has been very eventful for all of us. I will be the first to declare a truce between all parties involved by deputizing our newest addition, as an intermediary for everyone. Probably for the best, Hal agreed somewhat, prompting Sinestro to add. With that being said, I will leave my subordinate, Lyssa Drac, to be stationed here as an envoy. At that, there was uproar on the Green Lantern side. The hell you will, Guy exclaimed. No way we're going to let one of your cronies walk around our sector. And I will remind you that there are 3 Green Lanterns. Sinestro paused as he realized his mistake. Sorry, for Green Lanterns residing here. Unfortunately for you all, Lyssa is well-behaved and shouldn't bother you in the slightest. She will only chronicle the Slayer's movement and report back to me on his progress. Besides, I'd be more concerned with you opening your mouth, Guy. Considering the confidential nature of the Slayer, I wouldn't be surprised if all hell breaks loose because of your tongue loosening. Oh, piss off. Curse Guy. Like I'm one to spill the beans everywhere. Immediately, everyone went silent and stared at Guy like he had grown a second head, something he noticed quickly. What? Seriously? Guy expressed indignation at his fellow corpsman. I can keep a secret. No, you can't, Hal replied. In fact, it's the reason why John and I told you to stay outside the watchtower. I'm a Green Lantern. Guy defended himself. Don't I get to have any say in this as well? I mean, who's going to believe the new guy goes out killing demons for shits and giggles? Conspiracy theorists, religious nutcases, Gordon Godfrey, right-wing militias, anti-superhero radio hosts, and the internet. And the list goes on. John listed out, much to Guy's annoyance. Well, Guy thought of something. What if I just slipped that he was a part-time exorcist? Hal and John exchanged looks before turning to Doom Guy, who simply shrugged for an answer. Just keep reminding yourself every day, John warned Guy, with the latter smirking. With the Green Lanterns settling, Atrocitus took this moment to speak up. If Sinestro is stationing one of his own here, Atrocitus started, I shall appoint my own as well. Dexter, on cue, the cat lantern floated to his master's call. Dexter rode over his master's shoulder before Atrocitus pointed to the Slayer. The cat understood and descended to the floor, walking towards the Slayer. Flynn looked at the feline before gently picking him up, caressing his fur with slow and gentle strokes, to which Dexter naturally accepted. Dexter is one of my corps' most valuable members, Atrocitus introduced. Take great care of him, for you will find no greater companion than he. Flynn looked at Atrocitus and gave him a nod of acceptance. Afterwards, he looked in St. Walker's direction. I have no need to appoint another lantern of my guild to monitor you, Slayer, Walker politely dismissed. If anything, your mantle as a Blue Lantern will greatly benefit your fellow Green Lanterns instead. All I ask of you is to use the ring for its intended purpose. Flynn nodded again, with Dexter resting on his shoulder. With all parties in agreement, Batman took center stage as he announced. Thus has this meeting concluded. As agreed, much like the Justice League, this discussion of Hell's discussion will be kept under lock and key. As for the presence of Lantern envoys, I will make myself clear. Any criminal activity done on your part will be met with harsh penalties. He then turned his eyes toward the two hostile corps and said, "Do not test the League's patience." Tisk, Lissa clicked her tongue before bowing half-heartedly, while Dexter simply meowed. "Dismissed," Batman announced. Immediately, the first people to leave were Sinestro and Arquillo. Both shared a glance at Lissa as they left. Before they exited, Sinestro stopped before the Slayer and said, "I hope our fight from earlier does not sour future interactions. I am more than pleased to have you in our ranks. We will watch your potential with great interest. Welcome to the Sinestro Corps." At that, Dexter growled lowly at Sinestro's presence, but Flynn raised his hand to stop the cat. Sinestro soon left alongside Arquillo. "Maybe we should follow them," Kilowog suggested to Tomar. "You know, just in case." "Excellent suggestion." Tomar shared his fellow's concern, leaving only for St. Walker to follow. "Let me join you as well," Walker joined. As they passed by the Slayer, each gave their respective greeting. "Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps," Tomar formally greeted, with Walker adding, "Welcome, brother." Now it was only down to the remaining Green and Red Lanterns. The Red Lanterns were next. However, instead of another formal greeting, Atrocitus said, "Bear yourself with pride, Hellwalker." From one agent of vengeance to another, both Red Lanterns brought a hand to pound their chest in salute, a gesture that Doom Slayer returned in kind. Unlike the others, Atrocitus used his ring to create a dark red portal, where both Atrocitus and Bleeze entered and disappeared. After that, John walked up to Flynn. A look of pride was shown on his face as he said, "Congratulations, Flynn. Welcome to the Corps. For rings aren't an easy thing to hold, but I'm not surprised at how much willpower you have. Nonetheless, I'm happy how things went for you." Flynn nodded in gratitude before setting his attention on Lissa. The alien woman's presence screamed danger as she walked past them both. Lissa knew he was staring at her and made eye contact that lasted until she left the room. John, taking notice as well, said to Flynn, "Don't let her get to you. Hell, don't trust her even. Sinestro and his cronies are bad news for us all. Just be careful." Doomslayer nodded, then watched John turn his gaze toward Kat Matue. "I should get going," said John. "We'll talk more. Gotta go." The man hurriedly ran off to catch up with the Corrigan woman, with Guy not far behind. "It's always funny seeing old Johnny Boy running to Katma like a dog to a bone," chuckled Gardner. "Anyway, nice meeting you finally. Name's Guy Gardner. Out here, I'm the best lantern around. Hal thinks he's hot stuff, but I'm the real deal. Anyway, cool to meet you." Doomslayer's got a ring to it. Better than the Marine, if I'm being honest. Otherwise, talk soon. Guy soon tapped the Slayer's pauldron as he left, leaving Flynn to raise his brow and wonder what kind of introduction that was. Soon it was just Doom Guy, Batman, and Hal Jordan. The latter two soon joined up with Doom Guy, with Batman speaking first. "Despite your," Batman sighed, "earlier misconduct, Slayer, your aid against the Owls and the Lanterns are commendable. Long enough for Hal and his team to come in and minimize the collateral." "Kind of an understatement on the collateral," Hal commented. "But great to have a new addition to the Corps. Anyway, what's this about Owls you mentioned?" "A new group, it seems," Batman answered. "An assassin's guild of sorts, I'd wager. But that's to be concluded. So far, attempts to gather evidence have been none. My attempts to examine the bodies have been null due to the rapid decomposition of the bodies." "If I may interject, Batman," Vega spoke up. The hooded man the Slayer attempted to interrogate mentioned a parliament before his death. "A parliament?" Hal skeptically asked. "That's an odd name for a secret society." "Not quite," Batman dismissed. "A parliament could also mean a group of owls, which does provide further evidence of the masks they wore." "Oh, great. Another bird-themed villain," Hal snarkily said. "Was the penguin not enough?" Humorous puns aside, Batman moved on. "I will have to gather more information on this parliament. There might be more to this story than I would believe." "Well, it's not as funny as having Peacemaker and Vigilante in Gotham," Hal chuckled. "Man, not your lucky night, huh, Bats?" Batman frowned further than he already had. "Far from the worst I could imagine. Not only did Peacemaker and Vigilante manage to escape, but all those weapons on that ship are gone. As is, the fact that we managed to save those hostages from being shipped off is more than worth it," Batman concluded. "I'd say that's more than enough of a success on our end." "If you insist," Hal shrugged, turning to Doomslayer. "Anyway, welcome to the Corps. Don't think we've got the chance to meet and greet before, but the name's Hal Jordan. John's already kept me up to update with your patrols. Still, glad to have you on the team. Well, twice, actually." Hal soon said his farewells, and Batman finally dismissed Flynn afterwards. Now the Slayer was on his own once again. Well, there was Dexter floating beside him now. With new equipment literally at his fingertips, the Slayer's thoughts ran wild as he imagined the scenarios he could do with the rings. He walked past John and Katma, noticing the two having somewhat of a heart-to-heart moment. He nodded at them as he left them to their own devices. His freedom was quickly soured, however, as he saw Lissa floating beside him. Dexter hissed at her presence, which only earned amusement from the alien woman. "I look forward to this partnership," said Lissa. "I hear Earth has so many horrors to witness and gather." Doomslayer said nothing, letting Vega do the talking for him. "I would suggest you keep a good distance, Lady Drac," Vega warned her. "The Slayer is not keen on your presence." "I'm aware of that," Lissa said without taking it personally. "You won't even notice me." Dexter meowed afterward. Barring the presence of 2 new lanterns, the Slayer was finally free, and his first course of action was learning how to fly. Justice, Rip and Tear. Chapter 11. Make a Wish. Brooklyn, New York. April 5th, 10:05 a.m. "Come on, muchachos," the head robber yelled at the others. "Get all the money you can grab. We don't have all day." Some of the robbers did as quickly as possible with the cash registers. Others held hostages at gunpoint, keeping them on the ground where they are. Shoppers remained terrified as their captors continued to raid the store. While the robbers were preoccupied with either jobs, one cashier managed to flip the silent alarm on. As intended, the alarm system was activated, leaving the robbers unaware. All except one. "Hey!" He was quickly grabbed when one robber spotted him and dragged him out in the open, alerting the rest of his crew. "Fucker set the whole place on alert," the robber yelled. "Cops are going to swarm here any minute." The robber then raised his gun at the clerk, causing panic among the shoppers. "Knock it off, asshole," the head robber warned him, pushing his cohort's weapon out of the way. "We're here to get the money." He chewed off, "Not bodies." His fellow robber, however, disagreed. Instead, he pistol-whipped his partner to the ground. "Agree to disagree," the man coldly said, pointing his weapon back at the innocent man. The cashier looked frightened as he met his end. The robber smirked, slowly pressing the trigger ever so slightly. Suddenly, a yellow blur jumped across his sight and grabbed his arm, pulling the robber to the ground. The man screamed as he was being dragged and thrashed by a spectral dog, losing his grip on the gun as he wrestled in a panic. Mass confusion and panic erupted as both innocent people and criminals tried to grasp at what they were seeing. "Shoot it!" cried the robber. "Shoot it for God's sake." One of them took aim, but struggled to avoid shooting his fellow. Out of nowhere, a hulking green giant appeared and threw a haymaker at one of them, throwing him into a fruit crate. Gathering their attention, the crowd looked to see a glowing green knight pull a great sword out of thin air, going into fighting stance. "By decree of the Justice League, you will drop your weapons and surrender yourselves to the local authorities," said the knight. "Submit or face judgment." The robbers exchanged looks before firing at the knight. The knight was on the move, ignoring the bullets bouncing off his armor. Closing on the first target, the robber tried to block the sword with his machine gun, only for it to get sliced in half by the ethereal blade. The knight twirled his weapon and struck the robber with his crossguard, knocking him to the ground. "Fucker!" another yelled, wasting bullets away at the impervious knight, learning too late to notice another knight rushing him from the aisles. He was quickly tossed into a wall by the knight's shield and knocked unconscious. The sixth made a run for the exit, only for a spear to be thrown in front of him and embed into a wall, knocking him out on impact. The remaining 3 attempted to make a final stand, only for more knights to emerge from the ground and form a shield wall around them, with spears pointed at them. Between their legs, the yellow spectral hounds growled as they closed in on the robbers. Helpless, the robbers dropped their weapons out of fear and fell on their knees. Not far, the head robber, seeing that his crew was defeated, attempted a run to the exit. He managed to escape, only to get tossed back inside through the window. Walking into the store, the Slayer was accompanied by several NYPD officers. "This is the police," one officer called out. "On the ground. Hands behind your back." On cue, the knights and hounds disappeared, quickly replaced by officers who swarmed and handcuffed the perpetrators. "Thanks, DaneNagai," one officer thanked the Marine. A sergeant, judging by the rank on his shoulder. Doomslayer nodded and was ready to leave when he saw a mother and child. Briefly thinking, his blue ring glowed and summoned a rabbit before the child. The boy gasped and looked happily as the blue rabbit hopped toward him, while his mother smiled. The boy turned to the Slayer and smiled. The Slayer silently nodded and slowly left the building. "Slayer," Vega spoke inside his helmet. "I would like to remind you that we are late for the event." The Slayer sighed before flying into the air, smirking as he created a construct that would make the show more interesting. Times Square, New York. April 5th, 10:10 a.m. The day had come. Everyone in Times Square was standing outside the Popular Toys R Us. Kids waited patiently as they saw Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, Zatara, Black Canary, and Hal Jordan near the podium. It was a fundraiser event to promote humanitarian causes in developing countries outside the U.S., an event for which the League happily volunteers. But while the crowd was excited, the heroes themselves nervously waited for the Slayer. For someone with a knack for violence and carnage, Flynn surprisingly showed a commitment to joining the fundraiser. After some discussion, they also planned to promote the new toy line they would unveil today. "How long do you think we'll have to wait?" asked Barry. Crowd's getting a little impatient. "Just give him some time," Superman reassured. "He'll be here soon." "It's been 10 minutes, Soups," Barry replied, "and I don't want the kids to wait any longer." Superman looked conflicted just as Wonder Woman approached. "Maybe we can start with a speech," Diana whispered. "I'm sure Flynn wouldn't mind missing it out." On the side, Green Arrow whispered to his wife, "I'm surprised the big guy wanted to join the charity. I always took him for kind of meathead." "Don't judge a book by its cover, Ollie," Dinah admonished. "Not everyone's one-dimensional." Superman nodded hesitantly and walked up to the podium. Ahem, he cleared his throat. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages. I apologize for the delay, but I think we can start with the speech. Don't worry, kids, it won't take long. I promise." The kids giggled with smiles bursting with excitement, while the adults chuckled lightly. "Anyway," Superman continued, "as you all know, today's our annual Toys for Us fundraiser event. With your support, we can help developing countries' worldwide fight against starvation, disease, and poverty. Not only that, with the help of our sponsors, we will also be headlining a new toy line based on one of our finest heroes. Speaking of which, where are my manners? As you all know, I am Superman. Behind me are Wonder Woman, the Flash, Green Arrow, Black Canary, Zatara, and Green Lantern. And we at the League are proud to announce." Superman's speech ended in a slow draw as he noticed something bright in the sky. And so did the rest of the League. Soon, the crowd looked up, astonished by what they saw. "It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's..." The looks of awe were quickly replaced with horror as one bystander screamed, "Dragon." The horrified announcement sent everyone fleeing in panic. Both the League and the NYPD tried to keep the crowd from escalating further as the dragon began its descent, with the latter divided between escorting civilians and preparing to raise their weapons. The heroes were prepared to face the dragon head-on until they saw who was riding on its back. Making a slow descent, the dragon landed on the free space around it before rearing its head and breathing blue fire across the sky. The crowd soon calmed immediately and slowly began to clap as the Slayer hopped off the dragon's back, as did the League. The kids were much more enthusiastic, however, as they saw a dragon come to life before their eyes. "Ladies and gentlemen." Superman composed himself. "Give it up for Doom Marine." The Slayer raised his fist in the air, giving off the image of a triumphant hero in the making. The rings on his fingers glowed, summoning night sentinels out of the blue. Each carried a sword in hand, and each raised them in the air to follow suit. The tension in the air evaporated immediately as the crowd began cheering with joy. To them, it was an impressive entrance for a hero who remained controversial around his debut. Nonetheless, it was a hell of a presentation. The League observed as DaneNagai made his way towards them. Superman was the first to greet him, extending his hand to shake, only to be pulled in for a bear hug. Clark was completely flabbergasted before Flynn slapped him in the shoulder as he walked away and joined the others. The other heroes gave amused looks as he joined the fold. Talk about presentation. Hal quipped while being impressed. "Just don't go overboard with the showboating. We already got one lantern." Flynn nodded back, though Hal could sense the Slayer was smirking underneath his helmet before the two listened to Superman's announcement. "What a dynamic entrance, everyone." Superman applauded. "With that, we will begin our opening. As always, form a line and remain in order. Otherwise, be sure to spread awareness and donate." Toys for Us. The toy store brimmed with life as the kids and their parents walked the aisles, and the latest toy hit the shelves as part of the fundraiser. Using the original design of the Slayer's collectible, the mini Doom guys were officially on display. Not only that, but it came in 5 other colors: blue, orange, red, purple, and pink. The last scheme proved to be quite marketable for the girls. And for the price of $6, the toys proved to be an instant hit for all. The kids were hopped up with excitement, eager to get their hands on anything that looked remotely cool. Of course, not all of them were occupied with getting the toy. Others wanted to take photos and get autographs from their favorite heroes. The League was quite happy to use its image as usual, signing photos and taking group photos for fans of all ages. Of course, some took a break in rotations. Superman, Canary, Flash, and Green Arrow were busy signing, while Hal, Diana, Zatara, and DaneNagai were in the store's break room. "I gotta admit," Diana spoke, "the dragon was a nice touch. Not one I've ever seen before, though. Were they always eyeless?" "The dragons you speak of, Vega, translated Flynn signs, are native to Argentine. They are used as battle mounts even before the Hell incursions. Only the most decorated knight may earn the bond between rider and dragon, becoming a part of an elite order of knights who fly in a battle with their dragons." "Aerial combat," Hal remarked. Can't get any more medieval than that. It's a long-standing tradition, signed Flynn, even when sentinels had spaceships while I was there. If it's not broken, don't fix it. Here, here, Hal replied, sipping his coffee. Changing topics. How are the new roommates? Flynn's grimace was unreadable behind the visor, yet his shoulders tensed slightly from the lantern's question. Hal could see the discomfort and gave a sympathetic smile. Not great, asked Hal, earning a hand gesture that screamed so and so. The current occupants are mixed. Vega went into detail. Dexter has proven to be compliant, given that he was originally a house cat. All he requires is food, shelter, and perhaps entertainment. Lissa, on the other hand, has been somewhat ambiguous. That's putting it lightly. Diana skeptically spoke. She, like everyone in the league, had been informed of the other Lantern Corps delegates. While an angry house cat with a red ring was difficult in its own right, the presence of Sinestro's right-hand woman put everyone on high alert. Both Hal and John's experience and insight into the Sinestro Corps helped them to prepare for any attacks that the latter might show. As far as surveillance has proven, she has been somewhat compliant, if one can look past her eccentricities. You're putting her in the same category as the grumpy cat, Hal raised a brow. How is she any cordial than Dexter? As I have stated, Mr. Jordan, Vega explained, Lissa is somewhat compliant in that she has not break any of the rules that were imposed on both her and Dexter. So far, she spent much of her stay within the Slayer's hideout. She disappears and reappears, but mostly confines within the designated confines. Aren't you worried that she might leave and cause a scene in the city? Zatara expressed concern. Batman had already set the rules for her, Vega answered. And if anything, Sinestro has placed his investments on the Slayer's progress. Any misconduct will be Sinestro's fault. Of course, Hal frowned. There's always the typical devil in the details. Speaking of, what the hell's Lissa up to right now? Currently unknown. Below New York, Milo ran and ran through the dark tunnels of New York's subway system. His heart raced through his heart as he tried to escape the phantom behind him. It was supposed to be an easy job. The lady was by herself, and he would have gotten a quick payday. And then the woman's head suddenly twisted to his face, 180 degrees, straight out of The Exorcist. Milo looked over his shoulder, spotting the dark blur that seemed to be hiding around the corner. Fight or flight instincts were kicking, and flight was winning at the moment. He tripped into a puddle of dirty water. It was revolting, but the sound of cackling gave him little time to complain. Looking around, he tried to find the source before spotting a shadow in the corner of the room. It was darker than dark, and he was already in a dark tunnel that stretched for miles. He remained paralyzed from the fear before he spotted those glowing yellow eyes breaking from the shadow, followed by a sinister smile, before the shadow grew closer. Milo jumped to his feet and sprinted with every fiber of his being. He didn't pay attention to the shadow chasing behind, nor the scream that escaped his throat. He just wanted to live and escape this nightmare. Nearby, he turned to a smaller corridor leading to somewhere. Without thought, Milo ran inside further. Help! He screamed. Somebody help me. He tried as he might, but no call came as he continued to find safety. Running down further, the would-be mugger came across some lockers and decided to take his chances. Frantically attempting to open them, he succeeded on the third and quickly hid inside. It was quite spacious for something so narrow for a human. Luckily, Milo was kind of scrawny. Slamming the door closed, he tried to slow his breath before muffling his panic. Silence finally fell, and he waited for his pursuer. Eventually, a great shadow passed his hiding place, utterly oblivious to him. Milo remained as still and quiet as possible, with only his heartbeat being the loudest. The shadow soon passed over, seemingly searching for where he went off to. Milo kept still, even when the threat was clear. Slowly reaching the hinges, his fingers attempt to open the door. Instead, he found nothing against the door surface. Panic kicked in immediately. Milo was left to scratch the surface, then kicked as he attempted to escape the locker. Soon, a great shadow loomed over his spot. Bright yellow eyes peered through the seals of the door, staring straight into Milo's soul. Do not shed a tear, she hissed. You will have a taste of your fear. Suddenly, the door shifted forward, and Milo was found floating in darkness. All he could do now was scream, with Lissa's cackle breaking the silence of the void. Toys for us. As far as I'm aware, Lissa's duties are not to cause any disorder during her stay. Doomslayer shrugged in kind. As much as he would have liked to keep an eye on Sinestro's lapdog, he also figured the Lantern wouldn't do anything to upset her leader's plans for Flynn. Whatever that was. Still, having 4 power rings meant something, that's for sure. Hal expressed concern. I find it horrifying that you would be so lenient on one of Sinestro's top lieutenants. As I said before, Vega reminded, as long as the Slayer remains bearer of all 4 rings, Lissa will not attempt any actions that League does not condone. I'll take your word for it. Vega, Hal relented, still unconvinced. Suddenly, The door to the break room unlocked. Opening, Superman came in. "Hey guys," he greeted, "just catching a small break. Hope I didn't interrupt anything." "None at all, Cal," Diana replied, standing up as she left the break room. "Just covering some grounds." The Amazon gave Superman a passing glance before leaving. Cal soon turned his attention to Doomslayer, who was about to leave as well. "Nice presentation out there," he praised Flynn. "Guess those rings came in handy." "I'm getting used to them," signed Flynn. "Always learning." "Glad to hear, big guy." Superman smiled as Flynn walked past him, followed by Zatara and Hal. Barring a few heroes taking their breaks, the League was busy signing memorabilia for fans and taking a few pictures, a common occurrence whenever they made a public appearance. And as always, it's usually packed with fans. A lot of them came to see two of the big three, but there was a fair share of fans for the others. The one with the fewest fans was, of course, Doomslayer. Not that it was surprising, given the sort of public image he displayed. It had a lot of the adults feeling apprehensive around him. Even Batman had more fans, and that's only because he had a cool factor to his image. Still, a few kids approached the Marine with their bought mini Doom guys. A little girl was the first among them. Flynn looked down and waited to see what she was going to do. "Mr. Doom guy?" The girl called his attention to. "Can you sign my toy?" "To whom are we speaking, miss?" Vega politely asked. The girl turned and looked at her mom, with the parent giving her a nod of approval. "Sadie, Mr. Doom guy," replied Sadie. Flynn smiled beneath his helm, having recognized the girl a while back. The Slayer quickly signed her toy before passing it to her. Sadie then looked at the writing, and it read "Rip and Tear, Sadie," on the box before running to her mother. "Thank you, Mr. Doom guy." She waved back at him. Doom guy smiled as he waved back. Soon, a young boy came up to the table, presenting his toy, the classic green variant. "Greetings, young man," Vega formally greeted. "To whom are we speaking?" "Billy Batson, sir." The boy spoke with pride. "And it's finally awesome to meet you, Doom guy." Doom guy snorted, smirking as he signed another "Rip and Tear" on the boy's figure. Passing it back, the boy had a big grin. "Yes," he exclaimed. "I finally got a copy. Thanks." The boy rushed out before Flynn could wave. He soon shrugged, tossing it up as just a happy kid. Unbeknownst to him, Billy carefully ran into the nearest alley. Checking if anyone was hiding behind a dumpster, Billy relaxed as the coast was clear before yelling, "Shazam!" Instantly, a lightning rod struck him where he stood. But rather than fall dead, in Billy's place was his alter ego, Captain Marvel, and the red-draped superhero flew away, excited to have his own mini Doom guy. Back at the toy store, Vega detected an anomaly and announced, "It is sunny with a light breeze, yet I detect a lightning strike nearby." Doom guy looked blankly at the sudden update, but thought none of it and continued to sign. Passing the figurine back to the child, he waited for the next kid to come to his table. "Greetings, young man. To whom are we speaking?" "Jay, sir," said the boy. "J-Rock." The Slayer looked up to see a young man with short black hair styled in a curtain cut. Next to him was an older-looking man in a gray crew cut. He was taller than average, and he was quite fit for his presumably advanced age. Flynn looked at the boy, who wore a nervous expression. Sensing this, the older man chimed in to break the tension, giving him a smile. "Forgive my grandson," said the older man, his voice giving a slight drawl. "It's his first time meeting superheroes, let alone celebrities. You know how that is." Flynn nodded, understanding completely and signing the boy's figure. Jay took the mini off Flynn's hand. "Now what do we say, Jay?" "Thank you, sir," said Jay. Doom guy nodded, and the two walked away for the next kid came up. 12:07 p.m. Flynn walked outside to stretch his legs. Nearby commotion caught his attention, and he spotted some policemen handling some perp. The guy was curled up on a stretcher, shivering with a look of fear on his face, before paramedics wheeled him inside their wagon. Vega adjusted the audio and listened in on the conversation. "What did you say this guy was on?" One cop asked. "No clue," his partner replied. "Kept screaming on and on about a ghost lady chasing him in the subway. Some people found him curled up and called it in. For all I care, he's probably on PCP or something." Both shrugged and walked away. Doom guy raised a brow but scoffed it off before he felt something pull his hand. He turned to find Sadie from earlier tugging it. He looked around only to spot that her mother was nearby. "Mr. Doom guy," she called his name. "It's Sadie again. Thank you again for signing my toy, but can I make one more wish?" Doom guy knelt down to her, while Vega asked, "Hello, Sadie. What can the Doom Marine do for you?" Sadie looked back at her mother before turning to Doom guy. "Well," she started hesitantly with index fingers connected in her hands. "Is it okay if I can ride the dragon you were on?" Flynn expressed surprise, but seemed more than happy to show it. Behind him, Hal stepped out to get some fresh air before noticing Doom guy staring at him, with a little girl on his side. "Oh hey, what did I miss?" 12:37 p.m. Sadie squealed with happiness as Doom guy flew her on the dragon construct. A harness construct kept her close to his chest as he rode across the skies of New York like in How to Train Your Dragon. And just behind them were the other kids, who also flew on dragons with harnesses attached. They, too, wanted to ride dragons like DaneNagai, with sentinels holding them in place. Of course, it goes without saying that their parents would be nearby, without carrying them in a cargo plane construct alongside the other heroes within, with only Superman flying not far. Unlike the kids, the parents' anxieties were spiking, with some praying to God that this flight doesn't end in total disaster. "You owe me for this, Flynn," Hal grumbled to himself, keeping his annoyance out of earshot. In the back, the parents watched nervously and hoped their kids didn't fall off. "So, what does Batman know about this?" Oliver asked his wife. "He's already spoken to the Pentagon," muttered Canary. "The Pentagon, Virginia. He's doing what now?" General Lane incredulously asked as he watched the sight of dragons flying across New York on the Pentagon's monitors. "That's it," Oliver incredulously asked. "Yep, and the Pentagon isn't going to do anything. So long as DaneNagai doesn't start any trouble," Dinah added. "Then yeah." Oliver stayed quiet for a moment before reluctantly accepting the answer. Back at the front, Sadie spread her arms as the cool air rushed past, all while DaneNagai smiled appreciatively at giving the kid her wish. "Now do a barrel roll," she screamed out, and so did the rest of the kids. "Barrel roll, barrel roll, barrel roll." DaneNagai turned to Superman, who flew next to him. The Kryptonian looked disapprovingly and said, "No." DaneNagai took the incentive and rolled with it. Sadie and the kids screamed happily as the dragons barrel rolled, much to the parents' horror. Best day. Eve dash. 1:07 p.m. Sadie hurled her lunch into a trash can while all the others were either hurling as well or lying on the ground, all dizzy from the flight. Most of the parents were tending to their kids, but all of them were glaring at the Slayer. The League, meanwhile, had a similar attitude, albeit more disappointed with his behavior. "That was very reckless of you," one parent yelled out. "Duly noted," Vega confirmed, "though that will only further the dash. Thank you again for participating in the fundraiser." Superman immediately stepped in to prevent further backlash. Many of the adults decided to make their leave, ending it all on a sour note. As they dispersed, Superman relaxed and sighed before sternly glancing at Flynn. "You're a terrible influence, you know that. And I'll do it again," signed Flynn. Clark didn't even have to use his X-ray vision to detect the smug smile Flynn had. "It could have ended terribly, you know. But it didn't," Superman Vega noted. "I said no, and you did the exact opposite." Clark admonished. "What were you thinking? Kids wanted to have fun," signed Flynn. "Where's the harm in that?" Clark pinched his nose bridge and sighed. "Just don't do something like that again." "Can't promise," Flynn signed, earning a frown from Superman. He then signed, "But I'll try." Clark then walked away, leaving Flynn to his devices. The Slayer looked around to see the other heroes either giving similar stares or shaking their heads to the ground before returning to the store. Flynn scoffed and was about to head in as well. "Do Marine." Flynn stopped and turned to see Zatara approaching him. The magician hurried his steps before stopping. He apologized. "I need a moment of your time." Flynn tilted his head and raised a brow, curious about what Zatara wanted from him. "Thank you for coming here," Zatara began. "Barring what happened just now, your presence certainly elevated this event. But enough of that. I've actually been meaning to talk to you. Perhaps we can discuss more at my place? Dinner? You can bring a friend if you like." Now, Flynn looked thoughtfully at the offer. About what exactly? He wasn't sure. However, Giovanni was a trusted member of the League and one of the heroes who voted for him to join the League. Seeing no reason to be distrustful, DaneNagai gave his answer. "We'll plan it," Flynn rumbled. Giovanni nodded approvingly. "Excellent," Zatara exclaimed. "I'll be sure to keep you updated. I look forward to our dinner talks." "Thank you again." Zatara tipped his hat before going back to the store, with Flynn following suit. Before he entered, he turned back to see Sadie now in her mother's arms. She was still dizzy from the ride, but waved goodbye to him. Flynn smiled underneath his helm right as he went back into the store. 6:30 p.m. DaneNagai exhaled deeply as he finally came home. Today ended relatively slowly. Besides stopping some robberies and thefts, it was kind of slog doing charity work. Still, he did feel somewhat happy granting those kids their wishes, even if it earned him a few pissed-off looks from their parents. Even then, it did give him a chuckle or two. Nearing his hideout, Flynn's Wintherin vanished as he slowly fell to the ground. Approaching his warehouse, Flynn walked towards the switch next to the door. Lifting it up revealed a built-in digicode. 0-7-1-7. The door opened once he entered the code. Heading inside, the Slayer made his way in. The warehouse had remained the same, only more spruced up and organized. In just a few steps, Flynn heard meowing immediately and soon saw Dexter approaching him around the corner. The cat was out of uniform, with a ring wrapped around his tail. Dexter ran up Flynn's leg, prompting the Slayer to kneel and gently brush the cat's head. "Meow." Dexter meowed. Flynn smiled and made his way toward the fridge. It was recently installed, and the fridge provided the Slayer with refreshments and snacks whenever he needed them. Opening it, he took out a can of tuna and a beer bottle. Cracking the can open, he set it on the ground for Dexter, the cat immediately chowing it down. Giving him another stroke, Flynn opened his bottle and downed it. Quickly working on getting out of the suit, Flynn did the usual procedure and finally relaxed once he got out. Nearing his couch, Flynn only had one thing in mind. Seeing the dagger he stole from a wannabe mugger recently, Flynn fiddled and flipped it around before tossing it to his right. The dagger went flying right before stopping a few inches in front of Lissa's face. The Talakite remained calm, giving her usual eerie smile. "I was beginning to wonder when you would sense me," Lissa remarked, fiddling the blade on her fingertip. "And as always, your senses remain sharp." Flynn remained silent. As always, ignoring her question, he asked, "Enjoying the sightseeing?" "How did you figure?" she asked, feigning mild surprise. "You were near my work," rumbled Flynn. "Almost caused problems." "And I did not," she replied. "Besides, what am I to do while marooned on your homeworld? I'd rather not be stuck in this dusty coot. I'm not some house cat you leave at home. Present company notwithstanding." Dexter meowed in a low growl before returning to his meal. "Anyway, much like you, I have no wish to follow your so-called League's self-righteousness. As agreed between the League and your superior, Sinestro," Vega reminded, "the pact between all Lantern Corps will be carried out unless th. The respective envoys violated the rules established to them." Yes, yes," Lissa dryly recited. "Honestly, I'm tempted to break these silly restraints, if not for your potential capabilities." Flynn silently raised his hand, the rings propelling themselves into his fingers. Lissa smirked at the silent gesture. "As is, you won't have to worry about me disposing of miscreants left and right," Lissa reassured. "Then again, a few felons disappearing is hardly of your interest. But tempting, wouldn't you say?" Flynn kept silent, neither denying nor confirming his real thoughts. Lissa chuckled and continued. "The great Slayer, bane of hell and killer of demons, only to be stuck in this dimension. Tell me, how long will it take before you realize that your stay here is futile? Hell is still out there while you're trapped in here, playing the hero that these apes wish to believe in. One way or another, the truth will be unveiled before their eyes. It's a matter of when. I'm working on it." Flynn rumbled, noticeably soured from Lissa's assessment. "I'm sure you are," Lissa grinned, floating closer with the dagger in hand. "A temporary vacation isn't too bad, but sooner or later, it starts to lose its novelty." Flynn soon felt the blade's flat side touch his shoulder, lightly pressed against his flesh with a mere tap. "Still, I will ensure that my master remains happy while I am here," Lissa concluded, pulling the dagger back and flipping it again, handing it back to Flynn. "I will make the most of my time, ensuring things are kept in order around here," Lissa floated, "and see what sort of distractions I can find around these parts. And don't worry, no need to remind me of my place here." Lissa soon left, entering the roof exit. Flynn was left to do his own devices once more, turning on the TV and flipping through the channels. Gotham, New Jersey. 10h06 du soir. And there you have it, folks. Cat Grant looked into the camera with her bright smile. Behind me, we see the Doom Marine, or DaneNagai as everyone has affectionately called him, return from his flying dragon ride with children. And here's one now. The news reporter soon approached a young boy with his parents. "Excuse me, young man," Cat approached. "What can you tell me about your experience on a dragon?" "Let's do it again," cried the boy, right before throwing up on Cat's legs, causing her to scream in disgust. Bruce rubbed his eyes as he shut off the news report. Before that, he had come across the robbery incident before it, with several robbers assaulted and incapacitated by glowing green knights. Right now, he was gathering all the latest intel on Doomslayer. Ever since he acquired the power rings, Batman's concerns had grown exponentially. The Slayer, though a defender of humanity, raised many red flags. Maybe not now, but the Slayer's arsenal had increased. Not only that, but the presence of both a Red Lantern and a Sinestro corpsman brought worries to the League. Combining the documented, if brief, history of the Slayer is anything to go by, there was a certainty that he would go rogue eventually. An unfortunate, but inevitable scenario. Bruce, however, was not willing to go to the extreme. Not now, at least. For starters, Flynn has kept himself limited to extreme maiming or crippling criminals. Something that both Batman and the rest of the League aren't happy about, but are willing to let slide. That's not to say there isn't a chance that the Slayer would snap, but Flynn seems content to just send lawbreakers hospital bills. Of course, Bruce still had some contingencies in mind. While the Slayer's present abilities indeed make him formidable, the combined numbers of the Justice League could nullify them before he could make a move. And with the Green Lantern's expertise, removing the rings would be short work. As for imprisoning him, as much as Bruce found it distasteful to follow, The demons of hell showed it was possible to contain the Slayer by dropping a mountain over him. Perhaps not literally, but incapacitation is the most effective way. John's telepathy would be the most effective way of immobilizing Doomslayer. However, the risk of him getting into Flynn's head might threaten John's mental sanity. So either the Green Lanterns or magic would be the immediate alternatives. Footsteps could be heard from behind as Alfred came down. Master Bruce, Alfred formally spoke. Your dinner is getting cold. Shall I place a blanket over it for the night? Until tomorrow? No need, Alfred, chuckled Bruce. I'll be up soon. I would suggest you do, said Alfred. I believe you should talk to Master Grayson as well. Bruce winced as he mentioned Dick. Is it about what happened at the docks? He's been rather shaken since. Bruce sighed in reluctance. I should probably get going then. Bruce saved his work before shutting his computer off. Dick began to fiddle with his meal. His appetite had grown less, but not by much. Since the Gotham Bay incident, he couldn't shake off what happened over there, but for different reasons. It wasn't because of the two rogue vigilantes resorting to violence, DaneNagai's willingness to use excessive force, the arrival of 4 major Lantern Corps, nor his exposure to the existence of zombie ninjas. The first two were kind of expected, given Dick was no stranger to the violence in Gotham. The third was still pretty cool, and the fourth was more of a surprise than anything. No, it was the fact that Batman was quick to go lethal. Granted, it was against zombie ninjas, but the fact was apparent, and his world popped like a bubble in an instant. Dick snapped from his thoughts and saw his mentor coming into the dining room. Bruce was out of his bat suit, wearing a casual but somewhat fashionable suit. Is dinner not to your liking? His mentor looked at him sympathetically. It's fine, Bruce, Dick lied. Alfred still makes a banger as always. Bruce smiled, but Dick could tell he wasn't convinced. I know you got a lot of questions, Dick. Bruce opened up about what happened last Monday. I am listening. Dick paused for a moment, then sighed in reluctance. Cat was out of the bag, he thought. Bruce, Dick started, I know you always told me that a hero should always be above the villains, that a hero should never stoop to the enemy's level. Dick stared into the distance, recalling in the incident. But then I saw you snap that zombie's neck like it was nothing, and blew another's head off. Dick could see the look of regret painted across Bruce's face. It wasn't blatant, but he could see the cracks. I know they weren't alive, Dick rationalized, but I wondered if you had done the same to living people. That you would have. Dick stopped himself and let the thought hang. Bruce sighed in understanding. That I would have killed for real. Bruce finished Dick's assumption, a point which the latter nodded. I'll admit, Bruce continued, I am surprised myself, but I wish it were simple to explain. The truth is more complicated, I suppose. How? Asked Dick. I've always seen you taking action without hesitation. How is it any different here than before? Fair enough, Bruce answered. It is not any different from before. But those times, I always planned and assessed ahead prior. Everything I do is under control, and I always consider the best action with minimal collateral, especially if innocent lives are at stake. A furniture or two is easy to replace, but lives, be it civilian or criminal, are lost forever. And the zombies? Like I said, Dick, Bruce reminded, the truth is more complicated. Dick frowned, not really convinced. But the one thing I need you to know is that I will always try to teach you to be a better hero. A lot more than I am. Dick's eyes widened in surprise to hear Bruce's admission. I won't mince my words, Dick, Bruce confessed. I'm far from a perfect hero. The kind that Superman and Wonder Woman might be to the people. I do things that I'm not proud of doing, but only because I'm faced with circumstances that are beyond my control, that I resort to extra measures if there are no other options. So, Dick slowly understood. You're basically saying what Peacemaker said. No, Bruce shook his head. Peacemaker believes the simplest solution is to kill the threat and move on. But killing is never the solution. Not every criminal is a bad person. Some are given the worst hand dealt in life. Others turn to crime because they are forced by someone else. But even those who harm intentionally deserve to be brought to justice, so that they may face the consequences of their actions. Just like Tony Zuko. Dick winced at the name, the pain that name brought. His family's killer. He remembered how much he wanted to end Tony's life. Repay the anguish Dick felt when the man ruined his life. But he didn't, and ultimately put the murderer in jail for the rest of his life. I know how much that name means to you. Bruce empathetically spoke. I've been there before, but I'm proud you didn't go through it. And I believe your family would be too. And when you're ready, I hope you could do better than me. Dick sniffed, overcoming the need to cry. Bruce sighed and looked deflated. Your dinner's gone cold, Bruce observed. Save it tomorrow. How about we order some pizza instead? Dick smiled and nodded. Unknown. Another meeting was held. As usual, the board had kept itself hidden as white silhouettes on big screens. Convenient as usual, given how everyone was in some secret hideout somewhere around the world. Before we begin, L1 started. Welcome back, L7. Did you get everything out of your system as you needed? Yeah, all good. Grunbeld L7. Let's just get this over with and move on. All but L. One looked slightly bewildered by L7's sour disposition. A few wanted to ask, but refrained to avoid their fellow's chaotic temper. Right? L1 spoke with apathy. On to business. How is progress on Project KR L6? Ça se passe bien. L6 answered. Progress has gone well. Of course, we had a bit of a snag early on. I'm sure you have read the reports. Imawada, ununderstood. Project Cadmus has proven itself a success. No thanks to our esteemed philanthropist. Can't deny how much that strokes my ego, L3 chimed in. Like all of you, I always seek to elevate humanity beyond its limits. A fact duly noted, L1 mutely commended. Moving on, I suppose it's time we address the elephant in the room. Another monitor turned on and immediately showed footage of the Slayer. Not only from the charity event, but also from footage uploaded by several outlets. In one video, a swarm of yellow gargoyles swooped in on bank robbers on foot. Another showed a red, bull-like monster ramming into an escaping van. And another showing glowing knights surrounding a pair of muggers into a corner. All of them with the Slayer not far. So the Marine has acquired 4 power rings, L2 remarked, each of them belonging to a powerful lantern core, I presume. Verily, L1 confirmed. A contact of ours confirmed these acquisitions. Now, he carries the power of hope, rage, fear, and willpower. A lantern corpsman alone is already powerful on his own. But one with 4 rings is apocalyptic, L2 presumed. Do we have any contingencies for such a hero? No, not right now, L1 answered. At the moment, our contact has relayed that 2 representatives are currently stationed near the Marines' territory. It seems every corps present has now shown mutual investment in the Doom Marines' anomalous existence. So what do you propose? L4 spoke up. Only a month has passed, and already this Marine has obtained a greater source of power. Not only that, but he has acquired powerful allies outside of Earth faster than we can with our partners. I would have thought this armored brute to be more simple-minded, but it seems there's more to him beneath that armor. Yes, one agreed, but as I've stated before, there will be no course of action. Our operations will continue as follows. We will have to go deep underground, though no thanks to the Parliament's recent scandal. The Owls, L2 said the name almost incredulously. Of course, they would try to expand their territories. But a Gothamite who leaves its nest is still a Gothamite. And already their exposure has disrupted our usual routes. L1 added. National security has seen an increase in activity along the sea routes. We will have to either delay shipments or take alternate approaches for the time being. I'm still in contact with Black Manta. L5 chimed in, having expressed little interest in surface activity up until now. Could have him transport our shipments by then. Proceed. L1 approved. I can also send some of my disciples to deliver a message to the Parliament as well, L2 suggested. My resources are vast, after all. Une nécessité est indéclined. We will keep our hands clean. Their mistakes will be their own fault. L2 remained quiet after, showing no complaints about L1's decision. Today concludes our usual assembly. L1 ended the meeting. See you all next week. Author note. To my readers, I come to you not with reading material, nor jubilant news of my health. My time is up. There is no good ending in all of this whatsoever. I have little time to spare with what I have and try to make the most of it. I will be gone from this earth like a fading memory in the wind. I deeply regret that it had to come to this. Since posting my stories here and on other sites, I have nothing but gratitude for all of your support. You have given me nothing but love and passion for your hobbies, and there are no words for me to describe how proud I am to be of this community. In regard to my stories, I'm afraid I'll have to leave my work unfinished and untold. I may intend to leave notes to my closest and most trusted friends, but I will broker no promises. I am so sorry for sharing this news to you as much as it breaks my heart. You have all been the most supportive since I started posting on FF, and I'm deeply grateful for all of the support you guys have given me since I began publishing. I wish I could have shared more of my ideas when I could, but this is the end of the road for me. I am running on borrowed time, and I won't be here much longer. I'll still be around, but for an uncertain time. If anyone wants to contact, you know where to find me. Right now, I'll be making some final arrangement for myself with my family. I will have a friend inform you all of my passing despite my deepest regrets. I thank you all for the years you have been following me to this day. I will have someone inform you all of my passing. Thanks for everything.